Chapter 231. Conclusion. The events of this evening left everyone in a state of shock. When Baoping collapsed to the ground, chaos erupted among the onlookers. The fall of their leader was a calamity for Xiqi. Warriors and cloaked figures surged forward, treating the incident with utmost gravity, as they gathered Baoping and carried him away. Once the tumultuous crowd dispersed, only the lifeless body of Qin Yiyang remained, alongside Qinji and Jiying. In a remarkable display of composure, Jiying did not follow the other warriors. Instead, she stood firmly in the blood-stained white snow, gazing at Qin Yiyang's corpse. Akin to a warrior poised beside a peony, her eyes cast downward, she observed Qin Yiyang's motionless visage, and in that moment, Qinji discerned a flicker of compassion and an indescribable emotion within her. It appeared he had misjudged her. Jiying's voice resonated softly. Then she glanced at Qinji and murmured, "I used to harbor disdain for her, perceiving her as feeble and pitiful. Yet now, it seems she possesses greater courage than I. I wonder, in that moment, will I have her bravery?" After speaking, she turned away without a backward glance, leaving Qinji alone in the stillness. At that moment, Qinji felt utterly paralyzed. Words eluded him, and an overwhelming tremor coursed through his body, as a profound agony surged within him, penetrating his very marrow and gradually infiltrating every nerve. In an instant, he realized this anguish surpassed any physical torment he had ever endured. It drove him to the brink of madness. He collapsed into the snow, cradling Qin Yiyang in his arms. Her body felt weightless, her skin chilled by the frost, brow furrowed, with a horrifying wound in her chest, her breath entirely extinguished. The icy blue essence emanated slowly from her heart, as if her soul were gradually dissipating. In that moment, Qinji understood that only the Queen of Hades now loomed beneath the Changbai mountain. Those once starry eyes, perhaps the most exquisite in the world, were now forever closed to him. The upheaval outside would indisputably alter the fates of many. After Baoping was carried away, Juno rushed over, crying out for information, demanding to care for him. However, old Jindo intervened, restraining her from approaching. The Bao family members, perceptive and unsparing, no longer honored their former sister-in-law, shoving her aside. From that moment on, Juno never saw Baoping again. The fall of their leader was a cataclysm for Xiqi, plunging everyone into disarray. Immediately, oxygen tanks were brought forth, and urgent measures were taken to provide Baoping with life-sustaining support. Accompanying shamans hastily employed their spells to stabilize his condition. Blood continued to pour from Baoping's body, streaming from his mouth, suggesting that there were volatile gases swirling chaotically within him. The shaman hurriedly stabilized the internal energy of Baoping and sealed his veins to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Almost immediately, someone contacted Xiqi. It wasn't long before a multitude of vehicles from Xiqi arrived to transport Baoping away. The procession was extraordinarily grand, creating an atmosphere that almost spiraled out of control. Zhen Dasha and Ning, outsiders to the situation, merely observed in silence, neither uttering a word nor posing any questions. They were astute individuals, acutely aware of when to remain unobtrusive. Conversely, they assisted in ushering the service staff to other rooms, ensuring they were shielded from the unfolding events to prevent any indiscreet chatter. After the substantial convoy departed, Fat Wei arrived with others to attend to the remains of Xiao Qinyang. Observing Qinji clinging tightly to the corpse, Fat Wei's eyes were also reddened. He appeared on the verge of tears, yet none fell. He gently pushed Qinji aside, urging, "Orange, stop overthinking. As you said, this is all fate. Let her depart in peace. Step aside." After uttering these words, Fat Wei forcibly took the body of Qinyang from Qinji's grasp. Subsequently, several individuals wrapped the corpse in clean cotton cloth, preparing to transport it back to Xiqi for the leader's disposition. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qinji found himself inexplicably left behind, unnoticed by anyone. In that moment, he felt as though he was the last person remaining in the world. He was uncertain how long he knelt in the snow before gradually rising and making his way back along the road. Ultimately, he could not recall how he returned to the Fate Hall. However, when he regained consciousness, he discovered himself alone in a room within the Fate Hall. Fat Wei and Ghostblade had not returned the previous night, presumably still engaged in matters at Xiqi. In the morning, Ding Ning returned, knocking softly on the door before peeking in to check on Qinji. He had become quite perceptive lately, and, sensing that something was amiss with Qinji, quickly withdrew his head, refraining from entering. By the afternoon, Chunji received a WeChat message from Zhen Fei. The message was rather vague, conveying that an incident had occurred at the Bao family the night before. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they understood it was quite serious, making it inappropriate for them to leave immediately. With the absence of Lao Jindo, it was clear that the Bao family was preoccupied, and they, as guests, felt it inappropriate to linger and cause further disruption. Therefore, Zhen Fei communicated that if there were no pressing matters, they planned to depart the following day, arranging their own transportation without requiring assistance. The final line of the message was personal from Zhen Fei. She mentioned that she had waited all night for Chunji, who had not shown up at the hotel, likely due to unforeseen circumstances. If Chunji had anything further to discuss, they could meet that evening in the same room as previously suggested. This message pulled Chunji back into the realm of reality, and this time, he resolved to act decisively. Some matters, particularly those of the heart, ought not to be shrouded in ambiguity. It is preferable to reach a resolution swiftly. Today, the author, known as Burning Heaven Peacock, offers but a single update, attributing the delay to technical difficulties with the backend. Furthermore, the recent generosity of Bodo Jia has been rather excessive, warranting a brief respite during this festive season. Wishing everyone a joyous new year. Chapter 232, Resolution, Part 2. Today, dusk lingered unusually, much like this year's winter, which seems reluctant to relent. Eventually, as the clock struck midnight, the world outside had succumbed to darkness. Chunji arrived at the hotel, where he had arranged to meet Zhen Fei. This establishment, a private hotel owned by the Bao family, granted Chunji and his companions the privilege of gold cards, allowing them to check in without the need for a formal reception. Silently, he entered the elevator, which ascended slowly, delivering him to the room he had reserved for Zhen Fei. Perhaps due to the impending holiday, this floor of the hotel was nearly deserted, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Upon locating the designated room, he gently rapped on the door, which opened almost instantly to reveal Zhen Fei's serene visage amidst the shadows. She appeared slightly flustered, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. As soon as Chunji stepped inside, she promptly closed the door behind him. This hotel excels in creating an enchanting ambience, adorned with an array of mesmerizing, multicolored lights and illuminated fixtures. The glass panel in the washroom glistened with a smooth sheen of water. The bathtub was generously spacious, flanked by expansive marble slabs. Directly ahead lay a grand balcony, its windows sealed, yet the curtains were partially drawn, cloaking the room in a dim veil. "Is it quite chilly outside?" Zhen Fei gently remarked in a soft, feminine tone. "Allow me to pour you some warm tea to chase away the chill." "No need for that." Chunji abruptly turned to face Zhen Fei, his gaze intensely fixed upon her eyes. The two were in close proximity, their distance imbued with an intimate warmth, as if their lips could meet at any moment. Yet, Zhen Fei felt an overwhelming shyness, her face turned away in bashfulness. Yet she did not resist Chunji's gentle grasp of her hand. "What is it that you summoned me here for so late?" With a subtle smile gracing her face, Zhen Fei softly remarked, "I hope you are not harboring any ill intentions. Let me discuss our matters." Chunji extended his hand and placed it gently on Zhen Fei's forehead, attuning himself to her soothing aura before caressing her cheek. He then turned and seated himself on the bed, patting the space beside him. "Come, take a seat. Let us converse." At this moment, Zhen Fei found herself in a state of emotional disarray, uncertain of Chunji's intentions. She obediently settled beside him, resting her head upon his shoulder. The atmosphere was steeped in ambiguity, as if anything could transpire in the next heartbeat. Just then, Chunji broke the silence, inquiring, "Do you remember how we first met? Do you recall?" Zhen Fei gently nodded, indicating that you have arrived at our Zhen family's underground treasury. "Then we became acquainted. You have deprived my brother and everyone else of their memories, yet mine remains intact." Chunji gently remarked, "At that time, I placed my trust in you, for I recognized you as a person of integrity, a quality that is exceedingly rare in today's world. Although you are merely an ordinary person, I hold great admiration for your unwavering strength. Therefore, I have entrusted you with some of my secrets, believing that you would never disclose them. In truth, I still possess none." Zhen Fei immediately widened her eyes and earnestly declared, "I have not uttered a single word about your affairs to anyone. Moreover, in any future circumstance, regardless of temptation or even death, I shall never betray you." "I understand." Chunji gently nodded, gazing into Zhen Fei's earnest eyes. "I know you are a person worthy of trust. You will not divulge secrets." Much like your family's private bank, you will always safeguard your employer's confidences. However, you have erred in another regard. You have entertained thoughts that should remain unbidden, leading you to actions that ought not to have been taken. At this juncture, Xiqi appeared reluctant to continue, his compassion evident. He then placed his hand upon Zhen Fei's delicate, serene cheek and lifted her chin. Beholding this exquisite and noble young woman, you are not an ordinary woman. You are a psychological expert, and many have succumbed to your hypnotic prowess. In this regard, you are no weakling. I have been preoccupied recently, never truly contemplating your situation. You have never exhibited anything before me, hence I have never doubted you. Yet, during my unguarded moments, you formatted your heartfelt encouragement into a subtle hypnosis. Zhen Fei gasped in realization, instantly aware of her predicament. She yearned to struggle free, but found herself utterly immobilized. Xiqi's hold on her was unyielding, and at some point, her body had ceased to obey her commands. His gaze remained fixed upon her. I know you have never wished to harm me, and I understand your heart. That is why I summoned you here today. Since this memory was bestowed upon you by me, allow me to personally erase it. No, Zhen Fei's voice trembled, accompanied by a torrent of tears. In an instant, she was weeping profusely, her voice hoarse and breaking. Do not treat me this way. I love you. You may find it hard to believe that I could express such love so easily, but this feeling is devoid of any rationale. I am aware that your world is vast, and in it, I am but a mere speck. Thus, I never intended to intrude. I merely wished to accompany you silently, to gradually capture your attention, to earn your affection, and to make you unable to live without me. You wish to control me slowly, Xiqi remarked, his hand resting on her cheek, silently observing her tear-filled eyes. I have been woefully inattentive to you. The subtle hints interwoven within your words are so minuscule that even an ordinary hypnotist would fail to perceive them. Consequently, you have hypnotized me for so long without my awareness. You believe that through this method, you could manipulate my emotions. However, you are mistaken. Human emotions are the one aspect that cannot be externally controlled. The ultimate result is that you have compromised my mind, and in the end, you shall perish as well. The decision I made to leave you with memories was indeed a mistake, and now I seek to atone for it. No, Zhen Fei cried out hoarsely, seemingly utterly exhausted. You do not understand. You truly do not comprehend. To you, I may be a trivial character, but to me, you are my entire world. I shall never love another besides you. By erasing my memories, you are killing me, Xiqi. I implore you. Please. No. Xiqi offered no further response, silently observing the weary woman before him. Suddenly, he felt that Zhen Fei was indeed quite beautiful, possessing a unique allure, rational, serene, and elegantly resolute. Such a person, akin to a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, truly deserves to be cherished. At that moment, Xiqi extended his hand, gently enveloping Zhen Fei in his embrace, kissing her forehead tenderly. In his arms, Zhen Fei wept helplessly, and Xiqi could feel her scalding tears silently cascading down his neck, merging with his very being. To erase memories through sorcery would devastate the mind, leading to lingering headaches, much like what your brother experienced. Thus, I shall not resort to such measures. I have found other methods, gentler ones. From this moment forth, forget me. Truly, I am sorry. Xiqi then laid Zhen Fei down upon the bed, softly manipulating the air around her, rendering her voiceless, only capable of writhing in agony. He subsequently approached the bathtub, turning on the faucet. With a rush, the tub began to fill with clear water. Before long, bubbling sounds emerged from the depths. A massive fish tail, adorned with colorful scales, erupted from the water. In the next moment, a fearsome mermaid slowly emerged from the tub. In the darkness, her eyes gleamed with a blue light. As she dragged her colossal tail toward Zhen Fei, the celestial peacock announced, "Today marks the conclusion of this significant chapter. I shall rest for 2 days, resuming updates on the 9th, which is the 5th day of the new year. Even I require a brief respite. Thank you all for your understanding. My wish for this year is to improve my erratic sleep patterns and maintain good health. As for the ending, please do not misunderstand. It is still quite early. We have merely reached the final chapter." Chapter 233. The events that followed. A series of events unfolded in due course. Young Master Zhen and Ning Bin departed the city the following day, taking Zhen Fei with them. Young Master Zhen then returned to Beijing, where his film company began to gain significant renown. Studios sprouted across various locations, and a colossal film conglomerate emerged, establishing a formidable presence internationally. This lucrative opportunity proved to be a substantial gain for him. The Bao family held a third of the shares in Zhentang Films, ensuring an annual profit of 13 flowing into their coffers. In contrast to the increasingly challenging heavy industry sector, this sum of money will represent the most significant economic gain for the Bao family in the future. Moreover, Zhen Fei has embarked on a new chapter in her life. As news of her engagement soon surfaced, her fiancé, a child of family friends, is also a doctoral candidate who treats her exceptionally well. They are well matched, both in status and character. To quote Peng Wei, a girl like Zhen Fei is not destined to wander aimlessly. She is akin to a canary that requires tender care. And for her, this outcome is the most favorable. Once these mundane matters were concluded, it was time to organize her own affairs. However, the situation in Xiqi was dire. Since that fateful night when Baoping collapsed, he was hastily returned to Xiqi, where he subsequently coughed up blood and fell into a debilitating illness. According to the shaman, his condition was grave. Multiple energy channels within him had ruptured, disrupting all vital flows. If not addressed properly, in contemporary medical terms, he could become a permanent comatose state. Faced with this predicament, no one dared to act recklessly. Baoping was to recuperate in Xiqi, and no outsiders were permitted to enter. The family business was entirely relinquished, with all external affairs entrusted to Lao Jindo. As for Zhu Nuo, she was dispatched without a chance to utter a word. The Bao family no longer had any place for her. Her brief moment of glory and everything associated with the secluded pavilion was cast aside. It was later reported that, before her departure, the young woman wept bitterly, expressing that ever since her arrival, she had been plagued by nightmares, foreseeing the loss of it all. Sadly, her fears were ultimately realized. Subsequently, Baoping regained consciousness momentarily and issued an urgent decree. All matters of Xiqi were to be overseen by the Jiang clan, granting the clan leader full authority to make significant decisions, command warriors, oversee the council of elders, and manage all personnel within Xiqi, wielding the power of life and death. Following this, the elders of Xiqi convened with Chunji in a formal transfer of authority before all the people of Xiqi, temporarily placing Baoping's sovereignty in the hands of the Jiang clan leader. In this time of crisis, Chunji was granted immense power, holding the fates of countless lives in his grasp. During this period, a piece of good news emerged. Since the passing of Shaoqin Yuyang, changes had also occurred in Changbai Mountain. Xianlin from the Immortal Valley specifically utilized distant communication to relay the message to Chunji. The shamanism of the Jurchen tribe, adept at sensing opportunities and movements, revealed that the denizens of Immortal Valley had been monitoring the activities at the foot of Changbai Mountain. For a considerable time, the entity trapped beneath Mount Bai was restless, frequently causing powerful tremors. Xianlin, sensing the agitation from above, felt as though the mountain was on the verge of collapse, and an overwhelming sense of crisis loomed daily. It seemed that the bronze gates could scarcely contain the entity any longer, threatening to burst forth and unleash an endless inferno upon the world. The copper bell of the shaman temple rings melodiously each day. However, since the appearance of Shaoqin Yuyang, it seems she has truly drawn away many souls of the underworld, causing the powers below to weaken significantly. Following Shaoqin Yuyang's demise, the once-trapped queen of the underworld also fell silent, as if she had succumbed to slumber. This was undoubtedly joyous news, yet it was tinged with sorrow, for Shaoqin Yuyang had indeed vanished. Later, as Osawo recounted, the very first words spoken by Baoping upon awakening were commands to retrieve Shaoqin Yuyang's remains, encasing them in a crystal coffin layered thrice, and then placing her in the Jiang family's great ancestral hall. He ordered the shaman to chant day and night, employing incantations in place of flames, to gradually purify her from this world. When all was concluded, Chunji gradually found solace. He concealed his grief within, no longer dwelling on the minutiae of events. Just as his father had once said during a video call, "Your weakness lies within yourself. Your fear of sacrifice leads to guilt, which morphs into emotion. This is your nature, unchangeable. Thus, let the death of that woman be a blessing," allowing Chunji to sever that lingering thought. Henceforth, he resolved to focus on matters that truly required his attention, for a multitude of tasks awaited him. In the ensuing days, Chunji predominantly resided in the Hall of Destiny, while the daily affairs of Xiqi were managed in collaboration by the Grand Elder Ji Hu and the Chief Warrior Asa. Gue Dao, Ding Ning, and Pang Wei continued their lives within the Hall of Destiny, maintaining the rhythm of their previous existence. Chen Ji, however, dedicated all his energies to the results of his final divination. This particular divination yielded intriguing results. Chen Ji's inquiry was whether the tomb of King Zhou of Shang existed in this world. The response from the cosmos was, "What you seek still exists in the world, not seen by the eyes, nor heard by the ears, nor touched by hands and feet. The emperor shall pass, knowing his fate. Loyal subjects must carve open their hearts, burying flesh and blood. The heart with 7 orifices, a treasure of heaven, cooked to ruin, consumed for millennia. All herbs are used to cook the deity. With the deer, tripod boiling, serve to the king. Though the vessel may shatter, the spirit remains eternal. If you wish to seek it, you must first seek the god of cooking." In other words, the tomb of King Zhou indeed exists and continues to do so. To find it, one must first uncover a unique figure known as the god of cooking. Chapter 234. The god of cooking, as the name suggests. Cooking pertains to the preparation of food, and the god of cooking can be interpreted as the deity of sustenance. In ancient times, cooking held a profoundly significant role. People then did not possess the rich spiritual lives we have today. Men hunted while women gathered, and their daily existence revolved primarily around the mission of satiating hunger. To distinguish themselves from animals, humans began consuming cooked food. At that time, culinary methods were not as diverse as today. The processing of food primarily involved roasting and boiling. Boiling required specific vessels, thus establishing it as a refined method of the elite. In those times, cooking vessels primarily consisted of tripods, including bronze and stone tripods, used to prepare large pots of food for communal sharing. Only the nobility and the affluent could partake, giving rise to the term House of Zhongding. The deity overseeing culinary practices is likely the food god revered in later generations. However, this food god remains shrouded in mystery. Chen Ji conducted extensive investigations into this deity and discovered that, despite the long-standing title of food god, there exists a dearth of clear historical records regarding its origins. The Jiang family's library harbors no references to this deity, not even a mention. Conversely, tales of this god circulate among the common folk. Yet specifics regarding its lineage remain utterly unclear. Even the name of the food god, its gender, is ambiguous. Within the study of astrology and the 5 elements, the food god is associated with the same elemental nature as one's own, referred to as I give life. However, this remains solely within the realm of astrology, and explicit details have never been elucidated. It appears that this deity existed long ago, known to all, yet subsequently became inexplicably forgotten. As investigations into the culinary deity reached an impasse, Chen Ji redirected his focus to another matter: the imperial edict retrieved from the tomb of the celestial fox. Their perilous expedition into the tomb had nearly cost them their lives, and Chen Ji ultimately did not engage in battle with Bai Qian, but was spared by her. Although Bai Qian's actions remained perplexing, it was the ghostly blade that ultimately shredded her to pieces, granting Chen Ji the opportunity to extract the imperial edict safeguarding the tomb. This edict, a blood-written decree personally inscribed by King Zhou of Shang, denounced the savage cruelty of the 9-tailed celestial fox, serving as a plea for external assistance. After its retrieval, the edict was enshrined before the throne of Western Qi, once symbolizing its glory and affirming that Western Qi, as a righteous force, vanquished the 9-tailed celestial fox to claim dominion. Now, however, this edict has transformed into evidence that substantiates the notion that King Zhou of Shang was not as foolish as legend suggests. The edict is inscribed on a fabric of woven gold, an ancient material softer than silk, reserved for those of the highest lineage. Upon discovery, the colorful silk wrapping, due to the divine essence, appeared remarkably pristine. Upon opening, the bloodstains within were vivid and fresh, as if penned moments ago. The blood-written decree, inscribed entirely in divine script, featured a hasty yet vigorous handwriting, indicative of a robust temperament. Its content roughly conveys the following: I humbly beseech the deities of heaven and earth and all living beings. Since my ascension to the throne, my queen, the clan leader of the 9-tailed fox tribe, Su, has committed atrocities beyond enumeration. For generations, the 9-tailed fox tribe has subjected my royal family to countless oppressions and humiliations, treating us as mere fodder. For the fleeting amusement of a few, they constructed the Deer Terrace, burdening the people and depleting the nation's wealth. They gathered dogs, horses, and rare curiosities to enrich the court, simultaneously erecting pools of wine and forests of meat, filling the pools to the brim with wine and hanging meat as if it were foliage. Each feast attracted as many as 3,000 guests, where men and women, stripped of their garments, chased one another in a frenzy of debauchery to satisfy the lewd desires of the Fox clan. The common folk lamented their plight, living in misery worse than death. Under the pretext of quelling rebellion, the Sioux clan devised the torturous punishment of copper pillars coated in oil and ignited with charcoal, compelling the condemned to walk upon them, only to fall into the fiery embers, emitting agonizing cries. When the Sioux clan heard these screams, they reveled in them as if they were the sweetest melodies. I cherished the daughter of Duke Jiao, for she was dignified and frugal, disdaining extravagance and vice, and thus I appointed her as my concubine. Upon learning of this, the Sioux clan, consumed by rage, murdered her, dismembered her flesh, and devoured her before my very eyes. The Fox clan's depravity was inhumane, plunging the citizens of Chaoga into profound suffering, leaving none who did not yearn for a swift demise. The people held unwavering loyalty to me, yet I found myself sending them to the cauldron, a burden too heavy to bear. I yearned to advocate for the populace, wishing for divine intervention to obliterate the nine-tailed Fox clan, to slay Queen Sioux, flay her skin, sever her tendons, and reduce her to ashes with heavenly fire, ensuring she shall never attain rebirth. I long to witness her being scorched in the underworld, with no other desires in this lifetime. This imperial edict concludes here. Signed by Emperor Xian, King Zhou of Shang. The lengthy decree is filled with disarray, with many passages repeated, particularly those detailing the flaying and tendon extraction. It is evident that King Zhou's profound hatred for the nine-tailed fox has reached an unparalleled intensity. In the past, upon discovering this edict, I felt no sense of peculiarity. However, in the present, this decree has transformed into a blatant satire for Xiqi. The reason is simple. If indeed Emperor Xian was seeking external aid, it would imply he was not a foolish ruler, but one striving for betterment. Who then was the intended recipient of this plea for help? Furthermore, if Jiangxia were to seize this edict, arriving with righteous intent to eradicate the nine-tailed fox, why, after the deed was done, did he not stabilize Emperor Xian's reign? Instead, he supported the then feudal Lord Gfa in ascending to the throne of humanity. Is this not an act of treason? Chapter 235. The Legacy of the Divine and Legend. King Zhou of Shang is depicted as an exceedingly tyrannical fool. He was infatuated with the beauty of the nine-tailed fox, Daji, obeying her every whim while oppressing his subjects, committing numerous misdeeds under her seduction. Yet, many historians now harbor doubts. Records from ancient oracle bones suggest that this emperor was not only well-versed in both literature and martial arts, but also exceptionally wise and virtuous. Moreover, this bloody edict reveals that King Zhou's affection for the nine-tailed fox was not as the tale suggests. Rather, his relationship with this divine empress was fraught with animosity. His hatred for her was profound, wishing to flay her and extract her tendons. The edict describes how his beloved concubine, the daughter of Duke Jiao, was brutally slain by the nine-tailed fox, prompting him to furiously pen this blood-soaked missive, entrusted to someone for delivery, to a character capable of administering justice. This affirms a significant truth. During that era, despite the unparalleled power wielded by the nine-tailed fox in the mortal realm, it was still subject to retribution. This enforcer of justice undoubtedly resided at the pinnacle of authority. The monarchs of humanity and all deities should have looked upon him with reverence and trepidation, fearing his judgment. This character is likely the divine emperor among the three ancient gods. Over the years, Chenji has become increasingly familiar with the hierarchy of the three ancient gods. The deities tremble before them, regarding them as the ultimate force. In that time, these gods must have been alive, residing at the apex of the food chain. The subsequent emergence of Jiangxia to punish the nine-tailed fox may very well have been executed under the divine emperor's command. At that moment, Jiangxia must have existed as the executor and messenger of the divine emperor. This raises a question. If this blood letter was a plea for assistance from King Zhou of Shang, then logically, correspondence is a two-way street. After this blood-soaked letter of distress was dispatched, if the recipient acquiesced, should there not be a reply? The image of the divine emperor remains somewhat nebulous in Chenji's mind, yet he believes that, given the conduct of ancient peoples, any formal communication must have been documented in writing. Whether it be an order or a punishment, it could not have been conveyed verbally. if Jiangxia were to act on behalf of the divine emperor to punish the nine-tailed fox. He ought to possess a written decree from the divine emperor to validate his authority. Otherwise, mere words would lack substance, and there would not have been so many deities rallying to his cause. This leads to another inquiry. If such a decree indeed exists, where is it now? Since this is the divine emperor's response to King Zhou of Shang, has it remained in the possession of King Zhou? Chunji has begun to form a rough outline of the divine emperor among the three ancient gods and his enduring lineage. This divine emperor is likely the legendary Fuxi. He has numerous offspring, his bloodline flowing throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia. In human lore, his direct descendant, the Yellow Emperor of the Xianyuan clan, has guided the prosperity of the myriad clans of Huaxia for millennia, thus giving rise to the descendants of Yin and Huang. Regardless of the veracity of these legends, one fact remains certain: Jiangxia is undoubtedly related to him by blood. From this perspective, Chunji also shares the bloodline of this divine emperor. If so, a crucial character in Chunji's mind is becoming increasingly vivid. With a paternal lineage comes a maternal one. Every living being must rely on a maternal womb for gestation. If Fuxi is indeed the divine emperor among the three ancient gods, then the goddess who bore the yellow emperor from among the three ancient gods must be considered as well. At this moment, Chunji recalls the black desert engulfed in flames, the terrifying figure of the drought demoness, and the radiant goddess of the sun who aided the yellow emperor during the battle of the deer, shining like the blazing sun. The thought of shining together with the sun lingers in Chunji's mind as he reflects on everything that transpired in the tomb of the drought deity, contemplating his next destination. That afternoon, after a brief banter between Pang Wei and Ding Ning, they retreated to the yard for a nap. The chill of winter lingered even post-New Year, yet Pang Wei possessed an innate ability to bask in the sun regardless of the impending doom. With a newspaper draped over his face, he reclined in a large plastic chair, seemingly oblivious to the world, perhaps even in slumber. The yard, once home to two such chairs, had been rendered damp by a recent downpour. Chunji tidied up one of the chairs and settled beside Pang Wei, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Hey, what are you thinking about? What's going on?" To Chunji's surprise, Pang Wei was not asleep. He had sensed Chunji's approach, but merely shrugged in disinterest. "Don't bother me. I'm quite vexed. I just lost 2 games to that little brat Ding Ning, and now must treat him to hot pot tonight. Damn it. I should have fed that little rascal to the gods instead. After nurturing him all this time, he has become more ungrateful by the year. That sword saint is such a prodigy, and I was bested like a dog. I've been treating him to hot pot daily for the past few days. It's breaking my heart. I'll take care of tonight's hot pot." Chunji chuckled. "What?" Pang Wei swiftly removed the newspaper from his face, straightening up to regard Chunji. "You better keep your word, don't backtrack later." "Wait, are you truly that generous? Is there something you desire from me?" "Indeed," Chunji replied with a smile, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Pang Wei. "If you have no pressing matters, accompany me to the drought goddess tomb." "What? Not a chance." Pang Wei immediately pushed the cigarette back, replacing the newspaper over his face once more. "Let me make this clear. Everything else is negotiable, but returning to that cursed place is out of the question. I still have nightmares about it. That forsaken spot was reduced to ashes. Who would dare go back? Don't even think about it. Abandon that thought, or our friendship is at stake." "I do have a serious matter," Chunji continued. "Do you recall the grand mural we saw in the drought goddess tomb? The sun goddess radiating brilliance, nurturing all living beings, the progenitor of everything. I have been mulling over this image repeatedly these past few days. Don't you think it bears a striking resemblance to a deity we know well? This deity once mended the heavens, possessing a human body and serpent tail, fashioned from mud and water, giving life to our Huaxia people, whom we revere as our mother." "You mean," Pang Wei suddenly grasped something, pulling the newspaper from his face with urgency, "you're suggesting that the drought god, that terrifying sun goddess, is actually Nuwa?" Chapter 236, Nuwa Precisely. Chunji affirmed, gazing earnestly at Pang Wei. "Surprising, isn't it? The most renowned deity on our Huaxiao soil has been inadvertently overlooked by us. At that time, we did not ponder deeply. These days, I have meticulously revisited many details. The goddess of drought, buried beneath the sacred tree of Fusang, is likely the legendary Enhua. However, she is exceedingly ancient and has undergone numerous tribulations, causing her identity to become increasingly obscure. Chunji's current hypothesis is indeed the result of profound contemplation. Enhua, also known as the Empress Enhua, is the creation goddess in ancient Chinese mythology. It is said that she fashioned humanity by molding yellow clay in her own image, thereby establishing human society and the institution of marriage, earning her the title of Mother of all living beings. When the heavens collapsed and the earth was on the brink of destruction, she melted colorful stones to mend the sky and severed the feet of a giant turtle to stabilize the four corners of the world, ultimately saving all creatures. Thus, Enhua is revered as the Mother of the Earth, widely worshipped as the primordial goddess, holding an unparalleled position since ancient times. However, throughout the annals of Chinese history, Enhua's status has fluctuated, and her origins have spawned numerous interpretations. Some historians believe that Enhua was a deity created during the matriarchal clans of Huaxia. Legend has it that Enhua is the mother of all things, reigning above all deities, with Fuxi and other gods beneath her. Yet, others posit that Enhua and Fuxi were marital partners. According to tradition, Fuxi and Enhua were originally common ancestors, both kin and spouses, revered as supreme deities, from whom the Huaxia civilization descended. In essence, Enhua has perpetually symbolized the ultimate creator and maternal figure in the hearts of the Huaxia people. Ah, how intriguing! Pang Wei is evidently fascinated by Chun Zhi's conjecture, mending the heavens, creating humanity. With such a connection to Fuxi, as you suggest, it indeed seems plausible. Regrettably, I was unable to enter the divine tomb. Otherwise, I would have glimpsed the visage of our maternal figure. I wonder if she embodies the beauty and benevolence of legend. Trust me, you would not wish to encounter her. Chun Zhi mused upon the formidable figure of the goddess of drought, a terrifying silhouette traversing the magma, and shook his head with a wry smile. This Enhua diverges greatly from our legends. At least her current appearance bears no trace of benevolence. Nevertheless, at the moment we finally entered the tomb of the drought goddess, I beheld a series of ancient murals. Despite the time constraint, I scrutinized the content with great diligence. Those depictions provided me with a wealth of new insights regarding the three ancient deities. Previously, I was reluctant to delve too deeply, perceiving the bloodlines of the ancient gods as largely unattainable and not worth extensive contemplation. However, as I journeyed further, my intrigue in their bloodlines intensified. I sensed that many legendary battles were indeed rooted in reality, albeit with slight deviations from the tales we know. Numerous discrepancies and gaps exist within those legends, rendering many events perplexing. For instance, while it is suggested that Enhua was intricately connected to the downfall of the Shang dynasty, the specifics of this relationship remain tenuous at best. However, based on our current understanding, if the incantation of extermination attributed to Jiangxia was indeed acquired from her, then she undeniably played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Otherwise, Jiangxia, a mere mortal, would lack the power to vanquish deities. Your argument is not without merit, Fat Wei concurred. Yet there is something you must comprehend. What is your true intention in returning to the tomb of the drought deity? If your desire is merely to gaze upon those murals once more, then such an endeavor is utterly unnecessary. However, if you wish to converse with that female drought deity, I must advise against it. Remember what I once told you. The departed cannot be treated as the living. Much like the animated corpses of ancient times, they may have been emperors or sages in life, perhaps even more cultured than ourselves. But what are they once deceased? Merely lifeless shells, incapable of communication. Should you attempt to engage them, they might retaliate. According to your earlier statement, that drought deity has long since transformed into a colossal version of a Zongzi, traversing the molten depths, truly terrifying. The blade nearly shattered in her grasp. Under such circumstances, what purpose would your return serve? Do you expect to call her mother, only to be greeted with a tender smile and a warm embrace? Wake up. It would be a miracle if she refrained from biting you. You will gain nothing from her. Yet I always yearn to return, Qin Ji softly confessed. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something there. Something I have yet to perceive. As long as I have seen it, it can be addressed, Fat Wei interjected. There is no need to physically return to the tomb of the drought deity. Many methods exist. Have you forgotten that you possess an extraordinarily formidable father? That old man's hypnotic prowess can transport you back to any place you have previously visited. The details you overlooked last time can be scrutinized anew. Chen Ji fell silent, reflecting on Fat Wei's astute remarks. If he wished to revisit the tomb of the drought deity, indeed, there were superior methods. Hypnosis was one, and Chen Ji could augment its efficacy with incantations, rendering every detail he once encountered vividly clear, as if he were truly returning to the tomb. Upon his return, Chunji promptly initiated an online call to his father. Chun Yang now lived a rather simple life, spending each day by his computer, and Chunji's call connected swiftly. Upon hearing his son's request, Chun Yang expressed confidence, explaining that the human brain can record everything the eyes have witnessed. However, these memories are stored in different compartments, some accessible while others remain elusive, leading to forgetfulness. Yet hypnosis can unearth the most profound memories within the cerebral cortex, reflecting all that was seen back into consciousness. Devoid of any subjective alteration, after deliberating, Chunji proceeded to formulate additional incantations to ensure he remained lucid during hypnosis, as though visiting his own memories. On that very night, Chun Yang employed remote video to hypnotize Chunji. Under the influence of some suggestive melodies, Chunji swiftly succumbed to slumber. He sank deeply into sleep, his entire being relaxed, as if he were a cloud drifting into the ether. Upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in darkness, the familiar scent of charred remnants gradually wafting through his cerebral cortex. He realized he had returned to the desolate god of drought's tomb, now to be referred to as the Tomb of Enwa. Chapter 237. The Tomb of Enwa. The acrid aroma of black ash invaded Chunji's nostrils, causing every nerve in his body to tense with apprehension. The human memory of fear is remarkably enduring. Chunji recalled this as the site where they had nearly lost their lives, consumed by flames and rendered to ashes in the void of darkness. This was the subterranean realm of the god of drought in Rizhao, Shandong, an area devoid of oxygen where they had faced harrowing odds. Ghost Blade sustained grave injuries, and Fat Wei nearly perished. The horrifying figures of the drought's spirits and that venerable, white-haired deity slave lingered terrifyingly in Chunji's recollections. At that time, they were unaware that they had ventured into the fabled burial site of the Enwa goddess, revered through millennia in Huaxia. The method of hypnosis combined with incantation proved remarkably effective, allowing Chunji to swiftly regain lucidity within his memories. It felt as if he had been resurrected within the god of drought's tomb once more. Everything was strikingly vivid. Even the sulfurous scent in the air was identical, devoid of any dissonance. Yet, upon this return, the perilous entities were absent. No drought spirits, no ancient deity slave, no raging flames or rivers of lava. All was desolate. What remained was an endless expanse of black desert, alongside the colossal statue of the forgotten goddess. Chen now stood at the riverbank at the fringe of the desert. The magnificent goddess statue loomed before him, her feet resembling great ships, and looking up, he could no longer see her crown. The goddess's face was shrouded in black veils, exuding an eerie mystery in the darkness. One palm facing downwards, her gaze lowered upon Chunji, as though whispering secrets concealed by the passage of time. A ruby ring lay abandoned at the goddess's feet, emanating a crimson glow that pierced through the darkness ahead, revealing an expanse of endless black desert. Chunji silently retrieved the ring, recalling its significance. During their previous visit, the surrounding conditions had been exceedingly harsh, suffused with sweltering heat. The air warped and twisted under the intense temperature. The view ahead was obscured in darkness, with oxygen in short supply, rendering their bodies trembling and eventually convulsing from the oppressive heat and extreme fatigue. Here, one could discern no direction. The horizon was a shroud of gloom. As the flames of the god of drought incinerated all, no remnants of structures or landmarks remained. Everything had been reduced to an infinite expanse of black dust. They had been utterly lost, and Chunji recalled the desperation of that moment, trapped in a predicament with no way forward or back. However, they inadvertently came into possession of this ring, which possesses a ruby that emits a crimson light, illuminating the path ahead. It was through the guidance of this very ring that they ultimately discovered the resting place of the drought god. At that moment, Chunji did not ponder excessively. He merely recognized that this was a possession of the drought deity. In retrospect, it is possible that this object had once belonged to Nuwa. As this thought crossed his mind, Chunji felt that the image of Nuwa seemed less distant. He rotated the ring, examining the intricate details with great care. This was a ring of exquisite craftsmanship, with layers of filigree, precious metals, and intricate engravings that surpassed human artistry. The inner side of the ring bore several rows of minuscule script, which Chunji scrutinized closely. As he remembered, It was inscribed with divine characters that shone in harmony with the sun. This script lacked adjectives, presenting its content in a remarkably direct manner. If it spoke of shining in concert with the sun, then the owner of this ring truly embodied that brilliance. It appears that this goddess's stature is undeniably supreme. The ruby atop the ring continues to emit a radiant beam, illuminating the path ahead with clarity. This time, there are no swirling sands or explosive magma. Chunji walks along the crimson light across the black desert, feeling no heat beneath his feet and breathing with ease, as if traversing a surreal landscape. The road beneath him seems to have shortened. After a while, he arrives at the majestic volcano from his memory. Here, the beam of light from the ring gradually expands, revealing the full visage of the area it illuminates. The dark expanse before him is an unfathomable abyss, characterized by sheer cliffs and barren rock faces. A quintessential dormant volcanic crater. Peering into the depths of the crater, he sees an abyssal darkness, with gusts of wind occasionally threatening to sweep him into the volcano, accompanied by the pungent scent of sulfur wafting from within. This volcanic crater is truly awe-inspiring. The surrounding rocks are hard and dark, and the depths appear immeasurable. Chunji recalls the ancient texts that describe the enigma of dormant volcanoes in times long past. The origins of their formation are intricate and steeped in myth and legend. Throughout history, there have been tales of colossal dragons swirling within many volcanoes, said to be immense creatures capable of spewing fire, lying in slumber within the volcanoes. It is believed that when these dragons roar, the fiery magma erupts from below, resulting in volcanic explosions. There are also legends that portray volcanoes as prisons for deities, where enemies are confined within the magma, watched over by dragons. When the volcano erupts, it is said to coincide with the prisoner's desperate attempts to escape. From the perspective of modern science, however, volcanoes are the result of geological changes within the Earth's layers. Beneath the crust, at depths of 100 to 150 kilometers, there lies a liquid zone containing molten silicate materials, known as magma. Once this magma breaches the Earth's surface through weak points in the crust, it manifests as a volcano. Volcanoes are classified into active, dormant, and extinct categories, with the latter being the most perilous. Volcanic eruptions represent one of the most devastating forces on Earth, unleashing energy that incinerates the surrounding landscape. However, contemporary geologists have astonishingly discovered well-polished markings within many ancient volcanoes. Some of these volcanic chambers are exceedingly deep, rendering them inaccessible even to modern technology, yet they have yielded colossal adornments akin to funerary artifacts, leaving their origins utterly enigmatic. Before Chunji lies an active volcano, deeply ensconced beneath the Earth's surface. While it appears dormant on the outside, the geological fissures and lava vents in the vicinity emit warmth, suggesting it may be a sleeping giant poised to awaken. A beam of light from a ring penetrates directly beneath this volcanic mouth. This is a path Chunji traversed in the past, and upon his return, he vividly recalls the thrill of that experience. Reflecting on it now, the depth and temperature of the descent seem perilously reckless. The rope he used then still remains, its iron hook firmly lodged in the volcanic wall, the other end dangling into the abyss. Grasping the rope securely, Chunji leaps into the darkness below. Chapter 238, The Tomb of Enwa, Part 2. Perhaps due to the familiarity embedded in his memories, this descent was not as arduous as before. The 90-degree extended freefall did not leave him feeling fatigued, and as the rope neared its end, Chunji reached the bottom. Although he knew he was navigating through the shadows of memory, the surroundings still blurred the lines of reality. The volcanic walls radiated searing heat, and the acrid scent of sulfur stung his nostrils. Upon touching solid ground, he was enveloped by a mist of ethereal vapors, with glimmers of treasure shining in the darkness. It dawned on Chunji that there existed a barrier blocking the volcanic mouth, an obstacle that had prevented the goddess within from escaping. He recalled the numerous remnants left by Jiangxia at this barrier, leading him to suspect that it was indeed crafted by him. Jiangxia must have entered for a specific purpose, acquiring something of significance before sealing the entrance and imprisoning the goddess within. This perspective suggests that Jiangxia harbored a somewhat ruthless intent. Yet, upon deeper reflection, if the goddess below truly represents Enwa, it appears overly ambitious for Jiangxia to seek to confine her. Thus, when Jiangxia initially approached the goddess, he likely did so in a humble plea for assistance. However, after departing, he adopted a different guise, reinforcing the barrier and entombing the goddess within. This barrier may not have originally been the handiwork of Jiangxia. Shining his flashlight downward, Chunji beheld a circular, multicolored stone slab in the darkness beneath his feet, at the center of which coiled a vividly animated black stone dragon. The craftsmanship of the stone sculpture is remarkably vivid, subtly revealed in the glow of the sunset, showcasing the ethereal body of the dragon adorned with colorful scales. However, this dragon bears a fearsome visage, as if it has endured immense suffering, its claws bared, fangs glistening with blood, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. This colossal dragon seems entirely encased within the immense five-colored stone slab, as though it has melted into it. The surface of the stone slab is smooth and warm, with vapor rising like a grand circular lid, sealing the volcano's mouth tightly. Each position on the slab is inscribed with distinct fierce curses, the handiwork of Jiangxia. When Chunji last visited this place, he was plagued by a singular question. The black stone dragon appeared too lifelike, its ferocity palpable, almost as if it were a living entity. He even entertained the notion that this dragon was not merely a stone carving, but a living dragon, ensnared by some arcane spell and rendered immobile within the stone, serving as a sentinel, best petrified in such a manner. The most compelling way to validate his suspicion would be to cut through the dragon's hide and ascertain whether its interior was stone or bone. In truth, Chunji had long desired to undertake this task, as the image of the black dragon lingered persistently in his memory, teasing a terrifying hypothesis. According to the information he had gathered, this was no ordinary dragon, but a wingless Yinglong. In this realm of memory, Chunji remained clad in his work attire. He switched on the spotlight and directed its beam toward the horizon, meticulously scrutinizing the dragon's entirety. He observed the black dragon in anguish, its body surging downward, with two distinct wounds along its spine. Approaching, he gently explored the wound, feeling a chilling sensation in his hand. Drawing out a dagger, he carefully sliced along the wound, and soon enough, his conjecture was confirmed. From the dragon's wound emerged a clearly defined fragment of wing bone. Chunji understood that this had once been a living Yinglong. In ancient Chinese legends, dragons originally began as water serpents, transforming into jiaos after 500 years, evolving into dragons after a millennium, and further into horned dragons and Yinglong after additional centuries. The Yinglong is a winged dragon of immense stature, which, during the Great Flood, used its tail to carve rivers and guide water to the sea. Only those of divine lineage could summon the Yinglong. This barrier had been breached before, and Chunji recalled the method to unlock it. Approaching the dragon's head, he thrust his hand into its maw, grasping a hidden iron ball and pulling with all his might. With a resounding clank, he extracted a black iron chain, over a meter long and as thick as a wrist. Upon spitting out the chain, the dragon's head twisted to the side, instantly releasing a pungent scent of sulfur, revealing a gaping hole wide as a well. It was an inverted entrance, sealing shut behind anyone who dared to enter. It seemed the narrowness of this entrance was designed to prevent whatever lay below from emerging. Waves of sulfuric odor wafted up from below, the temperature at the mouth of the hole exceedingly high, with heat rising like steam from a boiling pot. Chunji crouched to peer down, then sprang forth, leaping through the gap. The crevice was exceedingly narrow. Upon entering, one would find a naturally formed cavern, resembling a fissure in the mountainside created by geological movements, leading to a steep, downward passage enveloped in profound darkness, seemingly extending deep into the heart of the volcano. As one ascended through the narrowing gap, it became impossible for two individuals to pass side by side, surrounded by large, jagged stones with sharp edges. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of sulfur, akin to crawling upon a razor's edge. Furthermore, from the very entrance, the rock walls of this mountain fissure were inscribed with an intricate tapestry of ancient divine runes. These inscriptions appeared chaotic, their script remarkably archaic, with many fragments having crumbled away, presenting a modeled display within the confines of the narrow space. At that time, Chunji had little inclination to examine these inscriptions, believing them to be indecipherable relics of antiquity. His mind solely focused on hastily venturing deeper to fulfill his mission. However, as time passed, and he revisited these ancient texts with a more discerning eye, he discovered they contained a wealth of recognizable content. These runes were indeed extraordinarily ancient, far more primordial than any he had previously encountered. Upon reconstructing the fragmented characters, A peculiar structure began to emerge, a primordial framework of incantations intertwining fierce spells with numerous archaic symbols, forming a dual chain link that served both as a curse and a declaration. Central to these chains was a name, Fuxi. The power of these incantations was immensely ancient, their potency long since eroded beyond estimation. Yet certain significant terms emerged from the chaos. Creator goddess, mankind creation, repairing the sky, union with mortals, divine marriage, gaining the divine child, blocking the sea. Consort of the goddess of heaven, descending wife, divine sovereign. These fragmented, archaic words swirled around the name Fuxi, as if recounting an extraordinarily ancient tale. As before, Chunji commenced his crawl within this crevice. Navigating through the low passage demanded immense fortitude, with the entire fissure sloping nearly 40 degrees downward, devoid of steps, making it all too easy to slide back down. The interior varied in width, with surrounding rocks resembling blades, and the oppressive heat rendered it arduous for a normal person to endure. Chunji recalled that by the time he reached this point, he was utterly exhausted, gravely injured and spitting blood, persevering only through sheer willpower. In revisiting this memory, he could still discern the splotches of blood within his hood. The scent of sulfur grew increasingly potent, the rocks darkened, and began to exhibit a kaleidoscope of colors, remnants of high-temperature melting by mica. This volcano was in a state of excitement, highly unstable, and perhaps one day, in a decade or so, it would erupt unexpectedly. The journey ahead became more arduous. The fissures ahead abruptly narrowed, with a jumble of stones creating a minuscule gap for passage. After approximately 20 minutes of navigation, the crevice widened, revealing an exit. Here lay a vast expanse, measuring 6 or 7 meters in width, strewn with stones of various sizes and remnants of ancient carvings, each appearing remarkably peculiar. At that moment, Chunji lacked the inclination to examine these artifacts closely. However, now he picked up a carved stone, brushed off the dust beneath the spotlight, and meticulously caressed it, revealing the original form of the carvings. This was a dual-figure sculpture, crudely chiseled, its edges worn down beyond recognition, likely one of the oldest artifacts imaginable. Yet upon closer scrutiny, it was discernible as a depiction of a man and a woman in union, exaggerated in form, somewhat reminiscent of the joyous deity from Tibetan Buddhism, with a base that was charred black. Such sculptures were prevalent in ancient times when people revered the divine, often carving representations of their supreme gods to place upon altars for offerings, ignited in worship. From a physiological perspective, these dual figures, although representing a male and a female, initially emphasized the female form, grand and dominant, while the male appeared diminutive. However, in later sculptures, the male figures evidently grew larger, gradually asserting dominance, reflecting the evolving nature of worship during that era. Chunji adjusted the spotlight's beam and ventured further inward, taking deep breaths to stabilize his emotions. If memory served him correctly, a cave lay ahead, the very destination of his journey, where the ancient mural awaited. After traversing a distance, the cave finally materialized. It was a naturally formed cavern, narrow in space, imbued with an oppressive atmosphere. At the deepest recess of the cave was a relatively flat rock wall, upon which was painted the mural that lingered in Chunji's memory. The colors of the mural were remarkably vivid, the pigments crafted from materials far beyond contemporary capabilities, employing an abundance of blood-red hues that shimmered under the spotlight, as if the rock itself were seeping blood. The mural was intricately divided into 3 main sections, each chronicling events from different eras, yet when integrated, they appeared remarkably cohesive. This resplendent mural depicted a plethora of themes: mountains, rivers, fish, insects, flowers, birds, and beasts, as if it were a portrayal of everything that existed in that world. The mural commenced with a goddess, bare and seated upon a throne. This goddess was extraordinarily tall, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, the resplendent sun beside her appearing dim in comparison. The throne of the goddess evidently floats upon the clouds, her visage partially veiled in black, surrounded by numerous naked handmaidens. Below the clouds lies a row of bound men, enslaved and prostrating themselves before the goddess. The third segment of the mural is the most resplendent. The figures depicted are abundant. The handmaidens have descended from the clouds and are entwined with the men on the ground. Among them, one man stands apart, audaciously leaping onto the clouds to unite with the goddess upon her throne. In this moment, the goddess assumes a stature akin to that of a mortal, embracing the man amidst an unreserved display of intimacy, raw and unabashed. The final mural serves as the conclusion of this grand tableau. The throne in the heavens is now empty, devoid of the goddess. Upon returning to the earth, the man is adorned with a gleaming crown, cradling a radiant infant, as those around him kneel in reverence. In the right corner of this depiction, a magnificent tree stretches across the canvas, its branches entwined, reaching vertically from above to below, while its roots intertwine intricately, delving deep into the ground. This tree unmistakably resembles the sacred Fusang tree that Xiqi has encountered in ancient scrolls. At the very base of the roots, in a vacant space, lies the once supreme goddess, now motionless and lifeless, having been unseated from her throne. Xiqi approached the area depicting the infant and scraped away the overlay, revealing the original image beneath. Indeed, a baby's head was concealed there, indicating that the man who ascended to the throne to unite with the goddess had brought forth a twin. Stepping back to survey the mural as a whole, Xiqi noted that it bore no discrepancies from his memory. The hidden twin was something he had long recognized. However, in his previous haste, he had not taken the time to ponder its implications. Yet, upon this meticulous examination, he could immediately ascertain one critical truth: the mural is incomplete. From an artistic perspective, a fundamental requirement for any painting is compositional integrity, particularly in ancient Chinese murals, which emphasize symmetry and balance, rarely exhibiting an imbalance where one side is disproportionately larger than the other. In this instance, the overall composition is discordant. The left side of the mural is disproportionately large, suggesting that a significant section of the artwork is absent from the right corner. Chapter 240. The reversal of yin and yang. This cavern is shrouded in darkness, with the wall in the lower right corner of the mural charred black, concealed in obscurity and thus easily overlooked. Upon encountering this dim, muted blackness, Xiqi was struck by a profound instinct that a secret lay hidden within. It pertains to the origins of the divine race. During his initial visit, he had overlooked the significance of this burnt and darkened surface, but now, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the texture of the rock bore immense significance. Many are aware that the most ancient substance on this planet is soil, which has existed since the formation of the earth and continues to persist today. Different types of soil can indicate various geological locations and can also infer the era in which events transpired. For instance, the formation of volcanic soil is closely tied to tectonic shifts and extreme temperatures, elements that are incredibly difficult to replicate in contemporary times. The black surface on this rock is not merely charred by fire. Rather, it has been coated with a special type of soil, then dried with intense heat, concealing whatever lies beneath. This particular soil, imbued with a shimmering green hue, is no longer attainable in today's age. According to the records in the Jiang family's library, this verdant soil existed only in the distant epochs of antiquity. This luminescent green soil possesses a unique property: it can obscure spells. Thus, any enchantment previously cast upon this wall would vanish without a trace once coated with this soil. As Xiqi stood before the dark green rock, he deduced that a formidable spell must be concealed beneath. Should this spell be unraveled, it could unveil astonishing revelations, perhaps an ancient secret or a truth that subverts myth. Xiqi searched his memories for descriptions of the goddess. During his initial visit, he had encountered a magnificent mural depicting the Battle of Mu, illustrating the grand conflict between the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the fierce Qiyu, who summoned devastating floods that could not be subdued. In that critical moment, the radiant sun goddess appeared, aiding her son, the Yellow Emperor, in drying up the waters and securing victory. In the legends of Huaxia, Qiyu is emblematic of malevolence, and if the tales hold true, he was the last of the demon kings. Thus, the Battle of Mu was a decisive clash between gods and demons, during which the primordial goddess achieved a monumental feat, establishing the dominion of the descendants of Yin and Huang upon this land. Regrettably, following this war, the Yellow Emperor failed to acknowledge his mother's contributions. On the contrary, he imprisoned her once more, leading to the erasure of Nuwa's name, and she became vilified as the drought demon, a symbol of calamity. Xiqi found himself perplexed, pondering what could have compelled the Yellow Emperor to commit such incomprehensible acts. Judged by contemporary morals, it appears utterly inhumane. Even by the logic of that era, such behavior seems unnecessary and profoundly bewildering. During their last visit, They had speculated that the Yellow Emperor might have felt ashamed of his mother's identity. However, upon reflection, this reasoning seems implausible. If one were to discard the slanderous label of drought demon, is there a goddess more noble than Nuwa? What could have driven the Yellow Emperor to such extremes, summoning his mother to aid him in battle, only to repay her kindness with betrayal and confinement? There exists but a singular, irrefutable reason, namely, that during that epoch, the illustrious Huangdi of Xianyuan was under the shadow of another formidable authority, his father. The three murals above reveal a man of extraordinary arrogance, audaciously leaping onto the celestial throne to consort with the goddess. Subsequently, he brought forth a child, adorned with a diadem. This man was none other than Fuxi. The first sovereign of the Huaxiao realm, Huangdi, was the offspring delivered by Fuxi, one of the twin progeny. It was from that moment that divine lineage emerged, and the patriarchal society supplanted the matriarchal. The primordial goddess, too, was subjugated by her husband and child. Descending from her lofty position, Chunji placed his hand upon the obsidian rock, reciting incantations with deliberate cadence. The verdant, luminescent mud smeared upon it soon dried and began to crack and flake away. Ultimately, the ancient mural, concealed beneath, was unveiled, a strikingly vivid depiction, far more resplendent than the previous three. The colors blazed like blood, and in comparison to the earlier murals, this one was the most sanguinary and realistic. Indeed, the goddess had been cast down from her throne, her hair unkempt, howling in madness. Her form loomed colossal, wreaking havoc upon the heavens and the seas, as the earth trembled beneath her feet. Yet, her limbs were ensnared by colossal chains, magnificent in their ability to expand and contract with her form, akin to the divine iron chains discovered by Chunji and his companions in the depths of Mongolia. In the end, the goddess was tightly bound by these chains, and her immense body became the target of relentless assault. This was an arduous battle, replete with many combatants, led by none other than the man who had once consorted with the goddess. Ultimately, this man descended from the heavens, wielding a radiant silver weapon, and struck a fatal blow to the goddess's head. With that devastating impact, she collapsed to the ground, akin to a fallen mountain. Subsequently, that man dragged her into the volcano, sealing her within, while a great dragon coiled above, guarding the fiery maw. At last, the man ascended into the air. Claiming the throne once occupied by the goddess, crowned and radiant, he became the divine emperor. Those who had previously aided him in battle stood by his side, emanating a brilliant sheen, transformed into deities. Countless mortals prostrated themselves in veneration, heralding a new cosmic order. The two infants, crowned and with hands raised in reverence, worshipped their father. At this juncture, Chunji comprehended profoundly. There were neither grievances nor vendettas. The catalyst for all these events was merely a primal and simplistic motive, the struggle for power. Marriage is an ancient and traditional construct. All beings in the world embody the duality of yin and yang, male as yang and female as yin, and the union of yin and yang begets offspring. Yet, absolute fairness is a myth. Within the realm of yin and yang, one must inevitably prevail over the other. However, if we consider the circumstances depicted in this mural, it suggests that in ancient times, there existed a societal structure where the feminine was revered above the masculine, a matriarchal society, as we would now term it. Subsequently, the figure of Fuxi emerged, who, through divine matrimony, sought to elevate himself beyond the shadows of his wife. Consequently, he felt compelled to subdue this goddess, not due to a conflict of affections, but rather because of the primal struggle for power. For if this goddess were to ascend once more to the heavens, she would wield dominion over the cosmos, and Fuxi, as the sovereign deity, would cease to exist. Chapter 241. Mythological History. Song Chunji gazed silently at the ancient, violent, and brutally vivid mural before him, feeling little emotional upheaval. Even though he understood the content of this mural, he found it impossible to relate the current scene to any moral framework. That era was so distant, so far removed from the need for moral judgment, operating entirely under the laws of the jungle, where life and death and strength and weakness dictated the rules. It was akin to a distant epic belonging to the realm of the divine. In this world, civilization is built upon the foundation of survival. The mythological histories of all nations are fraught with savagery and slaughter. In the Greek mythos, a civilization equally ancient, Zeus, the king of the gods, was born of paternal murder. Zeus was the offspring of Cronus, the Titan god, a manifestation of time's creative and destructive forces, who devoured all, exhibiting unparalleled brutality, having consumed many of his own children. Sensing the impending birth of Zeus, he intended to devour him as well. Yet, Zeus's mother concealed him in a cave, thus allowing him to survive and grow, ultimately leading his brothers in the overthrow of their father. They then claimed dominion over the sky, the sea, and the underworld. Such seemingly heinous acts birthed Greek civilization. Of course, this is merely an ancient myth, and the veracity of its elements or the existence of these gods need not be scrutinized. One may simply appreciate it as a tale. However, the events unfolding upon this land of Huaxiao are both bloody and tangible. The goddess, towering as a mountain, the defiant and arrogant man, the world ablaze and inundated, all represent the primordial state of Huaxia civilization. As a descendant of this rich heritage, Zhenji felt both ethereal and profoundly real in the face of it all. He suddenly perceived his own insignificance, feeling unworthy to discuss the grand narratives of right and wrong in the vast river of Huaxia's millennia. He felt like a mere grain of sand. Zhenji stepped closer to examine the intricate details of the ancient mural. Fuxi struck the goddess on her forehead with a silver weapon, and in that scene, the brilliance of the weapon radiated magnificently, unfurling through the air like a great silver dragon. This weapon was one he was intimately familiar with, the divine rod he now held. In that era, the divine rod shimmered with such glory that even the goddess would tremble before it. Once upon a time, this divine whip indeed belonged to the esteemed Fuxi. Beneath the goddess's feet lay a figure, bound to her thigh, assisting in the battle. Cloaked in darkness, this imposing figure bore a mane of hair that swirled like a venomous serpent, though devoid of features. The silhouette evoked memories of an ancient deity that Zhenji could never forget, Emperor Fengdu. In that era, Emperor Fengdu appeared youthful and formidable, exuding an aura of ferocity. It seemed that long ago, in an ancient conflict, he and Fuxi had stood united on the same front, toppling the goddess from her celestial throne and dividing the land between them. Henceforth, Fuxi reigned over the earthly realm, while the deity of the underworld governed Fengdu's ghost city and the realm of the dead. This was the genesis of the three ancient gods. As Zhenji traced the image of Fuxi, he marveled at the intriguing ancient depictions, pondering the artists who had sketched them. They seemed to eschew meticulous detail in favor of a more abstract representation. Yet, upon closer inspection, the intricate nuances revealed a deeper beauty. From this artwork, Zhenji discerned Fuxi's visage, a rugged man with a strikingly strong jawline, his physique towering and robust, somewhat divergent from modern human form. The details of his features were blurred, obscuring his true appearance. However, his eyes were exceptionally striking. Upon closer examination, they were a mesmerizing shade of purple, reminiscent of the color that emanated from Zhenji's eyes in moments of rage. Divine Emperor, Zhenji murmured as he carefully traced the profile of the mural. Ultimately, Fuxi was depicted seated upon the clouds, his form colossal enough to overshadow the entire sky, radiating with 5 hues, one of which gleamed with a brilliant golden light. Do you know? The power to bestow divinity has now fallen upon me. I am, at this moment, the sole descendant of both you and the goddess, Zhenji whispered, caressing the resplendent form of Fuxi in the mural. Suddenly, the ruby ring upon his finger burst forth with light once more, glowing like a bulb, its vivid crimson brilliance pulsating as if a surge of red energy was poised to erupt. Instinctively, Zhenji glanced ahead. He recalled that behind this mural lay a concealed door, leading to the molten cavern that imprisoned the goddess. To this day, he still encountered nightmares of the towering goddess, her wrathful roars echoing as she traversed the lava. The terrifying silhouette was an apparition he wished never to behold again. Yet, at that moment, for reasons unknown, he found himself yearning to see the goddess again, to inquire about the true nature of this world. Just then, the ruby ring emitted a radiant flare, which suddenly shot forth a beam of red light, piercing straight towards Zhenji's back. Simultaneously, a gentle hand rested upon his shoulder. The warmth of the hand was exceedingly intense, akin to the searing heat of a furnace. Zhenji's immediate instinct was to break free, yet he soon realized he was utterly powerless to do so. At that moment, he distinctly sensed the presence of another individual behind him, someone whose strength far surpassed his own, a being capable of crushing him like an ant with the slightest effort. An unsettling feeling washed over Zhenji. prompting him to grasp his own thumb with urgency. This gesture was a covert signal previously established with his father. The region was a fusion of illusion and hypnosis, a realm where space and reality melded seamlessly, with hypnosis serving as the gateway. They had deliberated on this plan, agreeing that should an unforeseen circumstance arise, Chunji would pinch his thumb to awaken his neural senses and thus escape the hypnotic domain, evading the imminent dangers within. However, peculiarly, regardless of how tightly he clutched his thumb, this world remained unchanged, rendering him immobile, while the heat emanating from the figure behind him intensified. Who could it be? Panic surged in Chunji's heart, a long-forgotten terror resurfacing. Could it be her, given the overwhelming warmth? Chapter 242. The voice of the goddess, the force looming behind him, was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond any measure of estimation. The hand was infernally hot, seemingly capable of melting everything in existence. In that fleeting moment, Chunji felt as though he had connected to another realm, entering the memories of a magnificent being. It was an ancient recollection, so old that it was nearly indistinct yet palpably real. In that time, darkness enveloped the area, with black ashes strewn everywhere, and glimmers of ancient incantations shining through the cracks. The dual sculptures that adorned the space appeared far less weathered than they did now. A figure clad in a white robe cautiously emerged from the shadows, long hair cascading down and a simple hairpin adorning their head. Trembling, the figure crept forward, resembling a white mouse in this dark tomb. Utilizing magic, they created a fissure in the mural on the wall and slipped inside. After an extensive period, they re-emerged, their once pristine white robe now stained with crimson incantations. These spells, inscribed in grand letters, seemed to possess life, gradually merging with their aura, even in ash form. Chunji recognized those incantations. They were the most formidable offensive spells from the Jiang family's lineage, the divine slaughtering incantation. It was he, Jiangxia. Realization dawned upon Chunji regarding the vision before him. He had long pondered this mystery. How could Jiangxia, a mere demigod, wield such potent spells for slaying deities? It became evident that on a fateful day 5 millennia ago, Jiangxia had stealthily infiltrated this divine tomb. At that time, the creator goddess may still have been alive, imprisoned within this volcano, confined behind the walls. Chunji could not fathom the means by which Jiangxia communicated with this grand goddess. Yet one thing was certain. He had employed some method to deceive her and acquire the divine slaughtering incantation. Subsequently, akin to the ungrateful Emperor Xianyuan, he sealed the goddess away once more, never to return to this place again. Henceforth, the goddess remained imprisoned behind the rocky facade, perishing amidst the magma, never to emerge again. So it was, indeed it was so. Chunji's mind raced, suddenly grasping this truth. The incantation to slay the gods truly originated from here. It all made sense now. Everything fell into place. However, what exactly did Jiangxia utter at that time to deceive the goddess into lending him such a crucial spell? Did he promise to liberate her? To restore her dominion over this world? This was the only conceivable possibility. Thus, Jiangxia had deceived once more, audaciously daring to mislead the goddess of creation. A child of the gods places utmost value on promises. Could his repeated acts of deception still be deemed divine? As Chunji's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a profoundly heavy and hoarse female voice resonated from behind him. The voice was so husky and weighty that it seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the universe. It articulated a remarkably archaic and precise divine script, each word embedding itself into Chunji's consciousness. Those who defy heaven and break oaths, reveal yourselves to the world. Find him. After the voice faded, Chunji felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and the control slipped away. He abruptly turned around, only to witness an indescribable brilliance erupting behind him. The radiance was so intense that it was beyond imagination, capable of blinding the eyes of any onlooker. As if the entirety of existence would be melted by this blinding light. If one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be shining alongside the sun. In an instant, Chunji's mind succumbed to unconsciousness, as if scorched by the sun. When he awoke once more, he found himself back in reality. "Xiaoji, my son." Chun Yang's voice called anxiously from the computer, accompanied by music that jolted him into awareness. It seemed Chun Yang had lost control over the hypnosis. "Xiaoji, are you all right?" Chun Yang implored. "You were screaming, uttering incomprehensible words. No matter how I called out, I couldn't awaken you." You completely lost control. Such a situation was inconceivable in hypnosis. What on earth had transpired? I'm fine, don't panic. Chunji reassured his anxious father softly. He then glanced at his arm, which bore signs of severe burns, the hair completely singed away. The spot on his shoulder, where he had been touched, throbbed with excruciating pain, if he was not mistaken. It had sustained serious burns from extreme heat. At this moment, Chunji felt dizzy, his vision blurred, a consequence of the overwhelming brightness. Clearly, what he had witnessed in his recollections was not merely a figment of his consciousness. Dad, Chunji rubbed his aching eyes and inquired. Does hypnosis enable one to perceive imagined characters? You know, those that do not exist in reality but solely in the realm of imagination? Moreover, this character inflicts harm upon the hypnotized. That is inconceivable. Chun Yang asserted confidently from his computer. The so-called harm of hypnosis is merely a form of virtual injury. For instance, if you were to fall into the sea while under hypnosis, your mind would deceive you into believing you were drowning. Consequently, you would cease to breathe. Even if you were to perish in the end, it would be by asphyxiation, with no water to be found in your nasal passages. Understood. Chunji gently touched the wound on his shoulder, which truly throbbed with excruciating pain. Father, let us leave it at this for now. I will contact you again after some time. Upon uttering this, Chunji terminated the network communication and approached the mirror alone, unbuttoning his shirt. In that moment, he clearly perceived that his shoulder was already a gruesome sight, flesh and blood mangled. A bloody handprint starkly appeared on his shoulder, resembling the mark of a searing iron. The fingers of that hand were slender, unmistakably belonging to a woman. Is it truly her? Chunji pondered silently, recalling the weighty voice that had spoken to him. The defier of fate and oath resides in this world. Find him. Chapter 243, A Change of Course. The defier of fate and oath. Who could it be? Jiangxia, perhaps? Chunji mused internally. Is this a command from Yuhua, or her plea? Is she instructing me to seek Jiangxia? Yet, according to the records from Xiqi, he should have been deceased for a long time. Am I to search for a corpse? What significance would that hold? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chunji cautiously adjusted his shirt, ensuring the scorched fabric did not cling to his raw flesh. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed as something fell from his shirt. He glanced down to see the goddess's ring spinning on the floor before coming to a halt. The red gemstone atop it flickered intermittently, gradually dimming. Chunji picked up the ring and carefully wrapped it in a clean silk scarf, stowing it away. He understood that this might very well be one of the most ancient and sacred artifacts in existence. This is not merely a relic of the drought deity, but the ring of Yuhua, the progenitor of Huaxia. Time under hypnosis always bears no relation to reality. Although he had just ventured to the tomb of the drought deity, Chunji felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yet in the real world, scarcely half an hour had passed. It was still the dead of night, and everyone remained asleep. During the ensuing hours, Chunji sat alone on the windowsill, allowing the cold wind from outside to invigorate his mind. He connected all the dots, just as his father had taught him, through meticulous calculation and comprehensive reasoning. By repeatedly weaving together all the relationships and contemplating every thread, a question began to form in his mind. If indeed there exists a destiny in this world, a divine mandate, what is it that this fate desires him to accomplish? Unbeknownst to him, Chunji has grown less anxious about the ghost city of Fengdu and the queen of the underworld, who lies beneath the Changbai Mountains. At the very least, his apprehension is no longer as intense as it once was. Perhaps the events of that ordeal have receded into the distance. Or perhaps Chunji has come to a realization. This so-called crisis is merely superficial. Beneath it lies a genuine thread of connection, one that is beginning to reveal its form, and all matters, including the significance of Chunji's existence, revolve around this thread. If he can comprehend this, then everything will fall into place. Should destiny truly exist, it must be that Chunji bears a unique fate. Perhaps it is one of atonement or something else entirely. As he has traversed this path, a pivotal moment has emerged. The historical conflict during the reign of King Wu against the tyrant Zhou conceals something significant. This matter relates to Jiangxia, to King Zhou of Shang, and even to the divine Empress Yuhua. Now, he must uncover this secret, hidden for 5 millennia. But all hinges on locating the tomb of King Zhou. Upon contemplating this, Chunji gently tapped on the window. The cold wind outside immediately shifted direction, and the mystical bird gracefully fluttered to the windowsill. What is your command, master? Go forth. Chunji leaned against the window and softly instructed, "From tomorrow onward, disseminate the message that I am seeking an ancient deity known as the god of culinary arts. We must gather all information regarding him. This ancient god had served King Zhou 5,000 years prior. Anyone who possesses knowledge shall be generously rewarded." "Understood." The mystical bird replied before swiftly flapping its wings and vanishing into the darkness. Known for its adeptness in relaying messages and gathering intelligence, Chunji felt no further concern once he entrusted this task to her. In the ensuing days, the mystical bird departed, spreading her network of information across the vast land of Huaxia. She would report back to Chunji with all that she gleaned and witnessed. Meanwhile, Chunji returned to a semblance of tranquility in his life. During this period, they lived as they had before, with Fat Wei and Ding Ning obsessively dedicated to the business of the Fate Hall. Consequently, the Fate Hall continued to open its doors each morning for trade. In the afternoons, Chunji and Fat Wei would sit within the hall, engaging in idle chatter over cups of tea, while Ghostblade practiced his strength in the courtyard. As night fell, they would visit Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant for a complimentary meal, occasionally indulging in a few drinks. Lu Xiaohong's establishment thrived due to its advantageous location in a bustling district, attracting a steady stream of patrons. However, to be candid, her braised bone dish lacked distinction. Being quite ordinary, originally a bun shop, there were no secret recipes. Red Ma's culinary skills were merely learned on the spot, resulting in nothing more than homestyle dishes. According to Lu Xiaohong, the individuals who frequent the establishment are merely passers-by, stopping by to shop or park, seeking convenience for a quick meal. However, when it comes to repeat customers, there are truly few. It is said that the braised bone dishes are quite decent, yet they bear little difference from what one might find at home, rendering a special trip unnecessary. In an effort to enhance the flavor of the bones, Lu Xiaohong has deliberately sourced some rustic pigs raised in the mountains, altering her recipes and ingredients. Nevertheless, the resultant dishes remain unremarkable. They are not unpleasant, but rather mediocre, perhaps deserving a mere 70 points. That afternoon, Ding Ning's alliance team emerged victorious against a neighboring school, prompting a surge of excitement among the boys, who flocked to the Destiny Hall, clamoring for Ding Ning to treat them to a meal. As Ding Ning's legal guardian, this responsibility naturally fell upon Chunji. Moreover, on the surface, both Chunji and Pang Wei are Ding Ning's older cousins, making it entirely reasonable for them to host a meal for their younger cousin's friends. Thus, they acquiesced to the enthusiastic youths, promising to take them out for a lavish dinner of bone hot pot that evening, allowing them to indulge freely and enjoy some beer without informing their parents. Given the large number of attendees, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be lively. These 15 and 16-year-old boys, with their simplistic and somewhat vacant minds, would hardly notice the finer details. Consequently, Chunji instructed his subordinates, the divine generals, to assume human forms and accompany them. During this period, Han, who often roamed outside, frequently transforming into a short, sprightly young man with a sharp face, walking around the neighborhood with his small, orange-haired monkey, primarily to flaunt his formidable weaponry. His shape-shifting skills were impeccable, and no one in the community suspected him, assuming he was merely a relative or friend of Chunji. However, Wu Jia and Hu Na were quite different. They rarely made appearances. Wu Jia managed well, transforming into a hunchbacked old man, albeit with a rather unseemly appearance. Yet no one found it peculiar. Hu Na, on the other hand, looked distinctly odd after her transformation, resembling a green creature that seemed discomforting in any light. Chapter 244. Analysis. Chunji provided Hu Na with an oversized hoodie, instructing her to conceal her head beneath the large hood, blending into the crowd as inconspicuously as possible. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Lu Xiaohong had already reserved a spacious private room for them. This room, the largest in the establishment, featured separate resting compartments, the same grand suite used during the last visit by the Jin family. Once inside, Hu Na removed her hood, revealing her imposing stature and frightful visage, which startled several of the boys. Pang Wei quickly intervened, explaining that Hu Na had previously served in the military in Vietnam, where she sustained injuries requiring facial reconstruction, hence her fearsome appearance. Fortunately, having spent so much time engaging in their games, the boys, lacking critical thought, accepted this explanation without question. Shortly thereafter, steaming hot pot dishes filled with succulent bones were served, the aroma of meat wafting through the air. Having fasted throughout the day, The boys pounced upon the feast like ravenous wolves, devouring the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. Several demigods displayed no humility whatsoever, leaving one to ponder whether it was a revelation of their true nature or merely the result of subpar sustenance in recent times. In any case, each of them devoured their food with a ferocity reminiscent of having not eaten in centuries, clutching large bowls of bones as they gorged. Even the diminutive yet formidable little monkey, a living weapon in its own right, exhibited an extraordinary appetite. Among these figures, the most voracious was undeniably the tigress, who buried her face deep into the bowl. Fat Wei continuously nudged her from behind, softly cautioning her to temper her voracity lest it arouse suspicion. These meaty bones were undeniably rich and pungent. After a while, Chenji and Fat Wei found themselves slightly repulsed and decided to retreat to a nearby corner to rest, lighting cigarettes and sipping tea while engaging in conversation. Observing the ravenous half-gods, Fat Wei gestured towards them and remarked, "I must say, Orange, you ought to provide them better provisions. They appear as though they've just arrived from Africa, and these children are quite foolish. They guard such a monstrous being yet believe everything I say, especially that tigress. She is truly terrifying. Orange, I'm not criticizing you, but you really need to devise a way to make your demigods presentable, at least to the point where they resemble humans. Otherwise, who would believe he is one? He is nothing short of a bear that has transformed. It's stitched flesh, what can I do?" Chenji replied helplessly, shaking his head. To fit a giant like the mountain spirit into such a skin is no small feat. Moreover, this skin was sewn by his own mother. What can we say about that? Even if we were to re-sew it, we would need to find his mother to do so. I think that is feasible, Fat Wei observed, noting the tiger's unsettling demeanor. Once we conclude matters in Changbai Mountain, we should take a break and explore. We might as well venture into the mountains to find this fellow's mother and have her sew him a new outfit. Otherwise, he is far too intimidating. I'm hesitant to accompany him outside. At this point, Fat Wei's expression turned mischievous as he added, "And while we're at it, perhaps you could craft me a skin as well, something slimmer and more handsome to maintain appearances when I step out. Ah, by the way," Fat Wei suddenly glanced at Chenji. "What was all that commotion in your room the other day? Yelling about the drought goddess tomb and Nuwa. I could hear you clearly from the next room. Were you having a nightmare, or were you simply delirious? Your ears are remarkably sharp." Chenji marveled at Fat Wei's keen hearing. Despite his rotund appearance, Fat Wei possessed extraordinarily acute auditory senses. Chenji sometimes wondered if some divine force had enhanced his hearing, making it even sharper than that of a warrior. "I went back there again," Chenji said in a low tone, lighting another cigarette and lowering his voice. He then recounted the situation to Fat Wei, particularly emphasizing Nuwa's final words. "The usurper of fate is concealed within the world. Find him." Upon hearing these revelations, Pang Wei was taken aback, and he fell into a prolonged silence. "Indeed, when I visited the Dry God Palace, I sensed something extraordinary. It turns out that it was our revered Nuwa. I am truly humbled. However, if what you suggest is accurate, does that imply that Jiang Zia is still alive? My goodness, is that even conceivable? If he were alive, how old would he be now? That would make him quite the ancient figure. Furthermore, if he is indeed alive, why would he be in hiding? Why has he not returned to Xiqi? Given his stature, wouldn't he be regarded as a patriarch there? Why persist in wandering and shrouding himself in mystery? Whether he is alive or dead, I cannot ascertain." Chenji spoke in a low voice. "The words I heard back then, I still cannot confidently determine their meaning. It is possible they were mere figments of my imagination. Yet, I have pondered this matter for a considerable time, and I perceive two interpretations. The first interpretation suggests that Jiang Zia has passed away, and what I am to seek is his burial site. The second interpretation implies that Jiang Zia has somehow survived and remains hidden in this world, yet for some reason has been unable to re-establish contact with Xiqi. Regardless of which interpretation holds true, the organization has no unequivocal records regarding Jiang Zia's demise. He simply vanished without a trace. There is even a lack of documentation concerning the location of his grave, which is inherently illogical. The burial site of King Zhou of Shang also presents a perplexing enigma. During their lifetimes, Jiang Zia and GFA seemed quite intrigued by it. I ponder, if Jiang Zia could not locate King Zhou's grave while he was alive, he must have felt immense regret. So, after his death or disappearance, do you believe that Jiang Zia's vanishing is connected to the burial site of King Zhou? Pang Wei inquired eagerly. That is a logical inference on my part, Chenji replied softly. I have always felt that King Zhou must have clutched something significant in his final moments, something of great importance that both Jiangxia and GFA feared immensely. Thus, they would go to any lengths to uncover it. Even if they could not find it while alive, they would undoubtedly persist in the search after death. Therefore, I now tread the same path that Jiangxia once walked. Discovering the burial site of King Zhou would equate to tracing Jiangxia's whereabouts. Chapter 245, Unexpected Delight, for Li Jihua's generous reward. An additional chapter, alas. There is little use in dwelling on these thoughts. After listening to Chunji's words, Pang Wei vigorously shook his head. Let me tell you, Orange, you are aware of my past endeavors, during which my two brothers and I traversed the land, unearthing graves and encountering a plethora of remarkable phenomena. The narratives propagated by history books and oral traditions are fundamentally deceptive. The essence of historical truth is far more intricate than presented. Some so-called experts readily emerge, their mouths filled with conjectures and analyses. Yet the realities they unveil often diverge drastically from the actual facts. According to their current interpretations, one might conclude that Jiangxia was a rather inconsequential figure, rendering his words untrustworthy. His campaign against the tyrant King Zhou of Shang may not have been a righteous crusade after all. It appears commendable. Yet the true nature of history remains shrouded in mystery, impervious to mere speculation. To put it succinctly, unless one has stood amidst those events and conversed with the individuals involved, one holds no authority to proclaim the truth. Every minute detail possesses the potential to alter the entirety of the narrative. Consider this. The emperor, believed to have been slain by his son, may have perished from choking on tea long before the fateful act. In the realm of history, speculation is insignificant. Evidence holds paramount importance. Who among us has lived through the era of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant? It is implausible. 5 millennia is an eternity, and no one can endure such a span. Even beings of semi-divine essence have their limits. Indeed, those ancient sages may have experienced it, yet they are no longer present. Where, then, can one find individuals who have lived through that epoch and interacted with those involved? My mother witnessed the events of King Wu's campaign. Suddenly, a heavy voice resonated from the main hall, abrupt and disruptive, startling everyone engrossed in their meals. It was akin to a thunderclap, halting all in their tracks. Chunji and Fat Wei were taken aback and hurriedly glanced towards the screen, discovering that the speaker was none other than Hu Na. The ears of demigods are sharp. He must have overheard their conversation. This naive individual, with his simplistic thought process, replied without a moment's consideration of his surroundings, declaring, "My mother experienced the campaign of King Wu, and she has met the nine-tailed fox." What? Everyone at the table fell silent, their minds struggling to comprehend his words. The youthful ones, with grease smeared across their faces, stood there with mouths agape. "What did you say? What fox?" Fat Wei rushed over and quickly covered the loudmouth's mouth, exclaiming, "Oh, my ancestors, please be quiet. Any matter should be discussed privately." After saying this, he turned to the children and waved his hand dismissively. "My apologies. He has had a bit too much to drink. He is merely speaking of matters from a game. Recently, he has been pestering me to play as a fox, but I have consistently refused, which has driven him to madness. Pay it no mind. Continue enjoying your meal. If it's insufficient, feel free to ask for more." "Playing as a fox? That sounds delightful. Next time, I shall take you along. What is the fuss about? I am cunning like a fox, able to take on 5 at once." Those children are merely thoughtless, and they truly believed it. After chattering for a few moments, they returned to their meals. Meanwhile, Fat Wei hurriedly dragged Hu Na inside, panic-stricken and drenched in sweat. At the same time, Han Hu and Wu Jia sensed the impending trouble and quickly followed suit. The only barrier present was a bamboo screen, which provided little sound insulation. Han Hu then spat on the surrounding walls, creating a barrier to muffle the noise. It was at this moment that Chunji sternly admonished, "Hu Na, what on earth is the matter? How many times have I told you to think before you speak? Did you consider where you were just now? Can you utter such words carelessly? If those children catch wind of it, I will have to erase their memories. Do you realize how perilous that is?" Hu Na, with a dazed expression, seemed to comprehend her mistake and immediately knelt to bow before Chunji. The force of her bow was so great that the small restaurant began to tremble. Observing this, Fat Wei quickly supported her, exclaiming, "Oh dear, ancestor, just remain still. If this place shakes again, we will be at a complete loss." "Enough." Chunji waved his hand, signaling Hu Na to rise. He then beckoned her closer and lowered his voice, asking her, "Is it true that your mother experienced the era of King Wu's campaign against Zhou and had contact with the celestial fox?" "Indeed, it is true." Hu Na nodded earnestly. "In my childhood, my mother recounted that when this land belonged to the Yin and Shang, the world was dominated by the Fox clan. At that time, the foxes flourished, proud and haughty, preying upon humans with great cruelty. Though my mother hailed from a wildfowl lineage, she was invited to the royal court of Chaoga by the nine-tailed celestial fox, where she beheld the splendor of the Lu Tai and the prosperity of Chaoga. The nine-tailed celestial fox sat upon the highest throne of the terrace, her long tail cascading down, surrounded by countless divine servants. She summoned my mother to share fine wine, stating that the world was on the brink of catastrophe and divine authority was precarious. The lords of Xiqi were rebelling, eyeing the imperial throne. Meanwhile, humans are inherently deceitful and skilled in the art of lies. She was falsely accused of grave crimes, unable to defend herself, and war became inevitable. The Fox clan must unite to confront external foes. I implore you to assist me." My mother responded, "I am merely a humble creature of the countryside, mingling in the soil, lacking any particular skill, and dare not stand alongside the divine. Please, O fox deity, consider my lineage as a mere rat fox and allow me to return to the wilderness to live a simple and rustic life." She vowed that regardless of how power shifted or changed in the world, she would never align herself with any side, nor would she aid in the downfall of Shang. The celestial fox granted her wish, bestowing upon my mother a colorful meat cake and a fish-headed crown, allowing her to return. It truly happened this way. Shenji was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected revelation. He understood that Hu Na would not lie, and even more so, her mother would never do so. Despite Hu Na's Navi demeanor, her mother was certainly no ordinary figure. Chapter 246. The crime of framing Shenji recalled that his mother was the legendary Baoping Xianzi. Whenever Hu Na spoke of her mother's identity, she referred to her as Wu Ji Baoping, a great avian creature of the ancient mountains. This description often led others to believe that her mother was a beast akin to birds. However, the Jiang clan's library contained specific records regarding this Baoping Xian. She was no ordinary being. The so-called Baoping Xian was, in fact, a yellow weasel. Despite being a beast man, she was exceptional, ancient, and remarkably human-like. Akin to the former Qing Hu god. Although she belonged to the animal kingdom, she cultivated herself to the divine. It is said that her beauty was unparalleled, with a coat as white as snow and long hair cascading to the ground, devoid of any imperfections. Her figure was slender and graceful, resembling a snow-white phoenix from a distance, hence the name Baoping Xian. When she transformed into human form, her beauty was so striking that even the women of the Fox clan paled in comparison. Gentle and composed, she shunned tumult and excelled in song and dance. Her movements as ethereal as a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. For an extensive period in ancient times, she was revered by the people of the mountains and fields, who built temples in her honor, venerating her as a deity. Women would often visit to pay their respects, believing it would ensure eternal youth, beauty, and the blessing of male offspring. However, envy from the Fox clan led to several attempts on her life. To seek safety, she falsely claimed to be a bird of the mountains, dismantling her temple and hiding in a cave to escape the chaos of the human realm. Fortunately, this ruse safeguarded her from calamity. The library's account of this by Feng Xian is relatively objective, stating that she possessed spiritual insight and a fundamentally pure nature, always responsive to the requests of outsiders. Yet, her humble origins and limited powers confined her to a quiet existence in the mountains, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to behold her. Even the offspring of deities could not catch a glimpse of her, resulting in a lack of legends or illustrations to commemorate her. Now, the seemingly foolish Hu Na was indeed the child of that extraordinary Baoping Xian and the giant spirit god. This revelation naturally evoked astonishment. Shenji first scanned his surroundings to ensure that no sound could escape this space. He then turned to Hu Na and quietly inquired, "If, as you say, your mother truly witnessed the war waged by King Wu against Zhou, what were her reflections on that conflict? Given that your father, the giant spirit god, sided with Jiangxia, did your mother align with the Western Qi as well? Did she ever comment on King Zhou or the nine-tailed celestial fox? Did she express any opinions on who was right or wrong in that battle?" Hu Na, seemingly perplexed by Chunji's barrage of questions, scratched her head and replied, "Chief, Please ask more slowly. I do not quite understand. My mother seldom spoke of those times. She did mention in my childhood that she had indeed experienced that war, but she never indicated who was right or wrong. What did the nine-tailed celestial fox mean when she said she was framed? Chen continued to probe quietly. She mentioned that someone framed her, accusing her of a grave crime. What does that mean? Do you know what that grave crime was? Grave crime? Framing? Tiger Girl seemed to ponder these two words for quite some time. My mother indeed mentioned that the nine-tailed fox claimed to have been wronged by humanity. However, she did not elaborate on the specifics. If the master wishes to know more, perhaps it would be prudent to inquire with my mother. I, being somewhat dim-witted, do not fully grasp the meaning of your words and fear that I might inadvertently misrepresent your intentions. To meet your mother? To see the White Phoenix Fairy? Upon hearing this, Chen hesitated before taking a seat. I am aware that directly questioning your mother would be the best approach. Yet, since ancient times, it has been exceedingly difficult for anyone to meet her. Is it truly possible for her to grace us with her presence? Not at all difficult. Tiger Girl seemed utterly perplexed by Chen words, scratching her large head. If the master wishes to see my mother, I can lead you there. What difficulty lies in the journey? If you desire to go, I shall take you immediately. This is splendid. Please wait a moment. Chen exclaimed, hurriedly signaling to Pang Wei. Understanding the cue, Pang Wei promptly approached the table across from them to inform them that they had urgent matters to attend to, advising the children to eat at their leisure but not to indulge excessively in wine, lest they face difficulties in explaining themselves to their parents. Naturally, the bill had already been settled. Later, Ding Ning would take them out for singing, and the same hospitality would be extended, allowing them to enjoy themselves as they wished. These youngsters had long since become accustomed to revelry outside, heedless of the consequences, and upon hearing Pang Wei's words, they were elated, likely knowing that Ding Ning would not return anytime soon. Subsequently, Chen and Pang Wei escorted the three divine generals away from the inn. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, moving swiftly as Tiger Girl, in her imposing stature, followed cluelessly behind. Upon returning to the Fate Hall, Chen promptly instructed Han Hu to lock the courtyard gate, and then cast a sealing barrier, enveloping the entire yard so that not a whisper could escape. Chen then stood in the center of the courtyard, addressing Tiger Girl with solemnity, inquiring about the convenience of her mother. If possible, I would like to pay my respects to her immediately. I find myself in a quandary, and if your mother could illuminate my path, it would be most appreciated. The sooner, the better. Can you arrange this for me? What could be easier? Tiger Girl replied innocently. I, too, have longed to return home. I merely need to inform my mother today, and she will assist in opening the portal there. Then, we shall utilize the earth escape technique to reach the mountain in half a day, where my mother will naturally welcome us at the door. I may be somewhat clumsy, but my mother is always perceptive and adept at alleviating worries. Should the master have any questions, she will surely provide clarity. Chapter 247. Seeking an audience with the White Phoenix Fairy. Following Tiger Girl's words, everyone swiftly fell into a state of tension and excitement. Who would not wish to behold the legendary White Phoenix Fairy? Moreover, a being who had witnessed the martial exploits of King Wu against Zhou, having encountered the nine-tailed fox, is akin to a living relic, embodying all the secrets of Chinese history, a truly mesmerizing prospect. Chen was eager to meet her at once, yearning to inquire about the happenings of the world 5,000 years ago. How delightful it was, a serendipitous encounter. Pang Wei was evidently filled with excitement as well. In my opinion, our Hunia possesses remarkable talents. After all, she is a true descendant of divine lineage. Not only is her father accomplished, but her mother is equally formidable. Even though the legendary Baoping Xianzi is seldom seen, her own son can naturally visit her at will. We are indeed basking in her radiance, haha. Thus, everyone ceased to harbor doubts regarding Hunia's assertions. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen promptly resolved to set the meeting for that very evening. Pang Wei incessantly remarked that Chen was hasty in his decision. One must bring gifts when meeting one's mother for the first time. He hurried off to the supermarket to procure a roast chicken, believing that weasels have a fondness for such fare. The details of Pang Wei's endeavors are of little concern, while Hu Miao quickly acted upon his suggestion and dispatched a letter to his mother. Initially, Chen pondered how this somewhat naive Hunia would establish contact with his mother. However, it soon became evident that the capabilities of Baoping Xianzi should not be underestimated. Hunia employed an advanced form of transmission magic, utilizing a specially treated envelope as the medium. This envelope was unique. The paper had been soaked in runes and constituted a high-level spell, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary demigod. Such letters, in ancient battlefields, conveyed urgent messages, necessitating precise incantations. Even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic misunderstandings. These letters functioned similarly to antiquated telegrams, transmitting only a few critical words at a time. Any excess would render them ineffective. Hunia's writing skills, however, left much to be desired. Gripping the pen with his enormous fist, he broke several before managing to scrawl a few words. "Mother, we have guests. Please receive them." After laboriously inscribing these enormous, nearly illegible characters, Hunia was drenched in sweat. He subsequently folded the letter and ignited it, resulting in a puff of white smoke as the missive vanished. At this juncture, Hunia finally wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Chenji, declaring, "All is well. My mother shall open the door for us this evening. We need only to arrive then." With that, Hunia retired to rest, while Chenji remained in the courtyard to organize the personnel. The demigods could all utilize the earth escape technique, yet Chenji and his companions could not. He required Wu Jia to transport him there. Initially, Chenji intended to go alone, leaving the others to wait behind. However, Gui Dao vehemently disagreed, expressing concern for the treacherous terrain and the uncertainty of the situation, fearing potential mishaps. Peng Wei, too, was insistent, vociferously declaring his desire to accompany Chenji, ostensibly out of concern for his safety. But in truth, everyone is aware that he yearns to glimpse the legendary Bai Fengxian, whose beauty incites envy among the fox tribe, surely evoking varied reactions. As twilight enveloped the sky, Huna awaited news of her mother in the courtyard. Before the clock struck 9, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the horizon, swiftly darting before Huna's eyes before bursting forth with a resounding explosion. Subsequently, sparkling starlight cascaded onto the ground, reminiscent of a burst of fluorescent powder. Enough. Huna cheerfully turned to her companions and said, "Please accompany me. I shall lead the way ahead. This path, though it may seem to traverse the surface, would require over half a year to traverse. However, traveling underground, we can arrive in half a day." With that, Huna plunged herself into the earth, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently, sending up clouds of soil, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. The art of earth burrowing is a remarkable skill among the beastmen. Nearly all beastmen, or those of beastly lineage, possess this ability. Thus, both Huna and Han who can wield this technique, yet the undisputed master of it is undoubtedly Wu Jia. Observing Huna's departure, Wu Jia hurriedly leaped to the center of the earth, bent down, and spread his arms towards Chenji. Chenji jumped onto his back, and Wu Jia then burrowed into the ground, swiftly disappearing with a whoosh. Han Hu, accompanied by Gui Dao and Peng Wei, promptly followed suit, diving into the earth right behind them. The art of earth burrowing is a fascinating spell. Many assume that beneath the surface lies an abundance of subterranean wonders, with the rocks being solid and arduous to navigate. In reality, the earth burrowing technique is inherently expansive, akin to riding the subway. Especially for Chenji, lying on Wu Jia's back felt akin to being in a vehicle, utterly effortless. Surroundings blurred into mere shadows of the earth, devoid of suffocation or discomfort. Yet, the speed of the earth burrowing technique was astonishing. Chenji felt the wind roaring past his ears, the ground quaking beneath them. After approximately 5 or 6 hours, Wu Jia emerged triumphantly from the soil. Upon arrival, Chenji was greeted by the radiant moonlight pouring down from above, surrounded by towering trees, with the ground carpeted by primordial shrubs. The beauty here was so surreal that, had he not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been difficult to conceive that such a paradise still existed in the realm of mortals. He had entered an untouched forest, and based on the climate, it appeared to be a great mountain on the southern fringe. This mountain likely remained unnoticed, perhaps never discovered, utterly free from pollution, with everything in its pristine and natural state. The forest was shrouded in mist, thick with underbrush, adorned with vibrant fruits and fungi, and various wild beasts revealed their glimmering eyes in the darkness, a sight of breathtaking beauty under the luminous moonlight. In this moment and place, if a few fairies were to drift through the trees, dancing gracefully, it would seem entirely fitting. Such a celestial realm likely could not be captured even in film. Yet here it manifested before their very eyes, beneath their very feet. Chunji observed that a formidable spell was anchored here, encircled by a barrier of activated enchantments. It was an open barrier, adorned with ropes hanging from trees, laden with talismans. Indeed, as the tiger spirit had indicated, this was the portal opened by his mother for their passage. Conversely, had this opening not existed, locating this place would have been an insurmountable challenge. The intricacy of this barrier would astonish even Chunji, a descendant of a lineage renowned for its mastery of such arts. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was past 3 in the morning. He estimated that in a few hours, dawn would gently break. Meanwhile, the tiger spirit emerged from the front. His earth-burrowing technique far from graceful, for he emerged each time covered in dust and debris. Chunji, ensuring that Gui Dao, Fat Wei, and Han, who had also surfaced, gestured with a finger to unlock the barrier. At this moment, the tiger spirit cheerfully beckoned, "Everyone, follow me. Ahead lies the cave where my mother resides." Chapter 248, A Request to Meet the White Phoenix Fairy, Part 2. Upon concluding his words, the tiger spirit dashed forward, his legs propelling him with vigor. Perhaps emboldened by their deep forest surroundings, he no longer needed to rely on his human guise for support, shedding his inhibitions as his form began to swell. Ultimately, his human skin tore asunder, revealing a significant portion of the creature within, now resembling a stitched-together zombie monstrosity. Likely enough to terrify an ordinary person into a state of shock. This indeed was a remote wilderness, permeated by the rich scent of dense underbrush and the musk of large beasts. Thick serpents coiled upon branches, while indistinct creatures revealed their colored eyes in the shadows. Yet, upon the approach of the tiger spirit, all fled in a panic. The animal kingdom adheres to the simplest of laws, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. They recognized the prowess of the mountain's dominant force and would not dare venture close. As Chunji and his companions followed the tiger spirit around a bend, they discovered the fog thickening, with the moisture within it rendering their surroundings nearly invisible. Amidst this haze, Chunji sensed a potent sealing spell, its ancient origin obscured. Yet the capabilities of its creator were evidently profound. The tiger spirit flicked his hand through the fog, which obediently parted, revealing a concealed cave nestled in the rocky wall. At first glance, the cave appeared unremarkable, standing only slightly over half a person's height, surrounded by rubble, resembling a mere burrow for small creatures. One might scarcely believe that it harbored the illustrious White Phoenix Fairy. However, upon a closer inspection, an extraordinary aroma wafted forth from within, a unique fragrance that invigorated the senses. Neither reminiscent of divine essence nor that of beastly origins, but rather akin to an elusive essence that cloaked the air. "Ahead lies the dwelling of my mother," he declared. Tiger Na, in a rather naive manner, remarked, "My mother has a simple disposition. She often resides in seclusion, and her cave is rudimentary and crude. I implore you not to disdain it." After uttering these words, he lowered his head and promptly disappeared into the cave. The others, however, hesitated, for the entrance was diminutive, barely allowing one to stand upright within, and the darkness of the ground was somewhat intimidating. Gui Dao was the first to leap forward, turning to Chunji, awaiting his signal. Chunji pondered briefly before also bowing his head and following suit into the cave. The interior was exceedingly confined. One could only walk with a hunched back, while those of taller stature were forced to crawl. From the entrance, it was evident that this space was not intended for humans, but rather for slender creatures such as wolves or foxes, serving as a passage for their movements. As Chunji had previously discerned, the White Phoenix Fairy was not a true bird, but rather a yellow weasel. Renowned across the land of Huaxia, this creature was colloquially referred to as Huang Pizi in ancient vernacular, and scientifically known as Mustela sibirica, a member of the carnivorous family Mustelidae. The yellow weasel possesses a small, flat head, a long and flexible neck, and short limbs, each foot adorned with 5 toes tipped with sharp, curved claws. It is the smallest among carnivores, adept at burrowing into rodent holes to hunt mice. Despite its diminutive size, this creature is remarkably fierce, displaying a bold and bloodthirsty nature, voraciously consuming prey, an entire sheep, for instance. Its predatory instincts are pronounced, and it is exceedingly cunning. In ancient Chinese folklore, numerous tales recount yellow weasels transforming into human forms to wreak havoc, with both males and females depicted, the males often portrayed as more bloodthirsty and ferocious. Consequently, the inhabitants of this land, particularly those dwelling in the mountains, hold a profound reverence for the yellow weasel. Folklore suggests that these creatures can possess and manipulate human minds, inducing madness and abnormal behavior, leading women to act shamelessly and men to commit heinous acts against their kin. Even today, many village women in the mountains claim to have engaged in terrifying and absurd deeds, oblivious to their actions, as if in a dream, attributing their behavior to the bewitchment of the yellow weasel. As the influence of orthodox Taoism waned, the five immortals of folk belief began to be venerated by the Han people, among which included the deity of the yellow weasel. Various species of weasels exist, with the white weasel being the rarest and most esteemed, known for its elusiveness and ability to communicate with humans. As they traversed deeper into the cave, a peculiar fragrant aroma enveloped them, though upon closer inspection, the primal scent of animals lingered beneath it. It appeared that the fragrances had been deliberately employed to mask the underlying odors. The narrow passageway was brief, soon opening up to a more expansive area illuminated by light. It became evident that the cave led to a courtyard, beyond which lay a vast chamber. This space was circular, adorned with multiple openings, and above, the open sky revealed the luminous moonlight cascading down, illuminating the mist within, creating an exquisite spectacle. Ahead stretched a region reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The surroundings were adorned with a plethora of flowers and grasses, while the ground was paved with jade-like tiles that emitted a faint purple glow. Nestled among the flora was a main hall furnished with exquisite, aged Huangli wood furniture. The craftsmanship of these pieces was remarkable, featuring a soft-cushioned couch, grand armchairs, and an elegant cabinet. At the center stood a large rectangular table, adorned with ink, paper, and an inkstone, complemented by antique trinkets that exuded sophistication. Upon the table lay a white sheet of paper, pressed down by a paperweight, showcasing a half-finished landscape painting, with a brush resting idly beside it. It felt as though one had stepped into a realm untouched by the mundane world, where the moonlight and breeze mingled, and the vastness of existence began with mere grains of sand. Everything here appeared to lose its commonplace essence, as if this place were a sanctuary, forever isolated from worldly concerns. The scenery inspired an immediate respect for the inhabitant of this exquisite abode. Such an elegant host seemed impossible to associate with creatures of lesser grace. Suddenly, a soft footfall emerged from the mist, accompanied by a delicate feminine voice that gently proclaimed, "Esteemed leader, your presence in this humble abode is an honor. I am but a simple person, and I have little to offer. Just some modest tea to welcome your divine presence." Chunji followed the voice and beheld a figure emerging from the fog. Upon seeing the woman's face, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a revelation. It was indeed a breathtaking visage. Chunji had never imagined that the mother of the tiger woman could be so youthful. She bore no signs of aging, appearing to be no older than 17 or 18, with a beauty that rivaled the elegance of peonies and the purity of white lotuses. Her face was a classic oval shape, adorned with long phoenix eyes that shimmered with the allure of millennia of Chinese culture. Those eyes sparkled with emotion, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Chunji had witnessed the peak beauty of Bai Qian, and in comparison, he could confidently assert that this woman's countenance was equally stunning, if not superior in certain aspects of charm. The young woman possessed a slender figure and exuded an air of grace, clad in a flowing white gown reminiscent of Han Dynasty attire, trailing several feet behind her. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face bore no trace of makeup, save for a subtle shimmer upon her eyelids, rendering her ethereal and enchanting. Upon witnessing such a presence, the onlookers momentarily stood in awe, utterly captivated by her beauty. Yet, the tiger woman seemed oblivious to this, lacking any concept of beauty or ugliness, and simply exclaimed, "Mother, this is our clan leader. I once spoke to him about my mother, who experienced the era of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou and even encountered the nine-tailed fox. The clan leader expressed his desire to consult my mother, so I brought him along." After the tiger matriarch concluded her words, she turned to Chunji and said, "Clan leader, this is my esteemed mother. Everything I have conveyed is the truth. You may inquire with her at your leisure. My son is rather dull. I hope I have not caused you any embarrassment," she added. At that moment, a soft laugh escaped from the woman's delicate pink lips. Her voice was exceedingly graceful, ringing like silver bells, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. It seemed as though all worldly matters, upon passing through her presence, were rendered pure. "Tiger matriarch, I have taught you the importance of etiquette. The clan leader has traveled a long distance and is weary from his journey. He has not even had a moment to sit or sip water. How can he speak so soon? Any matters can wait. There is no need for haste. After the White Phoenix Fairy spoke, she graced Qianji and the others with a serene smile. Dear guests, please rest for a moment while I attend to a matter. It has been a long journey. Do indulge in a humble cup of tea prepared by me. Indeed, what is the rush? Fat Wei, who had been dazed since earlier, finally regained his composure and approached with a playful grin. I must say, Auntie, it is truly a stroke of fortune to meet you. You are quite different from what I had imagined. Your presence is simply, well, astonishing. I must apologize for the haste. I did not have time to procure a proper gift, so I brought some local delicacies. I hope they suit your taste, though I fear they may not be presentable. After Fat Wei spoke, he seemed a bit embarrassed, yet he insisted on presenting his offerings. He placed an assortment of packages on the ground, and Qianji's expression turned speechless upon seeing them. The floor was strewn with various roasted chickens, including those from the gully and beggar's chicken. An abundance of choices that rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Qianji found himself at a loss for words. The tiger matriarch, with her innocent demeanor, glanced at the roasted chickens on the ground and scratched her head. My mother does not eat meat. These offerings are of no use. Since you have brought them, you should partake with me. Without hesitation, the tiger matriarch gathered all the food from the ground and sauntered into another cave. The White Phoenix Fairy offered a faint smile, her figure vanishing into the mist. In an instant, only a few of them remained in the hall, and the earlier tension dissipated. Qianji finally had the opportunity to observe the surroundings, and it was evident that the White Phoenix Fairy possessed an ethereal taste. The cave was ideally situated, with an open ceiling above and a flowing stream below, where vibrant red fish swam gracefully, their colors striking against the dreamlike mist. What was most remarkable were the large flowers that flourished around the area. Their species was unidentifiable, yet the blossoms were astonishingly vast, with petals resembling those of a lotus, radiantly hued like peach and plum. Each flower was as large as a lotus pod, clustered together in a stunning display of beauty. Beneath the blossoms, numerous chairs were delicately placed, while a chessboard rested by the stream. The intricacies of these chess pieces and seats were remarkable, crafted from materials such as Hitian jade, gold and silk wood, and adorned with gold and silver, each a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Scattered around were wooden easels, showcasing an array of ancient calligraphy and paintings. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these artworks were the creations of illustrious historical figures, each priceless and unparalleled. As I scrutinized a half-finished painting on the table, I was struck by the elegance and grandeur of the landscapes depicted. It became evident that the enchanting Baoping was no ordinary individual. Moments later, Baoping gracefully emerged from the mist. Her slender figure was captivating, and in her hands, she balanced a porcelain plate adorned with several cups of tea. The tea glimmered a vibrant green, exuding a fragrant aroma that uplifted the spirit. Its essence was undoubtedly derived from rare leaves. This is merely the humble tea I brew, unworthy of your esteemed palate. But I invite the clan leader to indulge. Baoping spoke with utmost politeness, her demeanor mirroring that of an ordinary human, her tone and expressions akin to contemporary speech. She courteously arranged the tea before finding a seat nearby, saying, "Please do not find me presumptuous. It has been quite some time since I have entertained guests." The elderly woman, a recluse of the mountains, was unversed in formalities, having learned her speech from the people below. In these rapidly changing times, while humanity flourished, she occasionally observed and learned, striving not to be an oblivious elder. "Your modesty is appreciated," Qianji replied courteously, taking a sip of the tea. It was pure and refreshing, leaving a lingering fragrance on his palate. Indeed, a taste reminiscent of celestial delights. He dared not indulge further, placing the cup down and casting a glance around, signaling the divine guardians beside him to refrain from any misconduct or wandering. Turning back to Baoping with a smile, he remarked, "Your age surpasses even that of my elders. Such stature leaves me uncertain of how to address you. So I shall refer to you as a mortal matriarch. My sudden visit is indeed presumptuous, and I apologize for any disturbance caused. There is a matter that has weighed heavily on my mind, one that eludes resolution day and night, and I hope the esteemed matriarch can enlighten me." Immortal matriarch, I have heard tales of your first-hand experiences during the time of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou, and of your encounter with the nine-tailed celestial fox. Truly unparalleled experiences. What are your thoughts on that war? As Chunji posed his question, the mother of the tiger, the youthful and beautiful Baoping, fell into a sudden silence. She delicately stirred the tea bowl, her expression freezing into a mask of cold frost. With her silence, the atmosphere around them grew frigid. Chunji could distinctly sense that this enchanting realm, akin to a paradise, was entirely under the sway of Baoping. Chunji had long been aware of the prowess of the weasel-like creatures in the art of illusion. They could craft such vivid delusions that one might be ensnared for a lifetime. In rural areas, encountering foxes or weasels was not to be taken lightly, for they were known to retaliate with their enchanting sorcery. It was said that some villagers, deceived by the weasels, wandered into the mountains and emerged only after decades, believing themselves to have wed into a grand estate, forever unable to discern illusion from reality. Chunji understood that the current situation mirrored this. If the White Phoenix Fairy was pleased, this place would resemble a paradise, but if her mood soured, it was uncertain what might transpire. After a prolonged silence, the White Phoenix Fairy's icy demeanor began to thaw, transforming back into her original gentle and benevolent countenance. The clan leader jested. The old woman is merely an ignorant creature of the wild. What does she know of great matters? Clinging to the legacy of her late husband, she merely survives here with her unworthy offspring. Though I have witnessed the ravages of war in my lifespan, I was then too naive to grasp the significance of the world's tumultuous affairs. Even if I had known, much of it has faded from memory. As for the conflicts of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, who is to say who was right or wrong? Such knowledge lies with the heavens or those who govern the realm. My feeble mind cannot comprehend it. Perhaps it is best not to confront the old woman, the clan leader advised. However, just as Chunji was about to inquire further, the White Phoenix Fairy abruptly rose, her expression notably strained. I had forgotten. There are still some pastries in the back. I shall fetch some for the clan leader. Please, take your time. With that, she turned and departed, disregarding Chunji entirely, leaving the others in an awkward silence, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. The aura of the White Phoenix Fairy was distinctly different from that of other beastmen demigods. She spoke with great humility, yet her demeanor exuded a profound pride and confidence. This self-assurance was not born of ignorance. Rather, it emanated naturally from her being. Deep within her spirit, she possessed a strong sense of self-worth, believing herself deserving of such stature and comportment. Moreover, her character bore a striking resemblance to that of humans. Her speech and actions were utterly indistinguishable from theirs, radiating a palpable essence of humanity, suggesting a deep understanding of human nature. Her aura, too, was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. Were it not for her identity as the legendary White Phoenix Fairy, Chunji might have easily mistaken her for a beautiful woman. The formidable barriers surrounding them could easily be perceived as the protective measures set by her late husband, the giant spirit god. If this were indeed the case, her current demeanor would be more comprehensible. Yet, one aspect remained utterly perplexing to Chunji. He understood the divine realm. Although the Shang dynasty was a distant memory from 5 millennia ago, he could envision the esteemed status of the nine-tailed celestial fox during that era. A deity of such celestial stature would not harbor jealousy toward the insignificant. If the White Phoenix Fairy were as ignorant as she claimed, how could the nine-tailed celestial fox ever regard her with any significance? One could travel great distances to summon her for battle, and this alone signifies that Baoping should not be underestimated. Master, why bother with her verbosity? Han Hu whispered to Chunji, lowering her body slightly. I am incensed. What manner of identity does our master possess? Even divine offspring must bow in his presence. That old woman, considering herself the widow of the giant spirit, displays an utter lack of decorum. Even we, as beastmen, grasp the concepts of respect and propriety. Regardless of her husband's nobility, our arduous journey warrants her civility before our master. She cannot simply come and go as she pleases, nor respond to inquiries with indifference. If you are unwilling to question her further, I shall do so myself and see how she responds. That is unacceptable, Chunji sternly rebuked. He had sensed Han Hu's impatience from the outset. In the realm of the divine, hierarchies are distinctly defined. Below the deities are the divine offspring, followed by demigods, then humans, and finally, beastmen. The status of beastmen is profoundly lowly. Even in the West, they serve as rough laborers. Han, who had been bestowed the title of Battle Beast God, and in his current standing, even if he were to ascend to the heavens, the beastmen below would have no position to kneel. How then could they act with such abandon before Qinji, who had succeeded as the leader of the Jiang clan? The demeanor of Bai Fengxian was indeed somewhat presumptuous. Do not underestimate her, Qinji softly advised Han Hu. Let me tell you, the identity of Bai Fengxian cannot be measured by the standards of beastmen. I once encountered a blue fox deity, also of humble beastmen origins. Yet she later fought alongside the true deity Bai Qian, her power having long surpassed that of ordinary divine offspring. Never underestimate them. Indeed, I have been short-sighted. Han Hu conceded, retreating. Yes, yes, Pang Wei chimed in, eager to echo the sentiment. Let us not be too unreasonable. After all, she is an elder, the mother of the tigress. We are but juniors in her presence. Let us not dwell too heavily on your divine hierarchies. According to human etiquette, we ought to address her as Auntie. Whatever she says, we juniors must heed her words. Qinji, do not hold on to your title as clan leader too tightly. I find this divine aunt quite agreeable. Be a little sweet in your speech later. If you have inquiries, approach her kindly. If she is unwilling to speak, circumvent the topic. Do not provoke her with bluntness. Understood, Qinji nodded gently. At that moment, Bai Fengxian emerged once more from the mist. Her face adorned with a delicate smile, graceful and ethereal like a young maiden. In her hand, she held an exquisitely crafted golden dish, its design ancient and seemingly timeless. Upon it rested several colorful pastries, each emanating a radiant glow, appearing remarkably enchanting, shimmering like jelly illuminated from within. At this moment, Bai Fengxian smiled gently and remarked, "These delicacies possess a remarkable origin. Since the clan leader has traveled from afar, do indulge in them." Chapter 251. Reunion at Lutai. As Bai Fengxian spoke, she placed a platter of exquisite pastries, glistening like gems, upon the table. Indeed, these confections were extraordinary, each piece of vibrant hue that instantly illuminated the room. In an effort to ease the atmosphere, the portly Wei stood up with a chuckle, exclaiming, "Oh, Auntie, you truly have something splendid here. What divine pastries are these? They are simply delightful. The offerings here are truly exquisite. Allow me to sample one." Upon uttering these words, he reached out to take one, only to be met with an invisible force that repelled his hand the moment it brushed against the edge of the platter. Startled, Wei quickly withdrew his hand. Stepping back in surprise, Bai Fengxian laughed lightly and said, "I apologize. This old woman is merely presenting a gift to the deities. These pastries have a special significance, meant solely for the clan leader, and are not to be enjoyed by others. I presume the child has already spoken to you about it. 5,000 years ago, the nine-tailed celestial fox, with Empress Su, personally invited me to Lutai for a banquet. The Empress confided in me her heartfelt sentiments, and subsequently bestowed upon me these colorful pastries, along with a crown adorned with fish. After receiving these imperial gifts, I returned and offered them as tributes, never daring to consume them for myself. Today, with such a distinguished guest as the clan leader in attendance, and given the profound connections of the past, do taste them. Afterward, we can discuss matters further." Upon concluding her words, Bai Fengxian subtly nudged the golden platter forward, her intent unmistakable. She urged Qinji to sample the beautiful pastries, lest further discussion be rendered moot. The thought of indulging in the treats bestowed by the nine-tailed celestial fox from 5 millennia ago was indeed daunting. Qinji turned to glance at Wei, Gui Dao, Han Hu, and the others, who all subtly shook their heads, conveying a clear message. These delicacies were perilous and should not be taken lightly. Qinji's gaze lingered on the pastries, which were indeed a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering enchantingly. He felt an undeniable pull, an intuition that these confections concealed something significant, a fortuitous opportunity that he must uncover. Should he forego this moment, he might indeed regret it for a lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, Qinji took a piece of the resplendent pastry and placed it in his mouth. Perhaps it was the power of the divine, for these pastries were unlike any other. They were sweet and viscous, melting upon contact, akin to a cloud of exquisite sweetness enveloping him. In that instant, an alternate realm began to dissolve within him. Qinji's mind quickly became unmoored, as everything around him transformed. It felt as though he had plunged into a vibrant mist of colors. All those around him vanished, replaced by a panorama of radiant dawn clouds. Above this ethereal mist loomed a magnificent, soaring edifice. The structure exhibited a courtyard design, spiraling upward in concentric circles, with countless levels of grandeur that were unparalleled. Chunji recognized this remarkable building. It was the fabled Lutai, often celebrated in the myths and poetry of bygone eras for its opulence and splendor. Yet, he had witnessed it with his own eyes within the celestial tomb of the fox deity. At that moment, Chunji beheld the long-abandoned deer terrace, now devoid of life and splendor. Yet, what lay before him was the deer terrace in its prime, 5 millennia ago, opulent, lavish, and resplendent. Countless jewels cascaded from the tiers of the edifice, massive pearls tumbling like a waterfall. The ground was strewn with gemstones and precious metals, a dazzling array of rare treasures amassed in abundance, immersed in a haze of luxury and excess. Amidst this grandeur, there were also ghastly scenes. Human skins, hollowed of their innards, were fashioned into grotesque decorations adorning the deer terrace. Human limbs and organs were transformed into various dishes, served on elaborate platters. Beautiful faces flitted about the different levels of the terrace, their laughter echoing with a primal ferocity, an unsettling reflection of the surrounding bloodshed. At the pinnacle of the deer terrace, 9 enormous, snow-white fox tails cascaded down, their size striking and their purity unblemished. Gazing upward along the tails, a figure emerged at the top of the structure, clad in exquisite finery, her hair elegantly coiled and adorned with golden and jeweled pins. She donned a resplendent robe that shimmered like the dawn sky. Although her visage was obscured, Chunji recognized her as Su Shi, the 9-tailed celestial fox. Perched regally at the summit, she spoke in a voice as ethereal as a distant echo, uttering ancient incantations with grave intent. Sister, the world stands on the brink of calamity. Divine authority hangs by a thread. The lords of the West dare to usurp our celestial throne, scheming against us. Humanity is inherently treacherous, adept at deceit, and unfaithful to their promises. They dare to accuse me of heinous crimes. The people despise me, the gods resent me, and I am left without a voice to defend myself. Do you know what they have falsely charged me with? Her voice trailed off, becoming a mere whisper. It seemed as though the 9-tailed celestial fox was confiding in Baoping about the injustices she faced, her anger and indignation palpable. Yet, Chunji could hear nothing further. In the end, he caught the last words of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Sister, this battle is now inevitable. Though we have our grievances, in this time of peril, the Fox clan must unite to confront our external foes and weather this storm. I am but a lone and feeble being. I beseech you for your aid. After her words faded, the clouds below gradually parted, revealing a silhouette. It was none other than Baoping. Strangely, Chunji perceived that she appeared significantly younger then, her attire still immaculate in white. However, unlike her current demeanor, the Baoping of that time exuded a fierce wildness, resembling a beautiful yet fearsome beast. She knelt partially, responding with solemnity, Your Majesty, the Divine Queen, by the grace of royal authority, who dares to defy? I am but a humble wild creature, mingling in the mire, lacking any skill worthy of standing alongside the divine. Moreover, my husband, as a rightful deity, has pledged allegiance to the West Qi. The balance of yin and yang is established, rendering my return to the court of Chaoga inappropriate. Please, let the fox deity acknowledge my lineage as a member of the mouse fox clan, allowing me to return to the wilderness and lead a life of simplicity and austerity. Though I am a creature of the wild, I am aware of the concepts of oaths and honor. Here, I solemnly vow, regardless of how power may shift in the world, I shall never align myself with any faction, nor shall I assist in the downfall of the Shang by the Zhou. The secrets I have come to know today shall remain unspoken to any soul. Should I breach this vow, may both gods and mortals forsake me. From this moment forth, I shall no longer partake in the flesh of others. All beings are equal, and I shall no longer covet blood and meat. I beseech the queen to release me. Upon the conclusion of Baoping's words, the 9-tailed celestial fox above let out a gentle sigh. The 9 majestic tails swayed slightly, and in that instant, the dark silhouette bent down, revealing her visage to Chunji. At the sight of her face, Chunji's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly causing him to gasp. Was this truly the visage of a fox? He had long heard tales of the beauty of the 9-tailed celestial fox, with Su Daji serving as a synonym for beauty throughout Chinese history. Yet he never anticipated that such beauty could be so breathtaking. Chapter 252, The Countenance of a Prosperous Era, it was a countenance that transcended the limits of imagination. A beauty so unparalleled it could sway nations, resplendent and magnificent. Chunji once thought the goddess Bai Qian was beautiful, but in comparison, she paled in insignificance. The features of Su's lineage sparkled, rendering even the stars in the heavens dim by comparison. A flower of spirit blossomed upon her brow, adorned with jewels and splendor, failing to enhance the beauty of her divine visage. Everything in heaven and earth ought to be enchanted by this face. Perhaps exchanging the world for a mere smile from her would be worth the price. In that moment, as Chunji beheld her, it was as if his very soul was captured, his heartbeat stilled, entranced. Su's long eyelashes fluttered downwards as she cast a fleeting glance at Bai Fengxian, her eyes brimming with profound meaning. She did not press further, but merely nodded gently, urging him to go forth. "Sister, remember your oath." With these words, all vanished, and the world before him dissipated like mist. The morsel of cake he had swallowed melted away, and he found himself back in the cave, once again gazing upon Bai Fengxian's face. She smiled softly at Chunji, as if the preceding events were but a fleeting dream. "Surely, the clan leader has seen the truth?" The old woman did not lie. "I once made a promise to remain silent about past secrets. Though I am but a humble beast, I understand that those who break their vows are the most shameless of all. The clan leader has traveled far and likely has many inquiries for me. However, please understand that the old woman is in a difficult position. Thus, I am unable to respond to your questions. I beg your forgiveness." "Very well," Chunji replied, falling silent thereafter, requiring time to regain his composure. The preceding events had been overwhelmingly captivating. The resplendent face of the nine-tailed celestial fox lingered in his mind like an enchanting melody, etched deep within his being. Chunji now comprehended that the nine-tailed celestial fox possessed a power to ensnare the world in illusions unbeknownst to them, a prowess that was not mere exaggeration. He closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to gradually settle. When he opened them again, he gazed once more at Bai Fengxian and said, "I apologize for my disrespect. Esteemed elder, I would never impose upon my seniors. However, I must clarify one matter. Your ability to utter those words earlier indicates that had it not been for your husband, the mighty giant spirit, you would never have remained a passive observer during the battle between King Wu and Zhou. This implies that you do not truly stand with the side of Xiqi. Am I correct?" Once Chunji's inquiry was made, an awkward silence enveloped the room. From the perspective of others, the question seemed rather pointless, even if she were disingenuous. Bai Fengxian, out of respect for her son and husband, would likely claim allegiance to Xiqi. Otherwise, what would be the consequence? The Shang dynasty had perished over 5 millennia ago, and all matters of right and wrong lay buried in the sands of time. Yet, this was a question of significant principle. Although the war had transpired over 5,000 years ago, and its outcomes had solidified into an unchangeable reality, the presence of Xiqi individuals rendered the question crucial. Determining allegiances clarified relationships, and whether Bai Fengxian was friend or foe became unmistakably clear. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Bai Fengxian. She remained seated, quietly observing the tea in her cup. After a few moments, she calmly raised her head to meet Chunji's gaze and gently nodded. "Indeed, were it not for my late husband, I would certainly stand with the Shang and strike against Xiqi." As soon as these words left her lips, Hanhu immediately rose to his feet, with Wu Jia cautiously moving closer, both eyeing the unfriendly Bai Fengxian. Chunji promptly gestured for them to remain composed and addressed them. "You all may step outside for a moment. I wish to speak privately with Xianlao." Upon hearing Chunji's words, several exchanged glances. Peng Wei, the most adept at diffusing tension, quickly ushered everyone back, proclaiming, "Orange is right. Let them have some time alone. There are many matters in the realm of deities that are confidential and should not be overheard by us mere mortals. You monkeys and pangolins should refrain from eavesdropping. Just look at this beautiful scenery. It is no small feat to nurture someone as remarkable as Huna. Let us explore each cave and witness how Huna's childhood was spent. Come on, let us go." With Peng Wei leading the way, the group followed suit, while Gui Dao glanced at Chunji for confirmation before also withdrawing. At that moment, only Chunji and Bai Fengxian remained in the grand hall. "Xianlao, I see that you do not take matters of right and wrong lightly," Chunji remarked with a smile, gazing at Bai Fengxian. "Since you could express that earlier sentiment, might I inquire whether the nine-tailed fox clan truly engaged in cannibalism during the Shang era?" Were humans in that time truly as defenseless as beasts to be preyed upon? Indeed, Baoping replied, her demeanor remarkably composed, her hand gently caressing the tea lid. If we are to speak honestly, some humans were even less worthy than beasts. Some beings, throughout their existence, are bereft of language and exist solely for the purpose of reproduction, their offspring emerging as mere dishes upon birth. Just as Baoping paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating a term, she continued, akin to what you refer to as roast suckling pig. Yet, why did you utter such words earlier? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiqi felt a surge of emotion. Does humanity not deserve sympathy after enduring such suffering? Should we not resist being subject to such brutal torment? The eradication of the Tianhu clan is a matter of self-preservation, a means to ensure the survival of our descendants, and to allow us to stand here today. In this regard, why do you still perceive Xiqi as being in the wrong? The principles of heaven and one's stance. Baoping replied coolly, her long, phoenix-like eyes scrutinizing Xiqi, stating that the consumption of beasts by humans is a divine principle, just as is the consumption of humans by deities. The plight of humanity is of no concern to me. Do not forget, I am a beast man, and my late husband was a deity. This is my position. If you deem it cruel or express sympathy, is there not slaughter occurring in this world? Do you extend your compassion to the pigs and sheep being slaughtered? You do not. You choose to remain oblivious. Thus, the act of slaughter continues, merely excluding humans. In response to this, Xiqi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that Baoping's statements were not mere rationalizations. Indeed, they represented an irrefutable truth. Xianlao. At this juncture, Xiqi was no longer agitated. He set aside the demeanor befitting a clan leader. Instead, after the divine generals departed, he completely lowered his posture. Perhaps he sensed the formidable strength of the other, or perhaps he felt there was no need to feign maturity in the presence of Baoping, whose age was so extensive that it rendered her almost beyond reckoning, leaving Xiqi unable to estimate her years. You are my elder's elder, I understand that. Given your age, you have witnessed countless individuals like myself live and then perish. Life, aging, illness, and death, the waxing and waning of the moon, all seem to pass before you as fleeting as a snap of the fingers. But do you know? I am different. I possess but a few decades of life. Yet from the moment of my birth, I have existed in this world as a mere pawn. Everything I cannot bear, I must force myself to endure. Even when I am devoid of strength and unable to discern right from wrong, I must still endure. At this point, I am far too weary to pursue any grand ideals. I harbor but one wish. I no longer wish to be a pawn. I care not how you articulate these concepts, be it the principles of heaven, fate, or a grand conspiracy. I refuse to be manipulated like a mere doll any longer. I seek to uncover the truth of what has transpired. I must understand the role I play in all of this. Chapter 253, Assistant Xianlao. At this moment, as Xiqi spoke, a surge of fervor coursed through him. He rose and sincerely grasped Baoping's arm with both hands. He sensed the formidable and unpredictable energy within Baoping, yet his strength was immense, his nails digging into her arm. Fairy Matriarch, I am aware that you are no ordinary being. Before you, I am but a fleeting spring herb, a mere whisper of nature. Yet, I beseech you for assistance. Even if my life is ephemeral, I do not wish to be manipulated like a puppet, living in obscurity. I yearn to understand what truly transpired during that war. Who, precisely, was Jiangxia? Upon hearing Xiqi's words, Baoping fell silent. Xiqi could perceive the surging aura behind her. It was evident that she had been swayed by his plea. She remained quiet for an extended period, as if she would not utter another word, until suddenly she placed her teacup on the table. Then, she turned to Xiqi, a faint smile gracing her lips. In that moment, Xiqi glimpsed the raw, unrefined nature of the beast within her. Who is Jiangxia? I cannot say for certain, but at first glance, you do bear a striking resemblance to him. In appearance and temperament, both equally tenacious. Baoping smiled gently. Since the clan leader harbors such ambitions, very well, I shall lend my humble support. However, I shall never betray the promise I made, and thus there are matters I cannot disclose, even if I am aware of them. Nonetheless, you may inquire as you wish. I shall respond to what I can, and if I cannot, I shall simply shake my head. Let us consider it a casual conversation. Thank you, Fairy Matriarch. Xiqi immediately bowed in gratitude. He then posed his first question, Fairy Matriarch, do you know of the god of cooking? The god of cooking? Huh, that old fellow. I indeed know him. Bai Fengxian chuckled softly, as if recalling a delightful memory. She dipped her finger into her teacup and inscribed an ancient character on the tea table. It was the primordial character for cooking. Cooking, with the ingredients above and fierce flames below, can prepare fowl and beasts, as well as grains. Fresh meat, when placed over the fire, can rid itself of its rawness, allowing one to savor its delectable taste. Yet, fire is a divine gift. Ordinary beings cannot partake of cooked food. In those times, only the divine offspring and nobility could indulge in such delicacies. The god of cooking was indeed a figure of great esteem. Bai Fengxian smiled, her enchanting phoenix eyes shimmering with nostalgia. Ah, that was so long ago. Back then, I was much younger and had a penchant for the bloodied taste of raw meat. How I managed to swallow it, I cannot fathom now. Hee. But in those days, most beast folk were unworthy of cooked food. When one saw a great cauldron, it signified the presence of royalty, did it not? Thus, the god of cooking served only the noble lords, correct? Qianji inquired. Indeed, Bai Fengxian replied, glancing at the character she had written with the tea, her delicate finger pointing at it. His lifespan is akin to mine. He is quite ancient. Yet, he is quite different. This fellow is notoriously picky. It is said he never consumes the same type of meat, nor partakes of autumn's grains. He resides solely by the side of kings, a rare sight for common folk. I recall the time when the old fellow performed the sacrificial rites using the 9-tripod cauldron to cook the giant deer. He stood majestically atop the towering mountain, commanding the celestial flames to prepare the meat. The colossal deer, akin to a mountain itself, was transformed into a delectable feast, its aroma wafting across the land, enticing even the slumbering dragon that had lain dormant for millennia. At that time, people remarked, with such exquisite delicacies, what fear of life and death could one possibly harbor? Alas, such flavors may never be savored again. What manner of divine being was he? Qianji continued to inquire, expressing his knowledge of the nobility of deities. What was his relationship with the tyrant King Zhou of Shang? And how did he relate to the nine-tailed fox? He does not heed the nine-tailed fox, Bai Fengxian replied. Though the divine chef is an ancient deity, he possesses little offensive power. Yet, he is most closely associated with human monarchs, serving them in the ceremonial art of cooking. His bond with King Zhou of Shang is profound, to the extent that even the nine-tailed fox clan could not win his favor. Is he truly so close to the monarch? Qianji pondered softly. In my recollection, the nine-tailed fox wielded far greater power than any human ruler. The King Zhou of Shang was dreadfully afraid of him and was constantly oppressed by the nine-tailed fox, was he not? Indeed, Bai Fengxian responded with a gentle smile. Even oppression cannot usurp his position. Though the nine-tailed fox may be immensely powerful, there are still boundaries she cannot cross. Some matters are beyond her reach. To overstep would be to defy the heavenly order and oppose the divine emperor, thus becoming the target of universal scorn. At that time, the power structure was one of divine right. The nine-tailed fox was the empress, yet the emperor had to be a human ruler, bestowed with the dragon bone seal by the divine emperor. Otherwise, it would be deemed treason. Regardless of the reasons, any ascendant lacking the dragon bone seal is guilty of rebellion. Thus, the subsequent generations of human rulers were, in truth, self-proclaimed impostors. Now I understand, Qianji said, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Bai Fengxian. That dragon seal holds such paramount importance. It's no wonder so many sought after it. Can you tell me, he continued. The nine-tailed fox claimed she was wronged by humanity. What was the nature of that accusation? Upon hearing this question, Bai Fengxian gently closed her eyes and shook her head, offering no reply, confirming her inability to answer. Qianji had anticipated this outcome, so he adopted a different approach. Fairy Elder, based on my current deductions, during the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, the nine-tailed fox undoubtedly committed a grievous sin that rendered her the object of public scorn. This transgression jeopardized her standing to such an extent that even the divine emperor would not support her. It was this very sin that provided Jiangxia the opportunity to approach the divine emperor for permission to execute her. Does this sin, whether true or false, relate to any historical event? Upon hearing Qianji's query, Bai Fengxian's eyes flew open. In that moment, her expression turned grave, but the next second, a cunning smile graced her lips. Well asked. This is indeed a question I can answer, though I shall not divulge the intricate details. Instead, I will share with you a tale, a story you have undoubtedly heard countless times before. This tale begins with the relationship between Jiangxia and the Ji clan. As it stands, Jiangxia is recognized as a co-founder of the Zhou dynasty alongside King Wu of Zhou, GFA, marking the dawn of a new era for humanity. However, it is commonly acknowledged that Jiangxia's true ally was not GFA. Chapter 254, The World of That Time. Oh, are you referring to the Duke of Shibua, Jichang? Shenji inquired. In legends, there appears to be some camaraderie between Jiangxia and Duke Jichang of Shibua. When Duke Jichang was captured in Chaoga, numerous tales emerged regarding his fate, including a harrowing story of cannibalism. Indeed, Baoping's voice was hushed, as if she wished for only Shenji to hear her words. Surely you are aware that GFA was not the eldest son of the Xiqi lineage? Before the collapse of the rites and music, there was a clear distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, with the latter barred from inheriting the throne. Thus, the rightful heir of Xiqi was someone else. Following Baoping's lead, Shenji's mind immediately wandered to the ancient legends surrounding the investiture of the gods. One particularly famous tale concerns the eldest son of Duke Jichang, Bo Yikao, who endeavored to rescue his father. In the legends, Bo Yikao was characterized by his innate kindness and striking appearance, embodying the virtues of a dutiful son. At that time, his father, Duke Jichang, had incurred the wrath of King Zhou and was imprisoned, facing the grim prospect of dying far from home, which caused great distress in Xiqi. To save his father, Bo Yikao presented the three national treasures of Xiqi to King Zhou and his consort, Sudaji. These treasures were the 7 fragrant chariot, the sobering mat, and the white-faced monkey. The 7 fragrant chariot was a relic from the time of Emperor Xianyuan, left behind after the defeat of Qiyu at the North Sea. It possessed the miraculous ability to traverse in any direction without assistance. The sobering mat, an item of divine origin, could awaken a person from drunkenness in no time when lying upon it. The white-faced monkey, though a mere beast, was skilled in performing 3,000 melodies and 800 grand tunes, enchanting audiences with its dulcet voice and graceful movements, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale or the gentle sway of a willow. These 3 treasures were unparalleled in the mortal realm, exceedingly rare. Upon witnessing these offerings, King Zhou and his queen were initially elated and intended to pardon Jichang. However, Queen Sudaji, seized by sudden lust upon seeing the handsome and talented Bo Yikao, sought to draw near to him, only to be met with his righteous rebuke. Enraged, Sudaji falsely accused Bo Yikao of attempting to seduce her and further claimed that his music was a veiled insult to King Zhou's character. Furious, King Zhou ordered Bo Yikao to be dismembered and his remains ground to pieces. Moreover, a treacherous minister suggested that since sages of old never consumed the flesh of their own offspring, and given that Jichang was revered as a sage skilled in divination, they should prepare a dish of his son's flesh and present it to Jichang. If he partook of it, it would signify his folly. If he refrained, it would confirm his prophetic abilities, warranting his execution. King Zhou found this reasoning compelling and proceeded with the plan, unaware that Jichang had already divined the impending calamity befalling his beloved son and was consumed with grief. The following day, upon receiving the meat soup, he feigned ignorance and consumed it, intending to deceive both King Zhou and Daji. Upon learning this, King Zhou was greatly amused, believing that Jichang was merely a foolish and ignorant man, and thus he released him. Ultimately, Jichang returned to his homeland. Later, Jiangxia, recognizing the loyalty and filial piety of Bo Yikao, conferred upon him the title of the supreme deity of the northern polar star, designating him as a revered god. This event has been passed down through the vast expanse of Huaxia for over 5,000 years, known to all, and it exemplifies the wisdom and valor of the Western Zhou noble Jichang, while simultaneously attesting to the folly and tyranny of King Zhou of Shang. Even today, if Bo Yikao indeed possessed the legendary beauty, it would not be unimaginable for someone of the nine-tailed fox lineage, known for their lasciviousness and cruelty, to enact such deeds. Bo Yikao, Baoping inquired softly, "Do you know the origin of this name?" Shenji hesitated when asked. There is not much historical description of this individual. Even the recorded accounts primarily revolve around this legendary tale. "I am not quite certain," Shenji replied. "I have pondered this myself. Since he is the eldest son of the Ji family from Xiqi, why did he not place the Ji surname first, as his father Jichang and brother Gfa did?" "Exactly," Baoping sighed gently, "because he bore the national surname, which supersedes his own. The term Yuan was actually his title at the time. His original name was Ji Cao, Ji being his surname, Cao being his given name, and Bo indicating his rank. Yuan was the title bestowed upon him by the court at his birth. Immediately upon his arrival, news swiftly reached the nine-tailed fox, bringing great joy to the Su clan. They promptly issued a decree, bestowing numerous rewards and conferring upon him the title of Yuan, placing him among the lords. Do you understand now? The status of Bo Yikao is, in fact, even higher than that of his father, the Western Zhou noble Ji Chang. What? By Fengxian's statement astonished Chen Ji immensely. Are you saying that Bo Yikao, the eldest son of the Western Zhou noble, was favored by the nine-tailed fox from birth, which is why he received such a noble title? How then did such events transpire? How could they so readily take his life? No, Chen Ji pondered, shaking his head. The fox clan is inherently capricious, and the nine-tailed fox is known for her fierce and cruel nature. Perhaps she later lost her affection for this young heir and, driven by lustful desires, decided to eliminate him. That is for you to contemplate, Bai Fengxian replied, retracting her words. She closed her eyes, delicately swirling her slender fingers in the tea, inscribing two characters on the table, Tai Si. She then spoke softly, in your human history, who was the mother of Bo Yikao? I surmise she is the same as GFA's mother, a human woman named Tai Si. However, I can reveal a fact that was well known at the time. The world was governed by divine authority, and all kings and nobles were recipients of divine blood. Aside from the infamous King Zhou of Shang, known as Dxian, the legitimate wives of various feudal lords were predominantly from the Fox clan, and even those who were not were often descendants of divine beings. Notably, the legitimate wife of the Duke of Shibua, GFA, was closely related to the revered nine-tailed fox, being a fox maiden herself. Thus, Bo Yikao was indeed a child of the Fox clan. He had a profound affinity for his kin, born into a noble lineage, which emboldened him to present treasures to the nine-tailed fox in petition for his father's sake. There is another matter I must convey to you. During that era, the dominion of the divine spirits was paramount, transcending all. However, there existed three grave transgressions that even the divine could not absolve. The first was disrespect towards the divine emperor, the second was the breach of trust by divine progeny, and the third was the heinous act of cannibalism among kin, what you humans would term the consumption of a father's own flesh by his son. Chapter 255. The unforgivable sin is cannibalism among kin truly a grave sin? Chen Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Does it only apply to legitimate sons? What of the illegitimate ones? Of course, Bai Fengxian responded with a gentle smile, a nostalgic expression flitting across her face. How simple the world was back then. There were clear distinctions between above and below, with lineage inherent from birth and societal hierarchies unmistakably defined. No one dared to overstep their bounds. For one's status was predetermined from the moment of birth, immutable despite any efforts to change it. Nobles and kings may have numerous offspring, yet they were distinctly categorized as legitimate or illegitimate. Illegitimate children bore a lowly status, often relegated to servitude, subject to punishment, and even deemed acceptable for sacrificial burial. However, legitimate sons were different. They were the rightful heirs and true progeny, deserving of respect even from their parents. To slaughter a legitimate son and consume his flesh is to defy the grand principles of the world, an unforgivable crime. Even the divine would not grant clemency for such an act. Ah, so that is the case. Chen Ji's mind was suddenly illuminated. Are you implying that the grave accusation against the nine-tailed fox stems from her coercing the Duke of Shibua? I have merely stated the facts, Bai Fengxian replied, shaking her finger as a reminder to Chen Ji. What you choose to think is entirely your own affair. I desire no further involvement in that. Now, let me speak of the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang. He is indeed a peculiar individual. Although I often dwell in the mountains, detached from worldly affairs, his reputation has nonetheless reached my ears. He is a man devoid of cunning, possessing a kind heart and a gentle demeanor, easily taken advantage of. Rather simple-minded by modern standards, some might even call him foolish. During his confinement in Chaoga, he moved about without any semblance of authority, his foolishness laid bare, to the extent that even divine servants dared to bully him. It was in Chaoga that he became acquainted with Jiangxia, who seemed to take a considerable interest in him, forging a close bond and frequently bestowing him with precious garments, though the purpose of this generosity remains unclear. At that time, Jiangxia was a figure of immense charisma, radiating brilliance, and his lofty aspirations were unfathomable to us now. One wonders what he saw in the Duke of Shibua. Eventually, I learned that Jiang Zia was indeed ambitious, unwilling to remain beneath others. Then came the pivotal event when the Duke of Shibua fled back to Xiqi, and subsequently, GFA, the illegitimate son, ascended to the position of duke. Aided by Jiang Zia, and they rose in rebellion. As Bai Fengxian spoke, she lifted the cup of tea once more, cradling it in her palm and observing the emerald liquid within. In retrospect, the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, was merely an insignificant human, foolish and obtuse, utterly lacking in the understanding of divination. Even if there were indeed acts of cannibalism, how could he possibly fathom that the meat he consumed was that of his own beloved son? The true instigator was Jiang Zia. As Bai Fengxian reached this point in her narrative, a cold smile crept across her face, her expression rife with disdain, as if uttering these truths from her lips rendered them utterly detestable. Are you implying, Qinji stammered, that Jiang Zia deceived the simple-minded Ji Chong into consuming the flesh of his own offspring, and with this justification, conspired with the illegitimate son GFA to usurp the realm? I never claimed such a thing, Bai Fengxian replied, a hint of reproach in her gaze directed at Qinji. How often have I stated that I am merely recounting the facts? Your interpretations are of no concern to me. Should there be any misinterpretation, I shall not bear the responsibility. As she continued, the glimmer in her phoenix-like eyes sparkled once more. She cast a distant glance into the swirling mist, seemingly reminiscing about a time long past, when Chaoga thrived in opulence. The grandeur of the celestial dynasty could not be compared to the present capital. Within the city of Chaoga, a haze of revelry prevailed, with nights filled with melodious tunes, where countless truths and falsehoods intertwined. Yet, what truly transpired within that city remains an enigma to many, including myself. Since clarity eludes us, let us refrain from delving further. However, one fact remains indisputable. Ji Chang's consumption of his son's flesh was the spark that ignited the rebellion led by King Wu against the tyrant Zhou. In human lore, it is said that Ji Chang fled alongside Jiang Zia back to Xiqi, enjoying a peaceful twilight before his demise. Yet, in reality, Ji Chang never returned to Xiqi. He perished on the journey home under mysterious circumstances, with no one seeking answers. Jiang Zia bore this grim news back to Xiqi, assisting GFA in ascending the throne. From that moment, the world was irrevocably transformed. GFA, a mere illegitimate son of humanity, allied with the divine Jiang Zia, rallied the feudal lords against the decadent and tyrannical Shangzhou, seizing dominion over the realm. A mere mortal monarch had usurped divine authority. Truly remarkable. It is essential to note that during that era, the throne was not merely a human seat, where one dynasty replaced another. Revolutions were unheard of. Yet, GFA and Jiang Zia triumphed. Humanity thus governed the world, no longer mere prey to be slaughtered. How formidable Jiang Zia truly was. A mere illegitimate son seated upon the throne, while the divine wielded the whip commanding the gods. Reflecting upon it now feels like a dream. After concluding her tale, Bai Fengxian gradually replaced the lid on her teacup, closing her eyes and falling silent. Meanwhile, Qinji succumbed to a prolonged silence, his mind spiraling into uncontrollable reverie. A framework built upon countless possibilities has been repeatedly shattered and reconstructed by him, revealing a singularly clear and undeniable thread that now stands before him. Yet, this truth is one he is utterly reluctant to confront. Is it truly so? Is there such despicableness? Is this world, indeed, of such paramount importance? Is power so splendid? For these reasons, can one commit acts more barbaric than beasts? Despicable, deceiving one's friends, compelling them to consume their own offspring, only to murder them on the way back. This is all in pursuit of power, a deceit to seize dominion over the world. Heaven help us. In that moment, Qinji tightly shut his eyes, feeling as though the very blood within him were reversing its flow. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming shame for his lineage. At that instant, he was terrified of others discovering this reality. How would the divine offspring perceive him if they were to learn? What would the warriors of Xiqi, who had shed their blood for generations, think of him? And that barrier, the cursed barrier that the people of Xiqi have guarded for 5 millennia, which has cost countless lives. Could it still be true? Is there even a possibility that it is true? Qinji could scarcely dare to consider it. Chapter 256. Farewell. In the time that followed, Qinji remained seated, lost in a tumult of thoughts. After years of trial, he had long outgrown the naivety of judging individuals by mere right and wrong. He did not deny the existence of this world, After all, it is humanity's domain, and humans are its principal beneficiaries. This is an undeniable truth. However, everything is not as splendid as it seems, nor as noble as the myths suggest. For the sake of power, one can stoop to unimaginable depths. If the barrier is indeed a fabrication, then the revelation of this truth would unveil a gruesome deception. What consequences would follow the exposure of such a lie? He could scarcely bring himself to ponder it. Subsequently, Chunji chose silence, and Bai Fengxian also sat in quietude. After an extended period of stillness, a sudden sound of footsteps approached. "Oh, it seems your conversation has concluded," exclaimed Pang Wei, who had been frolicking in a nearby small cave. Observing the tranquility, he discerned that their discussion had come to an end. Being astutely perceptive, he noticed Chunji's pallor and understood that this discourse had reached its conclusion. He then smiled broadly at Bai Fengxian, saying, "I believe you must be weary. Dear aunt, you are accustomed to this serene environment and unaccustomed to such commotion. We have been quite noisy for a prolonged time. We wouldn't want to trouble you further. Let us take our leave." After speaking, Pang Wei turned to Chunji, raised his eyebrows, and gestured, "Come on, Orange. You have matters to attend to back home, don't you?" Chunji's gaze fell heavily to the ground as he listened to Fat Wei's words, yet he remained silent. His emotions surged tumultuously. He felt an unwillingness to utter another word, yet an inexplicable reason held him back from leaving, as if he harbored some lingering reluctance. At that moment, Bai Fengxian issued a dismissal. "Esteemed guests, I beg your pardon. The aged matron has grown weary and requires her rest. It is time for me to retire. I apologize for neglecting the clan leader. You have traveled great distances to arrive here, and I ought to have prepared a feast. Yet I have long forsaken meat and fish. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness, aside from a cup of tea, I have little to offer you, clan leader. Perhaps it is best for you to take your leave. I shall not keep you any longer. Should you have any inquiries in the future, there is no need to seek me out again. I have shared all I can. There is nothing more to say." After delivering her remarks, Bai Fengxian slightly inclined her body in a gesture of courtesy before turning to depart. However, Han Hu was greatly displeased with her actions. Just as Bai Fengxian stepped outside, he swiftly blocked her path, exclaiming, "Fair lady, please pause. My master has yet to grant you permission to leave. There is no need for such haste." Bai Fengxian, intrigued, lifted her gaze to Han Hu. She had clearly discerned his identity, but chose not to bow before the new deity. Instead, she regarded Han Hu as one might observe an amusing creature. The old matron has grown senile, having spent years in seclusion, unaware of the changes in the world. Even thousands of years ago, I could come and go as I pleased in the city of Chaogu. Yet now I find myself needing your master's permission to move. It seems I have indeed grown old, requiring a little monkey like you to impart wisdom." Before Han Hu could finish his thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. At that moment, a sound akin to a monkey's cry echoed in the air. In the next instant, Bai Fengxian continued, "You little monkey are quite careless. How could you so thoughtlessly discard your staff? Such a slender rod, if broken, would be quite unfortunate." Upon finishing her statement, she extended a delicate hand, and a radiant light emanated from her fingertips. In an instant, Han Hu's living weapon materialized in Bai Fengxian's grasp. At that moment, Han Hu was taken aback, leaping several meters away in shock. He checked himself, realizing the fiery weapon was indeed missing, silently taken without his awareness. Now in Bai Fengxian's possession, the weapon lay motionless, resembling a mere staff. Yet, it trembled slightly, as if subdued by an immense force. "Take it back. Do not toss it about carelessly," Bai Fengxian declared, tossing the staff back to Han Hu. It arced through the air, landing in his hands and transforming once more into an orange little monkey, which, frightened, burrowed into Han Hu's embrace. Children are perpetually children, never truly growing up, yet the tallest mountains in this world remain shapeless and unseen. Bai Fengxian smiled faintly, then with a swift motion, vanished into the mist. Her actions left everyone in awe. After reclaiming his living weapon, Han Hu ceased to speak, directing his attention solely to Chunji. At that moment, Chunji lifted his head and softly addressed the group. "Summon Hu Na. Let us depart. I have acquired what I sought. I shall not return to this place again." The group then made their way toward the adjacent cave to summon Hu Na, only to find her emerging at that very moment. She had been blissfully unaware of the happenings outside, having indulged in the roasted chicken brought by Pang Wei. She informed Chunji that Bai Fengxian would craft him a new human guise, one that would not be as terrifying as the previous. They prepared to leave. Yet Baoping did not reappear, seemingly having no intention of seeing them off. However, Huna was familiar with the route. Following the same path, Xiqi and the others exited the cave. Throughout the journey, Han, who remained notably cold and silent, his demeanor ominous. Upon reaching the outside, they encountered the ancient barriers once more. Xiqi inquired of Huna, "These barriers have aged. Did your father create them?" "No," Huna replied innocently. "These were crafted by my mother. She said that my father often made enemies and frequently ventured into battle. One day, weary from conflict, he sought refuge here, where none would dare disturb him. Did your father protect you during his lifetime?" Xiqi continued his questioning. "Why should he protect us?" Huna seemed perplexed by the question. "My mother is formidable. She once confessed to fearing some enemies, powerful foes, but they have all perished. In this world now, there is nothing to fear." "Oh, I see," Xiqi replied softly, turning back to glance at the cave before looking at Huna again. "If we were to return to the underworld to confront the enemies we encountered last time, would your mother assist us?" "No," Huna answered without hesitation. "When I left, my mother made it clear. This world has long ceased to concern her. She is a widow of the past. Regardless of how this world transforms, who is right or wrong, she will not intervene." The burning sky peacock remarked, "Dear ones, today's update is here. I need to reconfigure the outline. We are approaching the conclusion, and the tension is palpable. I must revisit the narrative threads. Any misstep could lead to regret." Chapter 257. Consolation. They returned to the Destiny Hall via their original route, employing the technique of Earth escape. Though the journey traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, it took less than half a day underground. Upon their return, the sun shone brightly, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Pang Wei chuckled. "This winding journey feels as if we crossed an entire continent, like a dream. What significance does human subway travel hold? The ancient art of Earth evasion, a skill passed down through generations, remains unparalleled. After so much commotion and with their stomachs empty, Pang Wei initially intended to join everyone for a feast at Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant. However, upon reaching out, they discovered that Lu Xiaohong had encountered a diner who absconded without paying, leaving the restaurant in disarray. Consequently, both she and her mother, lacking the inclination to continue, closed the establishment early and would not be serving guests today. This left everyone feeling disheartened, prompting them to seek sustenance elsewhere. After receiving a reprimand from Baoping, Han Huan experienced a slight emotional jolt, resulting in a rather despondent demeanor. His lively little monkey, startled by the events, nestled in his embrace, gazing up with wide, adorable eyes and refusing to let go. Once the group dispersed, Han Huan took his little monkey into the yard to bask in the sunlight. The tiger, perpetually unsatisfied, utilized the earth evasion technique to search for food, with Wu Jia accompanying him. Meanwhile, Xiqi retreated to his room, his mind a tumultuous whirl, drawing all the curtains as if to conceal his inner secrets from prying eyes. After a short while, a series of knocks echoed on his door. Xiqi, feeling indifferent, did not respond, yet the door swung open to reveal Pang Wei. "What are you doing here, hiding and pondering alone?" Pang Wei inquired, handing over a steaming cup of coffee. "Give it a try. I brewed it using your method. You always fancy yourself a connoisseur, shunning cheap instant coffee to indulge in this artisanal grind. Today, I tried my hand at it. See if it suits your palate." Xiqi accepted the coffee but remained silent. His mind was preoccupied, and he had no desire to engage in conversation, placing the cup on the side table. "Is there something you need? Speak quickly if so. I lack the inclination for idle chit-chat." "You look quite troubled," Pang Wei teased, poking Xiqi as if he were a child. "You're reluctant to enjoy your coffee. Something's amiss in your thoughts. Look at you, brooding all day, isolating yourself in this room, not speaking to anyone. At this rate, you might as well be shutting yourself in completely. Don't forget, withdrawal is a privilege of the beautiful. You lack the looks to emulate them." After saying this, Pang Wei turned to close the door, lowering his voice to inquire, "What did that Aunt Bai say that was so significant? Did she speak ill of Jiangxia? Claim he is not a good person? Is it somehow related to our barrier? Did she suggest the barrier is a fabrication? Keep your voice down," Xiqi exclaimed, raising his gaze with a sharp look at Pang Wei, urging him to lower his volume. He then cautiously surveyed the room, confirming all the windows were closed before responding. "How did you come to know of this? Did you read lips or overhear something? There was sorcery surrounding us. It's impossible for you to have heard anything." "Ah, even I, Pang, Wish to know what resides in your mind. Must I rely solely on eavesdropping? Pang Wei took a generous sip from the coffee cup he had reclaimed, exclaiming, "Delicious. Having spent such a considerable amount of time with you, I have come to understand you exceedingly well. I am well aware of your every move and thought. After your conversation with Aunt Bai, your face instantly turned an unsightly shade of green, an expression far more grotesque than that of a butchered pig, leading me to surmise that something was amiss. Ever since you assumed this lofty status, it seems your mind can concern itself with little else but the trivial matters of the Jiang family. What are you preoccupied with? Barriers, Xiqi, the fate of humanity, the millennia of Huaxia? The matters that could so frighten you are likely confined to these few." After Fat Wei finished speaking, he delicately inhaled the aroma of his coffee and took a sip, seemingly savoring it with profound appreciation, exuding a certain charm akin to a pig with a spring onion. "Goodness, no wonder you prefer this artisanal blend. It surpasses the instant variety that costs a mere 2 yuan. However, you must refrain from speaking carelessly about these matters," Chen Ji cautioned with a serious demeanor. "You must understand that should these words escape your lips, Xiqi could indeed face cataclysmic consequences." Cataclysmic consequences, indeed. After all these years, I have yet to witness such calamity. It appears that our homeland remains quite resilient, Fat Wei chuckled. In my lengthy existence, I have encountered numerous tribulations, and yet, none has led to any apocalyptic events. My brother Zhang once remarked that he harbored significant concerns, and should they remain unresolved, the world would face dire repercussions. For the sake of the world, he claimed he would make sacrifices and barricade himself, only to retreat into solitude. Curse it. Do they all consider themselves saviors of the world? So valiant. I, however, am but a mere mortal. We common folk spend our days at home, wondering if we might encounter zombies or apocalyptic events. Yet, after all this time, the world remains intact, and the price of sunflower seeds is still 10 yuan per pound. While Ding Ning continues to neglect his homework. Curse it, without your so-called superheroes, nothing has transpired. I am not like you. Chen Ji buried his head, his brow furrowed tightly. Our fates diverge, and our burdens differ. What do you mean by fate? If you choose to ignore it, does it not cease to exist? Do you truly consider yourself the sun, bearing the weight of the galaxy? After Fat Wei finished speaking, he placed his hand on Chen Ji's shoulder. In truth, I came here to offer you some advice. Orange, you must not burden yourself with excessive pressure. If fate does not claim your life, you might well bring about your own demise. Sometimes, you need to step back and view matters from the perspective of an ordinary person like myself. After all, Zhang Zia was merely a man from 5,000 years ago. The bloodline that has twisted through the ages to reach you bears little relevance to his deeds. You need not persist in your despair, as if the sky were about to fall. If you truly harbor unresolved issues, why not step outside and seek clarity on these matters? Set aside everything else for the time being. Rest assured, wherever you may go, my support will unwaveringly accompany you. Certainly, I will accompany you. Chapter 258, Fragments from 50 years ago in the ensuing days. Chen Ji commenced an extensive integration of the materials pertaining to the era of King Wu's campaign against Zhou. His primary focus lay upon the latent documents, which are defined as fragments from ancient texts that reflect the details of significant figures from that period. For instance, within the narrative of seemingly inconsequential events, there are subtle references to the court or monarch of the time. Such depictions tend to be more objective, devoid of bias, and thus more authentic. Although Bai Fengxian's accounts possess a high degree of credibility, they merely recount bygone events from her perspective. Furthermore, her statements pertain only to certain occurrences, while the remainder is derived from Chen Ji's own inferences, rendering pure speculation inadequate. Given that Baoping is currently incapacitated and neglecting state affairs, the entirety of power within the Western Qi has effectively been consolidated in Chen Ji's hands. All the power structures of Western Qi are open to him. In due course, Chen Ji sought the assistance of Ji Hu, an elder of the Ji clan, to help uncover some family records from within the royal lineage of the Ji family. These materials are exceedingly valuable, with most inscribed on turtle shells or woven gold cloth, although they are often fragmented and resemble mere accounts of transactions, necessitating meticulous searching for elements of worth. Naturally, Chen Ji also engaged some of the foremost archaeological experts to amalgamate all currently available findings and reconstruct that distant history. The Shang dynasty, preceding the Zhou dynasty, has long been shrouded in mystery. Although numerous legends abound, The artifacts unearthed thus far are few, and the figures of these legends remain elusive. However, after a period of diligent integration, these archaeological scholars discovered some pertinent information. Firstly, Baoping's portrayal of Bo Yikao is indeed factual. Bo Yikao, originally named Ji Cao, was the eldest son of the Western Earl Ji Chong. In those times, respect for hierarchy dictated that the eldest legitimate son wore the Bo crown, signifying his esteemed position among siblings. The title Yi was indeed a special feudal designation. Affirming his status, experts speculate that a particular domain may have served as his fief, similar to the son of King Wu, Gfa, known as Tang Shiyu, who bore the Ji surname and was named Yu. This title reflects his fief in the Tang state, a nomenclature primarily ascribed by future generations. The fact that Bo Yikao was addressed in such a manner during his lifetime indicates that this title was more esteemed than his paternal surname, suggesting that his status may have surpassed that of his father. However, there exists no definitive record regarding the identity of Bo Yikao's mother. Yet, later historical texts and myths assert that his mother was none other than the renowned Tai Si, who was also the mother of King Wu, Gfa. Nevertheless, some historians have expressed doubts about Tai Si's identity, noting inconsistencies in various accounts. Tai Si, of the Si surname, was born to the Yoshin tribe, then known as the Xiqi state, which corresponds to present-day Heyang County in Shanxi Province. The circumstances of Ji Chang's encounter with Tai Si have been immortalized in poetry, making them widely known throughout the land of Huaxia. In legend, the Duke of Shibo, Ji Chang, encountered the enchanting Tai Si by the banks of the Wei River, and he was instantly captivated by her beauty. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that this woman possessed remarkable virtues. She was benevolent, wise, and lived a life of simplicity, embodying the qualities of an exemplary woman. Consequently, Ji Chang resolved to take Tai Si as his wife. Due to the absence of a bridge over the Wei River, Ji Chang decided to construct a boat bridge, linking vessels together to create a floating passage, thus grandly welcoming Tai Si. Once inside their home, Tai Si admired the virtues of her elders, emulating her mother-in-law, Tai Jiang, diligently fulfilling her duties as a wife, and bearing many children for Ji Chang, who posthumously honored her with the title of Mother of Culture. Among their offspring, the most renowned was King Wu of Zhou, Gfa. The first poem in the Book of Songs, Guanju, is said to recount the love story of Tai Si and Ji Chang. The Osprey's Call. On the banks of the river, a graceful maiden, a gentleman's perfect match. This famous verse has been passed down through millennia across the land of Huaxia. In the annals of Chinese cultural history, this woman is regarded as a paragon of virtue and the rightful wife of Ji Chang. However, numerous historians have raised doubts, citing this very poem as evidence. Noble women of that era would not have been easily found by the riverside. It is plausible that Tai Si was merely a washerwoman whom Ji Chang happened to glimpse. Moreover, substantial circumstantial evidence suggests that Tai Si was not the daughter of a prominent family, but rather an ordinary woman from the state of Xiqi. Yet she possessed a purity and beauty that surpassed that of noble women. One day, while washing clothes by the river, she was fortuitously seen by Ji Chang, who fell in love at first sight, leading to their union. Such love stories, while not uncommon, could indeed culminate in marriage in modern society. However, during the Shang dynasty, when ritual and music had not yet deteriorated, the notion of a marriage founded solely on love was fanciful. The social hierarchy was distinctly defined, and the possibility of a feudal lord marrying a commoner as his primary wife was virtually non-existent. Additionally, the poem describes Ji Chang hosting lavish banquets to ceremoniously welcome Tai Si into his home. If this were a genuine marriage of a primary wife, such grandiose celebrations would be expected and need not be explicitly mentioned. This implies that Tai Si's status upon entering the household was not that of a primary wife, but rather a secondary consort. Her beauty was valued, her character respected, and thus a special and elaborate wedding was held in her honor. This logic stands to reason. Following this line of reasoning, it is likely that Ji Chang had a primary wife of high status and noble birth, whose existence has been entirely erased from history, leaving no trace of her name. This could explain the high title held by Bo Yikao, which may have been derived from this first wife. Furthermore, Chunji discovered fragments of ancient oracle bones that contained references to the legendary King Zhou of Shang, Xiqi. These fragments suggest that the infamous King Zhou was not as tyrannical as portrayed. In fact, he was praised by the people of his time. Among these oracle bones is a record of a popular tale from that era. The record speaks of King Zhou of Shang, also known as Emperor Xian, who fiercely resisted the pressures from the nobility, who practiced human sacrifice, leading to his eventual ostracization by his own kin. Yet, a sage praised him, declaring that he loved his people as one would cherish their own children. Chapter 259. Human sacrifice. One of the most significant traditions of the Shang dynasty was that of sacrifice. Regardless of the magnitude of an event, divination using turtle shells was deemed essential to ascertain fortune or misfortune, followed by various offerings to the heavens based on the results. In the ruins of Yin located in Anyang, Hunan, thousands of turtle shells, used for divination by the Shang, have been unearthed. Among the offerings presented to the heavens, besides various livestock, a notably grim portion consisted of living humans. The execution of this tradition was notably brutal and involved a significant number of victims. Consequently, the average lifespan during the Shang era was a mere 18 years, with reaching the age of 30 considered a remarkable feat at that time. A stringent hierarchy existed among humans. Beneath the royal family were the nobility, followed by the scholarly gentry, then the commoners and slaves. The status of slaves was akin to that of livestock. Many were so deprived of humanity that they could not even speak. From birth, they were confined and often relegated to the role of sacrificial offerings. The Zhou people of the West Qi were not original inhabitants of the Shang dynasty. Rather, they were migrants known as Chang. Previously, they lived as mountain dwellers, lacking literacy and skills, excelling only in hunting and warfare. Upon their submission to the Shang, they were regarded as lesser than the merchants of the Central Plains. In Chaoga City, vast quantities of living humans were required for sacrifices, making the Chang the most suitable offerings to the heavens. Inscribed on the oracle bones, the symbol for sacrifice depicted a hand holding meat placed upon an altar, representing the flesh of those sacrificed. After the Zhou clan aligned themselves with the Shang, the entire West Qi region was mandated to present human sacrifices annually to the Shang dynasty. These offerings could be sourced from their own kin or acquired through conquests of other tribes, marking a blood-soaked chapter in history. The Shang dynasty's perception of the Zhou clan is evident in the oracle bone script of the character for Zhou, which is adorned with numerous small dots symbolizing blood. Thus, the representation of blood reflects the Shang's viewpoint towards the Zhou people. The process of human sacrifice in the Shang was horrifically brutal. A common method involved cleaving individuals in half, alongside pigs and cattle, to be displayed upon the altar until their blood drained completely, marking the conclusion of the ritual. Other methods included the extraction of hearts and boiling them in water. At this juncture, the victims could no longer be regarded as human. They were akin to pigs, cattle, and dogs, mere provisions for the Shang to present to the heavens. Historical investigations reveal that after concluding the sacrifices, the Shang royalty and nobility would partake in the consumption of the offerings, sharing in the divine bounty. In a bronze cooking vessel unearthed in the 1970s, archaeologists discovered a human head, unmistakably boiled, with many bones hollowed out. This serves as evidence of the initial practices of human sacrifice and cannibalism among the Shang people. It appears that not only were the deities implicated, but the overall mindset of human society at that time was exceedingly bloodthirsty and cruel. Upon ascending to the throne, King Zhou of Shang, also known as Xiqi, publicly renounced the barbaric practice of live human sacrifices. He abstained from consuming offerings and even decreed the abolition of all such inhumane rituals, thereby eradicating a heinous chapter in history. Since most of the sacrificial victims were the people of the Zhou from Xiqi, Xiqi exhibited profound compassion and mercy towards these Chang individuals. However, his actions were deemed weak and a betrayal of tradition by the Shang nobility, who vandalized sacrificial vessels and cursed Xiqi, proclaiming he would face divine retribution. Consequently, when King Wu of Zhou, GFA, ultimately conquered the city of Chaoga, the nobles displayed little resistance. Instead, they colluded with one another to overthrow Xiqi's rule. Among the oracle bones, there exists a notable record regarding Xiqi's elder brother, Weizi, who believed himself to be the rightful heir to the throne. Yet it was Xiqi who ultimately succeeded. Harboring resentment, he allied with discontented ministers who were dissatisfied with Xiqi's refusal to conduct sacrifices, conspiring with King Wu of Zhou. While Xiqi waged war against the Eastern Yi, they orchestrated an inside-outside attack, breaching the gates of Chaoga. This perspective reveals that Dxin was not as tyrannical and immoral as legend suggests. On the contrary, he possessed a strong sense of justice and compassion. At the very least, he cherished human life and would not easily squander it. Furthermore, the oracle bones clearly document numerous factual occurrences of that era, demonstrating that Dxin was indeed a capable ruler. He was skilled in warfare, expanded the territory during his reign, established chaoga, fortified defenses, and refined systems, making significant contributions to the economy and politics of the time. A ruler of such capability and compassion would unlikely erupt in fury over trivial disrespect from Baoping, resorting to turning him into meat broth or compelling his own father to consume him. Similarly, he would not be foolish enough to commit acts that contravene familial bonds, thereby providing grounds for others to seize upon his weaknesses and invite immense trouble. Such actions are utterly incomprehensible. Thus, from the standpoint of tangible evidence, the assertions made by Fengxian are indeed incontrovertible truths, and Chunji's previous conjectures are fundamentally sound. It appears that the tyrant, King Zhou of Shang, who lived 5,000 years ago, has been greatly wronged. The successors, King Wuji Fa and Jiang Zia, were not as illustrious as legend would have one believe. While Chunji diligently studied these materials, Xianyao Jian Di returned on multiple occasions to report. During this time, she disseminated information regarding the search for the god of cooking as per Chunji's directive. However, to this day, no news has emerged. Among the surviving demigods, none dare to oppose Chunji's will or speak untruths lightly. Yet, they all claim to have never even heard of this ancient deity. It seems that the god of cooking has truly vanished from this land of Huaxiao for far too long. Just as Chunji believed that this line of inquiry had reached a dead end, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 260, The Free Meal. In recent days, the quest to find the culinary deity had been utterly fruitless. Xianyao had responded multiple times, stating that no leads could be found. Not only was there no trace in his ancestors' memories, but even in the collective memories of all divine lineages, there was nothing. Eventually, Chunji resigned himself to the idea that this avenue was nearly extinguished. Perhaps this ancient culinary deity had indeed existed long ago, but he was so ancient that he belonged to a time predating the Shang dynasty. Alternatively, his ties with the tyrant King Zhou of Shang might have been too close. Following the downfall of the Shang dynasty, he too was buried within the annals of history, leaving not even a whisper of legend behind. On this particular day, the weather had just begun to warm, with doors flung wide open. The cold monkey cradled his small companion in the yard, basking in the sun, while Gui Dao, as usual, had stripped to the waist, exerting himself with heavy stones. Chunji and Fat Wei sat in the main hall, idly playing chess and chatting, contemplating whether to visit the internet CAF later to catch Ding Ning. This boy had been behaving rather erratically lately, not only neglecting his studies but also failing to return home, nearly living in the CAF. At that moment, Lu Xiaohong burst through the door with a loud bang, rushing in as if pursued by a flock of chickens. "Come help us. We have a rogue at our home." Lu Xiaohong was known for her good temperament, rarely losing her cool over any matter. Yet this time, her face was flushed, her neck thick with anger, clearly infuriated. "That scoundrel who dines and dashes has again caused a ruckus at our place. You must see for yourselves. He shamelessly comes every day for a free meal, and we can't even chase him away. Not only does he eat without paying, but he also criticizes my family's dishes in front of all the guests. How can someone be so brazen? I don't wish to reason with him any longer. You two should just go and teach him a lesson." "What?" Before Chunji could respond, Fat Wei leaped up, exclaiming, "Is this some sort of thunder from the heavens? Am I hearing things? Is there truly someone daring enough to feast at my Xiaohong's expense? Do they not realize that I am watching over this place? Are we to be treated as fools? Let us go. Take me to see this. How much has he eaten? I will make him regurgitate it all." Without waiting for Chunji, Fat Wei snatched a stick and dashed out, following Lu Xiaohong. Chunji, uncertain of the situation, yet feeling a sense of obligation due to their childhood bond, called out to the monkey in the yard. The monkey promptly took his little companion and bounced over, joining him on the way to the restaurant. Lu Xiaohong was thoroughly incensed, walking briskly, and upon entering the restaurant, she seized a feather duster at the entrance, clearly prepared for confrontation. It was mealtime, and the first-floor hall was bustling with patrons, thick with steam, none of whom noticed the fierce trio as they entered with a menacing air. Lu Xiaohong, in a fit of exasperation, dragged them to a secluded corner, only to discover a small seat hidden behind a screen. The hall on the first floor was bustling with activity, filled with the rich aroma of steaming bones, each pot bubbling with heat. The thick white steam clouded the vision, and amidst the cacophony of voices, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly noisy. Yet, this particular corner offered a semblance of tranquility, albeit with only a single table typically used for calculations. Chunji noticed a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, seated there. He was of short stature with a large head, balding, and bore the unmistakable visage of a greasy uncle. His expression was one of acute discomfort as he delicately picked at a large bone with chopsticks, glancing around for an eternity before reluctantly taking a bite. Almost immediately, he appeared ready to regurgitate it, as if the bone were poisoned. "See that fellow? He the one," Lu Xiaohong exclaimed in frustration to the group. "Just a couple of days ago, he sat here alone from morning, demanding pot after pot of bones. Yet, he never took a hearty bite. Instead, he meticulously selected small pieces, laboring over each morsel as if it were arsenic, all the while complaining about the taste. To make matters worse, he dined and dashed, and just the other day, we had to send him to the police station. He played the victim, claiming he had not a penny to his name, and the officers advised me to let it go, saying he was a poor soul. I thought I was doing a good deed. But today, he walks in, demands to settle the bill, then says he is hungry for a bowl of bones, only to nitpick again, claiming he has no money. My mother and I are generally good-natured. We figured he must be desperate, that everyone has their low moments, and we could let him eat a couple of meals for free and send him on his way. Yet, not only did he gorge on the pot of bones, but he also refused to leave, insisting the food was inedible and even demanded compensation from us. What an absolute scoundrel. Do they think we're easy prey? If he doesn't leave soon, I want you all to teach him a lesson. This man is insufferable. Don't worry, I relish such tasks." Fat Wei immediately chimed in, eagerly leaping forward to seize the middle-aged man by the collar, lifting him as if he were a mushroom. "Are you missing a limb or something? Do you not realize that meals are earned? You've grown up without any shame, shamelessly mooching off others' kindness. Is that acceptable?" "I haven't mooched," protested the middle-aged man, seemingly aggrieved as Fat Wei hoisted him up. His round face contorted in distress. He muttered, "I only pay for real food. What they serve is so terrible, it's not food, it's garbage. How could I pay for garbage? If you eat garbage at a restaurant, wouldn't you demand compensation?" "Hey, you truly are a rogue," Fat Wei retorted, raising a fist the size of a sandbag. "Who are you calling garbage?" The large bone exudes a tantalizing aroma, rich with meat and marrow. One might wish to indulge in a feast without the acknowledgement of it. How insufferable, to act with such pretense. Are you seeking a couple of well-placed punches from me to bring you to your senses? Just as Fat Wei was about to throw a punch at the man, Chunji shouted from behind, "Stop." His gaze was serious as he assessed the man and the aura surrounding him. After a few moments of silent contemplation, Chunji turned to Lu Xiaohong and instructed, "Find an empty room upstairs. This gentleman is my friend, and I wish to entertain him." Chapter 261. The con artist. Upon hearing Chunji's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Fat Wei's fist hung in the air, caught in a moment of indecision. How should I articulate this? "So you are acquainted with Orange? Why did you not mention this sooner? The atmosphere here is decidedly unfriendly, and I nearly struck you. My apologies, truly," Fat Wei exclaimed, lowering the man and adjusting his collar. "You too. If you're short on funds for a meal, just say so. We brothers can manage a couple of meals for you. Why resort to scrounging here and uttering those unpleasant remarks?" "I'm not lying." The balding middle-aged man still bore a look of distress, as though he were suffering from food poisoning. "The meat at this establishment is utterly unpalatable. I have gone days without food, resolved not to be picky. Yet I cannot swallow this. The bone is simply inedible. Alas, the proprietress is also rather unattractive. I wonder if she has cast a spell upon me. This restaurant is truly dreadful. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Xiaohong, filled with indignation, moved forward as if to confront him, but Chunji quickly intervened. "Enough, Xiaohong. Do not be angered. He is indeed my friend, though his mental state is somewhat unstable. Let us not hold his words against him. Please, find a room upstairs, and it need not be served with a meal. A simple pot of tea will suffice." "Humph," Lu Xiaohong retorted. "With someone like him, we dare not serve any food. In his eyes, everything here is toxic. Bah, no money for the bill, yet so many grievances." Lu Xiaohong huffed before turning and heading upstairs. A short while later, They were shown to a secluded little room upstairs, small enough to accommodate only 4 people, with square tables that were not large. However, it was quite private. Surrounded by soundproof walls, ideal for confidential discussions. Lu Xiaohong returned, still fuming, setting down a pot of chrysanthemum tea and a few cups, glaring fiercely at the balding man before departing. The room now contained only Chen Ji, Fat Wei, Han Hu, and the balding middle-aged man. Once Lu Xiaohong had left, Chen Ji instructed Han Hu to lock the door and turned back to the man, asking, "Now that we are alone, there is no need for secrecy regarding your identity. I have encountered the aura you carry. You must be of divine lineage, am I correct? Alas, I have been famished for several days. It feels as though I might perish from hunger." The man speaks with a greasy tone, tinged with a hint of a Hunan dialect and a touch of effeminacy. He pours the water from the teapot into a cup, rinsing it several times before managing to fill it. With great caution, he brings it to his lips, only to spit it out with a loud ft after merely tasting it. Oh, this is indeed a nefarious establishment. What a disgraceful state of affairs. Such tea ought not to be served here. Chrysanthemum tea should be fresh and crisp, with the flowers not overly vibrant in color. This chrysanthemum may have been sulfur-treated. Upon brewing, it emits a noxious sulfur odor. Furthermore, it appears to have absorbed moisture, likely harboring mold. Consuming such chrysanthemum would be tantamount to ingesting poison. Do inform her of this. Only the bud chrysanthemum is of the highest quality, harvested before the flowers fully bloom, clean, hygienic, and delightful in taste. Enough of this useless chatter, Chen Ji exclaimed, feeling somewhat vexed by the man's incessant prattle. He pushed the chrysanthemum tea aside, declaring, "If you do not wish to drink, then do not. I am troubled at present. Cease your incessant talking. You have come here surely to seek me. Let us not beat about the bush. Speak plainly, what is your name? Whose divine offspring are you? If you cannot recall, allow me to assist you." After uttering these words, Chen Ji cast a glance at the nearby cold monkey, which promptly approached and placed a hand upon the man's shoulder. To his surprise, the man collapsed as if his body had turned to noodles, slumping downwards. "Please do not frighten me, noble sir. I am but an ordinary commoner. Surely, you must be the recently appointed deity?" he continued, though there was no genuine fear in his tone. He then glanced at the living weapon cradled in the monkey's arms. "Oh, I see you have a fondness for keeping monkeys, truly a leisurely pursuit. It seems you are indeed a descendant of the legendary fighting Buddha." After expressing this, the man reached out to tease the small orange monkey nestled within the monkey's embrace. However, the monkey was not to be trifled with. Upon seeing the man's hand approach, it promptly bit him, causing him to yelp in pain. "Alas, how can you bite? You are a mad monkey, utterly uncultured. Help! I have been bitten by a monkey. I fear I may contract tetanus. I demand compensation. Come quickly. Will you ever cease your prattling?" Chen Ji, now thoroughly annoyed by the man's incessant whining, formed a small square knot with his hand and thrust it forward. The man was propelled upright from the ground, landing heavily upon a chair. "I have already told you that I am currently troubled. Reveal your origins at once. Do not speak in riddles. If you continue this incessant babble, do you seek to face the consequences?" With a swift motion, Chen Ji unleashed a violent, thunderous incantation, which erupted in a cacophony of sound in his hands. The power of the incantation was immense, summoning winds and storms that instilled fear in those who beheld it. At last, the man ceased his clamor. "Oh, it seems one cannot believe all rumors. People say that the clan leader of the Jiang family is approachable, a youthful individual devoid of arrogance. Yet it seems that perception may not be entirely accurate." After the man finished speaking, he rubbed his posterior, which had just taken a fall, seized a chair, and settled himself comfortably. With a beaming, oily grin, he turned to Chen Ji and remarked, "Indeed, esteemed leader, you are a person of great distinction, yet prone to forgetfulness. How can you claim that I am here to seek you? It is you who has been spreading word far and wide in search of me these days." Chapter 262. The Bastard's Offspring, Are You the God of Culinary Arts? Upon uttering these words, Chen Ji's immediate instinct was to reassess the aura of this divine being before him. Indeed, he possessed the aura of a demigod. However, truth be told, it bore little resemblance to that of a true deity. This presence was far more akin to that of a human, lacking in distinction save for a few minor details. Hardly surpassing an ordinary individual, even falling short of a demigod like Wu Jia. In Chen Ji's estimation, the man before him was a quintessential lesser demigod, possessing a trace of divine lineage, though diluted through countless generations, rendering his divine blood exceedingly sparse. An ancient deity, such as the god of culinary arts, could never exude such an aura. Furthermore, judging by the structure of his presence, this individual's lifespan appeared to be comparable to that of an ordinary human. He was merely in his 30s, despite a considerable amount of body fat and a somewhat corpulent physique, and he seemed to be suffering from a transient state of malnutrition, indicating that he had not consumed adequate nourishment in recent days. "You are not a deity," Xiqi stated, regarding the middle-aged, greasy man. "You are a demigod, and a rather insignificant one at that. Your divine blood is so scant that by the time it reached your generation, it had practically merged with humanity, rendering you nearly indistinguishable from a human. If I am not mistaken, you possess little to no abilities, correct?" The perceptiveness of the clan leader is commendable," the greasy middle-aged man replied, undeterred by Xiqi's words. After settling firmly in his chair, he adjusted his invisible neck, retrieved a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket, and said, "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Baobao, and my formal occupation is that of a gourmet. I have evaluated several small eateries, authored a few papers that garnered some attention, and penned various recipes, thus gaining a modicum of renown in the culinary world. I am, by lineage, a descendant of the divine, though my parents lived as ordinary individuals. My mother, before her passing, revealed to me that our family is of divine descent, tracing back to an ancient god. She advised me to keep this knowledge to myself, cautioning against speaking of it. Despite the passage of over 5,000 years, the realm of demigods still respects the authority of the West Qi, as our ancient divine ancestors had conflicts with them, leading to a cessation of relations, particularly with figures like Jiang Zia, who is considered a half-enemy. My mother emphasized that we are but a minor offshoot, lacking even the name of our ancient forebear, and that it would be wise to refrain from invoking the wrath of those long removed from us. Thus, for many years, I have never disclosed my lineage, even in the presence of other demigods, leaving my origins a mystery to all. Given this, why do you now choose to reveal your identity?" Xiqi inquired. "Are you here for the reward I have offered?" The patriarch truly underestimated me. The middle-aged man dusted off his clothes, leaning earnestly against the table, a hint of pride gracing his features. "I, though of humble talent, have managed to navigate human society with some semblance of success, selling various cookbooks over the years and accumulating a modest fortune. Such trifles and petty favors hold little appeal for me. As for the matter of apotheosis, that pertains to the realm of deities. My lowly status certainly exempts me from such aspirations. I neither dare to dream of it nor harbor much desire. This is the unvarnished truth. What is your true purpose?" Xiqi pressed further. "What can you offer me?" Why the haste, patriarch?" The middle-aged man replied leisurely. "This all traces back to my ancient ancestral deity. That ancestor is so far removed in time that the lineage has twisted through generations, leaving me somewhat bewildered about its transmission. Yet, I am aware that this bloodline was quite formidable in ancient times, predating even the gods we now recognize. According to my mother, it belonged to an ancient god who has existed since the dawn of creation. He eschewed warfare, preferring to indulge in the pleasures of the palate. He was responsible for nourishing the world, preparing offerings, and sustaining humanity, a deity of sustenance, as the common folk would say. The very culinary god you have sought. And what of being the descendant of this culinary deity?" Xiqi inquired, nodding slightly. "You claim such lineage, yet do you possess any evidence?" "Many divine scions inherit abilities from their bloodlines, which serve as the most compelling proof." "Evidence?" The man chuckled, a greasy grin spreading across his face as if he had heard the most absurd jest. "This wretched bloodline has brought me nothing but endless troubles. It is hardly a blessing. Am I to masquerade as something I am not? Moreover, in the circle of demigods, legitimacy is paramount. As a mere offspring of an illegitimate lineage, I lack even the standing to approach the divine. Is there some ulterior motive at play? I recall an elder demigod once telling me that in ancient times, someone of my status would not even merit a place in burial rites. What power could such a celestial ancestor possibly bestow upon me?" However, as the middle-aged man continued, he raised an eyebrow, casting a proud glance at Xiqi and Fat Wei, and declared, "If you insist on seeing proof, behold my tongue." Upon uttering this, he extended his tongue, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of ethereal light erupted forth. Xiqi squinted against the brilliance, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that the tongue was indeed extraordinary. It was slightly wider than an ordinary tongue, but most notably, it was quite thick. While the tongues of common folk typically bore a white coating, varying in hue according to health, this man's tongue displayed a vibrant, multicolored pattern resembling a floral design. As he extended his tongue, it truly appeared as though he were blossoming lotus flowers. Moreover, the arrangement of those patterns bore an ancient ceremonial significance, forming what seemed like an unbreakable, vast array. Shenji had heard it said that the world's culinary delights are boundless, yet one must possess the right tongue to relish them. Different tongues determine distinct fates. The higher one's fate, the more exquisite and precious the food one can savor. Otherwise, it becomes nearly impossible to swallow. The specifications of this tongue, it seems, are worthy only of an emperor. Oh my, what a remarkable tongue you possess. Fat Wei gazed at it in astonishment. May I ask your name? Lu Baobao, is it? Such an adorable name, truly unbefitting of your splendid visage. Yet, this tongue of yours is indeed extraordinary. I now comprehend that the finest delicacies in the world are intended for someone like you. No wonder you disdain the large bones here. Ordinary fare scarcely piques your interest. Throughout the year, I reckon you must spend quite a fortune merely on food, right? Indeed, my woes are unutterable, Lu Baobao replied, unexpectedly resonating with Fat Wei's words. He immediately furrowed his brow in lament. Behold, my tongue is of a noble lineage, yet what use is it? Alas, my suffering goes unnoticed. My profession is that of a gourmet, critiquing exquisite cuisines. On the surface, it appears glamorous, allowing me to savor flavors beyond the reach of others, yet eventually. It is hard to articulate. After uttering this, Lu Baobao sighed heavily. Sadness once again etched upon his face. Consequently, this finicky tongue of mine has grown increasingly discerning, to the point where it now rejects almost everything. Even the most renowned chefs' culinary masterpieces taste like mere chaff. Ordinary meals are utterly intolerable, as it stands. I haven't eaten in several days. My brother, I am on the brink of malnutrition, truly a dire predicament. Later, upon hearing that the clan leader Jiang was seeking a culinary deity, I glimpsed a flicker of hope. Surely, the old culinary deity has passed on, and I am likely his sole descendant. Though I am not the deity himself, I believe I can assist you in your quest. Chapter 263. The Divine Tongue Assist Me? How? Chunji inquired, eyeing the rather rotund Lu Baobao with caution. Do you perchance know the resting place of your ancestor? The leader is astute. Lu Baobao chuckled, his mouth widening in a smile, just as his stomach let out a loud grumble. His face flushed crimson as he clutched his belly and declared, "Oh dear. Let us postpone this discussion. I truly haven't eaten in days and am on the verge of starvation. Please, procure me a meal at once. However, I shall not partake in those large bones. The meat is simply unbearable, and the very scent makes me nauseous. The dishes lack flavor as well. Never mind. Just bring me a bowl of plain rice to fill my belly. If I starve, you shall lose even the last thread of the culinary deity's bloodline, and then you will never find him again." "Very well, absolutely no problem," Fat Wei responded immediately. "Whatever delicacies you desire, we shall provide. If it is plain rice you wish, we shall bring you plenty. Come, I shall treat you. Take as much as you need." With that, Fat Wei stepped outside and called to a waiter, "Bring 2 bowls of the finest white rice. Ensure they are served in the cleanest bowls, with no traces of impurities. We are entertaining a celestial being." The waitstaff were all acquainted with Chunji and Pang Wei, yet today, they were puzzled by Pang Wei's peculiar behavior regarding a simple bowl of rice. Reluctantly, they complied. Subsequently, Lu Baobao truly found himself languishing at the table. His words were not mere fabrications. His aura unmistakably reflected severe malnutrition. Chunji observed the gravity of his condition, realizing that if this continued, he might genuinely perish from hunger in a matter of days. Moments later, Lu Xiaohong entered with the server, carrying a pristine wooden platter that held a bowl of immaculate white rice. The porcelain dish was a brand new bone china bowl, each grain of rice glistening like jade beads. Presumably the finest new rice available. "Try this," Lu Xiaohong huffed as she placed the bowl before Lu Baobao. "I made this myself. It's prepared with the most exquisite premium rice. See if you can stomach it. This is all there is." With a skeptical expression, Lu Baobao shifted the bowl closer, sniffing delicately before extracting a single grain to taste. His face contorted in disgust. "Oh dear. I must ask, did you wash your hands while rinsing the rice? One ought to cleanse their hands with tea water or warm mint water before using fresh spring water to rinse." This has the taste of your tap water's bleach. Not to mention the scent of your hand cream. How can one possibly swallow such a repulsive concoction? With that, he rushed to the restroom to expel the contents of his stomach. Lu Xiaohong, exasperated, rolled her eyes. Are you going to eat or not? Spare me your nonsense. If you want to eat, I'll feed it to the dogs. I've never met anyone so finicky. Do you think you're a king, so difficult to please? Peng Wei, she added, don't waste your time getting angry with him. He rushed over with a smile to diffuse the tension. Let me explain. This fellow has a few screws loose. After decades of being single, it's no wonder he has developed such issues, he said, pointing at his head. Just ignore him. Get back to your duties. Ugh, what a lunatic. Lu Xiaohong spat in frustration before turning away. At that moment, Lu Baobao emerged from the restroom, his complexion resembling a sickly green. It was evident he had just expelled everything he had consumed. Alas, life is filled with suffering. Why must I endure this? In such a bountiful society, in this splendid era, I find myself on the verge of starvation. Heaven is truly blind. It seems to envy the handsome. Peng Wei, unable to bear it any longer, urged him, just make do with it. If it's too much, rinse it with hot water. Let's prioritize your survival. Reluctantly, Lu Baobao rose, washing the rice multiple times with clean water. Finally, he grimaced as he swallowed the remnants, managing to keep it down, thus preserving his life. After a moment of catching his breath, he said slowly, Chief, I am here to assist you, and in doing so, I am also aiding myself. Let us together excavate the grave of my illustrious ancestor and unearth that divine tongue, so that I may satiate this insatiable craving. Otherwise, I fear I shall perish from hunger, for my suffering is unbearable. Divine tongue? What is a divine tongue? Chun Ji inquired, gazing at him. The divine tongue, of course, refers to the culinary tongue of my revered ancestor. Lu Baobao rinsed his mouth with fresh water and continued, in truth, people today are unaware that the art of cooking in the past was held in the highest regard. The methods of culinary mastery were bestowed by the gods, allowing for the preparation of all manner of ingredients, including even mythical beasts like dragons and phoenixes. My mother recounted that in those times, a large bronze cauldron could cook enough meat to feed an entire city. Within that cauldron were fowl and beasts, divine fish from the depths of the sea, and even human flesh. The craft of cooking is no mere myth. To create a dish of unparalleled deliciousness that even the deities and emperors would crave is no simple feat. It requires a unique secret recipe, which, as it happens, is embodied in the tongue of my ancestor. This is what my mother heard from her great-grandmother. The culinary deity is exceedingly ancient, having tasted the finest meats and grains since time immemorial. Over the years, all of his skill and essence coalesced within his tongue. Henceforth, every broth and dish he sampled transformed into an exquisite flavor, and that tongue became a premier secret ingredient of unparalleled quality. According to my mother's great-grandmother, our ancestor, before his death, prepared the most significant dish for the emperor. To maintain secrecy, he took his own life after cooking. He left behind a saying, if any descendant wishes to obtain this recipe, they must venture to his grave, for the recipe resides upon his tongue. With this extraordinary ingredient, the world of culinary delights would be at our fingertips. You may find my words hard to believe, but the sustenance you have consumed throughout your lives has merely served to fill your stomachs. It hardly qualifies as true gastronomy. However, if we were to locate that divine tongue, the dishes crafted henceforth would entice even the deities themselves. At that moment, the air would be filled with a tantalizing aroma, and I would no longer have to endure the pangs of hunger. Chapter 264. The Art of Persuasion. In the ensuing time, Lu Baobao, the descendant of the culinary deity, began to impart all the knowledge he possessed to Qin Ji and Peng Wei. From what Lu Baobao understood, this culinary deity was of an ancient lineage, having served the emperors since the times of Yao and Shan. Although many generations had passed, and the bonds of kinship and honor had faded, the tale of the culinary deity's initial appointment remained a cherished family legacy. Originally, the culinary deity was a nocturnal spirit who, one day, while traversing the wilderness, encountered Emperor Yao, who was hunting in the fields, having captured a wild sheep and with his attendants fishing from a nearby river. There was no chef present to prepare the feast. The soldiers, clumsy and inexperienced, carelessly grilled the catch, resulting in a most unsatisfactory meal. Enraged, Emperor Yao threatened to execute the soldiers. At that moment, the culinary deity appeared, requesting clemency for the soldiers and offering to prepare a dish for the emperor. which he named sheep hidden among fish. Subsequently, the culinary deity concealed lamb within the belly of a fish, employing a unique technique to prepare it, resulting in a fish soup of exquisite flavor. Emperor Yao, upon tasting it, was astounded by its divine essence and held it in great esteem. In a moment of heartfelt appreciation, he bestowed upon the deity a city as a reward. He proclaimed that this dish was an extraordinary delicacy, unparalleled in the heavens and on earth, beyond description. Thus, he created a character to represent this dish, amalgamating the characters for lamb and fish, coining the term fresh. This marks the origin of the character. At that time, the culinary deity did not present himself as a divine being. Yet Emperor Yao honored him with the courtesies befitting an ordinary human by granting him a city. Following this fortuitous encounter, the culinary deity grew closer to the human monarchs, accompanying them through generations, preparing culinary delights and offering strategic counsel, becoming their most trusted advisor until the era of King Zhou of Shang, when he tragically took his own life. "Come on, that's quite a stretch," Fat Wei remarked, skeptical of the tale. "Are you implying that the character was created by your family? That's a rather outrageous claim. And what kind of emperor would be so generous as to grant an entire city to a mere chef for a single delicious dish? What kind of appetite would drive someone to do such a thing?" Fat Wei, having previously worked in archaeology, was familiar with history. Such honors were typically reserved for nobility or military exploits, not merely for culinary excellence. "Do you think the emperor's mind was made of mush?" Upon hearing this, Lu Baobao became genuinely irritated and pressed a button for the nearby waiter. Shortly after, a young waitress entered, and Lu Baobao instructed her, "Please procure a fish and a piece of lamb, ensuring they are as fresh as possible. If it's impossible to find, a trip to the supermarket will suffice. Oh, and make sure to settle the bill with my friend over there," he added, gesturing towards Chenji. The waitress, though puzzled, was well aware of the camaraderie between her boss and Chenji, and upon receiving a nod from Chenji, she complied without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Baobao turned to Fat Wei and said, "Typically, this dish is not something the common folk get to experience, and I seldom prepare it for others. You ordinary folks usually consume mere sustenance. I refer to those items as provisions, not food. However, since we are discussing it now, I shall grant you a glimpse of true Huaxia divine cuisine. Once the ingredients arrive, I will show you what it truly means to savor the essence of fine culinary art." "Very well, I shall await your demonstration," Fat Wei responded with a smile, quipping, "But if it doesn't taste good, you better settle the bill here and not take advantage of a free meal." "You will soon find out," Lu Baobao replied. Turning to Chenji, "In any case, this ancient culinary deity has faded into obscurity, adopting a pseudonym to avoid misfortune. Our descendants remain unaware of his true name. It is said that his death was shrouded in secrecy. He fulfilled an important task for the emperor, preparing a crucial dish before tragically taking his own life in loyalty to his sovereign. The arrangements for his funeral were conducted with remarkable discretion and secrecy by the reigning emperor, who only disclosed the location to his direct descendants, allowing them to pay annual homage. In that era, ancestral worship was regarded as an immensely sacred duty. Even families facing dire circumstances would ensure their forebears were honored appropriately. Thus, this rite persisted for an extended period, albeit under a veil of secrecy that even future monarchs remained oblivious to. Following the establishment of the new Zhou dynasty, there was no suspicion regarding this matter, and it faded into obscurity. Subsequently, this lineage began to intermarry with humanity, merging their blood with that of humans. It is said that descendants of the divine chef later held positions within the Zhou court. However, after numerous interminglings, this bloodline became nearly indistinguishable from humanity, losing its extraordinary capabilities. The secrets of the past, such as the reasons for his demise and what he cooked before his death, remain unknown, likely forever shrouded in mystery. Understanding this, Chenji nodded slightly. "Since you have come to seek me, you must know the location of the divine tomb." Lu Baobao, upon hearing this, awkwardly chuckled. "Actually, I do not know." At this, Pang Wei nearly lost his composure, exclaiming, "You come here babbling like a tongue twister, asking us to excavate graves and search for divine tongues. Yet you have no idea where your ancestors' tomb lies? What is there to find then?" "Lu Baobao, you're no child. Why are you jesting with us? I perceive you as a mere pretender. Even the roast ducks at Beijing restaurants surpass you. Are you here merely to boast?" "I am not boasting." Lu Baobao turned earnestly to Chenji, saying, "I understand that, as a mere demigod of lowly lineage. I hardly qualify as a descendant of the divine and cannot hope to ascend to your esteemed ranks. The location of the divine tomb could never reach the ears of someone like me, a distant branch. However, let it not be forgotten that even a distant descendant bears the legacy of hundreds of generations of legitimate bloodline. My ancestors assuredly worshipped the divine chef. Though the precise location of the true tomb was not passed down, yet they did bequeath something extraordinary, which I now possess. Chapter 265. The sheep's secret fish. At this juncture, Lu Baobao's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He earnestly exited, locking the door behind him, and then stealthily returned, glancing around cautiously before producing a small cloth pouch from his bosom. The pouch was tightly bound, and its contents appeared to carry some weight. As Lu Baobao gradually unfurled the cloth, a layer of thin gauze emerged, and upon revealing it, a piece of white jade appeared, a jade tablet. In antiquity, jade was revered. During the Han era, it was esteemed over gold, as jade symbolized virtue and nobility. Notably, the famed Heshur Bai and various jade discs were essential items for significant ceremonies and rituals. The jade tablet is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, measuring over 3 inches in length, crafted from exquisite white jade. Inscribed upon its surface in golden liquid are ancient characters from the Zhou dynasty, invoking the essence of ancestral veneration. To honor the ancestors, the heavens may alter, yet do we not lament. Respect the spirits, and partake in my offerings. Judging by its craftsmanship and the jade's quality, it is unmistakably a relic from the Zhou era. This heirloom has been passed down from my mother's ancestors into her hands. Lu Baobao spoke mysteriously. My mother confided in me that it was not originally meant for her. However, after the untimely demise of her brothers and amidst the chaos within the family, her great-grandmother discreetly pressed this artifact into her possession. Her great-grandmother imparted that although it had not been utilized for some time, it was once considered a sacred object within the family. Had it not been for the ensuing turmoil and the loss of all male heirs, she would never have dared to pass it to my mother. Traditionally, during festivals, this item would be presented as an offering, prompting the descendants to bow in reverence. This was indeed a sacred relic used by our forebears to honor the culinary deities. Chunji examined the artifact closely before turning his gaze to Lu Baobao. Are you suggesting that I? Indeed, Lu Baobao replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In the realm of demigods, who is unaware of the clan leader's prowess? It is said that you possess a unique ability to utilize ancient artifacts to uncover the places where our ancestors once tread. This jade tablet is replete with memories of my family's ancestral rites. They surely ventured to the divine tomb. If you can wield this tablet to perform your magic, you will surely locate the culinary deity's tomb. Would that not be a splendid outcome? Understanding the implications, Chunji smiled as he examined the tablet. As you suggested, I can indeed accomplish this task. However, there is a matter I must clarify with you. Can you make a promise? Once this jade tablet is in your possession, you must never allow it to pass through another's hands. Lu Baobao hesitated at this juncture, then smiled sheepishly. Chief, you jest. This treasure has journeyed through millennia to reach me. How could I so easily present it for others to see? Such a matter hardly warrants an oath. A person like me swearing an oath would be of little credence. Then I implore you to swear. Chunji insisted, gazing earnestly at him. Your integrity is your own concern, yet I now require you to vow. Will you allow this jade tablet to pass through another's hands? Lu Baobao felt a flush of embarrassment as he pondered this request, then chuckled softly. Chief, you truly overestimate my worth. I have heard tales of the divine science fidelity. However, my own lineage hardly qualifies me as such. I hail from humble beginnings and have navigated through human society for sustenance, willing to do anything for money. The business people around me, with their incessant chatter, are like trains running off the tracks, their fabrications too numerous to count. What they promise in the morning is forgotten by the afternoon. I swear before you, my words have surely sullied the ears of the patriarch. Haha, you, my friend, are no exception. Fat Wei interjected. You, my good fellow, are clearly a person of dubious word. I even question your identity. That shabby jade token, did you pick it up somewhere? Spend a few coins to tattoo your tongue, and then come here to play the part. You claim to be a descendant of the god of cooking, but can you provide any tangible evidence? No problem. I shall demonstrate my skills for you today. Lu Baobao chuckled. As he spoke, a server suddenly knocked at the door, announcing that the materials they had requested had arrived. At that moment, Lu Baobao stood up. clapping his hands with a grin. My identity is quite easy to substantiate. The legend of the god of cooking I just recounted. The origin of the character for fresh is intrinsically linked to the dish of mutton and fish. I will prepare it for you right away. I do not boast. I dare say you have never tasted anything quite like it in your lives. Whether or not I am a descendant of the god of cooking will be evident. Since Lu Baobao proposed this idea, it was only logical to indulge him. Lu Xiaohong's kitchen was well equipped, yet the bustling back kitchen was too chaotic, so after some discussion, they ultimately decided to return to the Destiny Hall. Qinji's household lacked sufficient cooking utensils and spices. He initially intended to purchase some ingredients from the supermarket to allow Lu Baobao to showcase his culinary talent. However, Lu Baobao insisted that it was unnecessary, claiming that the dish was remarkably simple and only required a pot and half a bowl of clear water, without any additional seasonings. Initially, everyone harbored little hope. In today's world of abundant material wealth, what exquisite delicacies had they not already tasted? Moreover, Lu Baobao was preparing a dish using a steamer and boiling water. Without even adding seasonings, could it possibly be exceptional? They left the door ajar, chatting idly in the main hall, while listening to Lu Baobao upstairs adding water and shaking the pot, unaware of what he was concocting. After a while, an incredibly enticing aroma began to waft down from above. It was a savory scent, distinct from any food they had previously experienced. A rich and delectable fragrance, combining the freshness of fish and the succulent essence of lamb, wafted through the air, a perfect amalgamation. There was no trace of any additives, yet the aroma was utterly captivating. As the scent descended, Fat Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Humans are instinctively sensitive to the allure of gourmet food, and his stomach immediately responded with a rumble. Moments later, even the chilly monkeys and ghostly knives in the courtyard caught a whiff of the aroma. Its pervasiveness was undeniable, and passers-by outside began to stop and inquire about the source of such deliciousness. Chunji quickly instructed everyone to secure the doors and lock them tightly. He then ascended the stairs, only to find Lu Baobao emerging with a radiant smile, carrying a bowl of food. It was a fish, its belly puffed out, untouched, and exuding an exquisite color and fragrance. The aroma emanating from the fish was utterly irresistible, compelling one to devour the entire dish in one greedy bite. In a moment of sheer excitement, Pang Wei lost his composure. Before Lu Baobao could even place the dish on the table, he seized his chopsticks and pried open the belly of the fish. Instantly, a wave of fragrant steam erupted from within, as if a culinary explosion had occurred. The lamb, prepared in an inexplicable manner, was both crispy on the outside and tender within, its aroma intertwined with that of the fish, creating an exquisite match made in gastronomic heaven. Chunji had never encountered such a mind-blowingly delicious dish in his lifetime. The innate gluttony of beings for food is an instinctual trait. The cold monkey immediately leapt forward, its eyes fixed on the delicacy, dripping with greed, the primal desire unmistakably apparent. What do you think, Chief? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Lu Baobao chuckled as he set the dish before them, proclaiming it to be the renowned lamb and fish dish. Alas, the server had not understood the culinary expectations, opting instead for frozen ingredients from the supermarket, rendering the fish far from fresh. With subpar materials, the dish could only muster a fraction of its intended flavor, a true embarrassment. For this was not a dish I would ordinarily indulge in. Once fresh ingredients are procured, I assure you, you shall experience the authentic taste. While Lu Baobao spoke, Pang Wei could no longer contain himself. He bypassed the chopsticks entirely, grabbing the tender lamb with his hands, burning his lips in the process. Brother, spare no words. Such delectable fare could only be crafted by celestial beings. Rest assured, once we are satiated, I shall lead you to find such divine chefs. Chapter 266. The Quest for the Path. Following this, Pang Wei clearly felt unsatisfied and promptly ventured out to procure fish, shrimp, and vegetables, insisting that Lu Baobao showcase his culinary prowess and introduce them to further delicacies. However, Lu Baobao was rather miserly, treating his culinary skills as precious treasures, unwilling to prepare anything additional. Eventually, Pang Wei managed to acquire some exquisite handmade noodles, rumored to be crafted from rice grown in dedicated fields, not available for purchase elsewhere. Lu Baobao, motivated by his own hunger, reluctantly agreed to prepare some fried sauce noodles for them. Yet, even those noodles were delicious enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Freshly cooked, they released an aroma that was simply mouth-watering, The white noodles were fragrant, as if they had just emerged from the rice paddies, and the egg sauce was prepared in a manner that could make one soar with delight, especially when paired with refreshing cucumber shreds, enticing even the birds to circle their abode. Pang Wei and the cold monkey gathered around the table, devouring bowl after bowl without a hint of fullness. Pang Wei even paired the noodles with beer. Upon returning home that evening, Ding Ning was immediately drawn upstairs by the intoxicating aroma and was reluctant to leave, consuming 3 substantial bowls before finally pausing. Meanwhile, Lu Baobao regarded the noodles with disdain, begrudgingly taking a few bites while complaining, "TSK, TSK, the current noodle makers lack integrity. They neither wash their hands nor clean their machines. These noodles are laden with the taste of machine oil, truly disgusting, quite intolerable." After satisfying their appetites, they finally turned their attention to serious matters, beginning to deliberate on their expedition to the tomb of the culinary deities. Ding Ning has always remained indifferent to such matters, and he has reached a point where he can no longer speak. He refrains from going online at night, and instead returns to his room early to sleep. Consequently, Lu Baobao, Chen Ji, and Pang Wei convened in the small hall on the 2nd floor to deliberate on their forthcoming itinerary. According to Lu Baobao, if this jade plaque served as a ceremonial vessel for worshipping the god of cooking, it is inevitable that some traces of individuals would have been left upon it. By employing the shamanic technique of exchanging substance for shadow, they could summon the transparent beings from the earth, thereby locating that site. However, who knows where the divine tomb is concealed? It could very well be thousands of miles to the south. The transparent beings summoned from the underground typically have grotesque faces and are exceedingly fearsome. Should they traverse southward in such a manner, it is likely that several passers-by would be horrified. This is no trifling matter, and they cannot continuously follow behind. Thus, it is prudent to ascertain a general direction first, and then make further calculations upon arrival. Accordingly, Chen Ji devised a plan to initially use a blood divination technique to establish a rough location. Once they arrive at that position, they would then employ the summoning method for the transparent beings to search for the divine tomb. Given that Baoping is gravely ill, the authority in Xiqi now lies entirely with Chen Ji. He possesses the power to make any significant decisions, including mobilizing vast armies and commanding all warriors to undertake this mission. Yet, Chen Ji chose not to pursue this course, as he was aware that Baoping would not support such an endeavor. Regardless of the outcome, this undertaking could fundamentally destabilize Xiqi. Thus, for the time being, they would circumvent Xiqi and proceed privately. Since this was a personal matter, the dynamics became simpler. Besides Lu Baobao, it was certain that Pang Wei would accompany Chen Ji. Gui Dao was currently stationed there and, due to their relationship, could directly accept any orders from Chen Ji, beyond the jurisdiction of others. Therefore, he too could join the expedition. As for the others and the warriors of Xiqi, it was best not to alert them. The 3 determined that it would be prudent to keep this matter contained and prioritize secrecy. In the subsequent period, Chen Ji focused on the technical aspects. He followed previous methods to contact Yang Wumao, requesting their expertise in microbiological technology to extract the biological tissues from the jade plaque and then solidify them. Although extracting something that has endured for millennia is challenging, Yang Wumao and his team are specialists in such matters. Using a technique akin to that employed for extracting the relics of Xuanzang, they first enveloped the jade plaque with a special material and conducted a thorough examination of all residual substances. 12 hours later, Yang Wumao called Chen Ji. Indeed, this was an artifact of considerable antiquity from the pre-Qin period, likely crafted during the early to mid-Zhou dynasty. The jade plaque had evidently been frequently subjected to smoke and fire, bearing numerous traces left by humans. However, due to its extreme age, most of these were merely faint impressions, making extraction nearly impossible. Nonetheless, Yang Wumao discovered a remarkably intact hair fiber at the bottom of the jade plaque, a remnant of human hair that had adhered to the plaque due to heat from fire. It is likely that the individual, while cradling this jade tablet, anointed it with their hair before conducting a ritual. Serendipitously, the tablet was subjected to fire, causing the hair fibers to fuse into it, thus preserving them. Human hair possesses remarkable longevity, particularly its fibers, which are notoriously resilient and difficult to oxidize. Once integrated into the jade, their removal becomes a formidable challenge. They meticulously extracted this segment of hair fiber, amalgamating it with a portion of synthetic fat, which was then delivered to Chen Ji. With these elements in hand, Chen Ji was poised to invoke his spells. He then unfurled a detailed map of China, where each city, county, and district was discernible. Employing his original incantation, he lacerated his palm, creating an elongated incision. He molded the synthetic fat within his grasp and silently chanted the incantation. As his words resonated, an infinite radiance erupted from his left arm, akin to a surge of luminous energy, merging with the synthetic fat and subsequently infiltrating his wound. Chunji's blood, now intertwined with the incantation, dripped from his palm onto the map. Upon contact with the map, these droplets of crimson seemed to gain life, swiftly coalescing into a singular, substantial bead of blood. This bead then scuttled across the map like a scarlet beetle, traversing for a considerable distance before arriving at a specific region. In an instant, it dispersed, merging seamlessly, resembling a blooming flower. Upon closer inspection, it indeed marked a region in southern China. This area is typically a focal point of attraction, drawing thousands of tourists each season eager to behold its splendor. Unexpectedly, the locale where the vibrant blood coalesced was none other than Chapter 267, Shuzhou. The blood's origin lay in Shuzhou, Jiangsu Province, known in ancient texts as Pengzhou. Shuzhou is a city of great renown, celebrated as a prominent historical and cultural center. Established during the late primitive society, in the era of Emperor Yao, this metropolis boasts an extensive history, being one of the earliest cities to emerge within Jiangsu. Due to its significant position, it is regarded as one of the 9 provinces of China, historically serving as a critical military stronghold and a commercial hub, a coveted prize for armies and merchants alike. Those acquainted with history are aware that Shuzhou possesses over 6,000 years of civilization and a city-building history of 2,600 years. It was here that Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty, was born, marking the birthplace of Han culture. Moreover, this region has been a cradle for many emperors throughout the ages, earning it the esteemed title of Land of Emperors. Historical records frequently reference the lineage of 9 imperial dynasties originating from Shuzhou. The ancient city is inextricably linked with tomb raiding, in this land known for its emperors. Numerous renowned ancient tombs abound. Throughout the ages, tomb robbers have thrived here, even establishing northern and southern factions dedicated to excavating the myriad graves of various dynasties. It is said that the graveyards are as numerous as the stars in the sky, with each tomb owner being either affluent or noble, each harboring treasures within. Despite enduring the plundering of tomb raiders throughout various dynasties, these sites remain largely untouched, with artifacts of all sizes still emerging in the black market annually. It is astonishing that this ancient deity of cuisine would ultimately be interred here. Once the location was established, preparations for departure could commence. They were already well-versed in executing missions, with personnel confirmed, and the next step was to arrange the journey. The crux of their travels lay not in the individuals, but in the means of transport. Their weaponry had to pass security checks, otherwise, complications would ensue. The optimal mode of transportation to Shuzhou was, without a doubt, by plane. However, in the past, they had utilized the private aircraft of the Bao family, which facilitated smoother security checks, as large weapons were typically transported via land using special methods. Yet, this time the operation was private, necessitating minimal reliance on the Bao family's resources, and it was prudent not to inform old Jindo. Fatway had mingled with the men in black for so long that he was well acquainted with the land routes. Knowing which paths were easier to traverse and how to navigate checkpoints, he could leverage personal connections to transport their weapons over land alongside them. Consequently, the group would need to endure some inconvenience, transferring between various means of transport, taking 2 separate flights, and finally transferring onto a large truck before reaching Shuzhou. Fatway was tasked with managing the tickets and transportation, while Chunji and Ghostblade prepared at home. To be candid, despite having undertaken numerous missions in the past, most had been thrust upon them under duress. However, this expedition to the tomb of the culinary deity marked Chunji's first journey driven by personal desire, allowing him to approach tasks with a sense of ease, controlling the depth of engagement, thus feeling no pressure. Yet, their understanding of this ancient culinary deity was utterly lacking. It was difficult to fathom the nature of the tomb's specifications and the potential traps it might harbor. It could very well be an ordinary mound or a perilous military stronghold. Regarding the state of the ancient deity's remains, it was uncertain whether there were sacrificial offerings. Hence, the dangers remained unpredictable. After discussing, Qianji and Ghostblade resolved to bring along their work attire and various tools, for while inconveniences were bearable, life was singular and precious. Once all arrangements were finalized, they left some funds for Ding Ning to watch over the house. They also concocted a reason to inform old Jindo before embarking on their journey to Shuzhou. This private expedition was advantageous, devoid of obligatory tasks and a throng of followers. Qianji felt no burden regarding the lives of others, nor was there any particular pressure. They merely sought to uncover the truth of this ancient culinary deity, to discern his true nature. Although this season was not peak tourist time, the warming weather still attracted numerous tour groups. As Qianji sat on the plane, he observed the tourists adorned in their group hats, their faces radiant with joy and laughter. I felt as though I had seamlessly merged into the surroundings. Liberated from any organization, barriers, missions, or secrets that needed unraveling, my heart felt considerably clearer. I even engaged in casual conversation with the plump Wei, discussing the scenery of Shuzhou and the charming figure of the flight attendant. Throughout this journey, Lu Baobao faced considerable tribulations. His discerning palate rejected even the bottled water on the plane, let alone the provided meal they had prepared in advance, with Lu Baobao packing numerous fluffy steamed buns to serve as sustenance along the way. However, as soon as he unveiled them, an enticing aroma wafted through the cabin, drawing the attention of every passenger, as the delectable scent was utterly irresistible, igniting hunger pangs. Soon, they were ruthlessly devoured by the insatiable plump Wei. With no other food palatable to him, Lu Baobao subsisted primarily on plain water during the flight. At last, upon landing, they sought refuge in a luxurious hotel in the heart of Shuzhou, where a chef with accolades fit for national banquets prepared clean and wholesome dishes. Qianji, spending a considerable sum, ordered several dishes, ensuring the descendant of the culinary god would not suffer from starvation. After settling into the hotel, Qianji reopened the map to examine it once more. The location marked by the bloodstains lay slightly to the left of the center of Shuzhou, indicating it was situated to the east of the city. Upon consulting a detailed map, he discovered it was in the Tongshan district of Shuzhou, specifically in a village named Baoping. The blood droplets were fully imprinted there. The map offered no further insights, leaving them with the task of summoning the transparent spirit. This particular spell was not their first endeavor. By utilizing objects that had once been in contact with the past, they could invoke the lingering spirit of the contactor, who would lead them to a place they had previously visited. However, these spirits often bore terrifying appearances, some even missing limbs, which could frighten any onlookers into a state of shock. Thus, they preferred to perform the ritual at night, ideally close to their destination, preferably in desolate wilderness where they would not encounter anyone. Qianji had already prepared the grains necessary for the incantation and instructed the plump Wei to procure an unfortunate cat from the market. In the afternoon, they would summon a vehicle to take them to Baoping village, where they would seek a secluded spot to enact this dark sorcery. Regardless of the form taken by the summoned transparent spirit, it would undoubtedly guide them to the ancient tomb of the culinary deity. Chapter 268. The Braided Young Lady. As a tourist city, transportation was readily available, easily summoned through a mobile application. The vehicle was impeccably clean, following a direct route, and provided comprehensive service. This time, the plump Wei appeared noticeably at ease, engaging in light-hearted banter with the driver. The driver, with a friendly demeanor and fluent Mandarin, offered them guidance on several routes to their destination. This is a city of timeless renown, where each step taken reveals historical landmarks. Scenic area signposts abound, and should one be inclined, the surrounding attractions are readily accessible, with the driver covering the entrance fees, conveniently deducted from the app. Opting for a package deal proves even more economical. Although the driver exudes warmth and enthusiasm, Qianji expressed their lack of interest in such diversions, desiring only to visit the quaint village of Baoping. Accordingly, the driver transported them directly to Baoping village in Shuzhou. In comparison to other locales, Baoping village boasts fewer attractions. Its development is not as sophisticated, nor does it possess the corresponding scenic resources. However, it lies at the confluence of Jiangsu and Anhui provinces, with numerous agrarian inhabitants residing nearby. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were greeted by the lush green of wheat seedlings lining the roadside. The soil here appears remarkably fertile, nurturing the fragrant rice that sustains the local populace, creating an ambience that feels sweet and abundant. In the distance, they caught sight of a few houses, their snow-white rooftops resembling a blanket of freshly fallen snow. The driver remarked on the rapid development of tourism, noting that the original residents had dwindled. In recent years, many villagers sold their homes and moved to urban areas, transforming the village from their previous impressions. Nevertheless, accommodations remain conveniently accessible, with several established ghost houses among the remaining villagers, offering fair prices, distinct from those of outside businessmen. The driver, familiar with a handful of reputable establishments, offered to assist in finding a guest house close to the mountainous region. Chunji agreed to the driver's suggestion, requesting a tranquil guest house with minimal occupancy, ideally isolated from other areas, ensuring a genuine retreat. The driver subsequently parked in front of a guest house, proclaiming it to be the most secluded and serene option available. Due to its distance from tourist attractions, it sees fewer visitors, yet remains clean. The proprietor, a 30-something woman named Wu Hua, had once pursued education and worked as a guide, and was amenable to negotiation regarding prices. Upon entering the guest house, they were indeed met with a pristine environment. The female proprietor warmly welcomed them and assigned them the most immaculate and respectable room. Wu Hua appeared robust and healthy. Her complexion a vibrant shade of red against a darker hue, of average height, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and a thick, braided hairstyle. It is uncommon for women of her age in the mountains to remain unmarried. Though not unattractive, her prolonged singlehood suggests an unusual circumstance. Nevertheless, she displayed a certain level of education, engaging them with lively conversation, assisting with their luggage, and offering insights into local customs and attractions while crafting an itinerary for their visit. In this village, the primary focus is on burial sites, with a renowned ancient military stronghold nearby, housing several generals' tombs, which are considered the largest tourist draw in the area. It is said that during the late Ming dynasty, this area was a remote and dense forest, seldom traversed by anyone. Eventually, a large army sought refuge here after suffering defeat. For reasons unknown, they chose to remain. Settling in this secluded mountain, they erected homes, cultivated the land, and engaged in agriculture. However, for reasons that remain a mystery, this entire contingent of soldiers abruptly vanished, as if they had been swallowed by the earth, leaving behind numerous tombs and stone carvings. These tombs are known as clothed graves, essentially a precaution taken by later generations to appease the restless spirits, interring their garments alongside erecting tombstones and stone sculptures as guardians. Subsequently, the Tourism Bureau allocated funds to revamp the site, transforming these nameless clothed graves into the graves of generals. Now, it has become a tourist attraction, accessible within a half-hour's walk. Yet, Chunji harbored little interest in this place. He inquired of Wu Hua whether there were any ancient temples or burial sites in the vicinity, particularly those shrouded in obscurity and antiquity. Wu Hua informed him that the area was replete with enigmatic relics. In her youth, according to the village elders, the rear mountains were believed to be haunted by spirits of those who had met untimely deaths, their souls restless and disruptive. The haunted site consisted of a dilapidated temple, a structure of considerable age, in a state of disrepair and devoid of worshippers. The stone statues within had long since crumbled, their original purpose lost to time, rendering the temple's identity a mystery. During the Cultural Revolution, a group of Red Guards ascended the mountain and demolished the structure. However, it is said that in the course of the destruction, they uncovered hidden depths within the temple, revealing walls soaring over 10 meters high and a divided main hall. Furthermore, the deities within were cast in iron, exceedingly heavy, and were later repurposed during the steel smelting campaign. Consequently, the temple now lies in ruins, with only a solitary stone well remaining, worthy of exploration. Is it a functioning water well? Chunji asked. Indeed, Wu Hua replied. That well is a genuine source of sweet water, having served villagers for generations. I remember drinking from it in my childhood. The water was exceptionally sweet, akin to honey, and the rice cooked with it was particularly delicious. In those days, villagers would trek to the rear mountains specifically to fetch water from that well for their meals. Later, officials from the town advised that the village had access to tap water and discouraged the consumption of that wild well water, citing concerns about fermentation toxins from prolonged exposure to the elements. Consequently, fewer villagers now draw from it. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect, but I feel that the meals cooked today lack the flavor of those from the past. Is there nothing left aside from the well? Chunji inquired. Are there any remnants of stone statues or similar artifacts? Generally, Ancient temples harbor sculptural stone figures, or stelae, which pique our interest. Certainly. Wu Hua pondered for a moment and said, I do not frequent that place often, but I recall that although the temple has vanished, there remains a fragment of a stele in the northeast corner, inscribed with characters. However, I cannot decipher those characters. They resemble ghostly scribbles. Let us visit it tonight. Chenji proposed. Tonight? Despite Wu Hua's robust appearance, she felt a twinge of fear upon hearing this. She scrutinized Chenji, Pang Wei, Gui Dao, and the accompanying Lu Baobao, and boldly stated, perhaps it is best to avoid the night. In our mountains, there are many customs to observe. It is rather inappropriate for a young woman to venture up the mountain with you gentlemen in the dead of night, and it could lead to gossip. Do not worry. Young lady, Pang Wei quickly reassured her, we are all respectable individuals. I can show you our credentials. After saying this, he produced his fake press pass. See, we are journalists from a television station. We are here to appreciate culture. With the current trend of folk culture, we wish to feature the local customs on television. Imagine, we could give you a prominent close-up, and who knows, you might become a star in the future. We are of reputable standing, and even if we had ill intentions, we wouldn't dare commit any wrongdoing here. Besides, the villagers are your kin. Should anything happen, they would not hesitate to deal with us. Wu Hua appeared quite straightforward. Yet unexpectedly, she was not easily deceived. She took Pang Wei's press pass, examined it closely, felt the embossed seal, and then, with her brows furrowed in disdain, spat, humph. What are you truly up to? How dare you come here with a counterfeit pass to deceive us? It is clear you are not of good character. Come, let us go to the local police station. Without hesitation, Wu Hua seized Pang Wei's arm and began to pull him away. Dear lady, please do not overthink this. Chenji interjected to diffuse the tension. My friend enjoys jesting, and that press pass was merely a playful creation of his. However, I assure you, he is no fraud. We may not be journalists, but we have our own matters to attend to, which are of no concern to you. I guarantee your safety. If you are truly apprehensive, you may call upon a fellow villager to accompany us. Upon hearing Chenji's words, Wu Hua's hostility diminished, though a trace of fear remained on her countenance. You are not here to dig up bones, are you? Let me tell you, you have come to the wrong place. There is truly nothing here. People like you have come before, lingering for a year without discovering anything. My grandmother has said that the general's tomb is nothing but a facade. Years ago, some villagers sought treasure here. The burial chambers have been exposed, and not a single valuable item has emerged. Now, even the rats that enter weep. There is nothing of worth left. Oh dear, young lady, what do you take us for? Fat Wei immediately assumed a serious demeanor and began to explain. What I just said was mere nonsense. Now is the time for me to reveal my true identity. To be candid, we are all filmmakers specializing in horror movies. I am the director, and the individual beside me is the assistant director. We ventured out to gather some inspiration for our future film. As the daylight lacks the eerie ambience we seek, which is why we entered the mountains at this late hour. My dear sister, do not overthink this. Look at this. After speaking, Fat Wei took a step forward, producing a wad of cash and placing it into Wu Hua's hands. Indeed, money has the power to persuade even the most skeptical. Although Wu Hua was evidently unconvinced by Fat Wei's tales, she weighed the bills in her hand and nodded in agreement. However, the elderly woman insisted that it was absolutely unacceptable to enter the mountains after dark, as the villagers are quite traditional. If she were seen entering the mountains with several men, her prospects of marriage would be severely compromised. By now, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and there was no need to prepare an elaborate meal. A simple pot of hot tea would suffice before they set off. The sky in the mountains darkened rather early, and soon after entering, the horizon began to dim. Wu Hua mentioned that he had attended a vocational college in the city, where he studied broadcasting. Although his appearance was unremarkable, his Mandarin was quite commendable. Along the way, he regaled Chenji and the others with local legends and cultural anecdotes. This indeed was a place of emperors, a land of auspicious feng shui, where extraordinary individuals thrived, and the environment seemed to nurture greatness. Even the trees and foliage appeared more luxuriant than in other regions. After walking a short distance into the mountains, they encountered a thicket, and beyond it lay the ruins of an ancient temple. Though referred to as ruins, it was, in fact, a genuine wasteland. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found shattered stones scattered about, many of which appeared to have been deliberately broken, rendering the site a disarray of destruction. However, the foundation remained remarkably intact. Being accustomed to ancient architecture, They had some understanding of its layout and soon discerned the original structure of the building. It was evident that there had once stood an extremely ancient edifice, as indicated by the remnants of a grand hall and accompanying side chambers. The main hall was spacious, likely once housing a towering idol. After traversing the central chamber, they ventured further inward and discovered a stone well, overgrown with verdant foliage. The well's mouth was open, emitting wisps of steam, and beside it lay a wooden bucket, covered in green moss, which seemed likely to disintegrate upon contact, indicating it had not been used for a considerable time. Chunji approached and used a dagger to scrape away the lush greenery, revealing the stone platform of the well in its entirety. The stones were ancient, crafted not with contemporary brickmaking techniques, and the adhesive was anything but ordinary. Chunji had previously encountered such masonry in ancient tombs, where the craftsmanship appeared seamless and remarkably durable. It could be asserted that although the well may presently seem unremarkable and drab, it would likely withstand even the force of tons of explosives without yielding. Steam rose from the depths of the well, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, and when they peered inside, they were indeed greeted by the sight of water still lingering below. Wu Hua informed them that this well had existed since the days of their ancestors. In earlier times, a pavilion adorned the well, and a cover concealed its mouth. During her childhood, she often ventured up the mountain to play, lifting the wooden cover of the well. The water within was crystal clear, and at that time, drawing it up to drink was a delightful experience. It was sweet, refreshing, and more satisfying than any soda available today. However, it had been a long time since anyone had utilized it, leading to its gradual neglect. And even Wu Hua herself had not tasted its water in ages. Chunji shone a flashlight down into the well, revealing its internal structure with clarity. The walls of the well were not vertical. Rather, large stones jutted out, creating a peculiar formation resembling a descending ladder. Chunji found this structure suspicious and was inclined to descend to see if it was traversable, but Wu Hua stopped him. "What are you going down there for? I must warn you, this well is not to be entered. Those stones are treacherously slippery. Be cautious, or you may never return. I'm just going to take a look." Chunji insisted, still attempting to jump down. "No." Wu Hua firmly grasped his arm. "I tell you, this well is quite sinister. Everyone in our village knows that we must never venture inside. Do you think you are the first to discover that one can climb down these stones? During the drought years, someone from our village went down to fetch water and never returned. On the surface, this well appears harmless, yet for reasons unknown, those who fall and drown. My fiancé, whom I was betrothed to since childhood, met his demise in this very well. Do you think that's why, at my age, I remain unmarried?" Chapter 270. Wu Hua's Past. What? Pang Wei exclaimed upon hearing Wu Hua's sorrowful tale, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. "My dear sister, you possess such a tragic love history. Do share it with your brother. Reveal any emotional wounds you may have, and let me help you. Your brother understands a woman's heart and will surely assist you in alleviating your troubles." What nonsense about brothers and sisters. Wu Hua dismissed Pang Wei's words, her brow furrowing as she glared at him. "I've never encountered anyone with such thick skin as you. Do you even know how old I am? I will turn 40 after the new year, which must make me at least a decade older than you." After delivering this retort, Wu Hua felt as though she had slapped Pang Wei across the face, causing him to fall silent. She then adjusted her long braid and turned to Chunji, beginning to recount the circumstances surrounding her unmarried status. It turned out that many villagers once inhabited the mountains, fostering a close-knit community. In these rural areas, marriages traditionally occurred at an early age. While the outside world embraced the concept of free love, mountain folk adhered more closely to tradition. Typically, childhood sweethearts from the same village would become engaged at a young age, often holding wedding ceremonies at the ages of 18 or 19 in front of the entire village, only to later obtain their marriage certificates after having children. Wu Hua's situation mirrored this pattern. She had been betrothed to the eldest son of the Chen family since the tender age of 5 or 6. The eldest son of the Chen family, being a year older than her, shared a close bond with Wu Hua, as their families were well matched. Wu Hua had lost her father at a young age, and her mother, a widow, struggled without a male figure to support the household. In contrast, the Chen family thrived, filled with numerous sons who could contribute to the family's sustenance. Consequently, the Chen heir often resided in Wu Hua's home, where they dined and lived together, enjoying an innocent camaraderie. Wu Hua's mother treated him as if he were her own son, nurturing what seemed to be a beautiful childhood romance. However, Fate took a drastic turn due to a catastrophic event. When Wu Hua was 6 years old, a peculiar phenomenon occurred on a sunlit day. Fine rain began to fall unexpectedly, and the sky exhibited unusual signs, transforming the entire mountain landscape. Wu Hua vividly recalled the sight of two magnificent rainbows arching across the sky, their vibrant colors casting a radiant glow upon the mountain, as if the very hues of dawn had descended. This extraordinary spectacle terrified their family, as the residents at the foot of the mountain were few, with Wu Hua's household being the closest. Their family had long been established in the area, and they were well versed in the ancient legends passed down through generations. Wu Hua's mother recounted tales of old, speaking of a time when similar phenomena occurred, known as the phoenix descends from the heavens. The phoenix, an auspicious creature, was said to bring treasures wherever it landed, creating double rainbows that adorned the mountains with breathtaking beauty. Such occurrences were rare, perhaps witnessed only once in a century. With the mountain displaying such signs, it was imperative to avoid venturing into the woods, for encountering anything strange could lead to grave danger. Upon concluding her tale, Wu Hua's mother secured the doors, locking both children within the yard, intending to wait for the phenomenon to pass before seeking the villagers. Yet, Wu Hua, being a spirited child, grew increasingly curious as her mother forbade her from going outside. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she implored the Chun heir to accompany her up the mountain for a closer look. Initially reluctant, he eventually succumbed to her pleas, and they secretly climbed over the wall and ventured out. The specifics of their journey up the mountain eluded Wu Hua, but she remembered the ethereal mist enveloping the area, resembling a cascade of sunlight, spectacularly beautiful. Within that mist, it seemed as if something moved in formation through the woods. Though she could not recall the details, they ultimately arrived beside a well. The well still bore a cover, yet for reasons unknown, the Chun heir insisted on peering inside. Wu Hua could not deter him and watched in horror as he leapt into the depths, only to be met with anguished cries from below, unable to ascend. A thick fog began to rise around them, and through the haze, Wu Hua perceived a figure towering over 4 meters in height, standing before her. The figure's face was ashen and rigid, resembling stone. Bald and barefoot, it loomed ominously, flanked by a man and a woman, with a temple behind them and a procession of hooded figures trailing behind. The scene was truly terrifying. Wu Hua subsequently descended the mountain in a frenzied rush, losing her shoes along the way and disregarding the branches that scratched her face. As she neared her home, she spotted her mother standing alone at the doorway from a distance. That moment would forever be etched in Wu Hua's memory. She vividly recalled her mother's face, pale as frost and cold steel in hand, a woodcutting knife. Her mother's expression was grim, her voice devoid of warmth, as she chastised Wu Hua for her recklessness in venturing up the mountain. Now, calamity had befallen them, and it was irrevocable. She commanded Wu Hua to take the knife and descend the mountain to find her own way. If she failed, she was to use the knife to end her own life in atonement. Terrified, Wu Hua wept inconsolably, clinging to her mother and pleading to enter the house. In a moment of fury, her mother forcefully barred the entrance, delivering a brutal kick to Wu Hua's abdomen, drawing blood. With eyes filled with rage, she warned Wu Hua that if she wished to enter the house, she would have to kill her mother first. At that moment, Wu Hua realized the gravity of the disaster she had caused. Her mother's terrifying demeanor left no room for mercy, and it seemed she could easily take her life. Thus, Wu Hua dared not linger any longer. She turned and fled. Though they were in the mountains, there were carts available outside, and it was no great challenge for a child to venture out. After rushing down the mountain, Wu Hua took a cart to the town in search of her aunt. Upon relaying the events, her aunt listened with confusion, believing it was merely a child's mischief, fearing parental wrath, and thus had sought refuge. Consequently, Wu Hua was permitted to stay with her aunt for a night, and the following day, inquiries were made back in their village. Unexpectedly, news broke that the eldest son of the Chen family had been found beside a well, his face a ghastly shade of blue. His features twisted in terror. He had died of fright. Worse still, Wu Hua's mother had hanged herself from a beam in their home. Chapter 271. Wu Hua's Past, Part 2. In those days, the villagers were averse to calling for forensic examination, opting instead to draw conclusions from the visible facts. Although there was no evidence, and the police reached no conclusions, the villagers unanimously insisted that Wu Hua had gone up the mountain to play with the Chen family's son, who then fell into the well and perished. They claimed Wu Hua had lied to evade responsibility. Some even suggested that she had intentionally pushed the boy, leading to her mother's despair and subsequent suicide. In any case, the circumstances surrounding the death of the Chun family's son were murky, casting suspicion on Wu Hua, who, at merely 6 years of age, was deemed an ill omen, one who had brought misfortune to both her husband and mother. The villagers wished to drive her out of the mountains. Under such dire circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to consider an alliance with her, and Wu Hua found herself unable to return home. Fortunately, Wu Hua's aunt was a person of integrity, engaged in business in the town for many years, and her family's circumstances were relatively favorable. She took Wu Hua in and sent her to the city for education, supporting her until she completed her junior college studies before returning home, where she continued to reside in the city. Later, the mountain village underwent significant relocation, and most of the former villagers moved away, leaving only their old house, which remained untouched due to its remote location outside the designated scenic area. Longing for her mother and freed from the pressures of the villagers, Wu Hua returned to her hometown and established a guest house there. Over the years, Wu Hua harbored deep-seated grievances. Her aunt had introduced her to several suitors, yet she never showed interest, unable to reconcile her feelings about the past. Although she resided there, she seldom ventured into the mountains. The extraordinary childhood experience of witnessing a double rainbow had eluded her since then. After recounting this peculiar childhood memory, she herself found it hard to believe, chuckling softly as she touched her braid. Ah, those were merely childhood tales. Now they seem quite absurd. During my school days, our psychology teacher insisted that what I saw was merely superstition and could not possibly happen. Perhaps I encountered something terrifying that my child self could not comprehend. Thus my mind conjured a form of self-delusion. Maybe while playing with the eldest son of the Wu family, he accidentally fell and died by the well, which terrified me into fabricating these stories. That doesn't add up, Fat Wei interjected. By your logic, why would your mother hang herself? Was she so afraid of explaining things that she left you behind to take her own life? That's nonsense. Indeed, Wu Hua replied with a bitter smile. My psychology teacher once proposed another possibility, one that was rather chilling. He suggested that the eldest son of the Qin family might have been killed by my mother. Perhaps something transpired that drove her to madness, resulting in his death, and then she took her own life. I witnessed it all and was terrified, which led to these hallucinations. That is indeed a possibility, Fat Wei exclaimed, patting Chun Ji on the shoulder. I've seen many foreign horror films depicting such scenarios. A mother suddenly loses her mind and kills her child, with another child witnessing it, resulting in traumatic memories. Perhaps, Wu Hua murmured, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she stubbornly wiped them away. My mother was a strong-willed woman, and I inherited her temperament. My father passed away before I was born, and she endured many years of solitude, raising me alone, chopping wood, farming, and even chasing away wolves with a sickle, never once yielding. I truly cannot fathom what could have compelled her to take her own life. Yet, I do remember my mother being quite terrifying. I cannot quite articulate that feeling. For all these years, every night, I can still vividly recall the expression on my mother's face as she urged me out the door for the last time. Her face, pale as snow and devoid of any color, with her brows furrowed, resembled that of a specter. This situation is indeed peculiar, Chun-Ji pondered silently. He had been quietly absorbing these words while meticulously scrutinizing this 40-year-old woman. Her complexion bore a certain darkness, and her bespectacled appearance exuded an air of innocence and simplicity, suggesting she was a person of forthrightness. She did not strike him as one capable of deceit, yet her earlier statements were riddled with inconsistencies. For instance, had the eldest son of the Qin family truly fallen into the well, the 6-year-old Wu Hua would have instinctively leaned over to peer inside, thus witnessing the circumstances below. How could she have merely listened to the cries without investigating the situation before departing? Furthermore, Wu Hua's earlier demeanor indicated a profound familiarity with the well structure, coupled with an exaggerated dread, suggesting she had ventured into that very well before. Additionally, everything that transpired after she returned to her mother at the foot of the mountain seemed awry. No mother, regardless of her temper, would expel her child, urging them to run to town with a knife. That would be exceedingly perilous, even for mountain folk. If anything, her mother's actions resembled a protective instinct, compelling her to seek help and ensure her safety, preventing her from re-entering the home. Under what circumstances would a mother wield a knife to keep her child outside? Only one. She believed the interior posed a greater danger than the exterior. Thus, Chenji arrived at a definitive conclusion. There were indeed individuals inside the house at that time. With this realization, he no longer felt the urgency to descend into the well. Instead, he turned to Wu Hua and said, "All right, sister, we have examined the well, and there appears to be nothing extraordinary about it. The night has fallen, and we are somewhat weary. Let us return and rest early." "But wait," Fat Wei interjected, having overheard Chenji's words, feeling perplexed. He leaned closer to Chenji and whispered, "No, Orange, don't leave. There must be something down there. We should stay and investigate. It could very well lead us somewhere." Chenji ignored Fat Wei, continuing to smile at Wu Hua. "Sister, you haven't eaten all day. Could you prepare something for us? I am eager to taste the culinary delights of your mountain folk. Your old house is quite intriguing. Such architecture is rare these days, and I would love to explore it thoroughly upon our return. Come, let us descend the mountain." Chapter 272. The Knight's undertaking. Seeing Chenji's insistence, Fat Wei fell silent, and neither Ghost Blade nor Lu Baobao offered any objections. Thus, they temporarily relinquished their interest in the well and followed Wu Hua back down the mountain. Wu Hua descended swiftly, as if she were desperate to escape this place, indicating that her memories of the mountain were indeed troubling. Once back in the old residence, Wu Hua's emotions gradually began to stabilize. She ceased to mention the well on the mountain and began to prepare dinner for them, allowing Chenji and the others to take their time exploring the old residence. Although it was a guest house open for business, its remote location and the lack of tourist attractions in the nearby mountains meant that it rarely hosted any guests. Chenji and his companions were the only patrons at that moment, while Wu Hua was cooking outside. Chenji and Pang Wei meticulously examined every corner of the house and the courtyard. Wu Hua had certainly not lied. The old residence indeed bore the marks of age, with ancient tiles in the courtyard engraved with peculiar designs, most of which had become indistinct over time. Furthermore, it appeared that the courtyard had been unoccupied for quite a while, as many areas remained untouched, thick with dust. The section of the wall adjacent to the mountains was constructed of tall black bricks, large in size and overrun with weeds. Chenji and Pang Wei climbed atop it, illuminating the wall with a flashlight as they inspected it thoroughly. Eventually, they discovered several unusual markings on a stone brick, which they could identify as the result of metal chains rubbing against it, indicative of a cold metallic weapon. Such weapons had been used in the past within the region of Xiqi, but had long since fallen into disuse, rumored to have been utilized in ancient sieges. When attacking a city wall, a trellis would be set outside the walls, through which a steel rope could be threaded, allowing a person to slide up and then vault over into the courtyard. This was a fairly conventional tactic. However, the markings on the stone were surprisingly shallow compared to what one would expect. This suggested that the individual who had scaled the wall was remarkably light, as if a weightless specter. The traces appeared to have been made within the last 20 to 30 years, showing little sign of significant wear. It seemed, as Chenji had speculated, that when Wu Hua encountered her mother at the door, something perilous had intruded into the house. Perhaps her mother had foreseen her impending demise, fiercely preventing her daughter from entering, wielding a knife to drive him away in an effort to protect her. Yet, the nature of the entity that had entered the house remained a mystery. It was unlikely to have been a thief, as families in the mountains were generally impoverished, rendering the theft of possessions unnecessary. Furthermore, even a thief would find it challenging to scale such a high wall. Most notably, Chenji detected a peculiar scent in the air, one imbued with a sense of sorcery, ancient and indecipherable, yet distinctly eerie. For reasons unknown, the mere whiff of this aroma sent a chill down his spine. Wu Hua soon called them to dinner, which, for Chenji and his companions, was a delightful mountain feast. She had prepared a bountiful meal, featuring chicken, duck, wild vegetable dumplings, fried mountain insects, fragrant rice, and large bowls of refreshing tea. However, the meals in these mountains were, for Lu Baobao, akin to poison, as he could only manage to swallow 2 large spoonfuls while pinching his nose. Whether it was due to an overwhelming instinct for survival, he ultimately did not expel the food. The locals had a habit of retiring early, after dinner. They each retreated to their rooms for slumber. Given the varying sizes and cleanliness of the accommodations, the hygiene levels were certainly not comparable to those of a 5-star hotel. Lu Baobao, being exceedingly finicky, would suffer from nasal allergies in dusty rooms and could not tolerate sharing a space with others, finding even the slightest oral odor unbearable, and the sound of snoring utterly intolerable. Thus, it was decided that Lu Baobao would occupy a small single room, while Chun Ji and his companions would share a larger one. Once Lu Baobao returned to his room, he quickly fell silent, presumably having succumbed to sleep. However, upon entering their room, Chun Ji and the others found themselves instinctively gravitating to a corner, none of them making their way to bed. As darkness enveloped the sky, they gazed at the moon outside, waiting for time to pass, each lost in thought. They all understood that something was bound to transpire that night. "What's the matter, Qingzi? Do you suspect that old girl?" Fat Wei inquired softly. "I have a good sense of people. She does not strike me as someone capable of deceit. That woman lacks any grand schemes. She is the type with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. What she said should be true. I do not doubt her honesty." Chun Ji replied in a hushed tone. "What I question is whether a portion of her memory has been obscured or even altered. She must have descended that well herself, though she has forgotten. However, the information contained in her memory could prove invaluable for determining our path ahead. Therefore, I intend to employ a technique of empathy on her tonight to ascertain our next course of action." "Are you suspicious of the well?" Gui Dao interjected softly. "If you require, I can ascend the mountain and investigate the well right now. I too suspect that there is something more to it." Gui Dao brandished his knife, prepared to leave. "No need." Chun Ji gently shook his head. "My current concern is not the well itself, but rather what we may become upon entering it. Even if it is indeed an entrance, we must first discover the key. Moreover, I have been harboring a peculiar sensation lately, an underlying sense of crisis lurking around me. It is an odd feeling, as though an invisible adversary, a hidden force, has been watching me from the shadows. It observes everything about me, witnesses my growth into the patriarch of the Jiang clan, follows me into every tomb, and engages in battles with the dark forces, ultimately eradicating them. This force is strange. Sometimes it resembles a person, at other times it is entirely unrecognizable. I cannot precisely articulate what it is. At times, I feel it is fate, while at others, I sense it is something else entirely." Chapter 273, Nighttime Operations, Part 2. The night always unfolds in a tranquil and protracted manner. The three of them continued to wait in the room, second by second. As time gradually passed, by midnight around 12 o'clock, the room had succumbed to complete silence, with no restless sounds to be heard. They were aware that the moment had arrived. The three of them rose quietly and began to stealthily approach Wu Hua's room. All were well-trained individuals, their footsteps making no sound upon the ground, undetectable to the untrained ear. Upon reaching the door, Gui Dao listened intently, gauging from the rhythmic breaths that Wu Hua was soundly asleep. He nodded at Chun Ji, who then entered the room. This was the hour when slumber was deepest. Wu Hua lay with her back to the door, her breaths even and tranquil, completely oblivious to the presence of another. As Chun Ji approached her bedside, he noticed a chopping knife concealed beneath her pillow. Even in sleep, her attire was tightly fitted, suggesting that she was not one to be trifled with. Remaining vigilant even in repose, unwilling to let anyone take advantage of her, Chun Ji began to utter a series of hypnotic incantations, designed to facilitate a deeper slumber, allowing Wu Hua to drift into a more profound state of sleep. He then silently recited a spell, placing one hand upon her head, transmitting the heart-entering spell into her mind. This spell was unique in that it would blend with the air currents, swiftly infiltrating the various chambers of the mind, unlocking the most primal memories untouched by alteration. Thus, even if, for some reason, the individual had deceived themselves later on, fabricating memories, what Chun Ji would witness would be the unvarnished truth, a fact beyond doubt. With his eyes tightly shut, he felt the currents swirling within Wu Hua's consciousness, quickly locating the terrifying memories of her childhood. Initially, the memories radiated with warm, sunlit hues. They featured two children, a boy and a girl. The boy of a similar age to Wu Hua, slightly taller, with a charmingly freckled face and large eyes that sparkled with innocent joy. The two children shared a close bond, playfully frolicking in the old house, climbing trees to gather bird eggs, and reveling in the meadows. In these memories, Chun Ji also glimpsed Wu Hua's mother. At that time, she was not yet 30, bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Hua, her hair fashioned into a long, dark braid, her arms robust, and her face etched with determination and strength. Yet her gaze toward the two children was tender as she worked, her eyes often drifting to watch them play, laughter spilling forth from her lips. The following recollection transported Wu Hua and the boy up the mountain, precisely as Wu Hua had described. The mountain was adorned with a breathtaking dawn mist, illuminated as if by ethereal lights, casting a vibrant glow over the landscape. Remarkably, a double rainbow appeared, its colors vivid and striking, as if a cascade of colorful paint had descended from the heavens. At that moment, the two of them were indeed gripped by fear, hiding behind a grand tree and gazing into the dense fog ahead, where they discerned shadowy figures. Chunji clearly saw that these forms resembled humans, yet they were certainly not human. They were exceedingly light, devoid of any substantial weight, each draped in a large piece of dark cloth, appearing as if they were mere shadowy apparitions without form. They swayed and darted about with alarming rapidity, evoking a sense of terror and eeriness. The two children were evidently terrified, covering their mouths tightly and cowering behind the tree, barely daring to breathe. However, as those shadows flitted restlessly forward, they suddenly halted and turned collectively to face back. In that instant, Chunji felt as though countless piercing gazes were directed towards them, as if the two children had been discovered. He then heard the agonizing cries of Wu Hua from his childhood. They were seized from behind, limbs thrashing wildly in the air, overwhelmed by fear. Ultimately, they found themselves before the stone well. The events that followed diverged significantly from Wu Hua's account. Chunji distinctly witnessed her being thrown into the well alongside the eldest son of the Qin family, while Wu Hua clearly heard his anguished screams as her face collided with the cold stone walls of the well. In the ensuing chaos, Chunji truly beheld all that Wu Hua had described. Amidst the swirling fog, there stood a figure over 4 meters tall, bald and barefoot, flanked by a man and a woman on either side, their expressions utterly bizarre and devoid of any emotion. The scene then flickered, and Wu Hua seemed to lose consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she inexplicably found herself emerging from the depths of the well. At that moment, she disregarded everything else and ran frantically down the mountain. When she arrived at her doorstep, she was met with the sight of her mother, resembling a vengeful spirit, standing at the entrance. Wu Hua's mother's face at that time was more terrifying than any ghost. Her appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of a corpse. Her ashen visage devoid of color, clutching a curved knife with a tight grip, her hair disheveled, and her face marked with bruises, unmistakably indicating some dreadful occurrence. Her bloodshot eyes seemed ready to burst with fury as she thrust the knife into Wu Hua's hands, screaming at her with wild abandon, which caused Wu Hua to flee in terror. Subsequently, Wu Hua's memories began to blur, signaling the end of this haunting chapter of her childhood. Just as Chunji prepared to retract the incantation, he suddenly felt a weight descend upon him, a peculiar sensation akin to plummeting 1/2 meter from the air. With a thunderous crash, Chunji felt a chill envelop him, and when he opened his eyes once more, everything had transformed. Wu Hua was no longer on the bed, and the room lay in utter disarray, with the figures of Fat Wei and Ghost Blade vanished. This time, Chunji noticed a woman in the corner of the room, her back turned towards him. He had just seen that silhouette. It was indeed Wu Hua's mother. Chapter 274. Wu Hua's mother. Chunji stood there in silence, quickly surveying his surroundings with keen eyes. The bed remains the same old one, crafted from darkened wood, which, despite the passage of decades, has undergone little alteration. Surrounding the bed, however, the vessels and everyday items are reminiscent of styles from decades past, including the large white enamel rice bowl from that era. Thus, everything before him seems to echo a time over 30 years ago. Wu Hua's mother stands resolutely in the corner, her back turned to Chunji, clad in a somewhat worn floral cotton jacket, which appears to have been battered as if by a whip, riddled with tears from which the stuffing escapes. Chunji cannot see her face, only the disheveled braid cascading behind her. Yet, inexplicably, he senses her expression is one of profound despair, so harrowing that he dares not glance at her. This woman has succumbed to a complete and utter hopelessness, a despair that teeters on the brink of death, infused with madness, pain, and fear, leading her to a total collapse. Silently, Chunji observes as she begins to move. He watches Wu Hua's mother gradually shift from her corner and make her way outside. The atmosphere is eerie. She continues to face away from him, shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a slow-motion, faded photograph. She approaches the doorway and steps out of the room, with Chunji following closely behind, voiceless. He notices her hands are marred with wounds, bloodied. Even her neck bears similar marks. These injuries are deep, unlike those inflicted by a whip, resembling scratches from some peculiar creature. This creature must possess sharp claws, though not those of a wolf or any other beast. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the talons of a large and ferocious bird. Wu Hua's mother advances step by step, each movement deliberate yet lifeless, never once turning back. She exudes an aura of death, devoid of any vitality. However, her air of despair saturates the dimly lit old house, rendering it stiflingly oppressive. Eventually, she reaches a beam, steps onto a stone stool beneath it, removes her belt, tossing it above to create a noose, and then hangs herself. Chunji watches as she flails momentarily like a lifeless fish before hanging still from the beam. In the act of removing her belt, her trousers fall, revealing her thighs, which are horrifically marked with deep scratches, inflicted by the same avian claws. It is a bird, a colossal bird. Chunji muses silently, one that is tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold larger than an eagle. This bird is utterly savage, tormenting its prey before delivering the fatal blow. Moreover, it possesses intelligence, knowing how to manipulate its victim into a semblance of suicide. Does such a monstrous bird still exist in this world? Is it a peacock? No, it cannot be a peacock. They lack such aggression and cunning. As Chunji contemplated this unsettling thought, a horrifying idea suddenly surged within him. He dashed forward, seizing the woman's body, and violently flipped her over. In an instant, Wu Huanyang's face lay bare before him. The visage was utterly terrifying. A once beautiful face was now grotesquely marred, flesh torn asunder, rendering her features unrecognizable, resembling a grotesque mass of mangled flesh. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. It was no human hand. To describe it would be to liken it to a claw, an enormous bird's talon, filled with wrath, gripping Chunji's shoulder with such ferocity that it seemed intent on tearing him apart. Then, a piercing scream rent the air, a sound so sharp it threatened to rupture his eardrums. With a sudden haze clouding his mind, Chunji regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find himself back in the same room. However, this time he had returned to reality, to the present day. Wu Hua lay on the bed, snoring soundly, utterly unaware of anyone standing by her side. Behind him, Peng Wei and Gui Dao had moved to the forefront, their anxious gazes fixed on Chunji. "What's the matter, Orange?" Peng Wei inquired first. "What were you thinking with your eyes closed just now? You ignored me when I called." He continued. "Your expression has been quite strange since earlier, as if you had seen something." "I indeed saw something," Chunji said earnestly, locking eyes with Peng Wei. "It appears this house is far more complex than we anticipated. That woman's mother did not die simply. There is a third party involved. As I have mentioned before, I have always suspected a potent force lurks around us, one that exceeds our comprehension. It has been watching us, observing the West Qi, even the dark factions. They are monitoring everything in the shadows, influencing our fates. Yet we remain oblivious to their existence. I suspect these entities are responsible for the death of that woman's mother. This household must be connected to them in some manner." Thus, Wu Hua was spared, managing to escape to the town, while her mother was not so fortunate. Upon Chunji's revelation, both Peng Wei and Gui Dao simultaneously turned their attention to Wu Hua. She remained ensnared in a deep sleep, oblivious to the influence of Chunji's hypnotic incantation. At that moment, Gui Dao suggested, "Let us thoroughly inspect this place. There is an unusual aura here, particularly potent in this room. I have observed that this old residence contains only one genuine bedroom. This one, if it harbors any secrets, they must be found here." "All right," Peng Wei responded, casting a knowing glance at Chunji. In response, Chunji slowly raised a hand, reapplying the sleep incantation upon Wu Hua, allowing her to drift into a deeper slumber. Subsequently, the three individuals commenced a meticulous search within the room, which was filled with antiquated furniture, some dating back to the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, and others even more ancient. It appeared that this family had once enjoyed wealth, albeit a long time ago. After thoroughly examining the entire bedroom, they ultimately discovered a movable brick behind an old cabinet. Peng Wei, wielding a dagger, gently tapped the bricks, dislodging them one by one, until a passage, towering over a person's height, was revealed within the wall. Chapter 275. The secret chamber. Upon the emergence of this opening, the truth became abundantly clear. It was undoubtedly a secret chamber, and judging by its condition, it had not been disturbed for quite some time, perhaps for generations. Even Wu Hua's grandparents or great-grandparents were oblivious to the existence of this hidden space. Chunji and his companions exchanged glances, then looked over at Wu Hua, who was soundly asleep. The efficacy of the sleep incantation was remarkable. Wu Hua was deeply slumbering, seemingly impervious to any commotion they might cause. Pang Wei switched on his flashlight, casting light into the depths of the chamber, and tested the air with a match before stepping inside. Following him, Chunji and Gui Dao ventured into the dimly lit space. Unlike the cellar outside, this secret chamber was ensconced within the house, shrouded in darkness and dampness. A pungent odor of mildew and a sour, musty scent permeated the air. The chamber had not been refined in any manner. The areas illuminated by the flashlight revealed mostly rough bricks and earth, with some sections thickly covered in green moss and mold, reminiscent of a cave. However, as they ventured deeper, they noticed a faint glimmer, reflections from precious metals and gemstones. Advancing further, they arrived at a surprising spectacle. In the innermost part of this secret chamber, there was a small corner of approximately 10 square meters, meticulously stacked with well-crafted stone bricks. These stones were of superior quality compared to those outside the residence, with their edges finely polished and arranged with precision, indicating a significant level of care and importance attributed to this location. In this corner, there lay an ancient grand wooden bed. This was a type of opulent bed made of Zetan wood, inlaid with gold and jewels, characteristic of the Tang and Song dynasties, and its size was beyond the imagination of modern individuals. Chunji had occasionally encountered descriptions of such beds in historical accounts of ancient customs. This bed was traditionally used by affluent families for their daughters' dowries, representing one of the most essential items in the bridal gifts. During the Tang and Song periods, it was customary to enhance the dowry with additional adornments, all of which accompanied the grand bed, including the serving maids. This bed, also known as the Thousand Craftsman bed, required the labor of 1,000 artisans and a considerable amount of time to construct. Typically, it comprised an inner and outer cabinet, topped with a canopy, featuring steps below, intricately carved pillars at the front, with decorative hangings and eaves adorned with floral canopies, collectively forming a grand pavilion. Its structure was more complex than that of a small house, and once completed, it provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, ensuring the owner's comfort during rest. Moreover, it allows the married daughters to create a multifunctional and highly private living space within the confines of their homes, akin to having an additional small house. This luxurious dowry was an indispensable component of affluent families in ancient times. The larger the bed's dimensions, the more intricate the carvings, and the more precious the embedded gems. The greater the esteem of the woman, compelling the groom's family to regard her with utmost respect. Many daughters of wealthy families began accumulating embroidered bedding and embedded gemstones from a young age, and by the age of 5 or 6, they would commission the crafting of such bridal beds. In those days, it was akin to the contemporary status symbol of Hermes for women. This tradition endured for centuries, slowly fading during the late Qing dynasty. Even today, there remains an ancient village in the south dedicated to creating bridal beds, housing numerous relics of such beds, each of significant value, adorned with extravagant carvings and decorations. However, the bed before us is truly exceptional when compared to those of noble families. This bridal bed can only be described as celestial in its grandeur. The entire structure is nearly the size of a small room, featuring its own corridor and tea room, with exquisitely detailed carvings and lavish gold and gem inlays that are almost unimaginable for this setting. Within the miniature tea hall, all essentials are present, adorned with pearl curtains, while adjacent to it is a storage area leading deeper into the main bed. The primary bed is astonishingly large, capable of comfortably accommodating 3 individuals. With a back crafted from Kunlun white jade, topped with round and sizable pearls, agate, and glass cat's eyes. Even the princesses of ancient nobility would find it challenging to rival such splendor. This indicates the woman's status is unparalleled and inexpressibly precious. Yet, a woman of such distinction should not be wed into a humble village like this. As 3 individuals stepped into the bed, they discovered, behind the intricately carved partitions, 2 secondary beds. In ancient times, when a lady of high standing married into her husband's family, she would bring along some maidservants, who would thereafter serve her closely, becoming her personal property. Unlike other servants, these maids would not sleep outside, but rather alongside their mistress on these secondary beds. However, the positions of these 2 secondary beds were now oddly occupied by the curled remains of 2 female corpses. The bodies had long since decayed, huddled together in obscurity. Their heads completely rotted away, resembling a dark mass at first glance. Pang Wei grasped the neck bone of one corpse, examining it closely with a lamp. A murder from ancient times. Both maidservants had their skulls severed, victims of broken necks. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be only 16 or 17, though that is merely conjecture. In any case, it is a tragic fate. There is something here. Gui Dao approached the gem-inlaid table and knocked upon it, producing a hollow sound. He pushed the gem panel aside, revealing a hidden compartment. This compartment, though small, contained a wooden box made of pure golden silk Namu wood. Despite its age, having been placed here for so long, it remained free of dust. The ghost blade retrieved a box, upon which rested a small lock fashioned from pure gold. After enduring the passage of time, the lock had long since lost its efficacy, and with a gentle tug, it broke apart. Opening the box, he discovered a folded crimson envelope. While referred to as an envelope, in ancient times, this was known as a letter pouch, serving as the formal exterior for official correspondence, typically reserved for highly significant documents. The envelope was slightly larger than contemporary A4 paper, crafted from vivid red cardstock and adorned with satin ribbon. Intricate golden silk threads embroidered a pair of auspicious phoenixes, while the center featured an ancient design resembling the double happiness symbol. The ghost blade handed the envelope to Chenji. Chenji examined it closely before extracting the letter within. The paper was a brilliant red, shimmering with a luminous quality akin to gossamer. Inscribed in black ink, he glanced over the contents, revealing a marriage certificate. Chapter 276, The Mysterious Marriage of 1,000 Years Ago. This certificate was penned in meticulous regular script, with an exceptional degree of neatness. It commenced with the date and the individuals involved. The date indeed belonged to the early Song dynasty, yet the era's imperial title was conspicuously absent, as if deliberately evading mention. The male party was referred to as the eldest son of the Wu family, with his name, courtesy name, and date of birth explicitly recorded, detailing his age at that time. It resembled the documentation of a servant's personal information. In stark contrast, the female party's identification was shrouded in ambiguity. No surname or name was provided, nor her age. It merely stated heavenly betrothed noblewoman of noble lineage. The subsequent contents were profoundly alarming. The marriage certificate candidly delineated the disparity in status between the two parties. This heavenly betrothed noblewoman held an exceedingly exalted status, far beyond what an ordinary mortal could endure. Yet, she was to marry the eldest son of the Wu family, bringing with her the wealth and honor of the Wu lineage, with the hope of expanding the family's progeny, thereby ensuring that the Wu bloodline would forever be entwined with that of nobility. In exchange, the Wu family was bound to guard the secret realm for generations, adhering to the following stipulations: to hear nothing, see nothing, and speculate not, to remain undisturbed and unassuming in their agricultural existence, tending to the outskirts of the secret realm. To maintain a low profile, their descendants were forbidden from engaging in commerce, partaking in imperial examinations, or involving themselves in governmental affairs, mandated to live as ordinary folk, tending to their daily needs. However, should outsiders attempt to invade the secret realm, they were required to resist to the death, permitting no trespassers. Furthermore, the incantation for sealing and unsealing the secret realm was to be passed down solely through direct lineage, safeguarded through the ages, should it be lost. The consequences would be irredeemable. Additionally, upon encountering a noble within the secret realm, they were to swiftly withdraw and maintain their distance. Failure to do so would result in catastrophic repercussions for both themselves and their family. The meaning conveyed in this marriage certificate was unequivocal and direct, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Rather than a traditional marriage document, it resembled a threatening transactional agreement. However, throughout the entire narrative, the name of this noblewoman is never mentioned, nor is there any elucidation regarding her lineage or the family to which she belongs. Upon turning the page of this marriage contract, one encounters a crude inscription in brushwork, the content of which is unexpectedly poignant. It is evident that this was added later by the Wu family, perhaps out of sheer terror, for the handwriting is chaotic and tremulous, indicative of a writer overwhelmed by fear and trepidation. This passage, akin to a vernacular form of classical Chinese, conveys the following essence: the sinner Wu, in his twilight, prostrates in deep remorse, fully aware of the grievous sins he has committed and resigned to his fate. With tears of blood, he leaves this testament, beseeching the noble family to spare his young son. Once a man of humble origins, I roamed the wilderness, as insignificant as grass, with no aspirations to ascend the social ladder. Yet, by divine grace, the celestial maiden was bestowed upon my son, and our family was overwhelmed with gratitude. Unable to repay such kindness, we offered daily veneration, never daring to show disrespect. I yearned for divine mercy, as the maiden bore a child, and our family basked in her glory, feeling no regret in death. Alas, fate took a cruel turn. Within 6 months of her marriage, the maiden succumbed to a sudden illness, despite my exhausting all resources to seek the finest physicians. Consumed by dread, I found no means to approach the noble family for assistance. I interred the maiden with great honor at the head of our ancestral grave. Aware of my grave misdeeds, I could not bear to live, and thus, I took the life of my eldest son to accompany the maiden in her burial. The maidservants she brought with her were not spared. I ended their lives and laid them to rest beside her. I retained none of her possessions, returning everything to the noble family. In my despair, my wife and I wept together, wishing to end our lives in homage to the maiden. The noble family entrusted me with the incantation for sealing the well, which I took with me to the coffin, a secret known to no other. Only a young, ignorant son remains in my household. I implore the noble family to recognize our sincerity and not to direct their wrath towards him, pleading for his life. My wife and I pledge to serve the noble family for eternity, as humble servants, repaying their grace. After this heartfelt confession, the name Wu Chonglu is inscribed. Upon reviewing this marriage contract and its accompanying message, the events that transpired within this household during the early Song dynasty become remarkably clear. The noble family, as indicated by the contract, held a position of great esteem and power, marrying their daughter into the Wu family, who were engaged in agriculture at that time. As part of her dowry, the bride brought wealth and noble lineage, with the intention that this union would allow the noble bloodline to flourish within the Wu family, establishing a noble branch within the mountains. Thus, the Wu family was tasked with guarding the secrets of the noble family, with the stone well serving as the passage to the hidden realm. They possessed the incantation to control the well's opening. Should outsiders threaten, they were bound to defend it and seal the well. This was not merely a marriage, but a transaction of sorts. Yet, unexpectedly, this transaction was abruptly interrupted, as the noblewoman fell gravely ill and passed away within 6 months. The cause of her demise may have been illness, or perhaps another reason, but such inquiries were not pursued. Ultimately, the outcome was that the husband of this noblewoman, the eldest son of the Wu family, was murdered in a ritualistic burial following his wife's death. Furthermore, the elderly couple, gripped by fear, chose to sacrifice themselves alongside their daughter-in-law. This act was profoundly inconceivable within the moral framework of the time. Prior to his death, the elderly man of the Wu family placed the dowry brought by the noblewoman undisturbed in its place, awaiting the arrival of the aristocracy to retrieve it. This suggests that the marriage itself was not born of their volition, carrying a hint of coercion. Moreover, it reveals 2 crucial pieces of information. First, although the elderly Wu couple theoretically stood as in-laws to the noble family, the disparity in status was stark, instilling in them a deep-seated fear. They understood that this so-called familial bond would not elicit any mercy from the aristocrats. A mere change of heart could lead to the annihilation of their entire family. Thus, upon the death of their daughter-in-law, they resorted to the drastic measure of sacrificing their eldest son, choosing to end their own lives alongside him, solely to preserve the life of their youngest child. What sort of formidable beings were these in-laws, capable of such cold-blooded brutality? Secondly, it is evident that the Wu family and the nobility were, in fact, worlds apart. The aristocracy envisaged a connection that would emerge only after the noblewoman bore offspring, maintaining the lineage within their own bloodline. Therefore, when the noblewoman fell gravely ill and could not speak, she was unable to seek assistance from her aristocratic kin. Following the incident, the elderly couple concealed the bed and dowry in this location, untouched for over a millennium. This indicates that after the noblewoman's death, the aristocracy did not come seeking recompense. Perhaps they had forgotten, or perhaps they never deemed it worthy of their concern. In any case, this enigmatic marriage from the Song dynasty lay buried behind the earthen walls, shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 277. The Mysterious Marriage from 1,000 Years Ago, Part 2. After reading these words, Chenji carefully folded the letter and brought it to his nose. Inhaling deeply, the distinct, familiar scent emanating from it grew increasingly pronounced, mirroring the hidden fragrance within the depths of the residence, as well as that of a person he deeply trusted. Chunji furrowed his brow tightly, suppressing the anger within, and refrained from uttering a single word. He then returned the ancient marriage certificate to its place and rummaged through the box. At the bottom of the box was a concealed compartment housing several exquisite pieces of jewelry, each a treasure that could easily astonish an auction house. Beneath these, there lay a stack of jiaozi, which represents one of the earliest forms of paper currency in Chinese and world history. Originating from a coalition of ancient financial syndicates that promised to honor monetary exchanges, it served as a widely accepted currency during the Northern Song dynasty, usable as cash and capable of representing vast sums of silver, akin to modern-day cash checks. Chunji casually flipped through the notes, noting that although the jiaozi had faded significantly, a rough estimation indicated that they represented a considerable fortune in the Northern Song dynasty, enough for the owner to rival a nation in wealth. The prospect of such vast riches, coupled with the addition of a highly esteemed daughter, was merely to secure a gatekeeper to safeguard this location for generations, underscoring the significance of this secret realm. Judging by this grand gesture, it was evident that they had indeed found the right place. Chunji and his companions subsequently exited the hidden chamber. On the wooden bed, Wu Huai remained in deep slumber, blissfully unaware of any disturbances. Pang Wei suggested they hastily repair the wall and reposition the cabinet to conceal the earthen wall, lest Wu Huai discover it the following day. However, Chunji countered that it was unnecessary. They merely needed to tidy up the bricks and temporarily shield the area with the cabinet to avoid startling Wu Huai upon her awakening. As for sealing the wall, he deemed it an unnecessary expenditure of effort, for he intended to confront Wu Huai the next day. Once they vacated the room, they returned to their respective quarters. Lu Baobao's room remained in darkness, indicating that she had been fast asleep. At this late hour, with dawn merely 2 hours away, it would be challenging to fall back asleep. Nevertheless, over the years, they had developed a tacit understanding. The more perilous the task, the more crucial it was to maintain ample rest. Undertaking a mission was akin to waging war, necessitating a clear mind. A good night's sleep was paramount during such endeavors. Upon entering their room, Pang Wei promptly leaped onto the bed and fell asleep, while Gui Dao, as usual, sat in the corner, cradling his sword with closed eyes. Meanwhile, Chunji lit a cigarette, consumed half of it, and took the remaining portion outside. Gui Dao, ever vigilant, immediately rose to follow him. But Chunji gestured for him to remain behind. Thus, Chunji strolled into the courtyard, savoring the night air as he finished the last of his cigarette. The moon in the mountains radiated brightly, illuminating the courtyard, while a cool breeze invigorated his mind. In this moment, the anger from having been deceived and betrayed by those he trusted surged within him once more. Chunji realized he could no longer endure the situation. He extinguished the cigarette but underfoot and traced a pattern on his arm, softly reciting an incantation. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the sky, and a large shadow with wings fluttered momentarily before landing gracefully on the ground. It was the mystical bird, Jiandi. Jiandi appeared as she once was, a captivating young maiden, her countenance as pure as a freshly bloomed lotus, perhaps retaining the memories of her ancestors. She possessed a clear understanding of social hierarchies. She recognized her status as a servant. Despite her close relationship with Chunji, she remained exceedingly respectful, never daring to overstep her bounds. Upon seeing Chunji, Jiandi knelt on one leg, exclaiming, "Master, did you call for me?" Jiandi. Chunji knelt partially, gazing at the pristine visage of the young maiden before him, reminiscent of a pure white lotus. He gently lifted her chin with his finger and reminded her, "I recall a promise I made when you became my servant. At any moment, you must never deceive me. Otherwise, I shall invoke the flames of retribution to consume you. Do you remember?" The servant, of course, recalled this well. Upon witnessing Chunji's demeanor, Jiandi felt a twinge of panic and hurriedly prostrated herself, exclaiming, "Master, I would never dare to lie to you. My loyalty to you is unwavering, and you should be aware of that. Even if I were to betray the world, I would never betray you." "Very well," Chunji said softly as he regarded Jiandi. "You mentioned that your clan, the Xianyao, has only one bloodline remaining, correct? The others have perished at your hands over the past few centuries." "Indeed," Jiandi affirmed with conviction. "That was a century ago. Those Xianyao tormented me for being a baseborn child, belittling my paternal lineage as that of lowly beasts. They frequently humiliated me, tormenting me during my youth. As I matured, I sought vengeance for those childhood grievances, tracking them down one by one and tearing them apart. I have already shared this with you. We Xianyao are clear in our affections and hatreds. I have no regrets for my actions. Very well, I shall take your words at face value. Chunji stated coldly, fixing a piercing gaze upon Jiandi. I care not for your past grievances with the Xianyao, but I have but one question to pose. Have you ever been to this place, this old residence at the foot of the mountain? Never. Jiandi replied with unwavering certainty, her eyes resolute as she locked her gaze with Chunji. I have never set foot here in my life. This is my first visit. I have never even laid eyes upon this mountain or this estate. Please, master, trust me. With a resounding slap. Chunji's fury ignited as he struck Jiandi's face. His eyes blazed with wrath as he bellowed, "Fool! Why do you persist in this denial? There exists a unique sin about you, one that is unlike any beast or demigod. From the moment I entered this courtyard yesterday, I detected a fragrance identical to yours emanating from within. Just moments ago, I discovered a marriage certificate bearing the very same scent. Such a scent is singular and irreplicable, a unique secretion of biological essence that only members of your kind possess. You claim that your kin are extinct, yet you assert you have never been here? To whom do you present this pitiful falsehood? Speak. What is your connection to this place?" Chapter 278. Cherishing the fragile beauty. Upon hearing Chunji's words, Jiandi was engulfed in trepidation. She understood the nature of biological traits. The scent of one beast could never resemble that of another. This is precisely why animals in the forest leave their scents behind to delineate their territories, especially for a being as unique as the Xianyao. To suggest that another creature could possess an identical scent would be an extraordinary stretch of credulity. The current situation is undeniably stark, as the servant, Xianyao, tearfully clings to Chunji's leg, exclaiming, "I truly do not comprehend how this has come to pass. I have never set foot in this place, nor do I have any connection to this household. My ancestors bear no recollection of this location. It is inherently remote, lacking in scenic attractions, and bears no ties to my family. I would never deceive you, my lord. I implore you to see the truth." After her plea, Xianyao, filled with distress, breaks down into sobs. Chunji, his head bowed, gazes down at Xianyao, who clings to him, her face awash with tears, her lips tinged with a bluish hue, and an aura around her fluctuating rapidly. The palpable fear she exudes is unmistakable and cannot be feigned. Chunji understands that Xianyao is deeply dependent on and reveres him. She fears being condemned or cast aside. Her demeanor does not suggest deceit. However, the undeniable facts before him leave Chunji with little reason to trust her. "Please, rise," Chunji instructs gently, assisting Xianyao to her feet. "Allow me to ponder this matter thoroughly. Refrain from appearing unless summoned." With that, he turns and departs, leaving Xianyao weeping behind him, at a loss for words to articulate her grievances. Upon entering the room, Chunji discovers that Fat Wei and Gui Dao have not been asleep. Fat Wei has been eavesdropping since earlier. Upon Chunji's arrival, his eyes widen in surprise. "What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with your little sweetheart? Why are you so irate? Why flaunt your authority over the young lady? It's not as you imagine," Chunji retorts tersely. He is perplexed by Fat Wei's uncanny ability to overhear everything. At times, he wonders if he is a descendant of some deity with exceptional hearing. "What is there to deny? I heard it all." Fat Wei grins mischievously. "You really went all out, didn't you? Don't you care at all? I tell you." Chunji, sometimes you cannot perceive matters so absolutely, nor should you always approach them with a scientific mindset. You must learn to be adaptable. Just because the scent is similar, does it necessarily imply a connection? Could it not merely be a coincidence? Two individuals who Haven tea bathed in over a century would likely share a similar odor. Furthermore, they could be relatives. "You don't understand," Chunji replies, somewhat exasperated, shaking his head. "The scent I refer to is distinctly different from what you perceive. The oily scent secreted by biological beings is unique and cannot be replicated, especially that of demigods and beast folk. Moreover, her kin have long since perished. There exists no other Xianyao in the world. The evidence is laid bare before us. I have stated before that when all theoretical frameworks lead to a singular conclusion, regardless of how unacceptable that conclusion may be, it remains the sole reality. Enough of that." Fat Wei interjects, irritated by Chunji's assertions. waving his hands dismissively. What do you mean there is no other Xianyao? What of the other birds? Is it possible that your cousin is simply inadequate? I must tell you, at times you can be quite obtuse, as you tend to over-rationalize matters. One must consider issues from a more idealistic perspective. Who knows what may transpire? Perhaps it is merely a fleeting moment of brilliance for our cousin. In this vast world, anything is possible. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that Miss Xianyao is unjustly treated. I must insist that you refrain from causing her any harm. Just look at her. With tears glistening like pear blossoms, my heart aches for such a lovely young lady to be entangled with you. It is truly a case of flowers being wasted on a dung heap. Enough of this. You ought to retire for the night. I realize you may not comprehend my words, and Chunji, tired of the banter, turned and returned to his blankets to sleep. Upon noticing Chunji's indifference, Peng Wei also reluctantly went to bed, while Gui Dao settled back into his corner for slumber. Their habits were remarkable, as they managed to find sleep within those 2 hours. Come morning, it was Wu Hua who roused them from their slumber, having prepared porridge outside, clanging the pot loudly to summon them for breakfast. Wu Hua had washed her hair that morning, her long braids shining with luster. She was blissfully unaware that someone had visited her room the previous night, and as she swung her braid outside, she exclaimed, "Why are you men so lazy? The sun has risen, yet I must call you to awaken. Get up." After her shout, she lifted a low table and tossed it into the yard. The morning air was still quite chilly, yet the mountain folk were accustomed to having breakfast outdoors. Once the steaming porridge was served, Lu Baobao emerged from the house. His countenance was exceedingly grim as he sulked at the table, muttering, "How dare you summon me for this? I could smell the stench from inside. You didn't even wash the rice properly. It reeks of low-grade fertilizer. Ugh, just make do with it." Wu Hua, incensed by Lu Baobao's words, spat at him, saying, "You've been a nuisance since yesterday. I have been to the city, and I have never encountered anyone as finicky as you. Hurry up and eat, or go back inside and starve. Indeed, do eat. Just look at how early she prepared this for you." Peng Wei, on the other hand, found the porridge delightful and enjoyed a generous bowl with pickles. "Stop pretending to be virtuous." Lu Baobao shot a sidelong glance at Peng Wei. "Humph. I thought you were decent folk. Yet, in the dead of night, you sneak into a young lady's room and trouble her. What a disgrace. What did you say? Do not speak nonsense." Peng Wei was taken aback by Lu Baobao's direct retort and quickly gestured for him to be silent. To his surprise, Lu Baobao remained resolute. Neck craned defiantly as he continued, "Had I known, I would have never joined you in this disgraceful venture. And you call yourself the chieftain of Xiqi. How shameful. Sneaking into a young lady's room at night, with several of you using sorcery to deceive her. Such dishonor. As my mother says, there is not a decent person in Xiqi. Ugh." Lu Baobao's voice was not particularly loud. Initially, she did not intend for outsiders to overhear. However, a gust of wind carried her words directly into Wu Hua's ears, and she heard them distinctly. Upon hearing, the woman was momentarily taken aback, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise as she swiftly approached, slamming a chopping knife onto the table with a resounding thud. "What did you just say? Did you all come to my room last night?" Chapter 279. Directly to the point. No, Peng Wei exclaimed, drenched in sweat, desperately waving his hands in explanation. "Sister, please don't listen to his nonsense. We did not. He's not wrong." Chunji interrupted, raising his head to look earnestly at Wu Hua, speaking with resolute certainty. "He is right. We indeed used a special method to knock you unconscious, and then went to your room." Chunji's sudden and candid admission left Wu Hua momentarily stunned. After several seconds of processing, her face flushed with fury, her brows furrowing high as she brandished the scythe, exclaiming, "You bunch of brutes. Are you taking advantage of me being alone? You blind wretches, daring to exploit me. Consider your calculations miscalculated. Today, I shall slay you, and then I shall take my own life." With that, Wu Hua, in a fit of rage, swung her gleaming scythe down toward Chunji's head with genuine ferocity. The sheer intensity of her actions nearly paralyzed Peng Wei with fear, prompting him to rush forward and embrace Wu Hua. "Oh dear sister, do not think such things. We had no ill intentions. We did go, but I did not disrespect you. Besides, how old are you? Surely, you must know your own worth. Even if we had the desire, we could not bring ourselves to do so. You would not want us even if we did. What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Hua retorted, her anger intensifying as she continued to swing the scythe toward Peng Wei. "I knew from the moment you entered with your shifty eyes that you harbored ill intentions toward me. Especially that fellow. She pointed at the nearby Gui Dao. That lad has not taken his eyes off me. He watches my every move, a brazen scoundrel. Since you entered my space and rendered me unconscious. How could you have remained idle? I cannot face the world. I will kill you, and then I shall end my own life. Let me tell you, not only is my face beautiful, but my knife does not tolerate disrespect. Oh dear, sister, who bestowed such confidence upon you? Peng Wei, feeling utterly helpless and cautious not to provoke her further, struggled to pry the knife from her grasp. He then held her tightly, searching for a rope to bind her. Meanwhile, Wu Hua, fully revealing the fierceness of a mountain girl, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help! Is there anyone around? Gentlemen, quick, come to my aid. There are rogues attempting to violate me under the glaring sun. Help, help, a rapist. Is there no law?" The woman's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the mountains, startling the birds into flight, as if Chen Ji and his companions were truly intent on harming her. Upon witnessing the commotion, Gui Dao felt somewhat perturbed and retreated a few steps, unwilling to engage with her further. Meanwhile, Lu Baobao exhibited an air of indifference, disdainfully spitting. How embarrassing it is to be associated with you people from Xiqi. He wasn't particular about his food, indulging in whatever was available, be it meat or vegetables. To have someone shout accusations of rape in broad daylight, tarnishing the dignity of good women. How the reputation of the Huaxiao people is sullied by you. While Lu Baobao scoffed, Wu Hua's cries were relentless, each one more urgent than the last. Although there were few people at the foot of the mountain, her shouts could easily draw attention, and the strain on the ears became intolerable. Enough with the shouting. Chunji suddenly slammed his palm on the table, sending a wave of energy that knocked Wu Hua to the ground. She fell heavily, bewildered, staring at Chunji and the others, momentarily believing there had been an earthquake. Yet any attempt to shout further failed her. Calm yourself. Refrain from screaming. I have something serious to discuss with you regarding the true cause of your mother's death. Chunji said earnestly to Wu Hua. He then recounted everything he had witnessed, including the events leading up to her mother's demise, leaving nothing concealed, ensuring that she could comprehend every detail. To bolster her belief, he escorted her to her bedroom, revealing the hidden chamber behind her wardrobe. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Wu Hua remained speechless until she beheld the ornate wedding bed and the blood-red wedding certificate, at which point she began to grasp the gravity of the situation. At that moment, she was rendered speechless by shock. Wu Hua's vision blurred, and she sat on the stool, struggling to catch her breath. Peng Wei hurriedly offered her tea. Sister, please do not be agitated. Have some tea to calm your nerves. After gulping down 3 cups of tea, she exhaled deeply. Good heavens, is this a dream? How could our family be entangled in such a tale? Oh my dear mother, how you suffered. I, your daughter, am utterly useless. I have failed you. Once she realized the horrific circumstances surrounding her mother's death, tears streamed down her face like an unrelenting flood, and she began to strike her own cheeks in despair. Now I understand. What I encountered in the mountains with the eldest son of the Qin family must have been those so-called aristocrats. They came seeking retribution against my mother. She died for me. I have brought ruin upon my own mother. Those beasts, I will hunt them down, and I shall avenge my mother. Sister, allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Chunji said earnestly as he looked at Wu Hua. You must relinquish thoughts of vengeance. As an ordinary human being, it is in your best interest to forget this matter and live your life normally. Every word I utter is devoid of deceit. Your mother's tragic demise was exchanged for your safety. She understood that those individuals are formidable adversaries. Not only could you not confront them alone, but even your entire village would be powerless against them. Yesterday, I meticulously examined this old residence and uncovered numerous traces. I suspect that these entities are not human at all, but rather an extraordinarily powerful breed of beings, powerful beyond your wildest imagination. What am I to do? Wu Hua sobbed, wiping her tears. I cannot seek revenge, nor do I know who these people are. My mother suffered greatly and was wronged. I must seek the truth. Allow me to handle this matter for you, Chunji replied as he took a seat, offering her a cup of tea. Listen to me. I need your assistance with something. In return, I promise to find these individuals. While I cannot guarantee that I will exact revenge, at the very least, I will ensure you know who was responsible for your mother's death. As for you, simply focus on living your life thereafter. I will purchase this bed and marriage certificate at a generous price, sufficient to sustain you for a lifetime. Help you? Wu Hua gazed at Chunji with tear-filled eyes. What assistance do you require from me? I possess no skills and know nothing. You can assist me with something of great importance, Qinji said, fixing his gaze on her. I need you to help me excavate your family's ancestral grave. I must locate the remains of one of your ancestors. Chapter 280, Getting to the Point, Part 2. What? Wu Hua was taken aback by Qinji's request, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you saying you want to dig up my family's ancestral grave? To exhume my ancestor's corpse? Is that truly your intention? Indeed, Qinji affirmed, nodding solemnly as he picked up the red marriage certificate, pointing to the final name inscribed there. I need to find this person's remains. From the inscriptions, it is evident that your family's connection to nobility likely began with this individual named Wu Chonglu. He must have possessed some extraordinary ability unknown to ordinary people. Or perhaps due to the advantageous location of your residence, he garnered the attention of the nobility. It is said that the noble daughter came with a substantial dowry to marry into your family, hoping to intertwine their bloodlines and have the Wu family serve as their guardians, a notion of great significance. Although this union ultimately did not materialize, the decision at that time was not made lightly. It was a momentous and well-considered choice. The complete memory of this event must be deeply etched in the mind of Wu Chonglu. Even after nearly a millennium, though his remains have turned to bones, I possess the means to extract pertinent information from his corpse, to truly comprehend the essence of those so-called nobles. Do you wish to uncover the identity of the one who took your mother's life? We must seek out the grave of Wu Chonglu and exhume his remains. After Qinji concluded his statement, he leaned closer to Wu Hua and softly remarked, I am aware of the customs of your mountain people. Each family possesses its ancestral grave, and these hallowed sites are seldom disturbed unless in times of war. If I am not mistaken, your esteemed ancestor's tomb should still reside within your ancestral burial grounds, likely in proximity to this very location. Upon hearing this, Wu Hua displayed evident hesitation, her eyes darting about, and her expression was one of considerable distress. Sister, I recognize the predicament you are in, Qinji said, crouching slightly to place the marriage certificate in her hands, sincerely grasping her arm as he continued. I understand that disturbing an ancestral grave is regarded as a grave transgression among us Chinese, particularly for those from traditional backgrounds like yours. I have heard that women in your region are not permitted to visit graves. Your current status complicates our undertaking. However, dear sister, as someone educated in the city, you must realize that after death, one merely becomes a corpse, devoid of the honor of one's ancestors. In urban areas, it is common for the deceased to be sent to funeral homes for cremation. Does this signify a lack of respect for our loved ones? In comparison to the remains, those who live hold far greater significance. Now that we have arrived at this juncture and must unravel this mystery, it is imperative that we proceed with this task. Otherwise, as you rightly pointed out, your mother may perish without clarity, and in due course, you too could fall victim to a similar fate, unaware of the hands that dealt it. Trust me, this possibility is substantial. And what of you? What do you seek? Wu Hua, proving to be astute, immediately turned the question back to Qinji. If I am not mistaken, your interest lies in that incantation? From the marriage certificate, it was evident that her ancestor possessed knowledge of the incantation leading to the secret realm, which he never disclosed before his demise. Your objective, therefore, is to acquire the incantation and gain entry to that hidden domain, is it not? Indeed, Qinji affirmed without any intention of deception, responding directly and resolutely. I surmise that the entrance to that secret realm is the well atop the mountain. That well is undoubtedly extraordinary. Its internal structure resembles a ladder, yet its depths remain concealed from the surface. It exists within a spatial anomaly, and without the specific incantation, descent is impossible. From what I gather from your memories, you encountered those nobles in your childhood, only to be cast into the well, after which they returned you home. They did not intend to spare your life. Rather, they planned to eliminate your entire family. Yet your mother fought valiantly to send you away. I know not what she witnessed in her final moments, but she saved you at the cost of her own life, hanging from the beam. Perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances, these nobles chose not to pursue you. Nonetheless, such fortune cannot endure for eternity. Do you truly believe they will let you go unscathed? Do not be so naive. They simply have not yet reached their time. Regardless of whether you marry and have children in the future, you and your family are undoubtedly doomed. Upon hearing this, Wu Hua realized the gravity of the situation. She clutched the hem of her garment tightly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. At that moment, Qinji continued, stating, If you wish to liberate yourself from this crisis forever, you must resolve this matter. Trust me, I can assist you. Subsequently, Wu Hua fell into a profound silence. As Chunji had mentioned, excavating ancestral graves in the mountains is indeed a grave undertaking. During the early days of the reform and opening up policy, the state encouraged the reclamation of land for the establishment of forestry farms, which encountered significant issues regarding the ancestral tombs of many long-standing residents. Back then, the mountains were relatively secluded, and some graves occupied vast areas, with entire families nearly claiming half a mountain. However, when the government initiated cleanup efforts, the descendants of these families fiercely resisted, refusing to listen no matter what was said. Instances of physical confrontations with village leaders were not uncommon, illustrating how deeply the Chinese hold their ancestral graves in esteem. As the last woman of the Wu family, Wu Hua was not even entitled to visit the graves, let alone excavate them. Such an act, even if she could accept it, would be seen as an act of defiance by the mountain folk, making success unlikely. Yet, after quietly contemplating for half an hour, Wu Hua finally lifted her head, flicked her long braid, and resolutely declared, "Very well, I agree. Tonight, you shall accompany me with shovels and picks. I will lead you to excavate our Wu family's ancestral grave." Wu Hua was a woman of her word, and once she made a promise, she intended to keep it. Thus, during the daylight hours, they began gathering the necessary tools for the excavation, such as shovels, picks, and burlap sacks. Excavating graves was already a part of Fat Wei's expertise. For him, these small mounds in the mountains posed no challenge. He had a collapsible pickaxe with him, and once they found the right spot, he estimated it would take only a few strikes to reach the bones. However, Wu Hua warned them that the true difficulty lay not in the excavation itself, but in being cautious of the villagers nearby. Although most of the village had been relocated, it had historically been a place of filial piety, with some long-standing residents typically remaining. The ancestral graves on the mountain were of great significance to them, and they would often visit to pay their respects, sometimes even guarding the graves at night. Additionally, the graves of each family were in close proximity. If they disturbed the ground of the Wu family, it would certainly cause an uproar. Despite being the Wu family's ancestral grave, most villagers were related by blood or marriage, and if discovered, outsiders would undoubtedly intervene. Chapter 281. Excavating the ancestral grave. By nightfall, they set out. The Wu family's ancestral grave was situated on the opposite hillside, adjacent to a scenic area where small mounds were abundant, densely populated with the graves of local residents. Due to the area's significant development potential, the government had previously proposed plans, but the locals vehemently opposed any such initiatives. After several negotiations, the plans were ultimately abandoned, leaving the mountains desolate, transformed into a private burial ground. In the mountains, two villages were once isolated from the outside world, resulting in the local populace rarely venturing beyond their borders. Consequently, the ancestral graves of the locals have largely been preserved in their entirety. It is said that some of these graves date back to the Jin dynasty, making them exceedingly ancient. Their choice to undertake this journey by night stems from a desire to avoid encounters with others, hoping to swiftly ascend the mountain and unearth the remains without alarming anyone or provoking conflict among the surrounding villagers. To evade complications, Chunji and his companions refrained from lighting any torches, instead relying on the moonlight as they stealthily navigated a secluded path up the mountain. This route is not one traversed by ordinary folk. It leads to a true rural graveyard. Upon reaching the halfway point, they were greeted by a multitude of tombs. Each grave was typically marked by a headstone, often adorned with photographs and offerings from the locals, along with partially burned paper money. In the moonlight, the scene appeared eerie, as if the deceased might rise from their graves at any moment. This was Lu Baobao's first encounter with such matters. Clutching a shovel, he followed behind, his legs trembling with fear as he whimpered, "Hey, are you all counting? Why are we here in the dead of night? This place can't possibly harbor any female ghosts, right? Should I relieve myself first? I'm still a virgin." His remark amused Pang Wei, who chuckled, "Old Lu, I never realized you were such a natural comedian. Don't boast about being a virgin at your age. If that were true, you'd be more precious than any ghost and worthy of a museum exhibit." While they exchanged hushed banter, Wu Hua led the way ahead of them. Unlike her companions, her demeanor was grave. Since their ascent, her expression had been stern, her lips tightly pressed, and her grip on the shovel unwavering. Her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, as if prepared for a confrontation at any moment. Is it really necessary to be this tense? Chunji inquired softly from behind. You have no idea, Wu Hua replied, still gripping her shovel. Our village has many customs, and we often have true mourners who come to wail during the night. The villagers are all interconnected by kinship, and to them, I am merely a woman destined to marry elsewhere. If they discover what we're doing, it would be a serious matter. We need to act quickly and complete this within an hour. We must not be discovered, or it will lead to significant trouble. As they conversed, they hastened up the narrow path until they reached the area on the mountain's southern side, which housed the Wu family's ancestral graves. This location was relatively secluded, nestled in a hollow among the hills, where numerous tombs stood side by side. Wu Hua approached one such grave, placed several bowls of offerings before it, and bowed twice in reverence. Chunji noticed a photograph on the gravestone, depicting a woman in her 30s. He recognized her instantly as Wu Hua's mother. Nearby lay the graves of Wu Hua's father, as well as her grandparents, along with various relatives from the family lineage. Wu Hua bowed several times, then clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured a few words, likely seeking the understanding of her ancestors for her actions that day. She then gestured for Chunji and the others to follow her deeper into the burial grounds. As they ventured further among the tombs, they encountered graves that were ancient and nearly unrecognizable. Many tombstones bore inscriptions that had weathered to the point of near invisibility. At this moment, Wu Hua addressed the group, encouraging them to search the older graves behind them. As a young woman, I seldom visit the graves, she explained. Over the years, no soil has been disturbed, and I cannot identify who rests here. You may compare the names and see if you can find any connections. This indeed proved to be a monumental task, as everyone wielded flashlights, meticulously examining the names inscribed on the tombstones one by one. This endeavor left Lu Baobao thoroughly unnerved, for each ancient grave seemed to harbor ghosts, compelling him to scrutinize the inscriptions closely. Moreover, the archaic characters differed significantly from contemporary writing, and the elements had rendered many nearly indecipherable. After wandering for quite some time, they realized, to their dismay, that none of the ancient graves were what they sought, and their efforts had been in vain. Just as the group's spirits began to wane, it was the resourceful Pang Wei who made a breakthrough. At the lowest point of the valley, he uncovered a hidden burial chamber. A hidden grave, or dark grave, lacks a tombstone and mound, yet holds secrets akin to an underground cellar. Some individuals, for various reasons, prefer to keep their resting places concealed, fearing discovery or retribution. This practice is more common among martial figures with blood on their hands, while ordinary folks seldom adopt such measures. The location of a hidden grave is crucial. It must not be ostentatious, and it should remain dry beneath the earth. Typically, a stone slab covers it, layered with soil, allowing grass to grow over time, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Once Pang Wei confirmed the location, he inserted a stick to gauge its depth and nodded at Chunji. The group rolled up their sleeves and began to remove the top layer of soil, soon revealing a stone slab. The slab was notably large, and upon prying it open, they discovered a spacious burial chamber. While not a grand mausoleum, it was estimated to encompass several hundred square feet, a rarity among common folk. The group quickly descended and illuminated the chamber with their flashlights. The layout was remarkably clear. Beyond a partition lay a vast space containing several coffins, each adorned with fine cedar wood, a material of considerable value, impervious to decay for a millennium. Even now, they exhibited minimal damage. However, what was particularly striking was one coffin among the others, which was an enormous stone sarcophagus, grandly carved, far surpassing the coffins of nobility. Evidently, her status is exceedingly elevated. This coffin is positioned at the center of all the caskets, and on the corresponding stone tablet is inscribed the name of a woman, Divine Lady. Tomb of the Zhong Wu Clan. Chapter 282, Noble Lady of the Zhong Clan. Upon encountering this distinctive surname, Chunji felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A terrifying thought suddenly dawned upon him. He seemed to comprehend the identity of this noble lady and the origins of her exalted status, yet he questioned the veracity of such an identity. Is the history of this land truly as miraculous as depicted in myths? Do the ancient and mysterious beings of legend genuinely exist? It is utterly astounding. Open that coffin, Chunji exclaimed, pointing towards the stone casket. Let us ascertain whether a body remains inside. What manner of body might it be? Pang Wei was taken aback by Chun-Ji's decisive action, momentarily bewildered. He glanced around and inquired, Orange, aren't we perhaps a bit too presumptuous? The principle we seek is right here. This is indeed the old man we were searching for. After making his point, Pang Wei gestured towards a nearby stone tablet, upon which the name Wu Chonglu was inscribed with remarkable clarity. His wooden coffin lay just behind the tablet, in close proximity. The body within must belong to the Wu Chonglu they sought. No, Orange, you aren't confused, are you? We came to find this elder, didn't we? While no one is watching, let us act swiftly. Why abandon him here, and instead disturb the daughter-in-law? Moreover, if we are to dig, why the agitation? That stone coffin will be a challenge. I propose we first unearth this wooden coffin and retrieve the body. We can always return to pry open the stone one later. It isn't going anywhere. Not necessarily. Chun-Ji insisted vehemently, casting a sidelong glance at Gui Dao. Hurry, pry open that stone coffin. Let us see what lies within. Is that Zone woman still there, or has she transformed into something else? Seeing Chun-Ji's fervor, Pang Wei and Gui Dao began to realize the gravity of the situation. The four of them hurried over, inserting an iron rod into the crevice of the stone coffin, bracing themselves to exert force upward. The stone coffin proved unexpectedly sturdy. Not only solid in composition, but reinforced with stone nails that secured the lid firmly in place. It was no simple task to pry it open. Ultimately, Gui Dao pushed aside the others, seized the coffin lid with both hands, and with a powerful effort, a crack appeared with a resounding snap. With another forceful pull, the heavy lid was finally overturned. As the coffin creaked open, the sight that greeted them was truly unforeseen. Inside the vast stone coffin was a pitch-black void, filled with thick layers of charred remains, and the acrid scent of burning wafted through the air. It felt as if a searing inferno was confined within this stone sarcophagus, scorching it black and even causing the stone to crack. Amidst the darkness of the charred remains lay a body, grotesquely shaped. This corpse bore an uncanny resemblance to both a human and a bird, possessing a pair of grand wings. Its wings unfurled, twisted and menacing. Yet its entire form was consumed by fire, blackened to the core, even the bones reduced to ash. The moment the lid of the sarcophagus was lifted and met with the air, the charred body instantaneously disintegrated into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Oh my goodness! What on earth is this? Pang Wei exclaimed, utterly startled, plopping down onto the ground. This is terrifying. After digging graves for so long, this is indeed the first time I've encountered something so frightful. What in the world is this? Neither human nor ghost, yet with two enormous wings, resembling a charred peacock, and so large. Truly frightening. A ghost, more terrifying than a ghost. A ghostly bird. This is not a bird, but a phoenix. Chun-Ji whispered softly, glancing at Wu Hua and Lu Baobao, who had been left outside to keep watch. Since earlier, they had been stationed outside, while those within were all familiar faces. Once he was certain they could not hear, Chun-Ji lowered his voice, addressing Pang Wei and Gui Dao. It seems we have indeed discovered something of great value this time. The phoenix has always existed in legends, ancient and enigmatic. Even the ancients believed it to be merely a mythical creature. Many thought there was no such being as a phoenix, merely a fantasy inspired by peacocks, and even regarded it as a consort of dragons. In truth, the phoenix is an entirely distinct entity, a remarkably special creature. The oldest records regarding the phoenix in China trace back to the cry of the phoenix at Mount Qi, which pertains to our own West Qi. It appears that this mysterious being indeed has ties to our lineage. A phoenix? Is it really that extraordinary? Pang Wei, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes and asked, even if it's powerful, isn't it just a large bird? Should we still fear it? Our cold monkey is a divine warrior, far superior to a mere bird. Do not conceive of the phoenix in such simplistic terms, Chun-Ji replied earnestly. According to ancient texts in the library of the Jiang clan, the phoenix lineage is among the most ancient and profound, born alongside heaven and earth. It moves with 4 limbs and soars with fiery wings, never failing to acquire treasures. They possess no explicit titles or ranks, yet their status is exceedingly noble, surpassing even that of deities in certain aspects. They serve roles akin to that of a punitive deity. It is said that since ancient times, such divine beasts have not been seen again. However, records in the Jiang clan's library indicate that the phoenix lineage has continued through generations, bearing the surname Zong, which in ancient language signifies a prestigious lineage, the most esteemed of surnames. The phoenix may age, yet it is immortal. Upon death, it can be reborn in the flames, emerging even more powerful. However, there is a significant distinction between the pure-blooded and the common phoenix. The true phoenix and its descendants are of the purest line. The offspring of the phoenix and other birds are regarded as illegitimate, commonly referred to as the illegitimate phoenix. This illegitimate phoenix bears a resemblance to a fiery bird, capable of self-immolation amidst flames before its demise, yet it cannot escape the inferno. It appears that the noblewoman from the Zhong family within this coffin is indeed an illegitimate phoenix. At that moment, Fat Wei finally comprehended the situation, exclaiming in astonishment. So that's how it is. It became clear why the old Master Wu had been so frightened, leading to the sacrificial burial of his son alongside himself and his wife. It seems that this daughter-in-law is a formidable phoenix, a being that should not be trifled with, as it brings calamity upon those who provoke it. Do not underestimate human wisdom, Qinji murmured, gazing at a small wooden coffin beside the massive stone sarcophagus. Upon the stone tablet before the coffin, the name of the eldest son of the Wu family was inscribed, and the arrangement suggested a clear burial ritual, indicating that this was indeed the husband meant to accompany the illegitimate phoenix in death. Go take a look at that accompanying corpse, Qinji softly instructed Fat Wei, gesturing toward the small wooden coffin. Is the body of the eldest son of the Wu family intact? Is there any damage? If I am not mistaken, this illegitimate phoenix did not perish from some strange illness, but rather was killed by the Wu family when they could no longer endure the situation. Chapter 283. The Truth of Death, Is That True? Fat Wei, upon hearing Qinji's words, felt a tinge of disbelief. He patted Gui Dao on the shoulder, and together they leaped to the side of the small wooden coffin, swiftly lifting the lid. Inside lay indeed a skeletal remains. It was a male corpse typical of that era, now reduced to bones, with most of its garments turned to tatters. However, judging by the skeletal structure, this individual was relatively tall for the time, with a well-proportioned physique, suggesting he had been quite young and vigorous at the time of his death. Yet this male figure was conspicuously missing a leg. The entire limb was absent, and his skull bore a significant gaping wound, a jagged mark evidently inflicted by a large beast. See that? Qinji remarked softly, observing the male remains. It appears that old Master Wu did not speak the truth. He is not a feeble, ordinary individual. That marriage decree was merely a ploy of compromise. The Library of Classics records that the phoenix is the most spiritual creature in the world, also called the Feng Huang, highlighting its esteemed status in ancient mythology. The phoenix is divided into male and female. The male is called Feng, while the female is known as Huang. Only when they unite do they become the phoenix. The Great Wilderness West scripture states, in the fertile fields, the eggs of the phoenix are sustenance, and sweet dew is its drink. This indicates that the phoenix is inherently spirited, leaving no treasure unclaimed, and possesses an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming 100 giant serpents in a single day. Compared to the male phoenix, the female Huang exhibits a more tempestuous nature. They are inherently fierce and wild, gluttonous and cruel, with a penchant for human flesh. Furthermore, they possess the traits of avian creatures, making them exceedingly bloodthirsty and combative. Marrying such a spouse would likely not bring tranquility. I surmise that when the noblewoman of the Zhong family entered the Wu household, her foremost intention was to feast upon the flesh of her new husband. At this moment, Pang Wei finally grasped the situation, his gaze falling upon the incomplete corpse with a dawning realization. Are you suggesting that after the phoenix matron married into the family, she found the wedding night uninteresting and devoured her new husband? Consequently, in a fit of rage, old Master Wu took her life. Knowing he could not survive, he devised a tragic ruse to prevent his lineage from ending, orchestrating a scenario of sacrificial burial and apologies to deter any repercussions from the Phoenix clan seeking retribution against his son, correct? Pang Wei couldn't help but admire the gravestone of Wu Chonglu, acknowledging the remarkable cunning of old Master Wu. A commoner such as him must possess extraordinary prowess to have vanquished a phoenix. While I am unaware of the true extent of the phoenix's power, I surmise it is comparable to that of a dragon. To subdue such a creature, old Master Wu cannot be an ordinary man. Thus, one must never underestimate human ingenuity. Qinji gazed at the coffin of Wu Chonglu with a faint smile. The mere fact that the Phoenix clan deemed him worthy enough to marry one of their daughters is a testament to his exceptional character. In my estimation, the might of the Phoenix clan is immeasurable, It would be impossible for Wu Chonglu to have slain his daughter-in-law openly. He must have devised another means to lure and eliminate the rogue phoenix. This information is crucial for us. We must retrieve his body to uncover the truth of those events and discover the methods he employed against this ancient and enigmatic clan. Upon concluding his remarks, Chen Ji waved his hand. The group rolled up their sleeves and approached the coffin of Wu Chonglu. Such tasks were familiar to them. The wooden coffin was easily opened with a crowbar, simply prying the lid upwards. Just then, Wu Hua and Lu Baobao, who had been stationed outside, rushed in, flustered and without a glance at the scene before them. They anxiously gestured for Chen Ji and the others to leave, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry, someone is coming." A group of individuals is approaching from the mountains, brandishing torches and lanterns, and they will be here shortly. If they discover us, it will be troublesome. We must flee quickly. Before Wu Hua could finish, a bellow erupted from the entrance, a rough male voice booming, "Hey, who dares to disturb our village's ancestral grave? Are you tired of living? Get out here at once. Otherwise, I will seal the stone cover and smoke you out. Tomorrow, I'll report this to the authorities, and it will be your own doing." Though only one voice rang out, its strength conveyed a high level of confidence regarding the current situation. Upon hearing this, Wu Hua's fear dissipated. Arms crossed defiantly, she retorted to Chen Ji beside her, "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just him, that harbinger of misfortune. He is the younger brother of the eldest son of the Qin family, known as Chen Heir. Ever since the relocation of this area, everyone has left. Yet his family has encountered trouble. His newlywed wife absconded with money and a lover, leaving him humiliated and destitute. Thus he remained alone here. This young man has always held a grudge against me, claiming to anyone who would listen that I caused his brother's demise and have brought misfortune upon his family. Is it truly my fault that his wife was unfaithful? I have long desired to confront him, but you need not fear. This time, watch me." Just as Wu Hua finished speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from the entrance. It was a middle-aged man, appearing several years younger than Wu Hua, with a dark complexion and a sturdy build. However, upon seeing Wu Hua, he visibly cowered. "What are you doing here?" he stammered. Who would have thought that a respectable unmarried woman from the Wu family would bring a stranger to disturb her family's ancestral grave? How shameless. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune, having brought ruin to my brother, and now you wish to desecrate your ancestors. I shall call for help and expose your disgraceful actions." After uttering these words, the younger Qin began to flee, seemingly intent on raising an alarm. Seeing this, Pang Wei hurriedly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. No, my friend, please remain calm. It is a misunderstanding. We are here to assess the feng shui of this lady's ancestral grave, to determine when she might find a suitable husband. Such matters are best handled discreetly. Hence our presence at this hour. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. Who in their right mind would wish to disturb their own ancestral grave? That's absurd. The younger Chun retorted stubbornly. This grave has stood for centuries without anyone concerning themselves with feng shui. Moreover, even if one were to consult the feng shui, it should not be done by this harbinger of misfortune. Who would dare marry a woman as ominous as her? No wonder she remains unmarried at over 40. Even if I offered 2 buildings, no one would want her. Before he could finish his taunt, Wu Hua delivered a resounding slap across his face, causing him to stumble back unsteadily. The younger Qin covered his face, teeth gritted in fury, yet dared not retaliate. In contrast, the muscular man appeared quite intimidated in Wu Hua's presence, reddening and pointing at her. You brazen woman. How dare you strike someone? Do you think this is still childhood? You can hit and yell all you want, but assaulting someone is against the law. The police will arrest you. I will strike you again. What of it?" Wu Hua raised her hand, threatening another slap. The younger Chun, having anticipated this, quickly ducked and ran away. "Don't come any closer. Your ancestors are watching. You are bullying me. Besides, we are all human here. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to bury me in the ground like you did when we were children? I must inform you that I am no longer a child. I will not allow you to bully me any longer. If you continue in this manner, I shall report you to the authorities." The young scion of the Qin family may appear brash, yet his demeanor reveals a profound cowardice, as he cowers and scurries about, ultimately seeking refuge behind the stout figure of Pang Wei. "Please, do not ignore me. This shrew is capable of anything. She intends to bury me alive. You cannot turn a blind eye to this. It is a matter of life and death. Come now, brother, is it truly necessary for you to be so frightened? With your disposition, do Do you really think you can confront tomb raiders? A mere woman has reduced you to this state of terror. Peng Wei, caught between amusement and exasperation, was poised to ridicule the Chun lad when Wu Hua caught up, her brow furrowed as she admonished him. What are you shouting about? Be quiet at once. Over these past 2 years, you have gained some audacity, daring to speak of my affairs in private. I have yet to settle the score with you. What are you plotting now? Do you intend to gather others to apprehend me? Speak up. Was it you who orchestrated this mischief? Did you alert them? I. How could I know it was you? The Chun lad retorted defiantly, though he remained quaking behind Peng Wei. I merely noticed some commotion above and assumed tomb raiders were attempting to excavate your family's ancestral grave. Our families have been intertwined for generations, despite your family's misfortunes. How could I disregard someone disturbing your ancestral resting place? How was I to know you were here seeking auspicious omens? Wu Hua brandished her sickle menacingly, causing the Chun lad to flinch and retreat further, muttering, You are the one losing your mind. What business do you have at this hour? In your desperation to marry, must you disturb ancestral graves? Who compelled you to elevate your standards, looking down upon the villagers after a few years of schooling? You were the cause of my elder brother's demise. Only our family dares to accept you. Who else would take you? Honestly, a woman like you ought to find a man to keep you in check. Otherwise, you are truly lacking in decorum. Enough of this idle chatter, Wu Hua declared, lifting her sickle once more as she glanced outside. The flickering glow of torches illuminated the entrance, accompanied by the clamor of an approaching crowd. It appeared that those descending from the mountain had encircled the cave entrance. At that moment, a gruff voice rang out from above. Hey, who are you down there? Are you here to excavate our village's ancient graves? Let me tell you, do not harbor any misguided intentions. Firstly, this is the burial ground of the locals, mere private graves of the common folk, devoid of any treasures. Secondly, our village is tightly knit. No one would stand idly by while graves are disturbed. Brothers, if you voluntarily come forward, we promise not to alert the authorities. We shall simply let you go. From the tone of the voice, it seemed to belong to an elder or village leader. Upon hearing this, Wu Hua swiftly gestured for Chun Ji and the others to remain silent, then raised her sickle high, signaling for the Chun lad to keep his mouth shut. She then called out in response, Eighth uncle, it is nothing serious. It is I, Wu Hua. There are no tomb raiders here. Recently, I had a dream in which my ancestors revealed that our ancestral grave had been compromised by water. My wife, unable to visit during the day, decided to surreptitiously tend to the grave at midnight. Little did we know that Chen Er, in his ignorance, mistook our intentions for those of grave robbers, thereby alerting you all. After Wu Hua finished her explanation, she delivered a sharp kick to Chen Er, urging him to clarify the situation. Reluctantly, Chen Er scrambled up the earthen pit under Wu Hua's insistence. They conversed at length with a man known as Ba Shugong, while also providing some explanations to the villagers. Their reasoning was rather tenuous, merely stating that Wu Hua had been plagued by nightmares of water disturbances at the grave site. Given local customs, an unmarried woman would not typically visit the grave during daylight, hence her nocturnal visit. Perhaps the villagers, being inherently simple, accepted such a flimsy excuse. In truth, most were more intrigued by the ambiguous rumors surrounding the relationship between Wu Hua and Chen Er, both of whom were of a considerable age and single. The two families had previously been connected by marriage, and now here they were, entangled in a perplexing situation in the dead of night. The villagers exchanged envious remarks before eventually departing with their lanterns and torches. Once the crowd dispersed, Wu Hua seized Chen Er by the ear and led him away. At this moment, Chen Er began to grasp the gravity of the situation, observing the expressions of Chun Ji and Peng Wei, particularly the unsettling demeanor of Gui Dao. In astonishment, he questioned Wu Hua, what on earth are these people doing? They hardly resemble fortune-tellers. Wu Hua, her eyes ablaze with determination, replied, You guessed correctly. Today, I intend to exhume my ancestors. I shall bring them forth from their coffins and return them to my home. What are you waiting for? Hurry and lend a hand. Chapter 285. The lifting of the corpse under Wu Hua's formidable influence. Chen Er found himself unwillingly drawn into their scheme. They dared not unearth the coffin on site. Instead, they meticulously wrapped it and prepared to transport it from the burial ground. Once they confirmed that the onlookers had moved away, the group carefully lifted the coffin. Before departing, Wu Hua bowed thrice before the coffin and sealed the grave once more. There were numerous paths leading down the mountain, but one in particular was treacherous, surrounded by many wild graves. yet it was the safest and most secluded route. They hurried down this path with the coffin, but for reasons unknown. Chunji felt that the return journey was significantly longer than their ascent. It seemed as though countless eyes were observing him, glimmering with malevolence and darting like phantoms. At last, they reached Wu Hua's home, the hour nearing 4 in the morning. With dawn approaching, the coffin could not be exposed to light and needed to be brought indoors immediately. In the current situation, Wu Hua certainly would not allow the second son of the Chun family to depart, especially since he was a solitary bachelor. Thus, she secured the gate of the courtyard and forcibly ushered him into the house, designating him to guard the entrance. A few individuals collectively hoisted the coffin and carried it into Wu Hua's inner residence. Once the coffin was placed in the hall, Wu Hua immediately knelt upon the ground. Bowing her head, she lamented her unfilial conduct, acknowledging the grave transgression of disturbing the ancestors' peaceful slumber. Yet, given the family's misfortunes, she could only beseech the ancestors for assistance. Otherwise, her mother's demise would remain shrouded in mystery, and her own fate could also be uncertain, potentially leading to the extinction of the Wu lineage. After Wu Hua concluded her self-reassuring soliloquy, the others began to prepare for the opening of the coffin. This process proved to be quite arduous. Typically, wooden coffins are easily opened by prying the nails from the lid. However, the coffin of Wu Changlu was anything but ordinary. Its design was exceedingly intricate, comprising 2 tightly secured layers, with concealed wooden braces within that interlocked in such a manner that they could not be forcibly disassembled. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested in the creation of this coffin. Fat Wei, wielding a delicate tool, meticulously tapped and probed for hidden mechanisms, expending great effort until he finally succeeded in completely unfastening the coffin, which resembled a music box. As the lid was lifted, a pungent odor of lime wafted forth. Quick-witted, Fat Wei immediately threw a fireproof cloth over the coffin and firmly pressed down on the corpse within, urgently calling out to those nearby, "Hurry, extinguish that fuse. It's going to explode." Upon hearing Fat Wei's alarm, the others noticed that a fuse was indeed affixed beneath the coffin lid. The moment the lid was opened, the fuse had ignited. Now, the fiery core was sizzling and rapidly advancing towards the interior of the coffin. The group hastily rushed forward and extinguished the fuse with their feet, and only then did Fat Wei cautiously lower the coffin lid once more. Gazing at the corpse inside, he took deep breaths, clutching his ribs, exclaiming, "Good heavens, this old man is truly a cunning genius. Remarkable." He fashioned a detonator from his own coffin, filling it with gunpowder. It's akin to a solid bomb. Anyone who dares to open his coffin will be met with an immediate explosion. Regardless of whether they are mountain deities or sea spirits, they would be obliterated alongside his grave. This old man is certainly not to be trifled with, even in death. He was evidently wary of the nobility. Chunji murmured softly, "I have always asserted that this Wu Changlu from the Song dynasty is no ordinary individual. Though he was compelled to be buried alive, he is not someone to be easily intimidated. He concealed a fire trap within his coffin. Should those nobles return seeking retribution and attempt to locate his remains, they would be blown to smithereens." He acted thus at that moment to safeguard his young son. As Chunji spoke, he donned gloves and, accompanied by Gue Dao, proceeded to unveil the fireproof cloth. Just as Pang Wei had asserted, it became evident that the coffin was indeed filled to the brim with gunpowder, an ancient form that, after years of sedimentation, had nearly transformed into a cement-like substance. Within the gunpowder, a corpse was distinctly encased, rigid and nearly petrified. The group cautiously extracted the hardened body, meticulously removing the gunpowder from its edges with delicate tools. This intricate task took considerable time, and eventually, the remains of Wu Changlu from the Song dynasty were revealed before them. To their astonishment, Wu Changlu did not adhere to the customary practice of being dressed in a burial shroud typical of his era. Instead, he was clad in formidable leather armor. A short dagger sheathed at his waist, these garments had solidified alongside the gunpowder, rendering them remarkably clear. Though his features were obscured by the corrosive effects of the gunpowder, it was discernible that he was a man in his 40s, bearing an expression of unwavering defiance. His visage appeared to reflect anguish, with his eyes filled with dark remnants of gunpowder, the result of an attempt to open his eyes that had led to corneal corrosion. It seemed he had willingly entombed himself within the gunpowder, a testament to his bravery and mental fortitude. He evidently held no belief in the notion of a grand afterlife or facing the king of the underworld. He was clad in battle gear, armed and perpetually prepared to confront adversaries. Wu Chonglu, Chunji softly addressed the corpse, extending a hand to rest upon its forehead. Let me glimpse the essence of who you truly are. How did you vanquish such formidable foes of the Phoenix clan? Chapter 286. The memories of Wu Chonglu as Chunji's heart-invoking incantation penetrated the ancient cranium. The flow of energy did not traverse as smoothly as he had anticipated. Typically, the resistance encountered by individuals of his nation is formidable, particularly in those of unwavering resolve. Integrating an incantation into their minds poses significant challenges. Warriors like Gui Dao might even reflect the incantation back, a testament to the strength of their convictions. However, the remnants of resolve within a corpse are minimal, allowing the incantation's energy to navigate freely within the deceased's brain without encountering resistance. Yet, to his surprise, this decayed body, having lain in repose for a millennium, still harbored a formidable will, fiercely repelling external intrusion. The individual known as Wu Chonglu possessed an exceptionally tenacious character. Nonetheless, being merely a deceased cranium, under Chunji's persistent efforts, the energy ultimately breached numerous barriers and delved into Wu Chonglu's memories. Subsequently, Chunji beheld a visage, a face marked by unwavering resolve, likely that of Wu Chonglu in his youthful years, approximately 15 or 16. Chunji encountered this face reflected in the river. Each morning, Wu Chonglu would descend to the spring at the foot of the mountain to wash his face, playfully engaging with the fish swimming in the water, before gathering firewood and making his way back down the mountain. He lived a rather ordinary life as a mountain dweller, yet Wu Chonglu possessed an undeniable tenacity. Frequently, he would ascend the mountains armed with diminutive weapons. Although the mountains were modest in size, they harbored small game that supplemented his family's provisions, ensuring they often had meat to eat. Subsequently, vivid fragments of battlefields unfolded in his life. Wu Chonglu enlisted in the military, serving valiantly on the front lines, where he fought with bare arms amidst a tempest of steel and blood, displaying remarkable bravery. Unlike other soldiers, he possessed an additional layer of wisdom. He was astute in strategy, always aware of how to secure victory in battle. Chunji observed many soldiers resting their hands upon his shoulders, expressing admiration and placing their hopes in him. By that time, Wu Chonglu had likely risen to the rank of a junior officer, commanding a unit, which conferred upon him a certain status and identity. In the subsequent period, Chunji encountered a face that was both unfamiliar and strangely recognizable, one that bore the distinct features of the people from Xiqi. Although they had never met, Chunji could discern at a glance that this was a figure from over a millennium prior, associated with a secretive organization. Perhaps intrigued by Wu Chonglu's abilities and talents, this individual extended a courteous invitation for him to join their ranks. However, Wu Chonglu declined, a decision that severed his connection with the organization. After his military service, he triumphantly returned to his homeland, back to the embrace of the mountains. At that time, the inhabitants of these mountains lived in seclusion, having never experienced wealth or luxury. With his military accolades, Wu Chonglu returned in glory, bringing with him a modest fortune, which allowed him to establish himself as a prominent figure in the area, constructing a grand residence against the mountainside. The memories that followed began to blur. Wu Chonglu married and had children, and the years passed in peace and happiness. However, as his eldest son matured, the tone of Wu Chonglu's world shifted dramatically, descending into darkness, tinged with a hint of bloodshed. In this darkness, Chunji beheld a pair of eerie eyes that bore an unusual quality. It was a peculiar sight that defied description. At first glance, they appeared unmistakably human. Yet upon closer inspection, the eyes were elongated to an exaggerated degree, the corners slanting upwards, and the pupils darted rapidly from left to right, as if unimpeded by any constraints. They were strange, ferocious, and swift. Within Wu Chonglu's mind, Chunji could distinctly sense that this resilient and steadfast man harbored a profound fear of those with elongated eyes. Besides their peculiar ocular features, these beings exhibited another characteristic. They moved with remarkable speed. Chunji had never witnessed a complete image of them in Wu Chonglu's memories. He could only discern fleeting shadows, dark silhouettes that occasionally revealed splashes of vibrant red beneath their black cloaks, resembling the sanguine glow of blood in the darkness, presenting a stark contrast. Eventually, the moment of celebration arrived. Lanterns were hung, and the noble bride from beyond the mountains came to wed. The small village erupted with excitement. As villagers donned colorful garments and gathered at the entrance to welcome the bride, sharing in the joy of the Wu family. However, at this moment, Wu Chonglu was engulfed in anxiety, gripped by a sense of panic and even a flicker of resentment. He was dissatisfied with the marriage but dared not voice his discontent. Feeling utterly compelled by circumstance, what followed was the scene that Qinji had longed to witness. After the arrival of the daughter-in-law, Wu Chonglu was confronted with an array of gruesome sights. Though fragmented, these bloody images were vividly etched into his mind. Qinji could sense the profound pain and extreme fury radiating from Wu Chonglu, a wrath that simmered with the desire for vengeance. One fateful night, Wu Chonglu's eldest son was suddenly attacked, his thigh viciously bitten, leaving him writhing in agony upon the ground. Behind him lay the opulent wedding bed, soaked in blood, with the pearl curtains splattered with crimson. Behind those curtains sat a woman, her face obscured, garbed in a striking red gown, adorned with jewels, grinning vacantly. Her laughter pierced the air, sharp and shrill, reminiscent of a bird's cry. Wu Chonglu stood there, a clenched fist at his side, suppressing his rage. Beside him, his wife clutched their young child, trembling with fear, sorrowful yet unable to weep, teetering on the brink of despair. Such bloody scenes recurred several times, culminating in the tragic revelation of his son's lifeless body. The young man had met a horrific fate. A significant portion of his skull had been brutally torn away, his brain matter spilling forth. His eyes rolled back in death as he lay sprawled on the ground. In that moment, Qinji seemed to glimpse the face of the woman in red, her long eyes seemingly smiling, flecked with blood on her eyelashes. Her expression was one of insatiable greed, devoid of compassion or remorse. At that instant, Qinji perceived that Wu Chonglu had been driven to the brink of fury, yet he concealed it beneath a facade of deference. Nevertheless, he had resolved within himself that this time, he would eliminate the woman with the elongated eyes. In the ensuing fragments, Qinji vividly witnessed the entire course of this premeditated murder. Wu Chonglu, a man of meticulous planning, first sought an excuse to journey afar, into the depths of the mountains, where he unearthed a rare herb. He bundled this herb within his satchel and returned home. The day had dawned when the celestial phenomena were to be observed, as the burning sky peacock had proclaimed. Chapter 287, Wu Chonglu's Memories, Part 2. This herb was extraordinarily unique. Resembling large, hard-shelled fruits, its hue a rich coffee brown, resembling oversized coffee beans at first glance. However, this herb was indeed rare and a valuable find in that era. After procuring these precious herbs, Wu Chonglu wrapped them in a cloth adorned with spiral patterns and carried them home. Upon his return, he found his wife and young child utterly terrified, their spirits seemingly shattered. During Wu Chonglu's absence, the killings had persisted, targeting the villagers, while his wife and child remained hidden in the shadows, too fearful to venture outside. The woman in the resplendent red gown, adorned with a phoenix crown and sparkling jewels, still sat upon the grand bed. He adorned himself with a resplendent golden crown, his visage obscured by a beaded curtain. Yet one could faintly discern the blood-red lips curling into a sinister smile. That smile was chilling, imbued with malevolent intent. At this moment, Wu Chonglu exhibited remarkable composure. He remained steadfast and subservient, dutifully attending to this woman while meticulously executing his scheme step by step. He first crushed the fruits into a fine powder, which he then blended into the tea. With great deference, he presented the tea to her beyond the opulent bed's beaded curtain. Qinji observed as the phoenix woman extended a delicate hand to receive the tea, her fingers sharp and her crimson nails gleaming. Though it was merely an image of a hand, Qinji could vividly sense the formidable strength emanating from this phoenix woman, a strength befitting a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain. She exuded confidence, fully aware of her superior position. In the ensuing days, Wu Chonglu served her tea daily without a hint of resentment, never alluding to the tragedy of his eldest son. Villagers were ruthlessly slain one after another, and Qinji witnessed numerous dismembered corpses. His wife, plagued by fear, coughed blood daily, her days numbered. Yet, Wu Chonglu remained unyielding, enduring in silence. Day after day, a change finally transpired. The phoenix woman suddenly erupted in laughter, claiming a stomachache, while her two maidens flitted about in a state of panic, bewildered by the commotion. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. She began to emit a spine-chilling wail, a sound piercing and resonant, projecting outward with an overwhelming force, reminiscent of a dying bird's desperate cry for help. At that moment, Wu Chonglu finally took action. He swiftly extended his hands, snapping the necks of the two maidens. Then, he dashed behind the curtain, bringing his blade down forcefully upon the phoenix woman's head. She attempted to resist. Chenji saw her clawing with those blood-red nails. But her strength had evidently waned. The herb, akin to coffee berries, had heavily subdued her, rendering her exceedingly weak. What followed revealed Wu Chonglu's true ferocity. With his long knife, he severed the phoenix woman's head and crushed her skull, dismembering her mercilessly in retribution for his eldest son. As blood soaked the marriage bed, he remained remarkably composed, methodically packing her remains into a large cloth sack. Together with his youngest son, they dragged the sack to the stone coffin he had prepared in advance. Wu Chonglu spread the powdered fruit throughout the coffin, then placed the phoenix woman's body inside, sealing it tightly and securing it with stone nails. He ensured that, even in the event of raging flames or an explosion, nothing would escape from within. Once all was concluded, Wu Chonglu ascended the mountain to locate the well, reciting an incantation to seal it thoroughly. After everything came to an end, Chenji concealed the last remnants of medicinal herbs in a hidden place within the grand estate. Ultimately, he crawled into a coffin filled with gunpowder, clutching a knife, and gradually succumbed to darkness. Wu Chonglu's memories concluded here. Once the air returned, Chenji reopened his eyes, gazing once more at the corpse from over a millennium ago. As he beheld that tenacious visage, he could not help but feel a profound respect. The living essence had vanished, leaving behind a rigid body corroded by gunpowder. Yet, the indomitable spirit remained etched in his mind. Chenji recognized that this ordinary man, born a mountaineer, was not particularly fortunate. He had not received an education, lacked systematic cultivation within an organization, and bore no noble lineage. However, he possessed an innate wisdom and a uniquely human capacity for emotion and obsession. He had given everything he had to battle against a race thousands of times mightier than his own. Even in his final moments, he transformed his coffin into a bomb to protect his family. Sister Wu, Chenji turned to Wu Hua and said, as I mentioned earlier, I shall offer a handsome price for that ancient bed. With the funds I provide you, let us ensure that your ancestor receives a proper burial. He is a dignified person, deserving of the finest resting place, he added. Understood, Wu Hua replied promptly. Even if you do not provide me with money, I have already made plans. Once I save enough, I shall construct a grand mausoleum for my ancestor. In the future, when I marry and have a husband, I shall have him adopt my family name and honor my ancestors every year. Indeed, Chenji nodded slightly and then rose. Glancing back to locate the spot he had seen in Wu Chonglu's memories, he began to walk towards the backyard, with the others trailing behind, unaware of the unfolding events. Chenji continued until he reached an inconspicuous corner, where an old, dilapidated stove once used in the kitchen stood. He approached the corner, inserted his dagger into the stone behind the stove, and with a slight motion, loosened the earth. Rocks tumbled out. Pang Wei quickly understood and fetched a tool to assist. The two labored for quite some time until a small hole began to emerge from the corner, revealing a hidden pouch within. The leather of the pouch had deteriorated to dust, crumbling upon removal, yet it contained a layer of tightly wound fabric. This fabric, crafted into a spiral pattern, was remarkably sturdy, unlike ordinary textiles. Upon unfolding the cloth, precious medicinal herbs were revealed, each the size of a pigeon's egg, brown and resembling large coffee beans. Chenji picked one up, held it against the light, and softly murmured, Wutong fruit. Just this one, the burning heaven peacock remarked. I wrote it with blood and tears. I may fall ill, suffer fever, and endure eye pain. Chapter 288, Wudong fruit, the fruit of the Wutong tree. Although Chenji's voice was soft, Pang Wei's ears were exceptionally sharp. Upon hearing Chenji's words, he immediately retorted, Come on, do you think we country folk have never seen a phoenix tree fruit, or anything? The phoenix fruit is nothing like this. They are round and resemble lychees, completely different. The phoenix trees and fruits you see are not the true ancient phoenix trees. Chenji turned back and softly replied, I only recently learned this myself. Many of the tree species we see today are merely descendants of ancient varieties. Most of the original species have long since gone extinct. Take the current phoenix tree. For instance, if we were to be precise, it is more of an evolved small tree species. Some of its genes may belong to the phoenix tree, but it is no longer the genuine article. Is that so? Pang Wei seemed intrigued by this revelation, scratching his head as he continued to inquire. What does the true phoenix tree look like? Is it vastly different from the ones we see now? Indeed, it is markedly different, Chunji responded. I have seen illustrations of ancient trees in the library. The authentic phoenix tree is extraordinarily tall, with lush foliage. Ancient texts describe it as towering and majestic, its crown thick and verdant, a king among trees, appearing like a mountain from a distance. This tree is considered a sacred tree of the world, thriving in abundance. Its flowers and leaves radiant like the morning sun, and it is said that the phoenix delights in perching atop the phoenix tree. Those descriptions refer to the true ancient phoenix trees, whose canopies can block out the sun, with trunks of immense girth and leaves and flowers of breathtaking beauty, resembling a small mountain from afar. However, this tree is exceedingly rare and difficult to sustain, which has led to its decline, leaving only ordinary small varieties of the phoenix tree that have been passed down to us. Ah, I see, Pang Wei said as he took the phoenix fruit from Chunji's hand and held it up to the light. Since ancient times, there has been a saying among the people, the phoenix roosts in the phoenix tree. This implies that the phoenix only rests on the phoenix tree. If that is the case, this phoenix fruit should be safe for the phoenix to consume, right? How could it possibly harm the phoenix? According to this logic, the phoenix sleeps beside something that could potentially harm it every day. Isn't it afraid of accidentally being poisoned one day? I have pondered this as well, Chunji mused, holding the phoenix fruit for a moment before gently saying, regarding the phoenix, there are few clear records in the library. Most pertain to their role as exalted beings, treating them more as divine entities. However, human legends differ. In human lore, both dragons and phoenixes are regarded as sentient divine beasts. A historical text, Chronicles of the Hearings, recounts that in ancient times, no birds dared to roost in the phoenix tree, as they sought to avoid the formidable phoenix. This indicates that the tree indeed served as a haven for the phoenix, while the phoenix itself is a fiercely aggressive creature, causing even the white birds to steer clear. Unexpectedly, the fruit of the phoenix tree possesses the capacity to subdue such a fierce and savage phoenix, serving as a poison to them, an inherent contradiction. There is also a notion that the phoenix can be reborn through fire. When the phoenix encounters flames, it is consumed, only to be reborn from the ashes. Death gives way to new life, growing stronger with each reincarnation, embodying a continuous evolution, a creature of eternal life. The cycle of death preceding rebirth, with the resting place being the very essence of poison, indeed renders the phoenix a paradoxical being of contradiction. While Chunji and Fat Wei conversed, the horizon outside gradually brightened. That Chen Air boy had been guarding the entrance outside, but could no longer contain his curiosity. He peered inside, eager to discern the situation within. After a night of turmoil, matters had been largely resolved, and Chunji had acquired the necessary information. Subsequently, Chunji and his companions deliberated and decided on the arrangements for the ensuing events. Wu Hua's mission concludes here. Regarding this matter, she need not delve too deeply. It suffices for her to know that the perpetrators of her mother's murder belong to the Phoenix clan, a lineage distant to her. As for other details, including the tales of her ancestors, such knowledge is unnecessary for her. Wu Hua is an ordinary human, destined to lead an ordinary life. Her safety is paramount. Naturally, the body of Wu Changlu cannot remain here any longer. Chunji will employ a special spell to seal Wu Changlu's body in this location, preventing it from oxidizing. Then, Wu Hua and Chun Air will venture into the city to procure a suitable coffin for Wu Changlu, ensuring a respectful reinterment under the cover of night. This constitutes their plan, and Chunji need not be concerned. The information inadvertently acquired regarding the Phoenix clan concludes here. Their immediate task is to swiftly seek the tomb of the god of food, uncovering the remnants left by King Zhou. Daylight is not conducive to their endeavors, and having gone without sleep for an entire night, adequate rest is essential for the mission. Chunji and his companions intend to rest briefly before embarking tonight to the stone well atop the mountain, where they will unveil the entrance. Chunji remains uncertain of the relationship between the Phoenix clan and the tomb of the god of food. Yet it appears that the Phoenix clan has long safeguarded this site. They had sought to appoint Wu Changlu as the guardian here and imparted to him the incantations necessary to unlock the passage. Through the heart incantation, Chunji has now committed those spells to memory. In Wu Hua's childhood recollections, Chunji glimpsed a vague silhouette. She had been in the well, witnessing a figure towering over 4 meters. The individual bore a countenance akin to that of a corpse, standing like stone, bald and barefoot, exceeding 4 meters in height. Flanking this figure stood a man and a woman, and behind them loomed a temple, exuding an aura of strangeness. Such a towering form is beyond the reach of ordinary humanity. Should one stand before the temple, it is likely that they would be in the presence of the tomb's honored occupant, the god of food himself. Whenever Zhen recalls that towering figure, a nebulous notion flickers in his mind, as if a name from the annals of history momentarily resurfaces, only to be fleetingly forgotten. What could it possibly be? Zhen was at a loss for words. Thus, he resolved to descend into the depths to ascertain the true nature of the place that had terrified the eldest scion of the Chen family to death over 30 years ago. After confirming their plans, their purpose became unequivocal. Tonight, they would uncover the identity of this ancient, nameless deity of food. Chapter 289. The anxious Lu Baobao. They were already well acquainted with the path up the mountain, and to spare Wu Hua any inconvenience, she would not lead the way this time. The sun sets swiftly in the mountains. By approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the land. Zhen and his companions quickly donned their work attire, equipped themselves with all necessary gear and weapons, and commenced their ascent, fully prepared for the task ahead. As seasoned operatives, they felt no apprehension regarding the undertaking. However, Lu Baobao exhibited an unmistakable tension, far more pronounced than at any moment in the preceding days. Throughout the climb, Zhen frequently noticed beads of sweat cascading down Lu Baobao's forehead, his expression betraying a palpable panic, his eyes darting about, and his hands trembling as they wiped the perspiration away. "What is the matter? Are you nervous about meeting our ancestor?" Peng Wei, who had been trailing behind, asked with a teasing smile. "What are you afraid of? You yourself have said your lineage is rather diluted, hardly qualifying you as a demigod. That ancestor is likely just an ordinary figure. When the time comes, we can merely sever his tongue and depart. There is no need for you to invest any sentiment, nor to bow your head in reverence." Lu Baobao replied, saying little, preoccupied with wiping away sweat as droplets continued to fall from his brow. Lu Baobao remained finicky about food. The fare available these past few days had failed to satisfy his palate, forcing him to subsist on meager rations, leaving him considerably weakened. His legs trembling as they climbed. Peng Wei surveyed him with amusement, then cheerfully inquired, "How is it that you are so picky? I truly wonder how you survived as a child. Without that divine tongue, it seems you'd be unable to thrive at all. Consider this a life-saving endeavor on our part. If we manage to locate that divine tongue, you ought to offer us a little something in return. Share a recipe with us. If I ever decide to retire, I could open a restaurant. What do you say? Is that request too much to ask?" Lu Baobao hesitated at Peng Wei's proposition, focused solely on the ascent, clearly avoiding him. "Come on," Peng Wei persisted, relentless in his teasing. "I'm merely joking. Why be so stingy? I'm just asking you to say a few words, not to sign a contract. If you change your mind later, you can always backtrack. Just give me a dream of a dish, something to lighten my spirits. What do you think? Once we're out of here, share a recipe with me so we can open that restaurant together?" Lu Baobao heard Fat Wei's words, yet he continued to climb upward, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Fat Wei's voice rose significantly behind him. "Are you going to say something or not? Regardless of its veracity, just agree for now. What is the point of discussing this?" Lu Baobao, clearly reluctant, turned to glance at Fat Wei. "We have serious matters to attend to. What is the use of discussing such nonsense? We don't even know what lies beneath that well. What purpose does this serve? Let us refrain from these futile discussions." "Haha, is that so?" Fat Wei finally chuckled from behind. "It seems you're not so quick to make promises after all. Your demeanor resembles that of those demigods. Making a wish is more arduous than a bowel movement. You might deny it verbally, but deep down, you hold those promises dearly, don't you? Or do you believe that our group has no chance of emerging? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Baobao retorted, his anger now palpable. He shot a fierce glare at Fat Wei, signaling that further conversation would lead to a confrontation. Fat Wei, sensing the tension, hastily gestured for silence. Consequently, an uneasy silence enveloped the group. Though Lu Baobao remained visibly tense, their ascent proceeded smoothly, and they soon reached the summit, discovering the stone well obscured by verdant foliage. Under the dim moonlight, the well appeared even more ancient and enigmatic, the gentle sound of flowing water emanating a faintly sweet aroma. This fragrance evoked a sense of yearning within, Yet the ethereal well instilled a tinge of fear. Everyone sensed that something lay hidden beneath the well, something so ancient that it perhaps ought not to exist in this contemporary world. Yet it remained, like a forgotten relic of antiquity, harboring countless secrets, awaiting their unveiling. Upon arriving at this spot, they donned their work uniforms, secured the zippers, and readied themselves for the task ahead. Shenji placed both hands on the stone well and closed his eyes, reciting the incantations he had seen in Wu Chonglu's mind, segment by segment. To be honest, Shenji had no comprehension of the meanings behind these incantations, nor could he identify the language they belonged to. However, judging by their structure, they resembled an ancient beast language, unrelated to human tongues, yet bearing a slight resemblance to divine script. Shenji recited these incantations entirely based on Wu Chonglu's memories. As the final syllables left his lips, the power embedded within the incantations swiftly manifested itself. Shenji immediately felt a tingling pain coursing through his arms, a sharp sensation that radiated through every nerve. Soon, he perceived a unique, warm force spiraling from his heart into his arms, akin to vast wings unfolding. This power, reminiscent of an inexhaustible spring, gradually surged forth into the mouth of the well. Subsequently, Shenji observed with clarity that the moon in the heavens began to lose its definition, dimming progressively until the entire mountain was enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. In that moment, the depths of the shadowy well unexpectedly emitted a radiant glow, its brilliance intensifying until it resembled a grand beam of light, illuminating the abyss from below. As Shenji leaned down to peer into the depths, he discerned that the surrounding darkness had vanished. The square stone bricks lining the well's walls had astonishingly transformed into a staircase leading downwards. The steps were enveloped in a thick layer of lush green moss, rendering them exceedingly slippery. It appeared that no one had traversed this path for an extended period. At that moment, Shenji leaned down, and he clearly discerned that the darkness below had vanished. The square stone bricks along the well's walls had transformed into a staircase leading downward. The steps were densely covered in a thick layer of verdant moss, rendering them exceedingly slippery. It appeared that no one had traversed this path for an eternity. At that moment, Shenji leaned down, and to his astonishment, he discerned that the darkness below had dissipated. The square stone bricks that lined the well had transformed into a staircase descending into the depths below. The steps were entirely covered in a thick layer of verdant moss, rendering them remarkably slippery. It appeared that no one had traversed this path for an exceedingly long time. Chapter 290. Descent into the well. Though the stone slabs below were slick with moss, they appeared remarkably sturdy, allowing one to tread upon them with confidence. Nevertheless, to ensure their safety, Pang Wei secured a length of octopus tentacle at the well's mouth and lowered the rope. Grasping the rope, they began their descent into the well. As was customary, Pang Wei was the first to descend, followed by Chunji, Lu Baobao, with Gui Dao bringing up the rear. The journey downward seemed interminable, resembling a stone staircase that plunged into the abyss, devoid of a visible end. Although descending the stairs appeared effortless, it posed a significant challenge to their thigh muscles. Eventually, Lu Baobao's legs began to cramp, necessitating several stops for water, and it was only with Gui Dao's support that he managed to persist. After a lengthy descent, the well's opening above transformed into a mere small circle, eventually becoming entirely indistinguishable. The light in this subterranean realm was oddly bright, almost blindingly surreal, as if the incantations recited moments earlier had conjured a transient illumination that could vanish at any moment. This hypothesis was soon validated. After progressing for a while, the light flickered and abruptly extinguished, plunging them into an oppressive darkness. In the constricted circular well, the atmosphere was intensely claustrophobic, and the darkness provoked a sense of despair, unleashing a primal fear of confinement. Lu Baobao was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably, and Shenji could even hear the chattering of his teeth. After a prolonged period of crawling in the dark, Pang Wei called out over the radio, then leapt downward, shaking the rope to signal that he had safely reached the bottom. Once he confirmed their safety, Shenji and the others followed suit, jumping down one by one. The depth of this well is truly remarkable. It descends at least 200 to 300 meters, akin to a small hill. The atmospheric pressure at such depths is no trifling matter. Upon their descent, they immediately experienced a sense of breathlessness. Feeling the presence of oxygen, yet still grappling with the oppressive pressure that clouded their minds and rendered breathing laborious. They hastily inserted oxygen tubes into their mouths to sustain their natural respiration, while Lu Baobao had prepared specialized oxygen equipment prior to their arrival, which he affixed to his head. The darkness ahead was profoundly unsettling, but the air possessed a peculiar quality, sweet and slightly viscous, stimulating their neural senses, as if they had traversed back to an ancient epoch thousands of years ago. In unison, they activated the searchlights attached to their arms, casting beams forward. Under the illumination, the true nature of their surroundings was revealed. Before them lay an authentic primordial canyon. The geological structure resembled a blank expanse nestled within the mountains. Yet this void was a verdant valley, flourishing with unique fungi that thrived without sunlight. Xuanji directed the light to the ground, revealing an abundance of remarkably primitive ferns, lush and vibrant, akin to emeralds, each defiantly arching upwards, reminiscent of contemporary ferns. These plants were incredibly ancient, long extinct in human history, likely leaving no fossil trace behind. As they traversed the terrain, the ferns emitted a creaking sound, their green sap splattering onto their footwear. The further they ventured, the sweeter the air became, invoking a profound sense of comfort, while the valley remained eerily silent, punctuated only by the faint rustling of the air. It felt as though time had momentarily paused in this place, unperturbed by the passage of ages. Everything here bore the essence of millennia past. Xuanji was no novice in such endeavors. He possessed a wealth of experience. Upon entering the darkness, his first action was to release a gust of air, dispersing it outward to survey for any signs of life. However, the current swiftly rebounded, returning information from the surroundings. The valley was utterly devoid of life. Yet there were reflective surfaces ahead, suggesting the presence of large rocks or structures. They illuminated their path with the searchlights, discerning a direction before advancing forward. According to ancient customs, the southern direction should lead to the resting place of tombs. If Wu Hua's childhood memories held any truth, they would soon encounter the indistinct figure of a being over 4 meters tall. Xuanji now hesitated. He could not ascertain what exactly Wu Hua had glimpsed in her hazy recollections at the age of 5. Did giants of such stature still exist in this world? If indeed such beings resided within this canyon, verification would soon follow. All the while, the ferns underfoot continued to crackle audibly, their green juices staining their shoes, and the sweet scent of the ferns enveloped the air around them. Lu Baobao exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity, incessantly twitching his nose, softly informing them that these ferns were far from ordinary. Though they appeared unremarkable, his experience suggested they would be delectably exquisite. Xuanji, however, found himself disinterested in the taste of these ferns, yet a question lingered in his mind. As they traversed this path, they had left clear marks by trampling these plants. Yet when the Phoenix tribe descended, not a single trace of their passage could be discerned. Fat Wei, with his keen eyes, soon noticed something peculiar, tiny hairs upon the fronds, resembling strands of plastic. Upon lifting one and placing it under the spotlight, it instantly radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling and vibrant, akin to feathers of avian creatures. This must be from those phoenixes, Fat Wei murmured confidently. It seems they possess remarkable agility over the grass. As they advanced further, the surrounding darkness thickened, causing an increasing sense of disorientation. Suddenly, Fat Wei halted, and in that moment, the atmosphere among the group grew tense, prompting everyone to instinctively reach for their weapons. They were aware that Fat Wei was one to speak before he acted. If he had seen something, he would typically voice it first. Yet now he stood still, indicating that what he had encountered posed a certain danger. Remaining stationary, he gazed into the oppressive gloom ahead and quietly declared, "There is definitely something there. And it's a sizable creature. You all stay here." Xuanji gave Gui Dao a gentle pat on the shoulder, and together they began to advance cautiously towards the darkness. As they drew nearer, an imposing figure emerged before them. Chapter 291. The true identity of the culinary deity. Before them loomed a genuine visage, brow furrowed, with a robust, square face that bore an expression of utmost gravity. Clad in an ancient robe, he extended one hand forward, probing into the unknown. In stark contrast to the flawless beauty often associated with deities, he exuded a profound antiquity. As if through this face one could glimpse his unwavering principles and an inner strength as solid as rock. Xuanji and Gui Dao approached, gently touching the towering 4-meter statue. Indeed, It was a remarkably lifelike stone sculpture, so authentic that it defied belief as an inanimate object. Chunji had encountered such hyper-realistic stone carvings before. In ancient times, there existed artisans of unimaginable skill. They could transcend the boundaries of time and space to create artworks that seemed beyond comprehension. For instance, during his time in Changbai Mountain, Chunji had seen the lifelike statue of the goddess Fokurin, where every strand of hair and facial feature appeared vividly real, as if a living person stood before him. The sculpture before them could well have been crafted by divine hands. This is an exquisitely lifelike stone sculpture, not only capturing the features and strands of hair, but also conveying an expression so vivid that it seems the figure might speak of its sorrows at any moment. The statue, carved from a solid stone, is composed of a material that, while not particularly rare, is commonly found yet notoriously difficult to work with due to its hardness and density, often deterring even the most skilled craftsmen. Even machines shy away from the labor of sculpting such resilient stone. Nevertheless, this imposing piece, standing over 4 meters tall, has been painstakingly hand-carved, a testament to the artisan's immense patience and dedication. It is said that artistic creation stems from deep emotion. The craftsman who meticulously shaped this lifelike figure must have held a profound sense of identity and reverence for the subject to achieve such a masterpiece. The statue's overall form is reminiscent of Wu Hua's memories, bald, barefoot, and adorned with a long beard. Flanking the statue are 2 attendants, one male and one female, who serve with utmost respect. In their hands, they hold platters filled with grains and meat, and upon their foreheads, ancient characters are etched. Chunji has learned that this practice was common among slaves of that era, to signify their allegiance and show respect to their masters. They would inscribe their master's name on their foreheads. However, such slaves could rarely be sold, for those who bore such markings were typically devoted servants, loyal from birth until death, a testament to ancient customs. At this moment, the ancient characters inscribed upon their foreheads are remarkably clear, representing the oldest form of the name Peng. This name originally derived from a surname before gradually evolving into a place name, with its historical roots well documented. Upon first seeing this character, the towering statue, along with its dignified and resolute visage, instantly clicked in Chunji's mind, and he comprehended the identity of the figure before him. This legendary and enigmatic deity of culinary arts, shrouded in mystery and lacking a recorded name, has long been concealed beneath the shadow of a singular historical figure. Upon reflection, everything falls into place seamlessly. The offerings of meat, the granting of land, and the bestowing of titles, all secrets pertaining to the culinary deity intertwine within the annals of human history. The location they currently inhabit, Shuzhou, was once known as Pengqing and, in ancient times, was referred to as the Great Peng State. In those days, the inhabitants of this city all bore the surname Peng, for it was home to a formidable ruler, Peng Zhu. "It was you all along," Chunji exclaimed, tracing the cold stone with his hand and moving upward, as all the uncertainties in his heart were resolved. "It was you. Could it truly be you, Peng Zhu? Are you the one who lived for over 800 years? Peng Wei, standing nearby, turned in astonishment toward the statue. "This is truly remarkable. We've unearthed our ancestor. I knew it. That culinary deity has stirred up so much over the years, even if they eventually ceased their tumultuous endeavors. However, on our vast land of Huaxia, how could one not leave a name behind? Such is not the demeanor of our people. It appears we have been awaiting this moment. Indeed, it is none other than Peng Zhu. Remarkable." As Fat Wei aptly noted, Peng Zhu has long been an esteemed figure known throughout the expanse of Huaxia. Since the pre-Qin era, he has been revered as an immortal, famed for his longevity. Legends tell of his living beyond 800 years, remaining robust and healthy, while serving in political office throughout numerous dynasties, ever favored by monarchs. It was only after the fall of the Shang dynasty that he vanished from the annals of history, with tales suggesting he ascended to immortality. In the Western Han period, Lu Xiang specifically included Peng Zhu in his records of immortals, asserting with unwavering conviction that he had attained the celestial realm, endowed with extraordinary powers. From that time forward, Peng Zhu gradually transitioned into a mythological figure, his historical political role forgotten, no longer connected to the exploits of King Wu against the tyrant Zhou. The Qing scholar Kong Guangxing noted in his commentary on the Lizi that Peng Zhu's wisdom equaled that of Yao and Shun, yet he lived for 800 years. Referring to this extraordinary individual, The popular couplet among the folk, Su, Kai, Gua, Fu, Ji, Zi, Peng, Nian, encapsulates the notion that the success of a person lies in possessing the talents of Su Dongpa, the fortune of Guazi, the progeny of Ji Chong, and the longevity of Pengzu. Thus, it is evident that in later generations' minds, Pengzu's greatest merit was his longevity. Yet, in the annals of ancient history, Pengzu was indeed a figure of considerable accomplishment. From the reign of Emperor Yao through the Xia and Shang dynasties, he served as the keeper of archives during the Shang, holding the esteemed title of Xian Daifu, and was a trusted advisor to successive rulers. Chen Ji, upon learning about Pengzu, even speculated that his lineage might not belong to humanity. For one who could live beyond 800 years, he could not simply be considered an ordinary demigod. Divine offspring are exceedingly rare. It now seems that this Pengzu is indeed a genuine deity. Upon seeing this statue, Lu Baobao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming from his eyes, his hands trembling with excitement, revealing not only joy but a hint of resentment. Fat Wei, witnessing his fervor, chuckled, "Calm down, my friend. Let us not forget our purpose. We came to steal the tongue of the immortal, not to settle personal grievances. At this rate, you might just demolish your ancestral temple. Enough talk, let us proceed," Chen Ji remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Baobao before gesturing towards the encroaching darkness behind them. From within the shadows emerged a structure resembling a temple, its roof elegantly curling outward, showcasing the ancient architectural style of the Preqin period. This must be the temple dedicated to Pengzu. Chapter 292. The temple. Chen Ji and his companions ventured into the darkness ahead, as the structure gradually unveiled its complete form. Indeed, it was a temple, square and unadorned, devoid of any embellishments. The roof of the temple emerged from the darkness, its curved lines characteristic of the Preqin architectural style. The entire temple exhibits a rather crude craftsmanship, its hue a muted gray, rendering its true colors indiscernible in the darkness. The structure resembles a colossal stone, akin to an unrefined jade blank. One is acutely aware of the mysteries it harbors within, yet its exterior offers no discernible clues. The temple emanates a somewhat eerie aura in the shadows, perhaps due to the atmospheric pressure here, instilling a sense of oppression and reluctance to venture inside. Following their customary practice, Chen Ji and his companions meticulously circumnavigated the temple. It possessed no windows or rear entrances, lacking any external embellishments, save for an empty doorway. The edges of the entrance were adorned with red stones, reminiscent of contemporary lacquered wooden doors. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive area, revealing the entirety of the temple's interior in full view. The sanctum spanned approximately 100 square meters, modest in size and height. Curiously, there was not a single deity statue within, nor any grand stone tablet. The surrounding walls were composed of raw, gray stone, and the floor was laid with hard stone slabs. The overall impression was somewhat disappointing, prompting the question of whether they had indeed arrived at the correct location. However, as Chen Ji and his cohort reached the center of the floor, they could unmistakably affirm their presence was warranted. The floor was strikingly unadorned, constructed from sizable, solid stone bricks, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length and width, imparting a sense of cohesion to the temple's ground. At the very center of this sacred space lay a casually placed circular jade artifact, softly reflecting light under the illumination. Upon closer inspection with their searchlight, they discovered it to be a pair of double-row jade bai, an ancient Chinese jade ornament characterized by its circular shape, typically featuring a notch. Historically, such jade pieces were primarily utilized as earrings and personal adornments, often unearthed in pairs from the ears of the deceased, akin to modern earrings. Larger bai, conversely, served as decorative items and ceremonial instruments. Yet, upon contemplation, one realizes that such substantial jade bai would be cumbersome for adornment, rendering them largely impractical. Furthermore, most jade bai have been discovered in burial sites, with no evidence of their use in daily life, suggesting that their significance in the Preqin era may have been entirely different. Various theories abound regarding their true purpose. Some posit that they served merely as decorative ornaments, devoid of deeper meaning, while others speculate that these jade bai functioned as tokens of trust, employed to signify severed relationships or farewells upon their presentation. Moreover, some contend that the jade bai symbolized the cosmic order, acting as a clandestine form of communication in the Preqin period. However, The particulars of their concealment and utilization remain lost to history. The jade discovered underground is a pair of double-rowed jade, crafted from a single block of jade, intricately sculpted into two inseparable pieces, akin to jade links. The pair of jade discs, each the size of a bowl, laid upon the ground resembling a horizontally positioned Arabic numeral 8. Upon closer inspection, one could discern two notches atop, ingeniously designed to allow the two jade pieces to be rejoined seamlessly. Chunji picked up the jade pair, turning it over in his hands before glancing at the stone tiles beneath his feet, testing them with a gentle press of his foot. The ground was solid, devoid of any hidden mechanisms. It appeared that within this temple of sacrifice, apart from the jade pair, there was nothing else to be found. Is this truly all there is? Fat Wei exclaimed, directing his flashlight at the jade discs, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Don't tell me this mausoleum dedicated to the god of cooking merely offers this pair of trinkets as tribute? How utterly meager. What must the economic state of the Shang dynasty have been for the old emperor to provide no burial goods whatsoever? No idols, no tombstone. This is even less than a commoner's grave. How miserly. This is not the crux of the matter, Shinji interjected softly, casting a knowing glance at Fat Wei. The most critical issue is that there is no entrance to the main burial chamber. Yes. Fat Wei finally grasped the situation. This square temple, though seemingly simplistic, was in fact a dead end. Upon reaching this point, there was no passage leading to the next exit. Their purpose for coming here was to seek the burial chamber. In other words, to locate the coffin of the god of cooking. Yet, in such an empty space, devoid of any rooms or hidden chambers, everything lay starkly before them, utterly barren. They had likely come in vain. Damn it. So, they wish to play this game with me? Fat Wei declared, hastily discarding his gear onto the ground, unzipping his bag to retrieve his assembly tools. To conceal the burial site with a temple for the sake of mystery? They underestimate me. My expertise lies precisely in this domain. As long as there is a cavity beneath, I shall unearth it. I say, Orange. You all just wait over there. Fat Wei continued, dropping to the ground, feeling each stone tile with his hands, tapping here and there, searching for any potential mechanisms or voids. In this less than 100 square meter temple, he quickly explored every inch. Yet, he ultimately discovered that the stone tiles were entirely solid, devoid of any signs of hidden mechanisms. Fat Wei, undeterred, disregarded the need for subtlety. Assembling his rudimentary tools from his kit and enlisting the help of Gui Dao, he pried apart any area that emitted even the slightest sound. However, the temple was constructed entirely of hard stone, proving exceedingly difficult to pierce or pry open a slab. Through their relentless efforts, they eventually managed to lift two large tiles, only to find beneath them, once again, nothing but earth, no signs of any passage. Fat Wei, now in a state of agitation, dug up another tile in the corner, excavating a depth of 5 or 6 meters, ultimately lowering a soil probe to ascertain the condition of the earth. In other words, from here to below, there is nothing but the true land itself. Chapter 293, The Temple, Part 2. The current situation is indeed quite intriguing. There are no perilous foes nor treacherous terrain or hidden traps. Before them stands merely a square and level temple, shrouded in a misty darkness. Yet, in such a place, they find themselves ensnared. Shenji felt as though they had unwittingly stepped into an escape room scenario, confined within a small chamber with scan information, tasked with uncovering the entrance to the tomb. Before them, apart from a pair of jade discs, no other clues were discernible. Traditionally, tombs are buried beneath the earth, and regardless of the traps, they are material entities concealed underground. In the ensuing time, Fat Wei frantically ventured outside to mark several spots, enlisting the aid of Gui Dao to dig deep pits. Soon, even Wu Jia was summoned, employing earth evasion techniques to burrow beneath. Before long, numerous large holes appeared on the surface, sufficient for an ordinary tomb raider's endeavors for a year. Even Gui Dao, drenched in sweat, found no discoveries. Fat Wei, red-faced and irate, began bickering with Wu Jia, nearly resorting to curses. Meanwhile, Chunji leaned in a corner, manipulating the jade discs in his hands, pondering the simple patterns etched upon them. These jade discs were intriguing. Their design was uncomplicated, with thick materials and common spiral motifs, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. They appeared rather ordinary, yet the craftsmanship was remarkably clever. Each disc featured a notch resembling a hook. When pulled apart, there was little sensation, but when aligned, They fit seamlessly together, forming a single jade piece. When the spiral patterns converged, they created a continuous, albeit crooked, design that certainly signified something. Chunji examined the patterns upside down, contemplating their arrangement, hoping to discern a mathematical rule through reconfiguration. Since entering this place, Lu Baobao had become taciturn. He had always consumed little, and his frail condition rendered him weakly leaning against the wall. His spirit seemed diminished, his eyes blankly observing the jade discs manipulated by Chunji. He softly inquired, "Have you discerned any peculiarities from that after toying with it for so long? What could it be?" "Ah, of course it's a key." Chunji turned to Lu Baobao, offering a gentle smile. "This must be the key to your ancestors' tomb. I just have yet to discover how to unlock it." "Is that so? It appears that you must engage your intellect, as Lu Baobao seems rather indifferent to these matters." After uttering these words, he opened the water bag and began to gulp down the precious liquid. The supply of water they had brought was scant, and it was nearly depleted, while this subterranean gorge had yet to reveal any source of water. "Why do you seem unconcerned?" Chunji inquired with a smile, gazing at Lu Baobao. "This is the burial site of your ancestors. You should have long anticipated entering this place. You possess the bloodline of Pengzu. Perhaps you might feel something. Consider this. If these jade discs are keys and you are the god of culinary arts, how would you employ them?" "Huh. Who knows what he might have thought? He was merely a person from millennia ago. What does that have to do with me?" Lu Baobao replied, wiping the water from his mouth and nonchalantly closing his eyes. "I sense that you harbor no fondness for your ancestors." Chunji leaned against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Baobao. "What is the matter? Do you despise this bloodline? Do you perceive it as a burden? Your ancestor is unlike others. He is not a vengeful deity, devoid of bloodshed, possessing only the ability to prepare exquisite meals. Culinary delights are a wonderful thing. Do you not find joy in them?" "Joy?" Lu Baobao scoffed at the term, seemingly repulsed, his eyes snapping open with a glint of disdain. "What culinary delights? What joy? It's merely an appealing facade. Food is meant to satiate hunger. Without sustenance, one perishes. This is a fundamental truth of survival. Yet once one develops a taste for food, a discerning palate, and demands that sustenance transform into gourmet fare, otherwise it cannot be consumed. The mere act of eating to satisfy hunger becomes insufficient. A fussy palate sounds pleasant, but it requires financial support. Without money, such a fastidious tongue leads only to misery, forever unable to consume, forever unsatisfied. Hungry bellies can lead to death." After expressing his thoughts, Lu Baobao's eyes suddenly shimmered with moisture, and he rummaged through his belongings, eventually producing a box of cigarettes. The box, clearly custom-made, bore no discernible brand on the outside, while the inside contained meticulously hand-rolled cigarettes, indicative of great care. Lu Baobao placed one between his lips, but did not offer Chunji a single stick. Instead, he inquired, "Do you have a light?" "Oh, I do," Chunji responded, handing over his lighter to ignite the cigarette. He continued, "I sense you have something to express. Previously, there was no opportunity. Now that we find ourselves with little to do, why not share? We are all in the same boat now. There is nothing to evade. There is no need to overthink it. Some matters may be alleviated by voicing them." Upon hearing Chunji's words, Lu Baobao took 2 deep puffs from the cigarette, his gaze blankly fixed on the darkness ahead. His lips trembled slightly, as if he truly had much to articulate. Yet, he ultimately remained silent. After a moment, he exhaled a reluctant statement. "Forget it. When I wished to speak, no one was willing to listen. Even when I sought out others, they chose to ignore me. Now that it has passed, let us not dwell on it any longer." Lu Baobao extinguished his cigarette, carefully placing the remaining half back in the case. He leaned his head against the wall, closed his eyes, and fell silent. At that moment, Gui Dao, Pang Wei, and Wu Jiao approached. Pang Wei was drenched in sweat, his face flushed with anger, exclaiming, "This is absurd. Are we being deceived? There is no grave here at all. Otherwise, I would have found it by now. My skills are not for show. I say we have been duped. This cursed place holds no divine tomb. We should leave at once." "Not deceived." Chunji gently shook his head. "The tomb of the deity lies here. We simply cannot see it. According to the original plan, they intended to use a spell to summon a transparent figure from the gold medal in Lu Baobao's hand to locate the divine tomb. This method was straightforward and precise. Yet at present, it was inapplicable. They faced a barrier, akin to encountering a lock, one that thoroughly separated them from the tomb's space. This lock was intangible. and they needed to devise a method to unlock it to proceed. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. During this time, Chunji focused all his energy on the pair of jade pendants, which did not disappoint him, indeed containing profound secrets. Employing several mathematical formulas, he deciphered the double helix pattern on the jade, uncovering its application rules. Following this, he conducted extensive divergent calculations, yielding numerous specific data points. Chunji now needed to figure out how to utilize this specific data to unlock the invisible lock. Mathematical computations always require time, and Chunji needed solitude to meticulously undertake this task. The others could be of no assistance and were left idle. It seemed they would have to remain here for a while. After the earlier commotion, Pang Wei was utterly exhausted, sulking alone on the grass. Gui Dao explored the unknown regions in the darkness, venturing far and discovering that much of the terrain was flat, covered with ferns, interspersed with hills and even a small stream. The water from the stream was exceptionally sweet and refreshing, likely the source of the underground water they had encountered, providing them with a potential water supply. Gui Dao initially intended to drink only a little for later replenishment. Unexpectedly, this piqued Lu Baobao's interest. Lu Baobao remarked that this water was extraordinary. The essence of cooking lies in the quality of the water source. The water from outside was mostly impure, leading him to detect unpleasant odors and thus diminish his desire to cook. However, the crystal-clear water here was remarkably sweet, rekindling his appetite. In this desolate and shadowy place, one can hardly find any decent ingredients, and the streams contain no fish to be caught. The only provisions they carried with them, aside from compressed biscuits, were some chocolate and beef jerky. Nevertheless, Lu Baobao set up an alcohol stove and gathered handfuls of wild fern shoots from the ground, cleansing them in clear water before meticulously cutting them into peculiar shapes to facilitate moisture absorption. Subsequently, he blanched these ferns in the boiling water of the alcohol stove, then found a flat stone slab on which he crushed the blanched greens, wrapping them in a piece of tinfoil. He placed it over a fire, constructing a makeshift roof with 2 stones. Moments later, an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air, a refreshing scent that was utterly tantalizing. Upon unwrapping the foil, they discovered a steaming cake of wild vegetables, its surface glistening like crystal. Lu Baobao shared the vegetable cake with everyone, and upon taking a bite, Pang Wei's eyes lit up, exclaiming delightfully about its exquisite taste. He remarked that if he could savor this delicacy every day, he would willingly remain trapped there for a lifetime. Chunji, witnessing this, took a slice as well, and after a single bite, he felt as if a refreshing stream had flooded his heart, instantly enlightening his mind. It appeared that this descendant of the culinary gods was indeed deserving of his reputation. As time passed, Chunji continued to study the pair of jade ornaments in the corner of the temple, while the others engaged in conversation. Perhaps it was the delightful taste of the vegetable cake that lifted their spirits. Pang Wei shared the spirits from his flask with everyone, prompting them to converse more freely. Even Lu Baobao joined in. Pang Wei recounted many tales from his past, including stories about his 2 brothers and his family, filled with a sense of helplessness and trauma. He spoke sincerely, and Lu Baobao listened intently. Eventually, Lu Baobao lit up a half-burnt cigarette and shared memories from his childhood. His father had passed away early, leaving them in poverty. His mother, like him, often struggled to find enough to eat and suffered from poor health, requiring extensive medication. In his youth, aside from milk, he had little appetite for any soups, making it difficult to nurture him. To provide for him, his mother, despite her frail condition, worked multiple jobs and endured much hardship. Beyond their picky palates, they possessed no divine power, leading to a challenging existence where every penny was spent on quality ingredients, striving to survive. Thus, from a young age, Lu Baobao developed a habit of frugality, never spending recklessly. While sharing his story, Lu Baobao displayed a touch of emotion, yet he refrained from elaborating on many details, as if he were burdened by unspoken obstacles. After 3 hours had elapsed, Chunji had thoroughly deciphered the pair of jade ornaments, meaning he had successfully unlocked the code to this confined space. The method to unlock this password might prove to be exceedingly troublesome. Subsequently, Chunji aligned the jade ornaments, placing them in the center of the temple's grand hall. He meticulously identified over 70,000 points on the surrounding ground, adhering to the prescribed geometric pattern. This was no trivial task. Marking such a multitude of points could well demand one's life. Chunji summoned all the divine generals, and they wielded short blades to etch these points into the stone floor. In a fleeting moment, the surface was densely marked with countless knife scars. Once the over 70,000 points were inscribed, Chunji instructed everyone to connect each point with straight lines. This was an exceedingly tedious endeavor, as they drew these lines. Their eyes nearly blurred, their heads spinning, unaware of how long it took to accomplish the task. Yet, when the intricate web of lines was finally completed, an astonishing visage emerged before them. They beheld a human face, deep-set eyes, tightly closed lips, a visage so strikingly real that it transcended belief. This was not the face of Peng Zhu, but rather that of a stranger whom Chunji had never encountered. The countenance bore a profound melancholy, tinged with resentment, as if it encapsulated the greatest injustices and discontent of the world. It was adorned with thick hair, bushy brows, and a beard. The gaze was both deep and resolute, fixed intently upon the onlookers, as if to unveil a secret concealed for millennia. This visage, rendered in straight lines, lingered for merely a few seconds before gradually dissipating from the ground. Simultaneously, the surface of the floor underwent a peculiar transformation. The once solid stone tiles seemed to soften, particularly at the location of the jade ornaments, which began to sink. Moments later, a pit over a meter wide emerged, resembling a swamp, the mud within exceedingly soft and yielding. Observing the scene before him, Chunji realized that the passage to the divine tomb had finally been unveiled. Chapter 295. I am a great loach with the spatial conundrum resolved. The remaining tasks became significantly less complex. Pang Wei swiftly drew a circle on the ground, arranging all the necessary items for the ritual within its confines. This incantation had been employed numerous times before. They were well versed in the steps and processes, having prepared in advance. They had procured a black-furred cat with mandarin duck eyes, skinned it, and placed it in a freezer bag, its blood still fresh. Now, they retrieved the unfortunate feline, suspending it from a tree branch and positioning it at the center of the circle. Various grains were scattered within the confines of the circle. This spell, steeped in darkness, had originally been gleaned from Chunji's memories of the Puhong mage. It enabled the summoning of invisible connections within space, extracting memories from residual items and transforming them into a tangible form resembling a transparent entity. The transparent entity will guide you to the places this artifact once visited, such as the mystical Wushan and before the bronze gates of Changbai Mountain, utilizing this very method to reach the ultimate destination. The medium for this journey is none other than the ancestral jade tablet passed down from Lu Baobao. This exquisite jade tablet, measuring over 3 inches in length, is crafted from fine white jade, inscribed with ancient characters in gold liquid, proclaiming reverence to ancestors, honor the spirits, lament the fleeting nature of life, shall we not mourn? Respect their essence, and partake in our offerings. Upon examination, traces of sacrificial smoke were found upon the tablet, confirming its authenticity. Regardless of how ancient Lu Baobao's lineage may be, as long as he possesses this jade tablet, he can gain entry into the divine tomb of the culinary deity. Subsequently, Chunji placed the ancestral jade tablet beside a deceased cat and began to quietly recite a series of dark incantations. As before, the incantation summoned a formidable magical force. Moments later, the surrounding magical aura began to converge, and the white jade tablet slowly sank into the earth. Before long, a transparent arm emerged from the ground, gradually revealing its entire form. This elongated silhouette was anything but ordinary, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Slender and delicate like a strand of noodle, with elongated, supple limbs, resembling a mantis spirit. Its head was sharp and elongated, shaped like an olive, as it eerily scanned its surroundings while emerging from the ground. Chunji and his companions were well acquainted with the nature of this transparent being. It resembled a wandering spirit, devoid of memory or thought, yet fiercely aggressive. If disturbed, it would launch a frenzied attack, posing a significant threat. However, if the environment was deemed safe, it would swiftly advance towards its destination, leading the way. Thus, everyone held their breath in silent anticipation, watching the movements of the transparent entity, prepared to follow quietly when it began to move. Unexpectedly, this transparent being did not behave as those before it. After a peculiar moment of twisting its head, it extended a hand into the mire to explore. After a while, it retrieved the golden tablet, examining it closely. This behavior was indeed peculiar. Typically, such a transparent spirit would lack thought, and would not engage in such careful contemplation. Yet, the evidence before them suggested that this transparent being possessed cognition and seemingly memory as well. After scrutinizing the white jade tablet for an extended period, it suddenly turned its head to gaze at Chunji and his companions. This motion startled everyone, for its neck rotated a full 360 degrees, turning unexpectedly. The entire head abruptly turned to the back, revealing a translucent visage, grotesque and indescribable. The figure was not gazing at others, but rather fixated on Lu Baobao, who stood behind Chunji, with a piercing stare and an expression rife with malice and resentment, as if harboring an insatiable rage to rend Lu Baobao to shreds. Lu Baobao, seized by terror, collapsed to the ground, instinctively crawling and clutching the earth with both hands, weeping as though he were a child who had erred. Beside him, Pang Wei was startled by the sight and hurriedly covered Lu Baobao's mouth. The specter possessed acute hearing. Typically, under such circumstances, the translucent entity would erupt into a frenzy, charging at them like a ghoul. Yet, to their astonishment, it refrained from attacking, instead staring menacingly at Lu Baobao for an extended period. Eventually, it appeared to grow weary, slowly turning its head back, resembling a limping mantis, and gradually made its way to the center of the marsh pit, diving headlong into its depths. In pursuit, Gui Dao swiftly uttered a phrase, then pulled up his hood and leapt into the mire, vanishing from sight. The translucent figure moved with remarkable speed, permitting no time for hesitation. Chunji and Pang Wei quickly followed suit. Pang Wei grasped Lu Baobao's shoulder, giving it a firm pat, urging him to muster strength and refrain from weeping at such a critical moment. He then flipped himself into the muck, while Lu Baobao wiped his tears, donned his rudimentary gear, and followed suit. Finally, it was Chunji's turn. To ensure a safe return path, he first tightened his spell, conjuring a powerful barrier to stabilize the surrounding environment. He then pulled up his hood and leapt into the 1-meter-wide fissure of sludge. The ensuing period could only be described as tormenting. Within the muck, darkness enveloped them. Visibility was entirely non-existent, and the density of the mud rendered illumination futile. It is said that warriors can discern their surroundings even in complete blindness, and it was likely this skill that allowed Gui Dao to track the translucent figure ahead. Meanwhile, Pang Wei, Chunji, and Lu Baobao relied solely on the disturbances left by the previous person's feet in the sludge and the commands transmitted through their communication devices to navigate. To prevent losing one another, Chunji created a series of air loops, akin to threading a string of tonghulu, binding them together in the mire. They followed closely behind Gui Dao, uncertain of how long they had been traversing through the oppressive darkness of the sludge, until Chunji finally emerged from the muck. The first sensation that greeted him was solid ground, and he collapsed onto it, utterly exhausted. He could hear the heavy breaths of those around him. Navigating through the sludge was no trifling endeavor. It demanded immense physical exertion, leaving them all utterly fatigued, their muscles twitching involuntarily. Yet, amidst the pain of spasms, they still needed to open their eyes and assess the situation before them. They had been swimming for so long that they felt as though they were transforming into mere loaches, their helmets completely encrusted with mud, and their work uniforms heavily burdened by the muck. Exhausted, Chunji swiftly wiped the grime from his visor, restoring his sight. He then activated the spotlight on his arm and gazed ahead. The dazzling array of colors immediately dazzled his eyes. In that moment, he realized they had truly arrived in another world, a world belonging to 5,000 years ago. During that time, the legendary ancient flora and fauna had yet to face extinction. Chapter 296. A natural preservative. The space glimmered with countless lights, crimson, azure, emerald, and an array of vibrant hues, radiant yet soft, not at all blinding. Upon inspecting the information on their monitor, they discovered that this place contained oxygen, with a favorable gas composition and an abundance of breathable air, perfectly suitable for human life. The mud clinging to their uniforms was quite cumbersome, especially the helmets, which felt excessively heavy. Thus, they resolved to shed their burdens and remove the helmets. The moment they unveiled their visors, a sweet, rich, and invigorating air surged into their lungs. In that instant, Chunji understood why some individuals dedicate their entire lives to the pursuit of culinary delights. The peak of taste and olfaction was indeed a marvel, an experience so exquisite that it was impossible to resist. Everyone lifted their visors, gazing at the resplendent world before them, inhaling the delightful fragrance that permeated the air. Following the vibrant luminescence, they soon discovered the source of this brilliance. It was a primitive forest concealed within an alternate space, a genuine primal forest that could only have existed in ancient times. Here, many long-extinct crops still thrived. Some he had encountered in the ancient cartographic compendium within the Jiang family's library, while others were even older, their names lost to time. These precious crops shimmered brilliantly, each radiating its unique hue, glistening like gemstones. Truly, they were the quintessence of nature, creations of the earth that could not be compared to contemporary crops. Some crops resembled diminutive coconut trees, their fruits the size of fists, their exteriors of vivid ruby hue, emanating moisture that sparkled like a glass orb filled with fine wine. Chunji had seen these in the ancient treatises, known as spore melons. They were said to be exceptionally juicy, sweet, and delightful. A single bite would release an abundance of juice, rendering ancient people quenched without the need for water, a veritable natural beverage. There were also clusters of grains resembling wheat, known as maiyang, the most primitive variety of wheat. The grains were plump and substantial, each gleaming like gold, captivating the eye. It was said that this rice was rich and fragrant, the cooked rice exuding an enticing aroma, satisfying hunger without the need for side dishes, a true rarity. Although darkness lay ahead, the colorful glimmers suggested that a wealth of ancient crops awaited them further on. They are all astonishing and exceptionally precious. Yet Qinji and his companions find themselves utterly exhausted, unable to proceed any further. The recent exertion in the mire was overwhelmingly intense, and Lu Baobao has now completely ceased to move. In truth, he had already reached his limit midway, with the latter part of the journey sustained primarily by Pang Wei's efforts. This burden has also drained Pang Wei's stamina to its limits. Lu Baobao's muscles are now in a state of cramping, causing him excruciating pain as he clutches his thigh and groans, rendered incapable of further action. Pang Wei, equally fatigued, sits there unwilling to take another step. Apart from Gui Dao, everyone in the group has reached their breaking point. After some deliberation, they decide to sit down and rest for a while to alleviate their aching bodies. The duration of their subsequent journey remains uncertain, and a brief respite could prevent further damage to their muscles from excessive strain. They recline among the crops, lying atop the moist earth, which feels remarkably gentle. Everything here exudes a sense of tranquility and safety, allowing them to instinctively lower their guard, free from the fear of impending danger. They even entertain the thought that if they could lie here forever amidst such delectable surroundings, it might indeed be a form of happiness. After over an hour of relaxation, they finally rise, opening their satchels to replenish themselves with water and essential trace elements, their bodies gradually revitalizing. The mud on their work clothes is quite bothersome, having turned into cumbersome clumps after drying. They pour clean water over themselves, attempting to wipe away the intrusive dirt, and then set off towards their destination. The transparent figure that had accompanied them has long vanished. Such ephemeral entities cannot endure for long before dissipating, leaving the remainder of the journey to be navigated by their own means. Ahead, the flora and crops are lush and dense, obstructing their path as they push through, striving to discern their direction. Traversing through this primordial forest proves to be a formidable challenge, with an array of bizarre trees and fruits surrounding them, each one resplendent and tantalizing. Curiously, a multitude of animals also inhabits this place, ranging in size and resembling many of the fantastical creatures described in the Compendium of Materia Medica and Shanhai Jing. There are two-headed snakes and rabbits that bear a striking resemblance to foxes, evoking great wonder. Yet, these animals remain motionless, their pelts pristine, lying on branches or the ground as if in slumber. Pang Wei tentatively approaches and touches one, then turns back to Chunji, shaking his head. They are all dead. Inside, they are completely cold, yet the flesh remains tender. Who possesses such a twisted mind to have killed these creatures and preserved them as specimens here? I have never encountered corpses so well maintained. No, Lu Baobao suddenly interjects softly. Their presence here is not that of mere corpses, but rather as provisions. Much like the freezers we utilize in our society to store meat, they are preserved in their most delectable state. However, this freezer is remarkably natural, enhancing preservation. Moving further ahead, they may encounter even grander sights. Lu Baobao's words proved true. On their path, they stumbled upon even more astonishing revelations. Ahead lay substantial chunks of meat, complete with skin and sinew, laid out before them. These colossal pieces of flesh were unidentifiable, their origin from some enormous beast a mystery. Some bore the heads adorned with massive horns, their frontal sections severed, while others displayed scales reminiscent of immense fish flesh. A few even appeared to be remnants of a dragon, resembling a segment of a bus, the fresh severed edges still oozing with vitality. Indeed, as Lu Baobao had suggested, this place truly resembled a natural food preservation vault, the magnitude and expanse of which were beyond imagination. As they ventured further, they unexpectedly beheld a dazzling purple luminescence, somewhat blinding. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a colossal, naturally radiant stone, translucent and exuding a soft glow, akin to an enormous piece of gelatin. Resting atop this stone was an immense coffin, far larger than a human sarcophagus, indicating that the occupant within must have been at least 4 meters tall. Chapter 297. The god of cooking. Upon sighting this coffin, it became evident to all that they had finally arrived at their destination. It was a grand purple stone sarcophagus, radiating an extraordinarily captivating light, resembling a self-illuminating crystal of immense proportions. The enormous coffin reflected the purple hue of the stone, creating a surreal spectacle. The true nature of this vast purple stone remained unknown, yet the area around it exuded a sacred aura, instilling a sense of reverence and hesitance to tread upon it. Despite the coffin's considerable length of over 5 meters, it appeared diminutive in comparison to the vast purple stone. In front of the gigantic purple boulder stood a towering stele, supported at its base by a stone-carved behemoth. This creature, with a dragon's head and a turtle's body, bore a fierce countenance, its pose intricately carved with lifelike precision. Upon witnessing the form of the stone-carved beast, Chunji instantly grasped the status of the coffin at the time of its interment, understanding the esteemed position of its occupant in the eyes of the sovereign. Although the visage of this stone creature had not persisted into modernity, Chunji had encountered it in ancient texts and recognized its name, the Shang turtle. It was said to have been kept within the ancestral temple of the Shang dynasty, revered as the nation's guardian spirit, worshipped for its eternal existence. It was believed to safeguard the well-being and prosperity of the Shang monarchs, epitomizing the authority of the Shang dynasty. Legends spoke of the time when King Zhou of Shang, in his folly, faced the imminent downfall of his regime. It was during this turmoil that the great beast wept blood. Of course, these tales are but legends, and the true existence of this creature remains unverified. Nonetheless, one fact stands indisputable. The status of the Shang turtle was extraordinarily high in its time. It was said that only during the burial of an emperor could its totem be utilized, a privilege not even afforded to the queen. At present, the stone stele, supported by a merchant tortoise, stands here, signifying the esteemed status of the tomb's occupant in the eyes of the Shang emperors. To the extent that the realm could be entrusted to him, the stele, positioned in close proximity to them, is entirely carved from solid stone. As they gradually approached the stele, they discovered inscriptions adorning its surface. All the characters were inscribed in divine script, accompanied by grand illustrations. In the artwork, a figure, adorned with a quiver of arrows, sat upon a stone, while before him, a man presented a bowl of meat. This man was over twice the height of an emperor, robust and bald, with a long beard, resembling the statue of Peng Zhu outside. Chunji traced the patterns on the stone and read the divine script below. The translation conveyed a general meaning. The culinary deity Peng Zhu, a direct descendant of the 8th generation of Emperor Xianyuan, whose mother was a woman of the ghostly tribe, took 49 wives and fathered 54 legitimate sons, with countless illegitimate offspring. During the reign of Emperor Yao, catastrophic floods ravaged the land, causing great distress among the common people. Exhausted from his burdens, Emperor Yao often found his meals unsatisfactory, and during hunts, he had no chef at his disposal, leaving him in a state of melancholy. At that moment, the culinary deity happened to pass by, presenting meat to the emperor, claiming it to be the essence of sheep and fish. Emperor Yao, drawn by its fragrant aroma, tasted it and found it exceedingly delightful, his countenance glowing with vitality, realizing the power of this meat broth. He inquired of the culinary deity regarding the nature of this divine skill. The culinary deity replied, "This is the art of cooking. Through this practice, one can prepare meals for the world, transforming heaven and earth into sustenance for me." The emperor, concerned for the realm, finds himself weary and depleted. Thus, the strength derived from fish and sheep may replenish what he lacks. However, the essence of cooking lies not merely in savoring its delectable taste, but in harnessing the abilities of the ingredients. Those who master the art of cooking may attain longevity. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yao was overjoyed. Thereafter, he partook of this meat daily, and despite managing the affairs of the state, he remained free from ailments. Furthermore, in a play on words, he bestowed upon the culinary deity the name Peng Zhu, granting him Peng City, ensuring that his descendants would bear the surname Peng and enjoy generational grace. From that point onward, Peng Zhu resided by the emperor's side, preparing nourishing soups and broths for him, becoming a trusted confidant within the imperial tomb. This passage closely parallels the account given by Lu Baobao himself. Yet it conveys a crucial piece of information previously unknown to Qinji. The true significance of cooking transcends mere gastronomy. It encompasses the acquisition of the powers of the ingredients being prepared. In other words, if one employs the correct culinary methods, one may gain the strength of other creatures, potentially achieving longevity and health. This is a groundbreaking and profoundly significant concept, one capable of transforming the very fabric of the world. Upon surpassing this solid stone stele, they continued onward. At this juncture, they beheld that the massive purple stone bore numerous uneven protrusions, resembling small flat surfaces, which, from a distance, appeared to be inscribed with text. As they approached, the internal violet glow emanating from the stone enveloped everything around them, imparting a sense of solemnity and sanctity. At this moment, Lu Baobao felt his legs tremble. Let us proceed. After much toil, the moment of revelation is finally upon us. Fear not. Fat Wei chuckled as he gave Lu Baobao a gentle push. Do you see? That is the remains of your ancestor. You should lead the way. It is only polite to show respect when encountering our forebears. After being nudged by Fat Wei, Lu Baobao hesitated before taking a step forward, but then faltered. For reasons unknown, he was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. His gaze was fixed ahead, and his flesh quivered with trepidation at the sight of the coffin, as if it might suddenly open and his ancestor leap forth. Nevertheless, he summoned the courage to approach. This was the only moment during this period when Qinji witnessed Lu Baobao exhibit such determination. Clenching his teeth and fists, he strode forward with fervor, embodying a spirit of noble sacrifice, akin to one gallantly marching towards death. Fat Wei, observing him from behind, chuckled and followed closely. Upon finally reaching the purple stone, they discovered that the arrangement was far more intricate than anticipated. It resembled a small hall, with several tiers of steps beneath the purple stone, effectively forming a modest altar. Each step was adorned with intricate carvings, inscribed with divine script, stating, "Cooked to perfection, a living sacrifice to the loyal monarch." The inscriptions elucidated the identity of the coffin's occupant. The individual interred within had not succumbed to natural causes, but rather had perished through ritualistic suicide, with their monarch as the intended recipient of the offering. Lu Baobao ascended the steps, trembling uncontrollably with each footfall. Qinji trailed closely behind him, and as they approached the immense purple stone, he discerned the engraved characters upon its surface. Upon a cursory glance, Qinji was taken aback. He had not anticipated the astonishing content inscribed there. Chapter 298. The culinary ascension law. The small flat surfaces on the stone were meticulously chiseled, each one documenting extensive texts. The entirety of the inscriptions was crafted in divine script, voluminous and intricate, each line infused with the author's passion and essence. To Qinji's astonishment, the once smooth surfaces detailed various recipes for culinary preparation. It was in the presence of these astounding recipes that Qinji realized that on this vast expanse of Huaxia, culinary arts represented the most ancient and primal of cultures. Long ago, the technique of cooking had already evolved into a refined craft, embodying significant skill and intellectual energy. In that era, the concept of cooking was remarkably broad, transcending ethnic boundaries. In contrast, for contemporary humanity, culinary practice has become a rather confined skill. Humans consume animals and partake of grains. Yet the notion of cannibalism among humankind is utterly unthinkable. As for the legendary divine beasts, they remain unseen and unapproachable, thus constraining the realm of culinary possibilities and confining food to mere sustenance or pleasure. However, ancient recipes reveal that in those times, the concept of cooking knew no bounds. Every creature, regardless of its status or rank, possessed its own culinary methods. All beings in the world were regarded as potential ingredients without any restrictions. Upon these purple stone tablets, one finds recipes for cultivating crops and fruits, for preparing marine fish and sea creatures, for hunting birds and beasts of the mountains, and even for dishes catering to humans and orcs. The descriptions are remarkably detailed, encompassing ingredients, cutting techniques, cleansing methods, seasonings, and cooking vessels, leaving nothing unexamined. Most astonishingly, there exist recipes for preparing dragons and phoenixes, as well as deities. The consumption of these divine beings was not merely for the sake of flavor, but rather to absorb their powers. Among the recipes, there is mention of a place known as Zhaoyao Mountain, where a rare beast called the Xiangxiang dwells. It is said that its flesh possesses miraculous properties, granting the ability to traverse 1,000 miles in a single day, though it is exceedingly difficult to capture. Ambitious leaders have expended great effort to hunt these creatures, with some perishing in the attempt. Yet, a fortunate few who have tasted the flesh of this beast gain the extraordinary ability to journey vast distances. The texts also describe the exalted divine dragon, which is not entirely beyond consumption. A particular passage delineates the benefits and proper methods of consuming a dragon. It states that the most delectable parts of a dragon are its liver, heart, brain, and tail. However, one must avoid the dragon's blood and flesh, as the blood's temperature nears that of molten lava, and the flesh is highly toxic. The act of consuming dragon meat is a peculiar affair. Those of lowly status who attempt it risk having their insides ruptured by the dragon's immense aura. Furthermore, the taste of dragon meat varies greatly among individuals. Some experience it as if swallowing coal, while others liken it to chewing on clouds. Yet, those of noble lineage who partake may absorb the dragon's power and become formidable. The texts convey the inherent danger of consuming dragon flesh, for dragons possess divine strength and are exceptionally powerful, making them nearly impossible to capture. Among human emperors, only the great emperor of Xia is said to have tasted dragon meat. Indeed, tales of the great emperor's consumption of dragon flesh have reached the ears of Chunji within human society, though that history has been so embellished that it strains belief. Legend has it that the great emperor was a robust and commanding figure, a born ruler. He held an intense fascination for dragons and their power to summon clouds and rain, prompting him to send forth the most capable individuals to capture them. Eventually, someone presented him with 2 dragons, one male and one female. However, no one had ever seen a dragon before, and thus no one knew how to tend to them. Thus, the Summer Emperor entrusted 2 dragons to the care of the dragon keeper, who had been recommended as a master of dragon taming. However, this dragon keeper proved to be a fraud, resulting in the demise of one of the dragons under his care. To evade punishment from the Summer Emperor, he concocted a soup from the dragon's flesh and presented it to the emperor, who, oblivious to its true nature, praised the dish enthusiastically. Consequently, the Summer Emperor lavished his favor upon the dragon keeper. Whether the emperor gained strength from consuming the dragon meat remains unchronicled in legends and is not specifically mentioned in this culinary record. Yet, a particularly striking phrase is noted: the rule of carnivorous ascendance. The essence of this rule states, if one seeks to obtain divine power, one must embrace the arcane methods of the divine, allowing the cooked flesh to be consumed and the heart to be devoured. This statement is unequivocal. Deities, like all beings, share a commonality. To acquire a deity's power, the most effective method is to consume its heart, thereby inheriting a fragment of its abilities. The prerequisite, of course, is to employ the correct culinary techniques. Upon encountering this passage, Chunji felt a sudden jolt and instinctively touched his own heart. He finally comprehended why Jiangxia, who had attached himself to him during his time in the underworld, had chosen to consume the heart of the underworld deity. That heart had remained within him. Did it signify that he possessed the powers of the underworld deity? Reflecting on the events since then, Chunji often sensed a foreign power within him, one that would communicate and emerge during life-threatening moments, compelling him to commit actions he would never have contemplated, actions that defied morality. This was evident during his encounter in the Baiqi-Tomb, as well as in his dealings with Jiying. Although the underworld deity had been a mere corpse at that time, and the heart had not undergone any cooking, it presumably retained a semblance of power. Perhaps this was the essence of devouring. Chapter 299. Opening the coffin. Chunji had gleaned a wealth of information from these recipes, yet for others, these writings were merely incomprehensible symbols. Thus, while he immersed himself in the text, the others were drawn to the coffin nestled within the colossal stone. Upon closer inspection, the grand coffin revealed itself in all its details, leaving nothing concealed. Indeed, it was a substantial wooden construct, crafted from thick materials, with a simple, unadorned design devoid of any embellishments or carvings. However, rather than a traditional coffin, it resembled a vast wooden box. Shenji was already familiar with the notion that the practices surrounding coffins and burial customs had evolved over time. Humanity, faced with the brevity of life, often fantasizes about the continuation of existence beyond death, placing great importance on the rituals and forms surrounding death, as well as imposing numerous aesthetic demands upon coffins. The coffin is designed to be wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with both ends slightly raised. In ancient times, the people revered their deities, and during burial, they did not place much emphasis on the decorative aspects or shapes of coffins. Most so-called coffins were crafted from stone or wood, and the one before us is a massive wooden box. This wood is thick and sturdy, devoid of any decay or insect damage on its surface, and it appears remarkably new, likely possessing some preservative qualities. However, the wood is exceedingly ancient, rendering its original type indiscernible. Most importantly, the edges of this wooden box have begun to curl slightly, a common occurrence when wood is subjected to a humid environment. It seems that this coffin lacks any nails or reinforcements, suggesting that the occupant of this tomb never harbored fears of grave robbers. Such a coffin could be nudged gently, and the contents within would likely be revealed. "Enough staring. Let us get to work," exclaimed Fat Wei, who was always the quickest to take action in such moments. He set down his large tool bag and gave a nudge to Lu Baobao, who was lost in a stupor, fixated on the coffin. Lu Baobao had been standing there, his eyes glued to the coffin, his hands trembling and his body shaking. After being nudged, he still hesitated to reach out. "Come on, is your performance really this poor?" Fat Wei chuckled. "You keep talking about this demigod bloodline as if it's nothing. Yet you're so timid now when it comes to digging for the tongue of a deity. If you're going to act, you must commit fully. Your current demeanor is giving you away." Lu Baobao, seemingly taken aback by Fat Wei's directness, trembled and was momentarily at a loss for words. "All right," Fat Wei laughed, pushing Lu Baobao aside. "Since you're so agitated, just stand over there for now. We can discuss your concerns later. I want to see what our ancient culinary deity looks like." With that, Fat Wei placed his hands on the edge of the wooden box and, without hesitation, pushed upward. The coffin lid was immediately raised. With a forceful heave, accompanied by a resounding thud, the heavy wooden cover swiftly toppled to the side and rested against the ground. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden light burst forth from within the coffin, revealing all its contents. What lay before them was a large expanse of shimmering golden fabric, covering the interior of the coffin entirely. Shenji had previously encountered woven gold silk, which was used for inscribing significant texts, crafted from dense materials. However, the golden fabric before them was lighter and more dignified, radiating a captivating brilliance that ensnared the gaze. This rare golden silk, rather than serving as a medium for writing, was intended to drape over a corpse. Beneath this luxurious burial cloth, one could discern the faint outline of a towering figure, approximately 4 meters in height. "Pengzu," Chunji silently intoned, gently brushing his hand against the resplendent fabric. "The weaving prowess of that golden fabric is utterly unparalleled, as it is spun from pure gold, yet possesses a softness akin to that of white clouds, devoid of any sense of incongruity. At last, we have encountered the true essence of the matter. Let us unveil the reality of Lushan." Fat Wei interjected, turning to Lu Baobao. "What do you think, great gourmet? Will you take the initiative, or shall we assist you? After all, this is your ancestral legacy. It seems rather impolite for us to intervene, does it not? Furthermore, is this not the divine delicacy you seek? According to your own words, this is your objective. What is there to hesitate about? Proceed." After his declaration, Fat Wei stepped back, graciously offering the prime position to Lu Baobao, urging him to seize the golden fabric. Fat Wei's reasoning was sound, given the circumstances. It was indeed a matter for Lu Baobao to handle personally. However, Lu Baobao exhibited clear hesitation. Trembling, he placed his hand upon the golden shroud, cautiously lifting a corner. Yet, before he could glimpse the body within, an overwhelming tremor seized him, prompting him to step back, addressing Fat Wei. "Perhaps you should take over. I cannot bear to see it, nor can I bring myself to act." "Huh, look at you, resembling a frightened little bear. You hardly embody the spirit of a demigod." Fat Wei found Lu Baobao exceedingly amusing and chuckled at him. Then, stepping forward, He grasped the resplendent shroud without a moment's hesitation and lifted it. With a flourish, a cascade of golden light erupted as the entire expanse of the fabric was unveiled, revealing everything beneath it. Previously, Chunji had envisioned countless times what Peng Zhu's corpse might resemble, contemplating whether it would be a desiccated cadaver or merely a collection of stark bones. Yet, he had never anticipated that beneath the coffin lay a remarkably vibrant male figure. Beneath that golden shroud was not a withered, decayed ancient corpse, but rather a robust man. Standing over 4 meters tall, his limbs mirroring the structure of a human's, flesh still supple and fresh, as though he had merely drifted into slumber moments ago. From a physiological standpoint, this man's proportions were flawless, reminiscent of the unique traits of divine beings. Though strikingly similar to humans, he unmistakably represented a higher echelon of existence. His forehead was slightly prominent, resembling the legendary Shou Xing, bald yet adorned with a long beard that cascaded down his chest, each strand shimmering. His eyebrows were thick, his nose straight, and his mouth wide, with sharply defined facial features that exuded resilience, his eyes firmly shut, encapsulating a demeanor of unwavering loyalty and tenacity. His mouth was agape, clenching a scroll within, as if it contained all the secrets he had ever known. The scroll was fashioned from white jade, bordered with pure gold, wrapped in a delicate layer of gilded paper, yet marred by conspicuous splatters of blood, strikingly vivid. Upon witnessing the corpse of the giant, Lu Baobao was gripped by an overwhelming terror, rendering him utterly paralyzed. For reasons unknown, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a resounding thud. Supporting himself with one hand against the coffin, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, his sorrow and anguish akin to that of a sinner burdened by grave transgressions, rendering him speechless in his agitation. All present could see that Lu Baobao's state rendered him incapable of retrieving the scroll for them. It seemed they would have to act on their own accord. Chunji reached into the coffin, grasping the scroll, which the corpse had clutched tightly in its mouth. Imbued with a profound obsession, to wrest it away by sheer force risked damaging the skull. Instead, Chunji employed a more delicate approach, gently maneuvering until he successfully extracted the scroll intact from the corpse's jaws. The scroll was wrapped in a complete tapestry of golden silk, encased in a thick layer of fabric. Upon unfurling it, he found it inscribed with numerous characters, pinned in a special ink that glimmered green against the shimmering silk. The writing was composed in an ancient script, meticulously crafted with flowing strokes, though the complexity of the language posed challenges in comprehension. Chunji first surveyed the text as a whole, before gradually translating its meaning into a form accessible to humanity. From a general interpretation, it appeared to be a testament penned by Peng Zhu himself. This so-called testament resembled more of an autobiography, objectively recounting his experiences while interspersing his own perspectives. The modern translation of its essence could be summarized as follows. I am a person of modest disposition, though of divine lineage. I possess no martial prowess. Naturally disinclined towards conflict, I find joy in wandering the mountains and observing the fauna and flora. Graced by the favor of the emperor, I offered him my humble fare, receiving land and titles in return, and my descendants thrived under his benevolence, enjoying the splendor of the mortal realm. While I harbor no desire for such worldly power, I cannot neglect the profound kindness bestowed upon me by the sovereign. After the king's demise, I remained on earth, continuing to assist successive emperors through 5 dynasties, unwavering in my loyalty and never once daring to falter. I am acutely aware that the divine right of kings is ordained by celestial law. With the divine above and mortals below, no one dares to defy this order. Each generation of monarchs serves the divine mandate, marrying into the divine lineage and ruling over all beings, leaving no room for doubt. However, following the eternal slumber of the divine emperor, neglecting the affairs of the world, the nine-tailed fox clan seized control of the court, plunging the realm into turmoil. The foxes, by nature extravagant and indulgent, often bullied our monarch, and the people dared not voice their indignation. Our sovereign, Emperor Xian, King Zhou of Shang, was a paragon of excellence, youthful and ambitious. Though he aspired to achieve greatness, he was perpetually hindered by the machinations of the nine-tailed fox, suffering humiliation in silence, his heart heavy with resentment. The emperor had a favored concubine, the daughter of the duke, a man of great wisdom and moral integrity, deeply respected by the populace. His daughter, possessing an inherently virtuous and harmonious character, stood as a paragon among women. My sovereign, deeply enamored, cherished her profoundly. Yet, at the time of her pregnancy, the Su clan callously disemboweled her, brutally slaughtering her on the ground and consuming her flesh. My sovereign wept bitterly, powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this atrocity, the lords of the realm were filled with righteous indignation, and the common folk harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Su clan. Henceforth, my sovereign resolved to seek an opportunity, to find a loyal and valiant individual who could present a proposal before the divine emperor, aimed at annihilating the nine-tailed fox clan to restore the integrity of the court. One day, the Duke of the West, Ji Chong, came to pay his respects. Ji Chong, the ruler of the Western Qi, was reputed to be a man of virtue and integrity, gentle in disposition, yet somewhat simple-minded, often exploited by others without his awareness. When he met with the Su clan, he was parched as if set ablaze, yet failed to instruct his servants to pour water, succumbing to thirst and fainting. During archery practice, he frequently struck his own hand, his actions clumsy and inept. The Su clan, aware of the court's affairs, found Ji Chong utterly incapable of responding. Enraged, the nine-tailed fox deemed him unworthy of kingship, ordering him to remain in Chaoga to study the rights and laws, lest they vent their wrath upon the Western Qi. Thus, the Duke of the West was confined in Chaoga for an extended period. During this time, due to his meek and timid nature, he was defenseless against people, unaware of etiquette and oblivious to the status of his visitors. Gradually, he lost the respect due to a lord, often becoming the subject of mockery, treated as if he were a simpleton. 2 years later, the heir of Western Qi, Bo Yikao, arrived in Chaoga with lavish offerings to pay homage to the nine-tailed fox. The Su clan. Bo Yikao, the legitimate eldest son of Ji Chong, born of a Fox clan woman, was particularly close to the Su clan. He was handsome, eloquent, and skilled in music and dance to please his aunt, presenting the 3 treasures of Western Qi: the 7-sense carriage, the sober mat, and the white-faced monkey, all rare treasures. The nine-tailed fox was greatly pleased, permitting him to take his father back and ordering that upon their return to Western Qi, Bo Yikao should immediately ascend to the throne, preventing Ji Chong from further endangering the realm. Thus, Bo Yikao intended to escort his father away from Chaoga. On the eve of their departure, my sovereign, Emperor Xian, secretly summoned Ji Chong. Before the meeting, I advised my king, having heard that Ji Chong was a dull-witted man, albeit honest and kind-hearted, but ineffectual. Moreover, his eldest son was closely associated with the Fox clan, and I urged my king to reconsider. However, my sovereign argued that while Ji Chong possessed a gentle heart, he was pure of spirit and not one to be easily manipulated. Now that Chaoga was completely under the control of the Su clan, with ears and eyes everywhere, who else could be trusted? Furthermore, the divine emperor's resting place was known only to his great-grandson, Shengongzi, who served him day and night. It would be prudent to keep Bo Yikao temporarily in the palace under the pretext of listening to the music, and to pass a blood-written letter into Ji Chang's hands for him to deliver to Shengongzi, imploring the divine emperor to hear our grievances and thereby meet him. Would that not be splendid? I found this reasoning sound and complied with my sovereign's strategy. That night, under the pretext of desiring to hear the sound of the lute, my sovereign summoned Bo Yikao into the palace, retaining him there while secretly meeting with Ji Chong. My sovereign lamented the suffering endured and personally drafted a blood letter, requesting Ji Chong to deliver it to Shengongzi, beseeching the divine emperor to issue a decree to eradicate the nine-tailed fox clan, thereby restoring peace to the realm. Ji Chong, indeed a simple-hearted man, immediately consented. He pledged to serve my sovereign with utmost diligence. However, he expressed concerns about his humble status, frailty, and slow movements, fearing he might falter in the tasks of climbing mountains or crossing rivers. Yet, he was willing to recommend another to undertake the mission, ensuring that the task would not be disgraced. This individual is none other than the great-grandson of the divine emperor, Jiangshang. Chapter 301, The Testament, Part 2. The subsequent passages revolve around the characterization of Jiangshang. It primarily depicts the unwavering trust that Duke Ji Chong of Shibuo places in Jiangshang, regarding him as a confidant in matters of life and death. Additionally, it illustrates Peng Zhu's detached observation of the political landscape at the time and his personal views on Jiangshang. Jiangshang, the great-grandson of the divine emperor, hails from illustrious parentage, possessing noble blood. His innate talents are remarkable. He adeptly wields the power of spiritual stones to manipulate the celestial energies and alter the fates of mortals with great finesse. Thus, he was appointed by the divine emperor to govern the realm's spiritual stones. His status is exceedingly high, rendering ordinary deities hesitant to compare themselves with him. Even the nine-tailed fox clan dares not provoke him. However, due to his immense power, he is inherently obstinate and harbors grand ambitions, unwilling to remain in subservience for long. He spends his days ensconced in the trappings of authority, often lamenting the state of the world, and despite being the grandson of the divine emperor, a scion of nobility, he cannot manipulate the weighty matters of the realm. Within the city of Chaoga, regardless of social standing, no one dares to rival him. Whenever he ventures out, he is accompanied by luxurious carriages and fine steeds, with throngs of attendants, allowing the populace to behold his exalted power and privilege. After Duke Jichong found himself trapped within Chaoga, he was subjected to mockery, as no one dared to show him respect or fear. Jiang Shang, amused by the situation, took it upon himself to ridicule Jichong, but eventually grew fond of his simple and loyal demeanor, visiting him daily for amusement and referring to him as a friend. When Duke Jichong recommended Jiang Shang to our king, the king was initially reluctant and wished to decline. However, the duke insisted, stating, "This man is my closest friend, and I trust him more than my own sons. I am but a common human. How could the true great-grandson of the Shun family easily meet with me? That would surely complicate matters." Yet Jiang Zia is different. He is a childhood friend of Shun Gongbao, and their rapport will facilitate this endeavor. In these tumultuous times, with the nine-tailed fox clan causing national upheaval and everyone living in fear, it is imperative to select someone of noble lineage to gain the trust of the divine emperor. The two great-grandsons of the divine emperor can convey the message to him, surely securing an edict that will alleviate the prince's peril. There is no other recourse. Upon hearing Ji Chang's reasoning, our king found it compelling and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the king sought to extend Duke Ji Chang's deadline for returning home, keeping Bo Yikao within the palace to prevent him from sending word. Simultaneously, he discreetly dispatched Jiang Zia with a blood letter to seek out Shen Gong and implore the divine emperor for guidance, eagerly awaiting his return. Jiang Zia did not disappoint. After several months, he returned bearing the divine emperor's decree, which he presented to our king. Upon reading the edict, our king was overjoyed, exclaiming as he patted my shoulder, "From this moment forth, peace shall reign across the realm. The nine-tailed fox clan will surely bring about their own demise. Victory is assured." Thereafter, Jiang Zia proffered a strategy. "Your Majesty may feign a request for me to escort Duke Jichong back to Xiqi, while leaving the heir, Jiang Bo Yikao, behind and entrusting me with the military token. Once we are safely away, I can rally the lords of the realm under the divine emperor's command to launch an offensive against the nine-tailed fox clan. With an internal and external alliance, peace can finally be restored. Moreover, since the heir Bo Yikao is closely related to the nine-tailed fox clan, it would be prudent to keep him under the prince's watch for the time being." Upon hearing this, I Wang was filled with joy and decided to act upon the plan. The following day, I issued a decree ordering Jiang Shang to escort the Western Duke back to Xiqi, while secretly sending the military token and blood letter to Jiang Zia. The nine-tailed fox, unaware of the scheme, consented. Yet, a day later, an unforeseen calamity struck. The eldest son of Duke Jichong, Bo Yikao, suddenly perished, his body mangled and incomplete, as if it had been gruesomely devoured. Enraged, the nine-tailed fox commanded a search for the murderer within the palace, but to no avail, leading to growing suspicion towards me. Fearing retribution from the fox, I was tormented day and night, anxiously awaiting Jiang Zia's return. Even with the divine edict from the emperor, I dared not declare it lightly. Unexpectedly, news arrived days later that Duke Jichong had met his demise en route. His body was transported back to Xiqi, and the bearer of the corpse was none other than Jiang Shang. Upon entering the city, Jiang Shang wept aloud, denouncing the current court's incompetence and the barbarity of the nine-tailed fox clan, accusing them of coercing Duke Jichong to consume his own child, a heinous act devoid of conscience. Meanwhile, I, indifferent to the lives of the feudal lords, was solely focused on self-preservation. The people of Xiqi, upon hearing this, were filled with righteous fury, mourning loudly by the coffin. Ji Chang's illegitimate son, GFA, enraged, swore vengeance, determined to sever the pillars of power with his sword. Consequently, The hearts of the realm united, and various lords dispatched troops to support GFA, proclaiming him king under the divine mandate, ready to besiege Chaoga at any moment. Aware that I had fallen into a trap, I wept bitterly. I lamented that Jiang Zia was indeed a treacherous and cunning individual, conspiring with Ji Chong and his illegitimate son, GFA, to usurp authority, a true beast among men. Yet, the tide had turned, and my fate was sealed. With no recourse for grievances, I could only bear the infamy in silence. However, possessing the Emperor's edict, my heart resisted surrender, awaiting a future opportunity. I subsequently summoned Baigan, the chieftain of the Feng clan, into my tent and recounted my plight, seeking his counsel. Baigan, loyal and devoted, offered his heart to be sacrificed and cooked for me to consume. As I faced my demise, I declared that as long as I held this death certificate, even if GFA were to reign for 1,000 generations, he would remain merely a usurper. Shenji read these words repeatedly, the content igniting a frenzy in his mind. The information was overwhelmingly vast and entirely overturned their previous notions regarding King Wu's campaign against Zhou. Yet, what Bai Fengxian had articulated was now undeniably accurate. Evidently, in that era, King Zhou of Shang was not the tyrant he was portrayed to be. The nine-tailed fox had not descended into madness, compelling Duke Ji Chong to consume his own son. And neither Jiang Shang nor GFA were as virtuous as the legend suggested. The death certificate. Chunji silently gazed at the final line of the text. Realizing that the Emperor's edict remained firmly in the grasp of King Zhou of Shang, DXine. This was the very thing he clung to until his last breath. This evidence in his possession could affirm his legitimacy. It was likely what Jiang Shang and GFA desperately sought after. They murdered Baigan's descendants and frantically searched for his tomb, all in pursuit of this edict. But what did the edict contain? Was it merely to validate the sovereign legitimacy of King Zhou of Shang, DXine? It should not be so simple. Moreover, Baigan. Upon recalling this name, Shenji instinctively cast his gaze once more towards that particular phrase. The Feng clan's Baigan. It appears that this individual named Baigan is not merely a figure of history. He is indeed the leader of the Feng clan, the most formidable among them. How enlightening this is. At last, Chunji has managed to connect the renowned loyal minister from history with those possessing elongated eyes. In the annals of legend, Baigan has perpetually existed as the royal uncle, valiant and skilled in battle, sharing an intimate bond with King Zhou of Shang, DXine. In an era where gods and mortals coexisted, many royal families bore divine bloodlines. Thus, it is entirely plausible that even King Zhou, through his ties to Baigan of the Feng clan, addressed him as royal uncle. However, the significance of these bloodline connections pales in comparison to the true essence of this Baigan from the Feng clan, whose loyalty and gallantry are indeed remarkable. He remarkably severed his own heart, offering it to the god of cooking, to be consumed by King Zhou. Subsequently, it was the descendants of the Feng clan who safeguarded the tomb of the god of cooking, dedicated to preserving this ancient secret. Those perplexing matters have now coherently aligned, akin to beads scattered across the ground. The figures of King Zhou, the god of cooking, Baigan, and the Feng clan, long buried in the annals of history, now vividly emerge before Chenji, as if recounting a distant tale, a secret concealed for 5 millennia, entwined with betrayal. If we deduce from this state, it appears that the valiant Feng clan has indeed persisted since that era. They have adopted an exceedingly low profile, remaining hidden somewhere in this world, silently observing the unfolding of events around them. They have witnessed the actions of the Western Qi and the Shadow sect over millennia while maintaining their distance, remaining reticent. Yet, they are not idle. They have subtly influenced events, manipulating every thread, quietly anticipating what is to come. As for the role of the Feng clan, it may mirror that of the samurai of Western Qi, steadfast and unwavering. They continue to execute the commands of the inaugural leader and King Zhou of Shang. But what precisely are these commands? Only they hold the answer. A new question arises, after King Zhou of Shang, DXine, realized he had been deceived. He held the imperial edict in a fit of rage, vowing vengeance. Yet, why did he choose to consume the heart of the Feng clan's leader? According to the ancient culinary descriptions, there exists a principle of ascendance through consumption. By properly preparing the heart of a deity, one could acquire their powers. Did King Zhou, in consuming the heart of the Feng clan, seek to gain their strength? What power was he after? Upon deeper contemplation, This issue becomes somewhat unsettling. At that moment, the sound of Lu Baobao's weeping interrupted Chunji's thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Baobao had been silently sobbing for quite some time. And now he was unable to restrain himself, bursting into inconsolable tears. His sorrow was palpable, as his tear-filled eyes remained fixated on the lifeless body within the coffin. It was only then that Chunji observed the transformation occurring in the corpse. Once it had been vibrant, but after the removal of the scroll from its mouth, it began to wither. The formerly supple flesh had grown desiccated and blackened, and in the span of a short while, it had morphed into a decrepit cadaver. The entire body appeared shriveled, resembling charcoal, with its mouth agape, revealing a long, thick tongue. This tongue, a deep purplish hue, bore an impressive girth, akin to a lump of solidified paste. It too exhibited a natural coating, reminiscent of Lu Baobao's, yet the patterns upon it were far more intricate and exquisite, with crystalline formations shimmering atop, clearly indicative of a treasure rich in essence. "Why are you crying so earnestly at your age?" Peng Wei exclaimed, as the sound of Lu Baobao's cries sent shivers down his spine. He wrapped his arms around himself, trembling as he said, in the dead of night, "Weeping like this is truly frightful, don't you think? Your voice is particularly grating, akin to a chicken being strangled, more terrifying than a ghost. Isn't this precisely the divine tongue you seek? The very object of your desire has manifested, so why not seize it? Why all the tears? Are you no longer inclined to continue this charade with us? Have you revealed your true self so soon? How do you know I am acting?" Lu Baobao questioned through his tears, covering his face with his hands. "Please, with the little substance you possess, who could possibly be deceived?" Peng Wei found Lu Baobao quite amusing. "Let me tell you, we have seen far more skilled performers than you. This is the first time I have witnessed such poor acting. It is evident from the very first encounter that you were putting on a fade. You claim not to regard the blood of demigods with seriousness, yet along this journey, not a single unreliable word has escaped your lips. How do you intend to tease us? You want to even make a casual oath. Deep down, you still consider yourself a demigod. At your core, you most cherish your divine lineage. I have encountered many like you. If you wish to deceive, you must first practice your expressions. Have you watched The King of Comedy? Familiarize yourself with the actor's personal cultivation." With that, Peng Wei nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothes. At this moment, Chunji turned his gaze towards Lu Baobao, his expression instantly transforming into one of grave seriousness. "Now, it is your turn to speak. As the chubby one mentioned, since the moment you encountered us, you have spun numerous lies. I sent Xian Niao to seek the culinary deity, yet she has always maintained a strict silence. I shall employ this dark sorcery of locating individuals through objects. She has never divulged it to anyone outside. Upon meeting me, you presented the jade tablet and requested that I utilize this dark sorcery to find the divine tomb. This indicates that you were already aware of my capabilities, that you knew of my mastery of this dark art. Besides those close to me, only the members of the Shadow Division could possess such knowledge. It seems you are not merely an ordinary demigod, nor are you the uninterested individual in demigods that you claim to be. Speak. What is it that you wish to achieve by bringing us here? Who is the puppet master behind you?" Lu Baobao's tears cascaded down, and he responded with a voice choked with emotion, "You are the good ones. I am the one who has wronged you. But what does it matter? I am but a soulless being." Laughter erupted from Lu Baobao, a chilling sound that echoed ominously. He opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, a mass of viscous black liquid, reeking of sulfur, erupted forth. Chapter 303. An old friend. Lu Baobao expelled the sludge in great heaves, clearly in excruciating pain, his body unable to withstand such intense torment. His eyes were bloodshot, and his form hunched over. Yet, the volume of the sludge was immense, and with a pungent sulfurous odor, it rapidly coalesced on the ground, forming into a human shape. Eventually, a shadowy figure emerged from the sludge, shaking off the black cloak as it stood before Chunji and the others. This figure was all too familiar to them, once a nightmare in Chunji's heart. Now, although the face remained the same, still cloaked in darkness, its form appeared frail, as if it lacked something vital within. The pallor of its complexion was ghostly, akin to that of a corpse, with cold, sinister eyes. A large, circular totem on its forehead oozed blood, casting a gruesome reflection in its oversized eyes. It fixed its eerie, penetrating gaze upon Chunji and, with a slight curl of its lips, uttered, "It has been a long time. Clan Leader Chun, how have you been?" Chun-Ji felt a stir within his heart. Standing before him was none other than the former leader of the Shadow Division, the son of Fengdu. Yemo. The Shadow Division was ancient, having stood in opposition to the organization for millennia, and in their battles, the organization had lost many valiant warriors and true friends. Jiang is one among them, and Mu He as well. Chun-Ji scrutinized the familiar visage. Ever since their encounter in the netherworld, he had not laid eyes on Yemo again. At that time, Chun-Ji had exerted considerable effort to overcome this son of the god of death. His father had devised an astonishing formula, employing human science to exponentially amplify the power of the fierce incantation in Chun-Ji's grasp. Once the incantation reached an infinite magnitude, Chun-Ji meticulously crafted a formidable barrier beneath Yemo's feet, tightly ensnaring him. It was then that Chun-Ji found the opportunity to wield the divine whip and ultimately vanquish him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Queen of the Underworld, Yemo would likely have succumbed to a second strike. Thus, while Yemo's presence still exuded grandeur, Chun-Ji no longer harbored the same trepidation towards him. It was evident that Yemo had survived, and the wounds from that fateful strike had healed. Yet, inexplicably, Chun-Ji sensed a lingering frailty, not in his aura or abilities, but rather in his corporeal form. As if something vital had been irrevocably lost. "I am well," Chun-Ji remarked with a smile, gesturing for the nearby Pang Wei and Gui Dao to relax. He then stepped back a few paces, casually seated himself on the stone platform beside the coffin, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "And you? How have you been? Since our parting in Fengdu, I imagine you must have missed me dearly. I have long wished to ask you, what was it like to endure the lash? Was it painful?" "Let us not dwell on that whip," Yemo replied, a grin stretching almost to his ears. "We both know whose possession it truly was. It is not a matter of honor. That object was never meant to belong to your Jiang clan. Not only that whip, but even the curse capable of slaying gods was not rightfully yours. Without these two elements, how would you dare to stand before me? However, these matters are of little consequence now. The past is behind us. I wish to inquire about that old fellow Jiang Zia. I trust you are aware of his recent actions?" Upon hearing Yemo's words, Chun-Ji felt a surge of anxiety, akin to a sudden blow to the head. He found himself grappling with emotions he could scarcely comprehend. Though Jiang Zia was a figure from a distant past, it was evident to all that attributing the transgressions of that ancient man to Chun-Ji was rather far-fetched. Yet, Chun-Ji felt an inexplicable connection to Jiang Zia, as if the repercussions of the latter's actions were inescapably tied to his own fate. The sins he had committed were burdens that Chun-Ji must bear, even to the point of penance. Enough of this. Yemo's voice was hoarse and despondent, evoking the sensation of a soul torn asunder. "We are both not of noble birth. This is our destiny. Just as you have said, I have never truly been a god of death. Reflecting on that title now brings a certain absurdity, does it not? I was never my father's favored son. Thus, why must we delve into the past of our ancestors?" Yama, upon uttering this, lifted his magnificent, radiant eyes to cast a glance at Chun-Ji. "However, I wish to discuss the character of Jiang Zia, whom I know to be rather disreputable. I recall that in my youth, I seldom saw my father, for he was exceedingly ancient. Yet, I understood that he harbored a profound disdain for me, a visceral loathing. I am aware that on several occasions, he contemplated devouring me whole. Yet, even the most callous of beings refrain from consuming their own progeny, as do the divine. Thus, he resorted to slaying my mother, tearing her limbs as I stood witness. I shall never forget the look in her eyes in her final moments. Now, reflecting upon it, Chief Chun, my mother's eyes bore a striking resemblance to that woman, the one you consigned to the underworld, the proud and ruthless daughter." After Yama finished speaking, his eyes flickered, seemingly recalling distant memories. "I have lived long enough to forget many things, yet every word my father uttered remains etched in my mind. He once proclaimed that both my mother and I were descendants of thieves. Our very presence disgusted him. We had transgressed against the heavenly order and were destined for punishment. Yet now, the great lord of the underworld lies dead, and I still live. So, I ask you, does this heavenly order truly exist? The matters of heaven are beyond our perception," Chun-Ji replied coldly, lowering his head. "Those events are far removed from my concerns. Yet you assert that Jiang Zia is a thief, while the world hails him as a divine being, a savior of humanity. Each perspective is colored by its own biases, and we possess no first-hand witness or conclusive evidence regarding those times. Hence, I refrain from commenting further. And from what position do you speak? Yama suddenly curved his lips into a sly smile, a spectral grin. Qinji, you have indeed lingered too long in human society, forgetting your true nature. Do not forget. You are not human. You are of divine lineage. You are not merely a descendant of Jiangxia, but also of the divine Emperor Fuxi. Has no one informed you? You bear a striking resemblance to the divine emperor, and when your eyes change color, they mirror his precisely. Until the day you draw your last breath, you shall remain a scion of the gods. Chapter 304. The most humble of sons. Upon hearing Yama's words, Qinji fell into a profound contemplation. A myriad of images flooding his mind. He envisioned the murals within the tomb of Nuwa, depicting the visage of Fuxi. Indeed, his eyes were a mesmerizing shade of purple, intoxicatingly vivid. Although the murals obscured the clarity of his features, it is indeed plausible that Qinji resembles Fuxi. And what of you? Qinji abruptly lifted his gaze to scrutinize Yama. What I wish to inquire is about you. You have taken such a convoluted route, employing puppet techniques to inhabit this demigod's form. Is this all simply to meet me? Yama, let us be forthright. What is your true intention? Do you merely wish to know what the god of cooking had to say? I do not recall your curiosity being this profound. Upon hearing Qinji's inquiry, Yama slowly closed his large, expressive eyes. Unlike Qinji and the ordinary deities, he was remarkably close to the divine. An aura devoid of human essence enveloped him. His form flickered in and out of solidity, exuding a chilling coldness that rendered him utterly devoid of human traits. His countenance gradually turned icy, emanating an unsettling, otherworldly chill. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lu Baobao, whose body convulsed violently from the expulsion of mud. Lu Baobao lay incapacitated, his face frozen in a mask of horror as his body trembled uncontrollably. He had evidently fallen victim to the puppet technique of Fengdu, a fate akin to that of Fat Wei's cousin, Hao Ning. Stripped of autonomy, both body and soul had been transformed into mere puppets. Is this creature to be regarded as a demigod? How utterly inaccurate! Yama remarked, his eyes coldly scrutinizing Lu Baobao, a hint of derision etched upon his face. He likely lacks the dignity to acknowledge his own lineage. In terms of heritage, he may be superior to us, being a legitimate son. Oh, the wretched distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is truly repulsive. Yet, what does it matter if he is a legitimate heir? He possesses no abilities whatsoever, remains oblivious to his ancestry, and bears an aura indistinguishable from that of a commoner. By the time he sought me out, his family had been reduced to utter destitution. Back then, he was merely a child, burdened with a mother suffering from anorexia, on the brink of death. How foolish of him to beseech me, the Grim Reaper, for his mother's salvation. How amusing. So you granted him a glimmer of hope, promising to revive those teetering on the brink of death, did you? In exchange for his soul? Qinji observed Yamo, his voice icy. Indeed. Yamo replied with an alluring, sinister smile, casting a fleeting glance at Fat Wei. I deceived him, just as I deceive this foolish human. Humans are peculiar creatures. Despite their fleeting existence, they cling tenaciously to life. They are also obsessed with the notion of familial bonds, willing to forsake even their souls for the sake of kinship. Truly foolish, and yet, so entertaining, haha. In a fit of rage, Fat Wei erupted, brandishing a large cleaver and charging at Yamo in a desperate bid for vengeance. However, before he could take a single step, he was forcefully repelled, crashing several meters away, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. Ah, Qinji, you have bestowed these humans with an abundance of misplaced confidence, Yamo remarked, gently shaking his finger at Qinji. They dare entertain such ludicrous notions, challenging me. You ought to enlighten them about the vast chasm of power that exists within the realm of the divine. Even you, without that whip, without that damned god-slaying incantation, would stand no chance against me. Qinji remained silent, absorbing Yamo's words. He turned his head to glance at Fat Wei, who had been thrown far away and severely shaken. Had it not been for his work uniform, he might have suffered broken bones. Qinji nodded at Gui Dao, instructing him to attend to Fat Wei. Gui Dao had been poised with his long knife drawn since earlier, and upon receiving Qinji's command, he cast a cold glance at Yamo, his face devoid of fear. He then nodded and proceeded to care for Fat Wei. At that moment, Yamo adjusted his long robe and casually lifted Lu Baobao from the ground as if he were merely picking up an object, discarding him aside. He then, like Qinji, sat on the opposite side of the stone platform, his black robe trailing on the ground, a chilling wind swirling around him. Oh, the former clan leader of the West Qi. Oh, right, he is your great-uncle. Truly a heartless individual. At times, I even feel he is more callous than I am. Yamo observed the collapsed Lu Baobao with a peculiar interest. When this child first appeared before me, he was merely 6 or 7 years old, emaciated and resembling a monkey. Clinging to life, he bore his ailing mother. He claimed to know he was of divine descent, yet beyond that, he possessed no knowledge. He sought refuge in West Qi, unaware of the origin of his bloodline. Both he and his mother exuded an aura akin to that of humans, and due to his tender age, he had not even developed a proper tongue, rendering him powerless. Thus, your great-uncle, the lofty clan leader of the Jiang family, deemed them unworthy of even a glance and dismissed them without hesitation. Left with no choice, he sold the jade token he held, which ultimately led me to encounter him. He confided that his family had always lived in poverty, yet adhered to ancestral teachings, no matter how dire their circumstances. They were strictly forbidden from revealing or selling the token. If survival became impossible, they were to take it with them to the flames. It appears they have guarded this secret for quite some time. In truth, by the time he sold me that token and his soul, his mother had long since passed. I, adhering to human customs, arranged a respectable funeral for her. What do you think? Compared to your great-uncle and your esteemed West Qi, I might be the more benevolent one, wouldn't you agree? You may have harbored some misunderstandings. Chunji continued to regard Yamo with icy indifference. If you were mistaken before, allow me to clarify now. West Qi is not a realm of light and compassion, nor does it embody justice. Perhaps the deities perceive humans as inherently fragile. Yet, some within West Qi may be even more ruthless than you, the harbinger of death. Take our new leader, for instance. He seldom exhibits mercy. I assure you, when the opportunity arises to tear you apart, he will not even blink. So let us cease these sardonic remarks, akin to a bitter woman. Yamo, I shall ask you one final time. What is your purpose in seeking me? Are you here to propose a collaboration? Chapter 305. Collaboration. A chuckle escaped from Yamo after hearing Chunji's words, and he could not help but laugh heartily, his laughter echoing through the air as he grinned widely, resembling a clown whose makeup had been applied incorrectly. You have truly transformed, Chief Chen. I find this new version of you rather appealing. You are increasingly reminiscent of our divine kin, swift, resolute, and incisive, unlike humans, who are often plagued by overthinking and timidity. How does it feel to possess such power? To tower above and witness the trembling of mortals beneath your feet? Do you not find a certain pleasure in this dominion over the masses? As Yamo uttered these words, his large eyes bored down on Chunji, slowly closing the distance between them. In an instant, the vast and ominous aura of death enveloped him, as if it could consume Chunji whole. Yet, Chunji remained motionless, seated in tranquil composure, his inner self undisturbed. In fact, he felt a certain lethargy towards moving. Yamo, you have invested considerable effort to establish this scenario. It cannot be devoid of meaning, for such is not your customary manner. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, Chunji continued, his gaze sweeping over Yamo's form, you must still bear wounds upon your body, correct? It is no simple feat to injure the son of Fengdu. I surmise your esteemed mother in Fengdu is rather difficult to deal with, is she not? Upon hearing these words, Yamo's large eyes immediately flared with intensity, and in that fleeting moment, dark flames erupted from his being. However, before they could coalesce, they swiftly extinguished. Clever indeed, Chief Chen, Yamo rasped, his laughter reminiscent of heavy metal scraping against sand. As you mentioned, no matter how close I approach, I can never truly be one of them. The title of new underworld god now seems utterly absurd. Fengdu has found its true master. Every inch of soil acknowledges the presence of its sovereign. Those flames no longer heed my command. Yet, I am not here to lament my plight. As you rightly stated, I have come seeking your collaboration. The foundation of this partnership shall rest upon this secret. Yamo gestured towards the scroll in Chunji's hand. This secret has been concealed for far too long. Whether it be schemes or grievances, it is time to unveil them. My greatest aversion lies in being a pawn, manipulated by others. Hence, I have resorted to puppetry to control others, deluding myself into believing I am the master. But have you ever considered that we might all be mere pieces on this chessboard? You, I, Baoping, all those from the past of Xiqi and the Dark Division, including the fiercely proud woman dispatched to the underworld. Everyone is a pawn. As Yamo spoke, his eyes nearly pressed against Chunji's face. the proximity creating an almost suffocating chill in the air. Chief Qin, I have yet another secret to share with you. Have you ever pondered why, as the grandson of Jiang Ziya, I harbor such intense hatred towards him, such animosity towards the West Qi? Is it not because he sent your mother away for a political marriage? Do you believe that your mother's demise is Jiang Ziya's fault? Chen Ji did not shy away from Yamo's gaze and replied with calmness. Indeed, a political marriage. To send a weak and helpless woman into the dark and eerie realm of Fengdu, the city of ghosts, is truly reprehensible. Yet what incites my fury is not merely this. Yamo trembled violently as he spoke, vibrant blood oozing from the circular totem on his forehead, his rage palpable enough to ignite the very ground beneath him. The image of my mother's tragic death before my eyes is one I shall never forget. After they tore her limbs asunder, her body was confined within a cage and cast out of Fengdu. Since then, I have lived in perpetual fear, constantly accompanied by death, darkness. Darkness, an endless abyss of blackness. In Fengdu, there is no sunlight, vision is futile, and emotions are of no consequence. Gradually, I became accustomed to this existence, transforming into a ghostly inhabitant, one of the noblest among them, bearing the blood of the underworld deity. Nonetheless, I still long for my mother, thinking of her every moment. As for my father, I am predominantly filled with dread. I know better than to provoke him. As the great and ancient deity of the underworld, he could effortlessly reduce me to mere pulp. All I could do was evade him, submissively endure, and recognize my gradual maturation and growing strength. Yet, eventually, others sought me out. At this point, Yamo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. Chen Ji felt a profound sadness lurking within those large eyes, a depth surpassing that of the ocean, nearly bursting forth. These individuals moved swiftly, their faces veiled in cloth, concealing their features, yet their long, slender nails and sharp, elongated eyes betrayed their nature. From the aura emanating from behind them, I discerned their formidable prowess, akin to the warriors of West Qi. Are they of the Phoenix clan? Chen Ji instantly recognized these characteristics. Indeed, Yamo's large eyes fixed on Chen Ji, nodding gently. Those were the most ancient of the Phoenix clan. Their voices bore an odd timbre that I shall forever remember. Do you know what they conveyed to me? Yamo leaned in slightly, his voice soft as if whispering a breeze into Chen Ji's ear. They told me that both my mother and I are victims of Jiang Ziya. Jiang Ziya, as cruel as a tiger, committed the heinous act of deceiving Ji Chang into consuming the flesh of his own offspring, framing it upon the shoulders of the tyrant King Zhou of Shang and the nine-tailed fox. In collusion with GFA, he murdered his own father to seize power and dominion over the world. Furthermore, Jiang Ziya's decision to send my mother to the underworld was not solely to elevate her to the position of queen of the netherworld, but rather to placate my father's wrath, seeking his mercy. Jiang Ziya understood well that my father despised him. Thus, he knew the fate that awaited the daughter he cast away. Yet, he proceeded nonetheless, for he held a lever of power in my father's hands. My father wields the mandate of heaven, fully empowered to execute him and capable of overturning the world that he and GFA had forged at any moment. In this world exists a secret that embodies the principles of the celestial way. The divine emperor knows, the god of the underworld knows, and even Jiang Ziya is aware of it. This secret was entombed by King Zhou, the tyrant of the Shang dynasty. Chapter 306. The love and hatred of Yamo. After uttering these words, Yamo straightened his posture slightly and resumed his previous position. It was because of this event that I developed an intense loathing for Jiang Ziya and for the Western Qi. I despised all those who, basking in the light, feigned virtue. I abhorred this human world, propped up by deceit. Yamo lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervent rage. I wonder, how can a divine being who exploits even his own daughter, or a ruler capable of slaying his own father, dare to proclaim himself the champion of justice? The world they have created, extolling benevolence, righteousness, and propriety, admonishing against slaughter while advocating forgiveness and compassion, is utterly laughable. It requires no contemplation to recognize the sordid lies upon which their regime is built. Daily, they live in fear, terrified that my divine father will expose their treachery. Obliterating the world they have painstakingly constructed with the fires of hell. Thus, they resort to such vile measures to quell my father's wrath. What a despicable bargain! Even after my mother was ravaged, each year, women of noble lineage were sent as brides to appease them, many of whom were relatives of the royal family. including one who was even the younger sister of GFA. The fates of those women were far worse than that of my mother. I believe you have witnessed this in Fengdu. Quite intriguing, is it not? Yamo's unusually large eyes sparkled with a sinister glint as he turned his gaze towards Chenji, his aura swirling tumultuously within him. The conflation of furious flames and chilling coldness intertwined, causing his presence to shift dramatically, as if all the wrath and resentment in the world were concentrated within him. Patriarch Chen, what are your thoughts? Do you not find these individuals to be dirty and hypocritical? Even the soil at the bottom of Fengdu is far cleaner than they. I almost forgot to mention. Yamo's lips curled into a wicked smile, as if recalling something exceedingly amusing. Before departing, the Feng clan revealed one final piece of information to me. Jiangxia, in order to uphold his deceit, actually crafted a barrier supported by the 5 elements spirit stones. Without their supply, it would perish. Thus, the people of Western Qi would be driven to madness, willing to pay any price. How noble, how grand, to endure such hardships for humanity over the course of millennia. Yet, the Feng clan had long since informed me that this barrier is nothing but a lie, a complete ruse. Ha ha. Yamo suddenly erupted into laughter once more, the sound nearly shattering the eardrums of those who heard it. How ridiculous, what a foolish deception. Why Jiangxia established this falsehood remains unknown even to the Feng clan. However, I surmise that creating such a task is akin to setting the stage for the destruction of the earth, instilling trepidation in the people of Western Qi for millennia. He ensures that the entire world sings praises of his saintly virtues, leaving no room for doubt regarding his past actions. Manipulating the world at his fingertips. Jiangxia is indeed a figure of dark amusement. He would rather betray all of humanity than betray himself. The brevity of human life renders many past events forgettable. After millennia, he has ascended to divinity, while the fratricidal GFA has become a wise ruler, and the unfortunate Xiqi has been transformed into a tyrant. Chief Chun, do enlighten me. Who among us, the specters of Fengdu, is truly more demonic? Yama's laughter grew increasingly shrill, piercing the eardrums and causing hearts to race. Chenji could no longer bear that jarring sound. In truth, his heart could not withstand it any longer. That sharp laughter felt like a whip brimming with thorns, relentlessly striking at his moral compass. Enough. Chenji waved his hand, and a defensive barrier erupted from his body, instantly dispersing the cacophony, restoring silence to the world. Turning to Yama, he asserted, I have already stated we should refrain from such emotional discourse. Let us focus on the essence of our collaboration. Are you suggesting that? Thousands of years ago, the Feng clan approached you, speaking of these matters and discussing the authenticity of the barrier, regardless of the veracity of those words. If you believe them, why seek me out? What do you wish to collaborate on? Or is it that, like me, you harbor uncertainty? Indeed. Yama's voice became hoarse once more, reminiscent of a forsaken spirit, evoking a sense of heartbreak. This is precisely the reason I have come to you. Let us visit the tomb of Xiqi. I wish to see what death certificate he held in his grasp. I yearn to uncover the contents of the decree from the divine emperor. I must see with my own eyes. I need confirmation of what kind of divine offspring my mother's father, Jiangxia, truly is. At this juncture, Yama's tone grew melancholic, his gaze cast downward. His voice weakened. Then, everything must come to an end. Chief Chen, you were right. I cannot return to Fengdu. You have sculpted that woman's body in the outside world, drawing her soul back and taking away all her emotional essence. What remains in Fengdu is merely her body, along with her hatred for this world. She has become the ultimate queen of the underworld. Do you imagine that the queen of the ghost city would exhibit gentleness? I assure you, even your most extreme imaginings could not fathom her current terror. Look at what she has wrought upon me. After uttering these words, Yama slowly unveiled his dark cloak, revealing his body beneath. To Chenji's astonishment, he beheld the horrifying sight of Yama's chest, legs, and abdomen, which had been ravaged, with large portions of flesh missing. It was an unimaginable horror, the remnants of a fierce attack that had reduced such a formidable son of Fengdu to this state. Do you see? The might of the ancient deities surpasses our imagination. Yamosa uttered with a hushed tone, Chief Chun, you have erred gravely. You believe that your actions can diminish the queen of the underworld, yet her power is boundless. Her ruthlessness only serves to augment her strength. By stripping that woman of all her love and kindness, you have rendered her devoid of any compassion for humanity. The current queen of the underworld has grown formidable beyond compare. Her infernal flames will soon engulf this entire world. No one can thwart her. In these final moments, let us attend to our own affairs. After Yamosa spoke, he placed his relatively intact hand upon Chunji's shoulder. In an instant, Chunji felt a flicker of warmth amidst the chilling, eerie aura that enveloped Yamosa. Take me to the tomb of King Zhou. I trust no one but my own eyes. I wish to see, before I draw my last breath, whether the one I have loathed for millennia is truly guilty. Chapter 307. Chunji's conditions. The depths of the divine tomb were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the sporadic glimmers of peculiar flora. Chunji and Yamosa lingered there for an extended period, conversing in hushed tones, their voices inaudible beyond their secluded enclave. They appeared to be discussing something, yet it seemed as though they were saying nothing at all. Eventually, Chunji extended his hand towards Yamosa, making a decisive proclamation. In human society, the foundation of collaboration is sincerity. To demonstrate our goodwill, I hope you can make a gesture of friendship. May I propose a modest request? Yamosa, wisps of smoke coiling and dispersing about him as if he were on the verge of vanishing, cast a surprised glance at Chunji. Speak. Chunji pointed subtly to Lu Baobao, who lay discarded in a corner, resembling a pile of muck, and softly uttered, "Restore his freedom." Upon hearing Chunji's words, Yamosa recalled the existence of this individual. Since earlier, Lu Baobao had ceased convulsing. After expelling a copious amount of sludge, his internal organs had sustained significant damage, leaving him akin to refuse cast aside. He now held no utility, and perhaps once Yamosa departed, he would be forgotten entirely. Yet now, Yamosa turned to regard Lu Baobao on the ground, a smile gracing his features. Chief Chen, you remain as you always were, fearful of sacrifice, unaware that this world teeters on the brink of annihilation. Under such circumstances, what freedom can exist when all is laid to ruin? In truth, you should learn from your father. He was an exceptional human, possessing a broader perspective than you. After finishing his words, Yamosa gently gestured towards Lu Baobao. In an instant, Lu Baobao began to thrash violently, his body racked with torment as remnants of black sludge continued to spew from his mouth. He wailed in agony, his suffering reminiscent of being skinned alive. After a moment, a plume of dark smoke began to rise gradually from his form. Simultaneously, the skin on his face flushed crimson, as if his sweat pores had ruptured, releasing the dark forces that once controlled him. Ultimately, akin to a profound internal cleansing, Lu Baobao's aura transformed entirely. This was not the typical semi-divine presence, but rather that of an utterly ordinary human being, remarkably pure. All right, I present him to you as a token of our amicable cooperation. May your kindness be rewarded. Yamo remarked with a sinister smile, gazing at Chunji, the clan leader. Your wish has been fulfilled. Now it is our turn. Let us pledge, by the blood of the gods, against the heavens and the seas, forever mutable. Upon concluding his declaration, Yamo pressed his sharp finger to his chest, tracing a grand symbol in a divine gesture. He bit his finger, allowing his blood to stain the mark. Chunji followed suit, solemnly swearing the same oath. The two recited their vows in hushed tones, inaudible to all, their content shrouded in secrecy. Once the divine blood oath was complete, Yamo gently shook his robe, and immediately, black flames erupted from his body, gradually engulfing him, rendering him semi-transparent. Farewell, clan leader Chen. I trust you will uphold your vow. I have a feeling that in this regard, you surpassed Jiangxia. With that, Yamo waved his hand lightly, and his form dissipated like a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a charred shadow and the lingering scent of sulfur. At that moment, Lu Baobao, who had been curled up in a corner, managed to rise to his feet. Observing Yamo's departure, Pang Wei, supported by the ghost blade, approached from behind. You are quite the enigma. Why even bother saving me? Lu Baobao's emotions were evidently heightened, his voice trembling with intensity. Yet, he stubbornly refused to meet Chunji's gaze. Seemingly indifferent and lacking any words of gratitude. Do you not discern right from wrong? I deceived you into this predicament, and you still saved someone like me. Does that not seem foolish? They say the new clan leader of the Jiang family is young and inexperienced. It appears to be true. Naively trusting others so easily. Are you not afraid I might deceive you again after surviving? Enough. Do you think just anyone can be a con artist? In our human world, someone like you would starve to death as a swindler. Pang Wei approached, leaning against the edge of the coffin, breathing heavily as he regarded Lu Baobao. Moreover, Do not hold us in such high regard. Do you think we aim to save you? We had long decided that your death would be a great loss. It is better to get you out. There is no worry. You could still prepare meals for us. In the future, when funds run dry, you might even consider selling yourself to settle debts. With that ample flesh of yours, you could fetch a modest price. Otherwise, who would care about your existence? My lips trembled, as if I wished to voice my thoughts, yet words eluded me. Enough of this sentimental indulgence. Come here and lend a hand. Fatway, weary of idle chatter, drew forth a small dagger from his trouser leg, gesturing towards the corpse within the coffin. Hurry and take action. Such a magnificent celestial tongue must be worth a fortune. Instead of wasting time with your ramblings, why not assist me in this endeavor? After all, this treasure was bequeathed to you by your ancestors. Upon hearing Fatway's words, Lu Baobao paused, his gaze fixed on the remarkably prominent celestial tongue within the coffin. Tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. His life had been fraught with sorrow, and after unexpectedly gaining freedom, an overwhelming sadness engulfed him. Enough with the tears. You're becoming increasingly effeminate, Fatway remarked impatiently. Look at this grand treasure. You ought not to lament that your ancestors left you nothing. Haven't you read the records? Your forebear was quite an honorable person. We all possess dignity in this world. Leaving behind a good reputation is paramount. Moreover, you have this celestial tongue at your disposal. Allow me to be candid. The brothers and I have already conspired. Once we escape, we will invest in you. With this celestial tongue, you can establish a culinary venture. Your latter days will be lived in comfort, and your time as a mere pawn will not be in vain. From now on, you must live for yourself. Chapter 308. Rebirth. In the ensuing days, Lu Baobao was almost perpetually weeping. His tears likely stemmed from guilt towards Chunji and the others, intertwined with the joy of newfound freedom. Nevertheless, Chunji could sense from his aura a glimmer of hope for rebirth, a fervent desire to embrace life anew. Humanity is such a curious creature. Though life is fleeting, we cherish sunlight and existence with fervor. Everyone holds a love for life, even those who lament its futility. Even those who struggle in poverty and pain. Deep within, they still yearn for the warmth of sunlight, still harbor hope. As long as a sliver of hope remains, they can endure, find happiness, and live a life without regret. At this moment, the culinary deity had become a desiccated skeleton, gradually deteriorating, likely to be reduced to dust within a day's time. This straightforward culinary deity's personality in life remains a mystery. Yet one thing is certain. To safeguard this secret and ensure his descendants could navigate human society without suspicion, he employed some method to alter their aura and appearance, rendering them indistinguishable from humans. Consequently, there were no discernible traits of divine heritage in Lu Baobao and his companions. Aside from this tongue and that insatiable and noble palate, there is truly no distinction from humanity. The sole treasure of this corpse lies in that tongue, resembling a grand mushroom. This tongue evidently exists independently of the cadaver, harboring its own vibrant microbial community, akin to a separate entity. One can sense the dying wish of the old culinary deity. His coffin holds neither gold nor jewels, nor countless treasures. However, this miraculous tongue stands as his greatest legacy, a bequest to his descendants, a means to preserve their unique divine prowess. Thus, when Lu Baobao acted, there was no moral burden upon anyone. It was a matter of rightful claim. Lu Baobao, with tears in his eyes, severed the tongue, and at that moment, a radiant brilliance enveloped him, as if the most priceless gems in the world had fallen into his hands. Fatway then produced a sealed bag, carefully placing the tongue within, and gently patted Lu Baobao's hand, saying, "Keep it safe, brother. You're about to rise. Wield this divine recipe, and let those fools kneel before you." In human society, the culinary god shall no longer be Stephen Chow, but you. With the most crucial task accomplished, they began to address subsequent matters and prepared to depart. Naturally, the crops within this divine tomb were exceedingly rare, invaluable treasures not to be overlooked. They instructed Lu Baobao to use a sealed bag to bring back some of these varieties for cultivation, as they might prove useful in the future. The recipes inscribed on that purple stone were incredibly precious, especially the methods for cooking deities and obtaining their abilities, truly the highest secrets of this world. Regrettably, these recipes were written in divine script, of which Lu Baobao could not decipher a single character. Chunji committed the recipes to memory, intending to relay them to Lu Baobao upon their return. In the remaining time, They organized their belongings and devised a way to return. The journey back was arduous. They struggled to emerge from the mire, retracing their steps. When Xiqi and the others finally crawled out from the well, they discovered it was dusk. Xiqi felt a wave of dizziness. He understood that in such a spatially intertwined barrier, time could easily diverge from the outside world. Upon emerging once more, they noticed the iron claws at the well's entrance had become encrusted with rust. It appeared that rain had fallen outside, and some time had passed. After jumping into the well, they found a stone resting atop it, beneath which lay a note bearing a brief message. Descend the mountain directly after emerging. We await you. Wu Hua. Upon receiving this message, Xiqi and the others continued down the mountain path. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them after all the tribulations, particularly after swimming through the mire, which was no trivial matter. They longed for a tranquil place to indulge in a hearty feast, and then succumbed to a restful slumber. Upon descending the mountain, they noticed the sun was nearly set. The old courtyard of the Wu family lay at the foot of the hill, somewhat secluded and rarely frequented by passers-by, thus they seldom locked their doors. Observing that the entrance was unlatched, they pushed the door open and were greeted by an amusing sight. There stood Wu Hua and the young scion of the Chen family, entwined in an affectionate embrace in the courtyard. The Chen lad was quite forward, while Wu Hua seemed to acquiesce hesitantly. Upon noticing Xiqi and the others' arrival, both were taken aback, particularly Wu Hua, whose cheeks flushed crimson. You're back? Good heavens. I thought the spirits from the well had devoured you. I was contemplating whether to report your disappearance. I've been loitering by the well every day, my goodness. Do you have any idea how long you've been gone? A full week. Goodness gracious. What have you been eating and drinking? How on earth did you not starve? By all rights, you should have perished from hunger. Hey, can you speak a bit more gently? Fat Wei exclaimed, visibly irritated. We finally made it out, and your greeting is all doom and gloom? What? Do you secretly wish for our demise? After saying this, he shot a sidelong glance at the Chen lad. I see that during my absence, you've been enjoying yourselves quite well. So, have you resolved your single status? Absolutely not. Don't say such things, Wu Hua retorted. Her face flushed as she waved her hands dismissively. Turning to the Chen lad, she kicked him lightly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare dinner. Haven't you noticed they haven't eaten since coming down from the mountain? Standing there like a wooden post. All right, the Chen lad, who had been hiding behind Wu Hua, finally reacted after the playful kick and scurried off to the kitchen to start cooking. Once he left, Wu Hua turned to Xiqi and the others, her expression grave. You're finally back. I was quite worried these past couple of days, do you know? Something strange occurred at home while you were away. In chapter 309, The Delicious Tongue, Wu Hua appeared visibly anxious, indicating that peculiar events had indeed transpired during the week. She grasped Xiqi's arm, eager to share her story, but he immediately gestured for her to remain silent. They were in the courtyard, although there were no onlookers. Walls have ears, and the world is filled with unseen entities. We're all hungry, Xiqi said with a smile. Let us discuss matters after we've eaten. Come, let us enter the house. Wu Hua, not one to be dim-witted, quickly grasped Xiqi's intent from his demeanor, nodded, and welcomed them inside. Upon their entrance, they naturally advanced into the grand hall, where Xiqi's gaze was immediately drawn to a coffin that appeared to have shifted. The body within had seemingly been displaced, leaving a discernible mark beneath the coffin. Consequently, Xiqi promptly gestured to Wu Hua, signaling that from this moment forth, silence was paramount. They should first partake in their meal, and ideally, take a brief respite to replenish their strength. All matters could be addressed when the sun rose anew. Chen's younger sibling could be described as an archetypal homemaker. To everyone's surprise, he moved with remarkable efficiency, kindling a fire and preparing the ingredients without hesitation. In no time, he had steamed a pot of rice and had 2 chickens simmering in a large pot. Soon, the alluring aroma of the rich, earthy chicken wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering, stirring hunger within Xiqi and the others who had been famished for quite some time. However, Lu Baobao remained dissatisfied, his brow furrowed in discontent. What is that smell? He complained. From a distance, I could sense a foul odor of spoiled meat. I truly feel nauseous. Those chickens must have been raised for far too long. The slaughter was not swift enough, leaving the blood to marinate in the flesh and spoil it. This chicken is prepared like a slop soup. How are we supposed to eat this? Fat Wei nearly retched upon hearing Lu Baobao's remarks. As he could hardly tolerate Baobao's penchant for vocalizing his distaste for food, which invariably dampened the appetites of those around him. Just make do with it, will you? If you don't eat, others will. Fat Wei initially intended to reproach Lu Baobao, but upon noticing his sallow complexion, he felt a pang of sympathy. Given the ordeal they had endured and the lack of a proper meal, it seemed rather pitiable. He hesitated to voice any further criticism. Suddenly, Fat Wei recalled the treasure Lu Baobao possessed. All right, don't you have that magical tongue? Surely it can enhance the flavor. Hurry and sprinkle some into the pot for us to taste. Absolutely not. Lu Baobao instantly shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. Such a precious item cannot be used lightly. Besides, I have no idea how to employ it. What if it's toxic? Good heavens, how stubborn can you be? Fat Wei exclaimed in frustration, giving him a gentle shove. Look at your pallid complexion. If you don't eat soon, you'll starve. Do you really expect to survive on broth-soaked bread? No one is asking you to dump the entire thing in. Just scrape a bit of powder off the top and add it to the pot to see what it brings. He reassured him, rest assured, we have poison testing strips here. Any toxins will reveal themselves instantly. Nothing will harm you. Lu Baobao, swayed by Fat Wei's words, turned to Qinji, who nodded in encouragement. Consequently, Lu Baobao requested a large bowl from Wu Hua, carefully extracted the magical tongue, and with a knife, delicately scraped out a portion the size of a fingernail. The magical tongue was as hard as stone, and the resulting powder was a deep umber hue. Lu Baobao mixed the powder with water and proceeded to test it with the strip. The poison testing paper yielded no toxic reactions. On the contrary, it revealed an astonishingly high nutritional value, nearly reaching its maximum capacity. This posed no issue, and with eager anticipation, Pang Wei, unable to contain his excitement, urged, "Hurry, let us add it in and bask in its glory." Lu Baobao took the powder and made his way to the outdoor stove. Upon lifting the lid of the pot, a cloud of steam greeted him, revealing a hearty stew of potatoes, 2 free-range chickens, and an assortment of wild vegetables and mushrooms, all bubbling vigorously. Lu Baobao sprinkled the mystical powder into the concoction. Initially, there was no discernible reaction, but after a mere 10 minutes, a miraculous transformation occurred. The chicken porridge emanated an irresistible, mouth-watering aroma, a fragrance so alluring that it was simply impossible to resist. Upon inhaling this intoxicating scent, they realized they had never truly experienced the delight of exquisite cuisine throughout their lives. This aroma ignited an intense craving within them, and their stomachs rumbled as if they had not eaten for days. Chen's younger brother and Wu Hua, upon catching a whiff of this delightful fragrance, lost all restraint and dashed to the kitchen to lift the pot lid. Instantly, the tantalizing scent exploded forth, saturating the entire courtyard. They disregarded the scalding heat, hastily scooping up the fragrant chicken into their bowls, eagerly devouring it. The flavor was so exquisite it felt as though their very nerves were on the verge of bursting with joy, a profound sense of happiness enveloping each individual. In that moment, all worries and entanglements faded away, leaving only bliss and an insatiable desire for more culinary delights. It was akin to being under the influence of a euphoric stimulant, and the aroma lingered, growing ever more enticing, attracting even flies and mice. Had they been situated further from the mountainside, it was likely that the entire village would have been drawn in. Qinji and his companions truly indulged in a grand feast, savoring that entire pot of chicken paired with fragrant rice until the late hours. Even the remnants of broth at the bottom of the pot were eagerly soaked up with steamed buns, leaving everyone with full bellies, unable to consume another morsel. Their troubles forgotten, Lu Baobao, having finally enjoyed a hearty meal, wore a blissful expression, his face gleaming with grease as he burped contentedly. Perhaps this sudden feast had completely relaxed their weary nerves, or perhaps the exhaustion of recent days had finally caught up with them, allowing their previously taut muscles to loosen, leaving their bodies feeling as light as if they were floating on clouds. Although many challenges lay ahead, for now, they decided to cast aside their burdens. Having savored such divine cuisine, it was undoubtedly time to indulge in a deep slumber. Food is of paramount importance to humanity when one achieves a sense of culinary satisfaction. Even the impending doom of the world seems bearable. Chapter 310, The Resurrection of the Dead. The fleeting joy derived from such exquisite delicacies transforms into a delightful balm for the soul, lingering until the break of dawn before gradually dissipating. Perhaps it is the magic of that divine palate at play, for they enjoyed a deep slumber, replenishing their strength. On the following morning, as daylight broke, Wu Hua was outside, persistently knocking on the door. "Hurry and wake up. What on earth transpired last night?" she exclaimed. "How could you, a bunch of grown men, indulge yourselves to the point of resembling lifeless swine? The sun is already high in the sky. Get up. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Only then did Chunji rouse from his dreams, the lingering aroma of last night's feast still tantalizing his senses. While Gui Dao remained alert, Fat Wei and Lu Baobao continued to sleep soundly, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. Chunji nudged Fat Wei several times, but he stubbornly refused to stir, declaring that if danger approached, it could come forth. After last night's sumptuous meal, even death would be a worthy end. Reluctantly, Chunji ventured outside alone. Upon opening the door, he found Wu Hua standing there, her face etched with anxiety. "Oh my heavens! I don't know what happened last night. That pot of chicken was so delectable that I fell asleep immediately, forgetting all about my pressing matters. Do you know? While you were away, something strange occurred at our home. My goodness, it was utterly terrifying. My ancestor, do you remember him? He has risen from the dead." "What?" Upon hearing about the resurrection, Fat Wei's interest was piqued, and he quickly donned his clothes and bounded outside. "What is happening? Is there a grand event?" "That's impossible. With my years of experience studying ancient corpses, I can assure you that a body submerged in gunpowder is essentially a block of stone. It cannot possibly rise from the dead. Are you sure you didn't see? "How could I have misseen?" Wu Hua replied, her face a mask of panic. "Do you think I would have invited Chun's second son to stay here for no reason? Let me tell you, these past few days have terrified me." Before she could continue, Chunji gently raised his hand, signaling her to step inside and close the door. He then conjured a thick, impenetrable barrier, soundproof as if encased in a cocoon. Nodding at Wu Hua, he instructed, "Now speak. Cover your mouth while speaking. We must not let anyone see your lips move." Wu Hua, unsure of the unfolding events, covered her mouth and began recounting the occurrences of the past few days. After Chunji and the others departed, Wu Hua ventured up the mountain the following day, awaiting their return. However, she discovered that besides the gushing spring water at the well's mouth, there was nothing amiss. Days passed, and Chunji and the others showed no sign of life, causing Wu Hua to feel a pang of unease. She wondered if some malevolent spirit had consumed them. Otherwise, how could they have not returned? As for the origins of the well and the matters concerning the Phoenix clan, Wu Hua was only aware of superficial details, which left him in a state of constant anxiety, reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. However, an alarming event transpired during this tumultuous time. Following the incident, the corpse of Wu Hua's ancestor, Wu Chonglu, was placed in the main hall. Wu Hua initially intended to procure a fine coffin in town to properly inter his ancestor, granting him peace in the earth. However, as custom dictated, the coffin needed to be custom-made, resulting in the body lying in the hall for an extended period. This matter was not urgent, and Wu Hua did not dwell on it excessively. Yet, just 2 nights prior, a terrifying occurrence unfolded. That night, while Wu Hua was alone at home, he was suddenly roused by noises from outside. Initially startled, he felt a flicker of joy, believing it to be Chunji and the others returning. He donned his clothing and ventured outside to investigate, only to be confronted by a sight that nearly sent him into a state of shock. There stood Wu Chonglu, rising from his resting place, moving slowly towards him from the shadows, as if he were alive. Despite having received an education in the city, Wu Hua was still influenced by superstitions. Who would not be frightened by such a spectacle? He was on the verge of screaming, but, possessing a strong will since childhood, he quickly stifled his cries. He recalled hearing that a corpse that had risen from the dead feared sound. Once it was heard, it could transform into a living corpse, attacking and draining the life from the living. Wu Hua pressed his mouth shut, daring not to make a sound, and quietly concealed himself behind the door. Observing Wu Chonglu's actions, the latter approached the cooking stove, fidgeting for some time before retrieving a piece of smoldering charcoal. Stiffly, he made his way towards Wu Hua's bedroom. A chill ran down Wu Hua's spine, fearing that his ancestor, having risen from the dead, was intent on consuming the living. Fortunately, he had been roused from slumber, otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. To Wu Hua's astonishment, upon entering the room, Wu Chonglu did not head towards the bed but instead moved towards the hidden chamber behind the cabinet. Logically, Wu Chonglu himself had constructed this secret space, and no one understood its layout better than he. Wu Hua cautiously trailed behind, hesitating to enter the pitch-black chamber, only daring to peer from the wall's edge. He observed Wu Chonglu drawing near the ancient bed with the smoldering charcoal. Soon, a strange sound emanated from him, reminiscent of a song, its meaning indecipherable, fluctuating in pitch and sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, he tossed the charcoal into the chamber, and with a resounding crash, it ignited, setting the ancient bed ablaze in an instant. Wu Hua could not contain himself and let out a scream. At that moment, Wu Chonglu spun around to face him. Wu Hua clearly saw that, at some point, Wu Chonglu's eyes had elongated into slits. A fiery glow emanated from within, hauntingly spectral, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of men. Wu Hua, in a panic, turned and fled without a backward glance, rushing out of the courtyard and hastening down the mountain to seek refuge at the home of the second son of the Qin family. The following morning, the two of them, armed with sticks and bolstered by their courage, ventured back to the old residence. They discovered that the hidden chamber had indeed been reduced to ashes, the ancient bed and the remnants of the dowry completely gone, while Wu Chonglu's corpse lay eerily rigid on the ground. A significant portion of his chest was charred black, his eyes tightly shut, resembling his former self. Chapter 311, The Resurrection, Part 2. Upon hearing Wu Hua's account, Chen Ji exchanged glances with Pang Wei before dismissing the barrier with a wave of his hand. To be candid, Chen Ji did not doubt Wu Hua's sincerity. Yet a woman of her age living alone in the mountains could easily fall prey to cognitive illusions. The scenario was too cliché. A corpse in the hall of a home could lead to all manner of fanciful speculation, much like many rural women who, after the passing of loved ones, might imagine encounters with spirits. However, Wu Hua was different. Her resilient character instilled a greater trust in her words. "Are you certain that Wu Chonglu's corpse turned to look at you?" Chen Ji inquired, gazing intently at her. "Absolutely certain," Wu Hua replied emphatically. "I was terrified out of my wits, but I certainly did not misinterpret." He turned and stared directly at me. "And then, did he come after you?" Chen Ji probed further. "I don't know," Wu Hua responded with a hint of resignation, shaking her head. "I ran without looking back. I have no idea if he pursued me, but I suspect he might not have caught up, as I ran extraordinarily fast. I descended the mountain without a second thought." "And what happened afterward?" Chen Ji continued. "You returned the next day. In the days that followed, after you burned that bed, did he ever rise again?" "Not at all." Wu Hua shook her head once more. "I was utterly terrified. We had heard tales of resurrections and initially considered seeking out some masters to nail him down with coffin nails. Yet, after much contemplation, we realized it was not wise to attract too much attention. You had warned me to keep it discreet, otherwise it would lead to complications. So I dared not inform anyone in the village. Consequently, I have not dared to stay here at night since then. I only come during the day, and the second son of the Qin family has always accompanied me, for I would not have the courage to remain alone." Chen Ji fell into a contemplative silence before turning to Pang Wei. "You are most knowledgeable about these matters concerning corpses. What is your perspective? Is it a resurrection?" "Certainly not," Pang Wei replied decisively, gesturing towards Wu Hua. "Do you think she can run that fast? A whirlwind of a girl. Let me tell you, even some sprint champions may not outrun us Tomb Raiders. Their motivation is a gold medal. Ours is survival. I must inform you that if she were to truly encounter the Zongzi, she would have no chance of escape. A substantial Zongzi could easily overpower 7 or 8 agile Tomb Raiders. If that corpse were genuinely to rise, it would have long since seized her, leaving her no opportunity to flee down the mountain. That entity behind her had no intention of pursuing her. I am convinced that this phenomenon bears no relation to zombies. A so-called zombie must possess certain attributes, and truth be told, this corpse has long since petrified. What can a mere stone accomplish? It seems our dear lady is simply too lonely, seeking an excuse to invite someone to keep her company. Do refrain from your nonsensical chatter. Wu Hua's arrival was merely a fade, and what I speak are undeniable truths. The corpse truly stood up and even turned to glance at me. If it is not a zombie, then another possibility arises. Chen Ji felt a subtle tremor within his heart before swiftly making his way to the hall. At that moment, the body remained in the center of the hall, nestled within that ancient coffin. The coffin had deteriorated to such an extent that it was nearly unrecognizable, covered by a large piece of white cloth. Chen Ji gently lifted the cloth, revealing Wu Chonglu's body lying beneath, unchanged in condition and as rigid as stone, save for a significant portion of its chest that had been charred away. Chen Ji first lifted the eyelids of the corpse, but there were no eyelids left, having all transformed into hardened masses. This indicated that the corpse could not possibly resemble Wu Hua's description, with blood-red eyes turning to gaze at her. Clearly, what Wu Hua beheld was not the eyes of this corpse. Chen Ji then took a dagger, tapping at various joint areas of the body before probing further. Soon, he discovered what he sought, remnants of a spell subtly embedded within the bones and joints. Puppet technique, Chen Ji whispered, and in that instant, everything became clear to him. Wu Changlu had harbored an intense fear of the Phoenix clan in life because he had long been under their control. His joints were ensnared by the puppet technique, and even in death, he was compelled to obey his master's commands. What you witnessed was not a zombie, but a marionette under manipulation. The puppet technique, as Chen Ji described, is a highly advanced ancient spell. The practitioner can, through spells and silver needles, pierce the target's brain or joints to control their every action, much like directing a puppet. The levels of the puppet technique vary. Some lesser practitioners might merely insert talismans into the puppet's abdomen, prompting it to perform trivial antics. In contrast, more adept practitioners can manipulate living beings or corpses. Legend has it that when Kangxi passed away, he hesitated over the succession due to the intricate power struggles among his sons, failing to designate a crown prince. Ultimately, his fourth son, Prince Yong, invested heavily to secure the services of a master of the puppet technique. At that time, the ailing Kangxi was on the verge of death, unable to utter a word. Yet, the puppeteer compelled him to open his mouth and proclaim an edict, bequeathing his position to Prince Yong, the fourth son. This was a form of moderate puppetry, significantly distinct from true puppetry. In essence, genuine puppetry delves into darker realms, exerting control over living beings, even divine offspring. Those ensnared by such manipulation lack their own thoughts and remain oblivious to their subjugation. When the puppeteer casts their spell, they could even slay their own progenitors. Among the adept at this dark art, the figure of Yamo from Fengdu stands unparalleled. However, Chen Ji discerned remnants of the puppetry incantation within this corpse. This spell had been cast long ago, likely during Wu Changlu's lifetime, unbeknownst to him, as he lay undisturbed underground for over a millennium. Yet now, this corpse inexplicably rose, incinerating all evidence of the existence of the Feng clan. Does this not also affirm a truth? Even after 5 millennia, the slender-eyed Feng clan persists in this world. They may have been lurking in the shadows, quietly observing all. They witnessed Chen Ji and what he had uncovered. Thus, in swift action, they obliterated the evidence and eradicated the paths to their discovery. Chapter 312. An unexpected command. Once the puppetry had been executed, Wu Changlu's corpse lost all significance. Nevertheless, Chen Ji devoted considerable time and effort to extracting the puppetry medium from within. This intricate process required him to transform the airflow into delicate hooks, meticulously drawing out the mediums, which were thinner than a strand of hair. The procedure was exceedingly tedious, and most would have succumbed to frustration. Chen Ji persevered for over 8 hours, from dawn until dusk, before finally extracting these hair-like mediums. During this time, Pang Wei had urged him multiple times to abandon the endeavor, insisting that a corpse is merely a lifeless shell, devoid of meaning. Yet, Chen Ji remained steadfast. Perhaps it was a matter of sentiment. After glimpsing the ancient memories within the corpse, he held great admiration for the man known as Wu Changlu, who existed over 1,000 years ago. For an ordinary human, he exhibited remarkable resilience, a strength that even left this divine offspring in awe. After extracting all remnants of the puppetry medium, the corpse was rendered entirely cleansed, becoming an ordinary body, impervious to any further manipulation. Chen Ji then instructed Wu Hua and the second son of the Chun family that it was too late for the day, and they should venture into town the following morning. He advised them to spare no expense in hastening the construction of the coffin. Subsequently, they would place the body within and inter it in the ancestral grave. This time, let Wu Changlu find his final rest in peace. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. The following morning, Wu Hua and Chun Erzi engaged in discussions with the coffin maker, and by the 3rd day, they returned with the custom-made coffin. Indeed, this is a splendid coffin, crafted from the finest cedar wood. Its exterior is adorned with exquisite lacquer, while the interior is lined with intricately carved panels. Truly a magnificent sarcophagus. Wu Hua and the second son of the Chun family meticulously prepared the coffin, placing a fabric cover inside before gently laying the body of Wu Changlu within. Ever since the previous incident, the second son of the Chun family no longer dared to venture into the mountains alone, he accompanied by Pang Wei, along with Wu Hua. The three of them stealthily made their way to the ancestral grave, while Qinji remained in the Wu family courtyard with Gui Dao and Lu Baobao. In recent days, Lu Baobao had been in remarkably high spirits, akin to a bird that has regained its freedom. After enjoying a hearty meal that day, he was quite invigorated. And this morning, he specially went to fetch refreshing spring water from the mountains, subsequently brewing tea for everyone to savor. His skills in brewing were undoubtedly commendable, as the fragrant tea lulled them into a tranquil stupor. As they sat quietly in the inner courtyard, Gui Dao suddenly felt a shiver, and in an instant, his entire body felt weightless, as if a leaf gently floated to the rooftop. He then gestured for Qinji to be silent. The implication was unmistakable. Someone had arrived on the roof. Qinji immediately bent down, cautiously leaning against the wall, though he was not adept in physical techniques. It was imperative to avoid becoming a target. At that moment, Gui Dao swiftly darted to the side window, effortlessly leaping through without making a sound. Shortly after, a sharp crack echoed as a hole was made in the rooftop, followed by a shadow descending. Gui Dao was seen grasping a person as he landed smoothly. The individual, clearly no benign character, instinctively attempted to break free from Gui Dao's grip. Meanwhile, Gui Dao had already drawn his knife, a blue light flashing as his hand darted towards the person's throat. Seeing this, the person quickly raised an arm to defend himself and exclaimed, "Jilling warrior, it's me." Upon hearing this voice, Gui Dao immediately lowered his weapon and took a step back. The person then removed the hood from his face, revealing himself to be Baojio. "Greetings, Chief," Baojio said upon seeing Qinji, promptly offering a respectful salute according to the organization's customs. "Chief, I am here to deliver a message." "Deliver a message?" Qinji stood up, a sense of caution washing over him. "Has leader recovered?" "No," Baojio replied, bowing slightly. "The leader remains unwell. However, it is the leader's strict command that upon my arrival, I must escort the chief back to Xiqi without delay." "You want me to return?" Qinji's mind raced, a troubling premonition surfacing. How could the leader know I was here? I did not disclose my whereabouts to anyone before I left. I am merely responsible for conveying orders. I do not know anything beyond that. Baojio continued to bow respectfully. "Please, Chief, return with me immediately. Arrangements have already been made for your journey, and I shall ensure your safe passage." As the gravity of the situation settled in, an uneasy silence enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. This was the first time that Baoping issued such a stern and urgent command to Qinji. The political landscape of Xiqi has always been distinctly defined, with the ruling hierarchy comprised of the Jiang and Ji clans for 5 millennia. The Ji clan oversees all human warriors and manpower, while the Jiang clan is responsible for matters pertaining to the semi-divine realm. They complement and support each other, having been inseparable since the Zhou dynasty 5,000 years ago, functioning as a cohesive whole without any sign of discord, akin to the legendary King Wu of the Ji clan and Jiangxia. Hence, for the people of Xiqi, the leaders of the Ji and Jiang clans are both regarded as rulers. However, upon closer examination of their identities, it remains that the throne of Xiqi is still occupied by the Ji clan. Even the most noble descendants of the Jiang clan are subordinates in the presence of the Ji royal family. Thus, even the head of the Jiang clan is, in theory, obliged to heed the leader's command. Baoping's order was a strict one, leaving no room for disobedience or delay. Such urgency could not arise without a matter of utmost importance. It appeared, as Qinji had feared, that Baoping was already aware of his intentions and had discerned the turmoil within his heart. "Since it is the leader's command, let us proceed," Qinji softly uttered. Glancing out the window at the bright moonlight, where several figures were descending the mountain path, Pang Wei and Wu Hua had successfully delivered the coffin to the ancestral grave on the mountain and were about to enter the courtyard. "There is no need to wait for dawn. We shall depart now." Qinji turned back to Baojio and spoke softly, seemingly to reassure him. Indeed, Baojio appeared far less tense and awkward than before, obediently standing by, awaiting Qinji's lead. At that moment, Qinji understood that Baoping was never a fool. He could not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. Even in illness, his ears and eyes remained keenly perceptive. This matter could not remain concealed from him indefinitely. It was time to disclose the truth. Chapter 3:13. Return to Xiqi. The sudden arrival of this guest left Wu Hua and the second son of the Chen family feeling utterly bewildered. An unexpected visitor in the dead of night could only be either a bandit or a rogue, and Bao Jiu's fierce countenance did not sit well with Wu Hua, prompting her to perceive him as a threat. They immediately braced themselves for confrontation, even contemplating the use of sickles against him. Chen Ji instructed Bao Jiu to wait, and in the ensuing brief moment, he pulled Wu Hua aside to quietly counsel her about the matters ahead. He urged her never to speak of this incident to anyone, nor to mention their presence here to anyone. As for the grand bed and the tale of the ancient foreign bride, those were to remain unspoken. The less one knows, the safer one is. From this point forward, peace would prevail. Pang Wei also kindly advised the two of them, stating that with newfound wealth, they should lead a tranquil life. There was nothing left in this place to cling to. It would be wise to sell the house and seek residence elsewhere. As for the peculiar events of the past, they were not the concerns of humble folk like them. It was best to forget all of it. After instructing them properly, the matters here came to a close. Their group followed Bao Jiu back to Xiqi, with their first destination being the city due to its geographical positioning. The spatial passageway of Xiqi is located within the city. The return journey was made overland, a route that proved remarkably smooth, with checkpoints easily navigated, suggesting that the organization had meticulously arranged everything in advance. Chen Ji and his companions mingled among tourists, taking numerous buses, trains, and even a flight. Throughout the journey, nothing untoward occurred. However, Chen Ji was plagued by an unsettling sensation, as if some eyes from the vast crowd were surreptitiously observing them. Those eyes were slender and elongated, their pupils darting restlessly, imbued with a strange intensity and wrath, markedly different from those of ordinary humans. Yet, upon closer inspection, the crowd remained a mere throng of humanity, with those eyes concealed within, vanishing swiftly from view. They ultimately returned to the city without incident. Upon their arrival, they were met by members of the organization, each bearing a solemn expression, with two individuals from the blood symbol camp accompanying them. They came to convey the leader's orders, promptly taking Chen Ji and Gui Dao away, while Pang Wei was tasked with handling subsequent affairs, escorting Liu Baobao back to the Destiny Hall. Re-entering the darkened royal city of Xiqi, Chen Ji sensed an oppressive air of sorrow permeating every corner. Along the way, he encountered many faces, and the expressions of those around him revealed that Baoping's physical condition was far from satisfactory. Chen Ji recalled what the shaman had previously mentioned, that Baoping's primary issue lay within his psyche. He was an individual of extraordinary willpower, capable of suppressing all emotions and desires. However, the red powder acted like a tangled web, specifically designed to breach psychological defenses. When one represses their feelings for too long, the spirit becomes excessively fatigued, ultimately snapping like a rubber band that has lost its elasticity. It was said that Baoping still coughed up blood daily, consuming copious amounts of medication and hound blood crystals. The shamans within the organization exerted every effort to stabilize his emotions and extract the red powder. Yet, each extraction was agonizing, akin to the pain of pulling bones and tendons, while the red powder seemed to burrow into his being like strands of hair. The shaman noted that this was tied to Baoping's mental state. At his deepest level of consciousness, he no longer wished to rid himself of the red powder, but rather desired its eternal companionship until death. Thus, the cycle of treatment continued, and despite the passage of time, Baoping remained unhealed. Upon entering Xiqi, Gui Dao was summoned away, having a destination of his own. According to the Lantern Boy, the leader had requested only Chen Ji's presence this time. Following the Lantern Boy down the familiar, winding, shadowy alleys, they ultimately arrived once more at the door of the leader's private chamber. This time, Ji Ying and the old warrior Xia stood guard outside, accompanied by a Suo. Aso, the chief samurai, was bound by duty to provide close protection to the leader. His emergence signified that only Baoping remained in the leader's chamber. The matters Baoping wished to discuss were not meant for prying ears. Upon encountering Chen Ji, Aso's expression briefly flickered with joy before reverting to a serious demeanor. He bowed respectfully and announced at the door, "Tribe leader, the chief awaits you. Please, enter." "Understood," Chen Ji acknowledged, stepping inside. As he passed by the position closest to Aso, the latter leaned in and whispered urgently, "The chief is in a precarious state and cannot afford to be angered. For the sake of Xiqi, I implore you to exercise caution." Chen Ji did not respond verbally, but nodded gently, confirming his understanding of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Baoping's condition was far from optimistic. As he walked into the familiar grand chamber, a space that had housed generations of Xiqi rulers, time seemed to stand still. It was said that even King Wu of Zhou had once rested upon this very bed. At the foot of the bed stood a bronze crane lamp, its smoke swirling, casting reflections upon the surrounding bronze artifacts, evoking the grandeur of the Zhou dynasty. Baoping was draped in a loose robe, exposing a muscular chest, reclining upon the chief's grand bed. He had likely undergone a recent treatment involving the scraping of red medicine, evident from the bandages adorning his body. His face appeared gaunt, with a purplish hue that elicited sympathy. Yet, his gray eyes remained cold and indifferent, and his expression was remarkably calm, making it difficult to fathom the severity of his ailment, as rumored. Upon Chunji's entrance, Baoping offered a slight nod in greeting and gestured toward a nearby chair, inviting him to sit. Then, lifting his gaze, he scrutinized Chunji's features, seemingly peering into his very soul. In a soft voice, he inquired, "You have returned? Share with me what you have been up to lately. Moreover, with all that you have undertaken, what is it that you truly seek?" Chapter 314. Conflict. Baoping's voice was gentle, devoid of any trace of anger, maintaining an air of tranquility akin to his past self, calm and unperturbed. However, Chunji sensed an undercurrent of tumult hidden beneath that serene and emaciated visage, like a vast ocean quietly churning in the darkness, poised to reveal its formidable might. In Baoping's eyes, Chunji occupied a unique position, one that allowed for leniency and negotiation, yet there existed an unbreachable boundary. Should that boundary be crossed, the tempestuous sea concealed within would surge forth, overwhelming and annihilating all in its path. "I have indeed sought out the threads of past events," Chunji replied softly, producing a cigarette. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the lighter malfunctioned. After several attempts yielded no flame, he resorted to igniting it at the nearby hearth. With a single hand, he pinched the cigarette and began to smoke slowly. He slowly recounted the events of this period, encompassing all that he had seen, heard, and analyzed, including the enigmatic Phoenix clan shrouded in mist. Throughout this process, Baoping remained an attentive listener, refraining from interjecting a single word. Despite his frail physique, his face bore an unwavering calmness. However, when Chunji mentioned encountering Yamo in the tomb of the god of cooking, Baoping's brow momentarily furrowed, prompting him to speak. "Did you agree to cooperate with him?" he inquired. "Did you consent to any of his terms?" "Not terms," Chunji replied, "but rather a pact. A mutually beneficial agreement for both him and me." "Is that so? What are the terms of this agreement?" Baoping pressed, his gaze fixed intently on Chunji. "I pledge to keep it a secret." Chunji continued, drawing on his cigarette, his response measured. "That is my promise to him." Oh, Baoping's gray eyes flickered, silently scrutinizing Chunji for a considerable time. "Chief Chun, I am aware of the customs in your divine lineage. Your promises hold greater weight than anything else, even more than your very lives. In truth, we are not so different. I have a request for you, one that is directed solely at you. Will you grant it?" "You may speak," Chunji replied, still avoiding Baoping's gaze, feeling an unexpected distance between them. At this moment, Baoping continued, "I wish for you to make me a promise, a formal commitment akin to the sacred bonds among your divine kin, sealed with divine blood." His voice, though soft, resonated with clarity. "I wish for you to vow that from this day forth, you will cease your pursuit of the truth behind King Wu's campaign against Zhou. Regardless of what transpired in the past, the injustices inflicted upon others, or the liberties granted to certain individuals, whether your ancestor Jiangxia made errors, or what actions were taken by the ancestors of the West Qi, King Wu Gfa, do not seek to uncover these truths, nor pursue any further inquiries. Can you promise me this?" Chunji hesitated visibly, still averted from Baoping's gaze, yet his voice emerged slowly, each word imbued with a desire for Baoping to comprehend his thoughts. "Leader, have you considered that this is merely a grand game of chess? We are but pawns on this board. 5,000 years may seem an eternity to the realm of humanity, yet to the ancient gods, it is but the blink of an eye. Have you contemplated? I do not wish to know, nor do I care. This bears no relevance to me." Baoping interjected, his tone soft yet resolute, cutting through Chunji's musings. "The so-called board and pieces depend entirely on where your heart resides. If your heart is tethered by others, you will truly become their pawn. However, if you remain unbound, no one can control you. Even standing on the board, you may navigate according to your own will. The path you choose is your destiny." But what if we find ourselves on the board, unaware of the path we are meant to take? Chunji suddenly lifted his gaze to Baoping. Have you ever considered? He hesitated, contemplating for a moment before finally articulating the audacious thought that had long resided in his mind, that the war depicted in Investiture of the Gods has yet to truly conclude? The battle from 5 millennia ago remains unresolved. As he spoke, his emotions surged, his eyes alight with fervor as he implored Baoping to comprehend his perspective. Baoping, think about it. The barrier set by Jiangxia in the Grand Law Temple, does it not strike you as peculiar? Regardless of its authenticity, do you not find its form rather strange? Why does its center take the shape of an infant? Our ancestors have told us that this is the manifestation of the barrier, a lifeless transformation. Yet does this explanation not seem rather far-fetched? Have you ever pondered that the infant could perhaps be alive? Perhaps you have lost your mind. Baoping suddenly erupted in fury, embodying the tempestuous depths that Chunji had sensed earlier. His calm demeanor, akin to a turbulent sea beneath a tranquil surface, had now been breached, unleashing his wrath. With a sweeping motion, he sent glass vials crashing to the floor, shattering them into fragments. The noise drew the attention of warriors outside, who promptly entered. Leave, Baoping commanded sharply, his voice laced with menace, causing the warriors to retreat, visibly shaken. As Baoping turned to Chunji, the latter could distinctly see the fire in his eyes, his brows furrowed in anger, exuding a terror surpassing that of a fierce demon. Chief Chun, Baoping's voice was cold, like a lethal blade. Should you remain oblivious to your position, let me clarify. If the barrier is an illusion, your existence in this world holds no significance. The legitimacy of the barrier is indisputable. I initially approached you as a friend, but your stubbornness leaves me no choice. Now, as the leader of the West Qi, I command you, henceforth, cease your pursuit of the truth behind King Wu's campaign against Zhou, abandon your search for the Feng clan, and refrain from seeking the burial place of King Zhou of Shang. Discard all thoughts that plague your mind. The tomb of King Zhou does not exist, nor does he possess any evidence. Chapter 315. Abandonment. This was the first time Chunji witnessed Baoping in such a volatile state. Traditionally, Baoping maintained an unflappable demeanor. Even in the face of monumental events or imminent peril, he had never shown such agitation. Yet now, Baoping was furious and utterly uncompromising, unwilling to entertain any further discourse, presenting an impenetrable wall of communication. In that moment, Chunji felt an unprecedented distance between them, as if they stood on 2 fundamentally different planes of existence. To remain in his original stance would mean irrevocably severing ties with Baoping. As for Baoping's position, it is likely that he will never relinquish it. Have you heard my command? Baoping's gray eyes deepened significantly, and his hoarse voice was resolute. Please forgive my earlier demeanor. However, clan leader Chun, I implore you not to forget that this world, which we humans have painstakingly secured, is of immense value. Regardless of its foundation, it is an unalterable truth. Those ancient deities have perished, and you belong to our human side. Following this unfriendly discourse, Chunji departed from the royal court. The atmosphere during their conversation was exceedingly tense, with the sounds of objects being thrown echoing outside. Despite the bedroom door being tightly shut and their voices kept low, the warriors outside possessed keen hearing. As Chunji exited, the expressions of Asuo and Ji Ying were markedly anxious. Ji Ying appeared somewhat moved. Chunji discerned a glimmer of tears in her eyes, as if she wished to approach him to say something, yet she refrained from doing so due to Asuo's presence. Asuo, a man of few words, accompanied Chunji closely, escorting him out without uttering a single word. However, just as Chunji was about to leave, Asuo suddenly tugged at his arm. When Chunji turned back, he noticed a different expression on Asuo's face, partially concealed behind his bandages. It bore a sense of intimacy, as if Asuo had silently shed tears. Clan leader, Asuo spoke softly, the chief is gravely ill. Please do not take offense. In truth, he has been inquiring about you during this time. He relies on you more than anyone else. Clan leader, as someone slightly older, allow me to speak further. Since your ancestor, the revered Jiangshang, you have been the guardian of Xiqi. Although that is a long ago past, your family chose to stand with humanity from that time forth. I, too, am a demigod, yet I have opted for the human realm, pursuing the desires of my heart. I believe this embodies the way of heaven. We all know that Xiqi owes its existence today to your Jiang clan. From the initial King Wu, GFA, to every leader of subsequent generations, It is your Jiang family that has enabled our survival to this day. I am unaware of what has transpired, as it is not my place to inquire. Yet, on behalf of all in Xiqi, I beseech you, no matter what has occurred, please do not abandon us. Though Asoa's words were softly spoken, they made Qinji's heart race. He felt a pang in his chest, a heart-wrenching sensation as if countless burdens had suddenly descended upon him. Baoping, the ghost blade, Asoa, and this dark Xiqi royal city, along with everything associated with it, had long since become an integral part of Qinji's life. He had never contemplated parting from them, yet in this moment, he felt as if they had suddenly distanced themselves, as if they might disappear at any moment. Rest assured, Qinji placed his hand firmly on Aso's shoulder and declared, "No matter what transpires, I shall not abandon you. Yet, I fervently hope that you too will not forsake me." After uttering these words, Qinji departed. The journey that followed felt interminable, as if he had traversed countless years. In the days that ensued after returning to the Fate Hall, Qinji experienced an unexpected tranquility. Nothing eventful occurred. Everything seemed to freeze in time. Even the organization fell silent, devoid of any news. However, it was rumored that since Qinji's departure, Baoping had expelled a large amount of blood, causing a flurry of activity within the West Qi. The shamans remained vigilantly at his bedside, providing care day and night. Yet, after this episode, Baoping appeared to have gained clarity. His resolve was rekindled, rendering him impervious to the invasions of the red medicine that had once plagued his mind and body. Following several treatments, he began to recover rapidly. Many cloaked figures remarked that Baoping now seemed even more formidable than before, akin to a piece of obsidian. Meanwhile, in the human realm, joyous days unfolded. As Fat Wei had proclaimed, upon Lu Baobao's return with the divine tongue, he truly unleashed his creativity. After thoroughly studying the divine tongue, he devised an array of delightful dishes, filling their bellies with exquisite culinary delights that transported them to gastronomic bliss. Subsequently, Lu Baobao bid them farewell. Having meticulously translated all the divine recipes into written form, compiling them into a tome of considerable thickness, Lu Baobao required time to master these intricate recipes, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Before his departure, in gratitude to Qinji and in return for Lu Xiaohong's generous hospitality, Lu Baobao gifted her a crystal. This crystal was harvested from the divine tongue, which bore a myriad of colorful crystals amidst its intricate texture. Lu Baobao presented one of these crystals to Lu Xiaohong, encouraging her to utilize it in her restaurant. This crystal, when steeped in boiling water for just 10 minutes, would yield a copious amount of liquid seasoning. Remarkably, the crystal itself would neither diminish nor dissolve, allowing for repeated use. The broth produced from this seasoning was extraordinarily aromatic. Following Lu Xiaohong's initial use of this method, her hot pot restaurant experienced an explosion of popularity. It seemed as though the entire city flocked to purchase her delectable bone broth. From that moment onward, patrons began queuing outside her establishment from the break of dawn. Daily, merchants from far and wide called in hopes of joining her burgeoning bone broth business. Lu Xiaohong's signature dish had indeed become a sensation, likely altering the fate of her family for years to come. As Lu Baobao departed, he made a solemn promise to Qinji. He pledged to dedicate all his energy to the divine recipes, particularly those that harnessed divine power, aspiring to comprehend them fully in due time. Although Qinji had consumed the heart of the underworld god some time ago, theoretically, he had already digested it. However, I hope to discover some extraordinary cooking methods that will allow this heart to unleash its power within Qinji. Chapter 316. The truth revealed in silence. In the ensuing days, Qinji's life truly descended into a state of utter tranquility. No further news emerged from the organization, as if all connections to him had been effortlessly severed like delicate threads. Yet during this time, he received some tidings from Peng Wei, all originating from the cloaked figures. It was said that the organization was now wholly focused on fortifying Changbai Mountain, embarking on the establishment of modernized offensive and defensive measures. This undertaking was referred to as the destruction of Hell, a grand mission. Baoping commanded the construction of numerous high-tech protective barriers surrounding Changbai Mountain, which included melding into the geological layers and setting up offensive and defensive strategies, even importing substantial quantities of explosives. These defensive preparations would consume a year or even two, yet their strength was formidable, scientists optimistically predicted that these measures could withstand the force of a near-nuclear explosion. When that moment arrives, the organization would likely mobilize all its strength to relocate the inhabitants of the area, transforming the entire mountain into a structure of liquid explosives to annihilate its interior, thereby eradicating the underworld concealed within the mountain. Such an extensive operational plan was indeed astonishing, as all human and material resources of the Western Qi were tirelessly devoted to this monumental task. Yiqing also garnered the approval of numerous high-ranking officials, including leaders from various nations, who would clandestinely and wholeheartedly support the destruction of Hell Initiative, for it was a matter concerning all of humanity. Once that moment arrives, it remains uncertain which segment of the world might escape disaster. However, Chunji received no news. Baoping did not seek him for further discussions. The Ghost Blade was also left in a state of neglect, with only simple commands relayed from Asu, instructing the Ghost Blade to ensure Chunji's safety, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Thus, a cold war ensued between Chunji and Baoping. During this period, Chunji ceased to take any proactive measures. Perhaps it was due to Baoping's final command, or perhaps it was his attachment to the entirety of Western Qi that led him to refrain from further exploration. In fact, the Ghost Blade later privately advised him that, under the current circumstances, everyone understood a very clear principle: the past cannot be pursued. What has transpired is now history, and since it is in the past, what significance does right or wrong hold? The imminent crisis is the most pressing concern. The underworld is about to be unleashed, and the annihilation of the world by the Queen of the Underworld is perilously close. In comparison, to dwell on matters from 5,000 years ago seems rather foolish, does it not? All focus should now be directed toward confronting the Queen of the Underworld, while other matters ought to be temporarily set aside. This elementary truth was not lost on Chunji. Yet, he felt an unsettling dissonance, as if the sequence of events had gone awry, creating a sense of inversion. Moreover, there was a rather straightforward issue that both Baoping and the entire Western Qi appeared to overlook. Even if the Western Qi expends all its strength, even if the entirety of humanity dedicates itself wholeheartedly, even if Chunji and his divine generals are willing to sacrifice their lives, it does not guarantee victory over the Queen of the Underworld. Of course, within the human psyche, there is often a belief that righteousness can triumph over evil, that the darkness within the netherworld will ultimately be vanquished by light. Yet, this is but a delusional aspiration of humanity. The brevity of human life leads to an overly idealistic perception of many matters. Power is power. In the presence of the strong, all notions of righteousness lose their significance. Yama has proclaimed that the strength of the Queen of the Underworld is insurmountable. Chunji does not believe that Yama would speak falsely, and moreover, the current Queen of the Underworld is not the same. The queen he encountered, though steeped in darkness, was still Qin Yiyang. All of Qin Yiyang's emotions and kindness still tethered her corporeal form. Yet now, the soul of Qin Yiyang residing within that body has been stripped of emotion and benevolence, leaving only hatred behind. This hatred has irrevocably solidified the queen's essence. Chunji's earlier attempt to restore Qin Yiyang's body was, in truth, driven by selfish motives. He hoped to rescue Qin Yiyang, yet in the end, the transparent little Qin Yiyang chose the same fate. Thus, this plan amounted to failure. After the soul was taken, although the current Queen of the Underworld is temporarily weakened, when she finally breaks free from the underworld, she shall be merciless and devoid of humanity, an unstoppable force. This is an assessment of the ultimate victory or defeat. In addition to these reflections, there are peculiar details that now seem increasingly unsettling. Initially inconspicuous, they have gradually unveiled their significance in Chunji's mind. The suspicions have escalated into an inexplicable enigma. Firstly, the organization's centuries-long pursuit of the Ao Hen bloodline seems illogical. Abandoning all emotional factors and personal opinions, this endeavor is not merely cruel, but also lacking in clear intent. For a race that poses little threat, there is absolutely no necessity for such a brutal campaign. Certainly, organizations throughout history have eradicated foreign races as part of their mission. Yet, the term foreign race is merely a label. Upon further reflection, it appears the organization has truly sought the extermination of the Ao Hen clan alone. The demon race, inherently savage and brutal, has not faced total annihilation from the organization despite their ancient cruelty. Why then, should the organization pursue the Ao Hen? A race that scurries to survive with such relentless fervor? Naturally, the organization has its own justifications for this throughout history. They claim the Aohen clan is excessively stubborn and inherently paranoid, showcasing their particular character flaws since the time of the renowned General Wu Sangui during the Qing dynasty. Fearing their acquisition of power could destabilize the realm. However, upon closer examination, this rationale seems exceedingly far-fetched. The attainment of power by an individual hinges on a multitude of complex factors. Even Wu Sangui ultimately did not seize imperial authority. Due to the inherent flaw of his obstinate character, the notion of perpetually annihilating an entire race seems excessively far-fetched and unjustifiable. Furthermore, there exists an unsettling aspect regarding Baoping's reaction, which appears excessively radical. Even if Chunji has defied his orders, even if all of Chunji's actions hold no significance, Baoping's characteristic demeanor does not warrant such an extreme display of rage. Over the years, Chunji has come to understand Baoping to some extent. His inner self resembles that of an elder. He seldom issues ultimatums lightly, yet when he speaks, his words carry weight. He tends to conceal his emotions, allowing others to remain perplexed by his true feelings, remaining stoic even amidst calamity. Yet this time, he exhibits an unusual impatience, and Chunji senses that it reflects a semblance of anger born from humiliation. When might one feel such indignation? Most certainly when their vulnerabilities are exposed. Thus, Chunji is led to believe that as the leader of the West Qi, Baoping harbors knowledge of something and has been living in fear of it. Chapter 317, The Truth Revealed in Silence, Part 2. Moreover, concerning the barrier. It is the most crucial element of West Qi. If the barrier is a fabrication, then the sacrifices endured by West Qi over 5 millennia become nothing but a farce, a notion that is utterly unacceptable to all its people. Conversely, if the barrier is indeed false, what could be the true objective of Jiangxia? Is it merely to establish a fictitious barrier, compelling the people of West Qi to sacrifice and bleed for generations, venerating him as a deity? Or is it simply an act of deception, a manifestation of wicked amusement? Such explanations seem implausible. The barrier stands as the greatest enigma of all. Chunji formulates a logical hypothesis. If Jiangxia has truly deceived everyone, committing an audacious act by creating this false barrier, it should not serve as a protector, but rather as a seal, confining something within. It is conceivable that it contains something that Jiangxia fears immensely, something capable of upending the entire world. The key to this mystery lies within the decree held by Xiqi. Chunji has an unwavering feeling that the matters at hand, including the bronze door of Changbai Mountain, the Fengdu underworld, and the impending emergence of the Queen of the Underworld, are not of paramount importance. What truly matters is locating that decree. During this period, Chunji recalls a particularly significant thought. If fate is indeed a grand chess game, then this represents a solitary line, the most crucial line of all. He dialed his father Chen Yang's number. Ever since the conspiracy meticulously orchestrated by his father was unveiled 2 years prior, Chen Yang has been concealed in a highly secretive location by the organization. He has been confined there, only able to communicate with Chunji through a single line over the internet. Subsequently, Baoping has indicated that Chen Yang is, in fact, free and could leave at any moment should he choose to do so. However, Chen Yang will not depart. He requires a stage to prove his capabilities, for the organization is his true home. Consequently, since that time, Chunji has ceased to worry about his father's safety. After the call was connected, Chen Yang's image appeared on the other end. Upon seeing Chunji again, Chen Yang's face and tone revealed an unmistakable excitement. He had not seen his son in quite some time, and it was evident that he genuinely missed him. "Xiaoji, what have you been busy with lately?" Chen Yang asked, his demeanor akin to a neglected elder in a nursing home. "You seem quite occupied. It has been ages since you last called me, and I didn't want to disturb you." "I have indeed been somewhat busy," Chunji replied softly. He then glanced at his father's face on the screen, noticing that his father seemed to have gained a bit of weight, with a slight flush on his cheeks. It appeared that, as Baoping had mentioned, his father had indeed found a sense of belonging. At this moment, he was experiencing one of the happiest times of his life. "Dad, I want to ask you about some things from the past," Chunji said. "When you were in contact with the Dark Faction, did anything particularly notable occur? For instance, when you were involved in those activities, were you ever incited or advised by someone?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Xiaoji, why bring these things up now? Those were past mistakes. My thoughts were overly simplistic and extreme back then. I will not repeat such errors in the future. Lately, I have been reminiscing about your mother. I owe her an apology. If I could go back in time, I would treat her well. That's not it, Dad. Chunji attempted to soften his tone to ease his father's tension. Dad, I am not blaming you. What I am discussing is an objective matter. I'm asking if, before you engaged in those actions, was there a possibility that someone, through certain methods or words, instilled hope in you, or perhaps led you to do those things? Are you suggesting that someone manipulated my thoughts? Chun Yang, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped Chunji's implication. Xiaoji, you know I possess a talent for psychology. No one can manipulate me, not even divine beings can suggest anything to me. This was one of the reasons for my collaboration with the Dark Faction. Everything I did was driven by your grandfather's dying wishes, which were so compelling that I carried out the subsequent arrangements. No one influenced me. If anyone had an impact, it was your grandfather. Moreover, Xiaoji, why are you asking this? Has something happened? Chunji hesitated briefly, but eventually lifted his head, confiding in his father about everything that had transpired, including matters concerning the Feng clan, his experiences at the God-cooking tomb, and his speculations regarding the decree in DXIN's hand. Dad, think carefully, Chunji continued. Before you engaged in those actions, did you encounter any peculiar individuals? They had some very distinctive traits, particularly their eyes. Unusual eyes? Chun Yang suddenly seemed to recall something, subsequently sinking into a profound reverie. He lit a cigarette, drew it closer, exhaled a plume of smoke, and gently reminisced. I have never met him, but I heard people speak of him when I was young. That person is my father, your grandfather. What? Chunji's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened as he gazed at Chun Yang on the screen. At that moment, Chun Yang continued, I was quite young then, so I do not remember the details. However, I recall your grandfather mentioning that when he was little, his parents, your great-grandparents, were quite indulgent. Thus, he often played outside alone and returned home late without facing any reprimands. But once, he encountered a masked figure who offered him candy and played with him for a considerable time before escorting him home. Throughout their play, the figure did not utter a single word. Yet, regarding how he met this person or the games they played, those details elude his memory. Upon returning home that day, he found his parents behaving strangely, mannerisms exaggerated and stiff, akin to puppets, yet their emotions were intensely fervent. They recounted the ancient grievances of the Chun family to your grandfather, tearfully expressing their indignation, urging him to vow vengeance for our lineage. Thus began your grandfather's resolute quest for retribution, marking Xiqi as the enemy of the Chun family. Not long after, your great-grandparents passed away. Your grandfather did harbor doubts about the masked figure, especially regarding that individual's peculiarities. He often remarked that the masked man moved with alarming swiftness, which was quite unsettling. Most importantly, his eyes were terrifying, long and narrow, not resembling those of a human. Chapter 318. A fortuitous discovery. Upon hearing his father's words, Chunji was immediately taken aback, his heart racing wildly. The information relayed by Chun Yang was significantly crucial, allowing for the assessment of a fundamental principle. The reason was simple. It confirmed that the events occurring within their family were indeed premeditated. From prior understanding, the figure with the elongated eyes was likely part of the Feng clan. The purpose of their visit to his grandfather seemed akin to their pursuit of EMO, inciting hatred and subsequently advancing the main storyline. However, this narrative was not the one currently perceived by Chunji. It was the main plot of the Feng clan, embodying their ultimate objective. Chunji's family consisted of ordinary humans, possessing some intellectual talents and a history intertwined with the organization. Nevertheless, the Feng clan had no need to exert such effort to manipulate a human family. So, why would they undertake such actions? The answer is straightforward. It indicates that the bloodline of Chunji's branch may significantly influence the overarching dynamics in the future. In other words, they likely deduced long ago that Chunji, an outsider, would ascend to become the next leader of the Jiang clan. Moreover, what is the central narrative of the Feng clan? They seem to possess foreknowledge of the impending events in this world, including the emergence of the underworld queen. Once the flames of hell engulf the entire realm, nothing will remain. Yet, they appear unconcerned. They continue to orchestrate the entire chessboard with meticulous precision, compelling the West Qi to confront the underworld queen. What, then, is their true objective? Is there a genuine conspiracy lurking behind all of this? a king wronged and buried beneath the soil 5 millennia ago, harboring a vengeful scheme. Upon reconnecting with his father, Chunji ceased to evade the entanglements that had long plagued him. He resolved to pursue this path relentlessly. This is not a trivial pursuit. On the contrary, in his heart, the matters beyond the Changbai Mountains do not constitute the main narrative. Instead, the quest for the Feng clan and the search for the tomb of King Zhou, Xin, have transformed into his true focus. Following his established methods, Chunji sought information about the Feng clan through the Xin bird. He also enlisted the aid of several semi-divine beings, employing earth-burrowing techniques to traverse mountains and deserts, scouring remote corners of the nation for any remnants left by the Feng clan. Even the smallest artifact would suffice. However, they soon discovered that their efforts were in vain. The direst of predictions had come to pass. The Feng clan was extraordinarily meticulous, rendering themselves utterly invisible. It was as if they had long since gone extinct. For in the present semi-divine realm, there existed not a soul who remembered their existence. Moreover, in this world, they had left no trace behind, no unutilized vessels, no legends, no fingerprints, and no biological elements to extract. It seems that the grand wedding bed they had glimpsed in Pengcheng was the sole remnant the Feng clan had left in this world. If that artifact still existed, Chunji could have employed his previous methods, utilizing scientific techniques to extract biological elements from the bed, and then invoke the transparent beings through dark sorcery to locate the Feng clan. Alas, that grand wedding bed had long since turned to ashes, severing the thread of inquiry concerning the Feng clan entirely. The days that followed were marked by an authentic tranquility. The organization ceased all forms of contact with Chunji, not even assigning tasks to the Ghostblade. Baoping set this matter aside, neither inquiring nor discussing it, seemingly intent on maintaining a distance from Chunji. Meanwhile, Chunji refrained from any rash actions during this period. He had not surrendered. Rather, he was awaiting an essential ritual to make his final decision. This ritual would decisively determine his next course of action. The ritual in question was the divination technique of Danxian. In the face of significant decisions, all analysis and reasoning are subjective, influenced by emotions and personal biases. However, divination is different. It is definitive. The spell as predictions for the future pertain to events that are bound to occur, accurately forecasting fortunes and misfortunes, thereby aiding Chunji in his judgments. Thus, Chunji found himself in a state of tranquil anticipation, awaiting the results of the divination to discern his next course of action. During these rare moments of serenity, Chunji and his companions frequently visited Lu Xiaohong to indulge in her sumptuous meals. Ever since she acquired the secret recipe for her renowned marrow bone hot pot, it has gained immense popularity. In this era of boundless online growth, food influencers from all corners of the world flock to sample the legendary dish, sharing their experiences across various platforms. Within mere weeks, Lu Xiaohong's marrow bone became a household name nationwide. Even Ding Ning, once devoted solely to gaming, has now abandoned his former passions in favor of gastronomy. To speak candidly, the marrow bones imbued with the magical recipe are truly delectable. The once simple bones, enhanced with spices and transformed into a hot pot, present an alluring sight with their creamy, white marrow. However, this dish transcends mere deliciousness. Its fragrance is so intoxicating that one might feel an unbearable longing if deprived of it. The richness of the marrow and the crispiness of the pork are flavors that elude human description. Fat Wei often found himself salivating at night, eagerly lining up the next morning for a taste. Meanwhile, the formidable Hu Na, having become utterly enamored with these marrow bones, drew attention with his peculiar appearance each time he entered. He implored Chunji to arrange for Lu Xiaohong to set up a private dining area in the courtyard, allowing him to feast freely. Naturally, his immense appetite necessitated Lu Xiaohong to procure additional supplies exclusively for him, leading Chunji to ponder that Lu Xiaohong's earnings during this period might barely suffice to sustain this gluttonous giant. Gradually, this small private room in the courtyard became a favored dining spot for Chunji and his friends. One afternoon, while Hu Na was busily devouring the hot pot, Chunji lit a cigarette and quietly discussed the enigmatic Feng clan with Fat Wei, noting how elusive they were, leaving behind scant traces of their existence. Most legends of the Phoenix circulating today appear to be fabrications by later generations, seemingly disconnected from the true essence of the Feng clan. At that moment, Hu Na, still engrossed in his bones, overheard Chun-Ji's discourse. Without a hint of reservation, he uttered a statement that astonished Chun-Ji. The clan leader is seeking the phoenix? If you wish to learn about the Feng clan, why not ask my mother? They once had dealings. In my home, there exists a bamboo record of the Feng clan, which has been passed down for many years. As a child, I once tampered with it, and when my mother discovered it, I received a stern reprimand. She stated that this was the last of its kind in the world. If this were to be lost, no one would ever know what a phoenix truly is. Chapter 319, A Fortuitous Discovery, Part 2. Huna's casual remark left Chun-Ji and Fat Wei utterly astonished, particularly Fat Wei, who nearly choked on his tea in disbelief. You can't be serious? Fat Wei immediately covered the teacup and inquired of Tiger Girl. Please do not toy with us. Are you certain that such a thing exists in your household? Indeed, Tiger Girl replied, her eyes fixated on the large bone in her hand, not casting a glance at Fat Wei. I have played with that tome since childhood. It resides in the den of my home. We possess numerous ancient texts like that. My mother claims they are divine histories, as enduring as the lifespan of the heavens and the earth. They contain things unfathomable to humanity in a lifetime. Tiger Girl, I must ask you. Chun-Ji swiftly probed this burly figure. If such a thing truly exists, why did your mother not mention it last time? She instructed me to seek it out on my own. I know not, Tiger Girl replied, continuing to chew heartily on her meat, entirely disinterested in the topic. If the master has doubts, it would be best to inquire directly with her. I can never decipher my mother's thoughts. Yet, I have indeed played with that book from childhood. It was crafted from strips of bamboo, glowing green in the sunlight. After my mother struck me, she placed that verdant bamboo tome in the cabinet within the den. A green bamboo tome? Upon hearing this description, Chun-Ji was inwardly astonished, immediately realizing that this hefty figure was not speaking nonsense. For it was not bamboo at all, but rather an exquisite green jade material known as jade bamboo slips. As the name suggests, its primary purpose is akin to that of bamboo slips, used for recording text. However, this precious green stone is exceedingly rare and remarkably lightweight, possessing no heft when held. Since ancient times, it has served the same function as bamboo slips, with the distinction that these jade bamboo slips record extremely significant matters. It is said that important battles and ancient divine genealogies were inscribed upon them. However, due to resource depletion, these jade bamboo slips exist only in descriptions within the Jiang family's library, which Chun-Ji had never witnessed firsthand. Allegedly, this jade is not only light, but also a vibrant green, sparkling brilliantly under sunlight, and is an excellent carving material, allowing for crisp and effortless engravings. Thus, when Tiger Girl articulated this fundamental characteristic, Chun-Ji immediately recognized that the book she spoke of regarding the Phoenix clan was likely genuine. Allah, do not be overly excited, Fat Wei, ever the paragon of calmness, interjected at this moment. He smiled, glancing around before winking at Chun-Ji. Do not frighten the child. This matter is quite apparent, is it not? That celestial mother of hers never intended to share this with you, as she is hardly on your side. Why would she divulge such crucial information? In my view, this situation requires a subtle approach, not brashness. It is best handled privately. Do you see? Although she may not favor you, her son still listens to you, does he not? Are you suggesting that we encourage Tiger Girl to sneak home? After a moment of astonishment, Chun-Ji quickly comprehended Fat Wei's intentions and hastily voiced his disapproval. How could that be acceptable? Such an action is utterly out of the question. If we proceed in this manner, we would be compromising even the most fundamental principles. All right. There's no need to escalate the matter, Fat Wei interjected, gesturing for Chun-Ji to cease his protests. He then turned his gaze, grinning as he addressed Huna. Hey, my friend, have you had your fill? If so, I would like to discuss a few matters with you. Go ahead, Huna replied, though his eyes remained fixated on the meat in the bowl, continuously shoveling food into his mouth. At that moment, Fat Wei continued. You are well aware of your own appetite. Day after day, consuming from these large and small bowls, you are bound to exhaust the resources of this establishment. Even if we have a bit of money, we cannot afford your voracious appetite. The owner has informed us that you need to settle your previous bills, which amount to a considerable sum we simply cannot manage. What do you propose we do about this? Upon hearing this, Huna was momentarily taken aback. However, he understood that in human society, one must pay for food, and at last, he set down the large bowl from his hands. Pay? I have none. What do you suggest? Can it be exchanged for something else? Do you require me to lift a mountain for her? Oh my, You are truly a simplistic soul. Fatway chuckled, shaking his head. What era are we in? There are cranes for moving mountains. We don't need your brute strength for such matters. Let's discuss this. That book you mentioned about the phoenix is quite intriguing. I have a friend who is interested in ancient texts. If we could take it to him, he would undoubtedly pay handsomely for it. Rest assured, he only requires a copy, not the original. In the end, your meal will be settled, and you will have fulfilled his desire. It's a win-win situation, wouldn't you say? That green book can be exchanged for money. Huna widened his tiger-like eyes. Incredulous. Is that true? Absolutely true, Fatway replied, placing a cigarette between his lips and snapping his fingers in front of Huna. I will take care of this matter. However, there is one more thing we must agree upon. Let us avoid complications. Your mother's temperament is quite daunting, and we must not arouse her suspicions. You should return home tonight, quietly retrieve that book, and we will swiftly make a copy, which you can return without delay. We must remain discreet. Can you manage that? How could that be difficult? Huna replied without hesitation, cheerfully agreeing. I often return home to gather some food and trinkets. My mother typically does not inquire. If that old green booklet can fetch some money, I shall retrieve it immediately. Wait for me. With that, Huna did not utter another word, and with a thunderous leap, he plunged into the ground, disappearing from sight. The art of earth evasion is indeed a captivating spell. Even the most solid concrete quickly yields to its power. The enigmatic Huna subsequently departed, leaving Chen and Peng Wei to ponder in the room. At this juncture, Peng Wei, beaming with delight, exhaled a ring of smoke and patted Chen on the shoulder, saying, All is well, Chief Chen. I comprehend your thoughts. Cease your self-reproach. The matter of this foolish child pilfering is entirely instigated by me, an unrefined grave robber. It bears no relation to your esteemed lineage. However, do indulge tonight. Chapter 320. The Phoenix Clan's secret manuscript. Indeed, Peng Wei's scheme proved successful later that evening. At around 10 o'clock, Huna unexpectedly emerged in the courtyard of the Destiny Hall, covered in dirt and bearing a bundle, claiming to have brought the jade manuscript. Upon receiving and unwrapping the package, Chen and the others discovered a scroll composed of verdant jade strips. Contrary to their initial expectations, there was also a letter enclosed. Chen picked up the note, which bore elegant calligraphy stating, to Chief Chen, personally. This was a handwritten missive from Baoping, leaving them in a rather awkward predicament. Especially Peng Wei, whose face flushed crimson. It appeared that in the presence of the venerable Baoping, their petty schemes paled in comparison. Likely, Huna had been discovered by his mother upon his return. Yet, Baoping chose not to expose her Navi son, permitting him to return with the jade manuscript, along with her own handwritten note. Huna, oblivious to these nuances, brushed off the dirt from his clothes and nonchalantly pushed the green jade scroll towards Peng Wei, uttering with a simple-minded grin, Does this settle my meal debt? Yes, it's settled. Peng Wei, caught in a moment of embarrassment, struggled to find words. Then can I still eat? Huna inquired innocently. Of course. Eat as you please, Peng Wei replied, his face burning, and after a brief pause, he added, Well, Huna, from now on, I will cover all your expenses for the meaty delights. I ask for nothing in return, save for your remembrance of my kindness. When you return home, speak well of me to your mother, mentioning how I often took care of you. Oh, Huna responded, somewhat bewildered, before turning to Chen. Does the chief have any further instructions for me? None at all. Chen gently nodded to Huna. You've run about all day. Go rest. We shall examine this jade manuscript closely. Understood. Huna exhibited no suspicion or significant interest in the matter, and soon after, he patted his head and vanished into the earth, presumably seeking a place to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen and the others secured the courtyard gate before ascending to the second floor, cautiously opening Baoping's letter. The letter contained very little. On the blank white page, a brief passage was inscribed in divine script, evidently intended solely for Chen eyes. The text read, The Phoenix clan shares the same surname as Nuwa, the supreme ancient clan, embodying the celestial path. In days of yore, the cry of the phoenix atop Mount Qi was, in truth, a lamentation of blood. Rather than an omen of good fortune, it was, instead, a scornful rebuke. Chen surveyed this passage from top to bottom, finding its content succinct yet reflective of two profoundly significant pieces of information. The first being that the Phoenix lineage shares the same surname as Nuwa. Though the specifics of this connection remain elusive, nevertheless, it substantiates the uniqueness of this lineage. In fact, Zhenji had previously encountered tales regarding Nua's surname. According to legend, Nua was said to bear the surname Feng, establishing intricate ties with the phoenix. Some even assert that the phoenix is a branch of her bloodline, tasked with upholding the celestial mandate. However, due to the antiquity of these tales, no one has traced their origins. Historically, the phoenix has held a lofty status. Ancient peoples regarded it as a manifestation of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, later joining the dragon to become symbols of auspiciousness, a lineage with discernible roots. In contrast, the second piece of information is of paramount importance. The phrase in days of yore, the cry of the phoenix atop Mount Qi was, in truth, a lamentation of blood rather than an omen of good fortune. It was, instead, a scornful rebuke. Conveys a crystal-clear meaning. The legendary cry of the phoenix on the lands of Huaxia, which has been recounted for millennia, indeed transpired in the West Qi. However, the truth of that time has been romanticized by posterity. The tale of the phoenix's cry atop Mount Qi is a renowned historical anecdote, celebrated even in contemporary times by the people of West Qi, symbolizing their proud heritage. This tale refers to the moment when King Wen of Zhou, while in Mount Qi, was said to have been graced by the sudden arrival of a phoenix, which landed there to sing, its voice melodious and enchanting, amidst a backdrop of resplendent clouds and celestial phenomena. Consequently, the people of West Qi believed that the phoenix's presence was summoned by King Wen's virtuous governance, heralding the prosperity of the Zhou dynasty. Subsequent generations, eager to exalt this splendid history, often likened King Wen to the phoenix, asserting that his virtuous talents were akin to a flawless jade, thus attracting the phoenix to Mount Qi. The Bamboo Annals records that King Wen dreamt of the sun and moon illuminating his being, and a mythical bird sang upon Mount Qi. The text further states that the tyrant of the Yin dynasty wreaked havoc across the realm. The celestial fates shifted, and the divine spirits withdrew as the 5 stars converged, heralding clarity across the seas, indicating the auspicious sign of the phoenix's cry on Mount Qi, foreshadowing the impending downfall of the tyrant and the ascendance of the Ji clan of West Qi. This narrative has circulated across the land of Huaxia for millennia without challenge. Yet now, the words of the White Phoenix Immortal have utterly transformed the significance of this legend, rendering the truth starkly cold and even tinged with irony. It appears that a phoenix indeed visited West Qi, alighting upon Mount Qi to weep blood. However, its purpose was not to showcase an omen of good fortune, nor to extol the virtues of King Wen, but rather to scorn Ji Chang. As to what transgressions Ji Chang committed against the celestial order that warranted such a rebuke from the phoenix, the sorrowful creature likely harbored that knowledge deep within its heart. Zhenji subsequently set this letter aside temporarily, then unrolled the green jade slip. This jade slip was indeed as described by the Tiger Woman, crafted entirely from emerald jade, with segments linked together in a row, resembling bamboo slips. However, those jade-like objects, crystal clear and remarkably light, possess no weight when held, and are now unseen in the contemporary world. The center of the jade scroll is secured with fine fibers, indicating that the original thread had sustained damage several times. And this is a later addition. Chunji gently unfurls the scroll, and soon, rows of ancient inscriptions etched into the jade strips materialize before him. Indeed, this is a tome detailing the phoenix, articulated with remarkable conciseness, resembling an objective record. The content described is as follows: the phoenix, a bird of auspice. The male is called Feng, the female Huang. It manifests in the presence of virtue and recedes in the face of deficiency, embodying the will of heaven. The lineage of the phoenix predominantly comprises females, with the male phoenix being exceedingly rare, known as the Phoenix Emperor, who governs the entire clan. The decline of the phoenix tribe sees the scion elevated in status. The Phoenix Emperor, a descendant of divine birds, is the rightful heir, while other offspring are considered common kin. These records are rather convoluted, primarily consisting of flowery phrases that lack substantial meaning. At the very end, a peculiar incantation emerges. This incantation is strange, incomprehensible in content, yet its arrangement suggests it is akin to a divine slaying spell, a form of offensive incantation. As he continues to peruse, a brief annotation catches his eye. Upon reading these annotations, Zhenji couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 321, The Phoenix Clan's Secret Tome, Part 2. It turns out to be a sequentially linked offensive incantation. imbued with a fierce intent to annihilate without a trace of life. Chunji possesses a fair understanding of such spells, as the divine slaying incantation in his possession bears a similar structure. The concepts of spells and physical techniques are distinctly different. Physical attacks are visible, and one can gauge the damage inflicted upon an opponent based on the speed and force of the assault. Conversely, spell damage is an entirely different notion. It is often invisible, with many spells capable of erupting from within an adversary's body. Such damage can encompass a myriad of forces, including lightning and fire, representing a formidable assault. Most crucially, the power of spells can accumulate and be repeated, akin to Chunji's fierce incantation, which harnesses the force of spells for amplification. The resultant fierce incantation can trap formidable beings like Yamo, rendering them immobile. The incantation inscribed on the jade strip resembles an Ouroboros, an endless cycle. Once ensnared by the spell, it recurs without cessation, persisting until the target is utterly reduced to ashes. Beside the incantation is an annotation, composed of script that Chunji can comprehend, containing the following content. The phoenix, divine bird, embodies the utmost fire of the world, undergoing rebirth through the cycle of creation and destruction, possessing an undying essence. Yet, all things exist in a balance of creation and destruction, and the phoenix is not exempt from mortality. In this world, there exists but one entity capable of severing the phoenix's path to rebirth, obliterating its cycle of resurrection, and slaying it. When it forsakes the path of rebirth, the phoenix weeps blood, its lamentations attracting kin, a phenomenon historically known as the phoenix weeping blood. Upon reaching this point, the text within the jade scroll concludes, yet the information encapsulated within is profoundly significant. The enormity of the biological structure and the plethora of information regarding the phoenix momentarily overwhelmed Chunji. It became evident that the phoenix truly possesses the ability to undergo rebirth, rendering it an immortal being. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing, as it contradicted the very laws of nature. Such a formidable creature, in theory, could be deemed invincible. Yet, within the vast tapestry of existence, every being has its predator. There exists a creature that serves as the phoenix's nemesis, capable of countering its regenerative properties. This enigmatic incantation likely pertains to that creature, a unique spell designed to vanquish the phoenix. To uncover the identity of this being, one merely needs to decipher the peculiar incantation. Delving into ancient languages is a daunting task. While divine tongues are relatively uniform, human languages are manifold, and the dialects of the beast folk are particularly convoluted. Many of these languages have fragmented over time, their logic obscured by age, rendering most untraceable. This language surely diverges from divine script, yet bears a resemblance in phonetic structure and exhibits numerous characteristics of beast speech. Chunji decided to attempt reciting the incantation, adhering to the logic of divine language. As he began to utter the strange incantation, an ethereal mist enveloped him, and the air around him became saturated with moisture, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Pang Wei, nearby, shuddered and exclaimed, "Orange, what are you doing? Why are you speaking that language? Have you lost your mind? What on earth is this?" Chunji was taken aback by Pang Wei's reaction and pressed on. "Do you recognize this language?" With a hint of fear etched on his face for the first time, Pang Wei replied, "Damn it, I remember it vividly, even in ashes. Have you forgotten how Tingting died? Back in that cave in Wushan, I was shrouded by the malevolent spirits underground, and the only sound echoing in my mind was that voice. I'll never forget it until my last breath. Hearing it sends chills through me, as if I've been thrown into icy waters." Chunji could hardly fathom the rapid unfolding of this information. The mention of Wushan conjured memories of the colossal form rising beneath the mountain, the ancient, eerie sounds, and the enveloping mist. That immense creature, resembling a dragon, had not revealed itself to him at the time, yet he had said they might meet again. Little did he know that he would now seek assistance from this ancient being. Without a doubt, these archaic and peculiar incantations were indeed the language of dragons, the only creatures capable of subduing the phoenix, as legend foretold. Subsequently, Chunji carefully rolled up the green jade slip once more, deeming the impression unnecessary. He meticulously transcribed the dragon language incantation before summoning the tiger mother once more, returning the jade tablet to her. "Take this back to your mother," Chunji instructed the tiger mother, "and convey this message. I understand that the immortal matriarch wishes to remain uninvolved in worldly affairs, and that she once made a pact with the nine-tailed celestial fox, promising not to align with any faction. Yet, this realm is truly an otherworldly paradise, where, regardless of its concealment, all beings of this world coexist. As we approach the final moments, I fervently hope that the celestial matriarch does not abandon us, the seemingly insignificant juniors. Oh, the tiger, in a daze, responded in a monotone, seemingly grasping little of the meaning, yet recited Chunji's words verbatim before turning away with the jade tablet in hand. After his departure, Chunji summoned Fat Wei and Ghost Blade under the cover of night to share his thoughts. He intended to await Xianlin's divination ceremony, for if the results proved favorable, he might very well choose a different path. This alternative route could likely deviate from the original storyline, becoming more arduous and winding. Nevertheless, Chunji firmly believed that this path was worth traversing. For the first time, Fat Wei and Ghost Blade refrained from voicing their opinions regarding Chunji's decision. After a period of contemplative silence, Fat Wei finally remarked, "That orange. It's not that we are unwilling to assist you, but I genuinely believe you may be slightly bewitched. Regardless of the reason, be it the will of heaven or your disdain for their awkwardness, or your desire to deal with the Phoenix clan, the question remains, where will you find them? Even if you could eliminate them, those winged creatures will not simply present themselves to you. You must not squander time on this endeavor and forget our paramount task. Do not forget the horrors that lie beyond the Bronze Gate." "There is no need for concern," Chunji replied gently, nodding. "I have devised a plan. As soon as the timing is right, I shall locate the Phoenix clan." Chapter 322. The Third Divination. Gratitude for the generous reward. Dog Emperor Qing 30,000. The ensuing time was spent in anticipation of Xianlin's divination. The divination technique employed by Xianlin is a high-level sorcery of the ancient Injun divine clan, a gift not attainable by later generations. However, this ancient shamanistic divination ritual adheres to its own temporal and metric units, necessitating an interval of 99 days between each ceremony, with each subsequent interval requiring an extension of time. The so-called 99 days is calculated according to the ancient methods of shamanism, a process exceedingly intricate. The second interval will be longer than the first, and the third will extend even further. The waiting, while excruciating, must be endured without error. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the 3-year period has elapsed. During this time, Chunji has diligently gathered information regarding the Phoenix clan, attempting to deduce their current behaviors and trajectories. Reports indicate that the organization has become increasingly occupied, although Chunji and Ghost Blade have severed their connection with them. Fat Wei continues to mingle with the men in black, remaining abreast of the organization's ongoing developments. It is said that Baoping's plans have been largely implemented, as he has now established his base in the Changbai Mountains, temporarily acquiring most of the villages and land at the foot of the mountain. During this period, a substantial amount of high-density metallic equipment and protective panels has been transported into the mountains. Numerous large-scale high-tech installations have been assembled there, fortified to an extent that surpasses the finest defensive measures currently available in the world. Yiqiu received orders from the higher-ups to fully cooperate with the Changbai Mountain operation, bringing along many domestic talents to assist. They first sealed off the information to prevent local residents and sensitive journalists from discovering anything, then, unbeknownst to anyone, established a high-intensity defensive base within the mountain. That location has now transformed into a military fortress, impregnable and secure, impenetrable even by the slightest breeze. The busyness of the organization has rendered Chunji's life here exceedingly mundane. He has been living a tranquil existence in the Fate Hall, with no one seeking him out or discussing any further strategies with him. Thus, Chunji's life has once again slipped into the calm of the past, as if Baoping had truly forgotten his existence, and Xiqi no longer needed this patriarch of the Jiang clan. After enduring a prolonged and serene period, the day for divination finally arrived. As before, the appointed time was at the end of the midnight hour, when the sky was completely dark and the streets were largely devoid of pedestrians, ensuring a high level of safety. As usual, Chunji secured the doors and windows, extinguished the lights, and sat alone in the dark room, closing his eyes like a meditative monk, awaiting the arrival of Xianlin. In the world of divine beings, such agreements are unbreakable. Once the time and place are set, even after decades, there is no need for reminders. The other party will never breach the contract. Thus, Chunji patiently awaited in the darkness. Just past midnight, a flicker of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black room, ethereal and ghostly, yet carrying a compelling pressure. Chunji knew that Xianlin was approaching. Indeed, in the obscurity of the room, the light gradually expanded, soon transforming into a human form. This figure grew larger in the silent darkness, eventually materializing clearly before Chunji. It was none other than the deity of Changbai Mountain, Xianlin. Upon seeing Xianlin again, a sense of joy akin to reuniting with an old friend washed over him. Since being enshrined, Xianlin has led a remarkably low-profile existence. Although everyone in the divine realm is aware of this newly enshrined deity, no one has ever seen him, and he does not venture out to meet others. At this moment, Xianlin appeared strikingly radiant and divine, his aura transcending the mundane, exuding a purity that made it difficult for anyone to approach. He had truly become a being detached from earthly affairs. As before, Xianlin was clad in simple garments, enveloped from head to toe in a thin layer of white gauze, shimmering with a luminous aura. Through the delicate veil, Xianlin smiled at Chunji, his eyes possessing 3 pupils, exuding an otherworldly sanctity. Patriarch, it has been a long time. After speaking, Xianlin gently seated himself upon the ground. As with the previous divination, Xianlin is dressed in an attire that exudes a profound sense of ritual. He wears the most primitive shamanic garb, adorned in vibrant furs and embellished with strings of pearls and agates that jingle melodiously, reminiscent of the mystical garments donned by shamans in the Qing court. Yet, on Xianlin, these extravagant vestments appear strikingly magnificent and sacred, steeped in ancient mystery, evoking admiration. With delicately crafted long armor on his fingers, he sits poised before Chunji, gently lifting a thin veil to reveal his divine countenance. Chieftain, how have you fared of late? Have you contemplated what question you wish to pose? After a moment of reflection, Chunji nods slightly and replies, "Let us commence." "Very well," Xianlin murmurs, lowering the veil once more to obscure his face. His voice pure as the waters of Tianxi in Changbai Mountain. "As I mentioned before, I shall guide you and divine your fate. However, when I don the mask, I convey the secrets of the heavens. Under the celestial mysteries, all things are interconnected. You must never question them nor press for answers. Your inquiries must stem from genuine curiosity. As before, you may pose an expansive question related to a singular topic. Once the celestial secrets have been revealed, further inquiries will not be entertained." "I understand." Chunji nods again, now well versed in the rules of divination after this third encounter. He sits before Xianlin and softly declares, "I am ready." "Good," Xianlin responds, his tone still light as he rises slowly. His aura begins to whirl rapidly, akin to the swift currents of destiny. At this moment, Chunji presents his question. "I find myself lost regarding my path ahead. I have obligations to fulfill, yet my heart draws me toward a different route. Please, celestial wisdom, tell me, should I follow my heart or continue along the original path? Should I still seek the Phoenix clan and locate the resting place of Emperor Zhou, Dxian?" Upon the completion of Chunji's query, Xuanlin's entire presence shifts as he receives the request for divination. The divine spirit once again channels through him. Unlike previous occasions, this time the process unfolds swiftly, and he soon offers Chunji an answer. Chapter 323, The Third Divination, Part 2. "Your question has been acknowledged by the divine," Xianlin announces, bowing his head gently and donning his silver mask. According to the customs of the Jurchen divination, the act of wearing the silver mask signifies the acceptance of Chunji's inquiry. The moment the gleaming silver mask envelopes his visage, an ethereal light bursts forth from him, and his entire aura becomes electrified, as if he has transformed into a different being, a colossal entity imbued with the ancient, mysterious essence of shamanism, exuding an uncanny sanctity, possessing the ability to glimpse the celestial secrets. Simultaneously, a strange chant resonates through the mask, emanating from Xuanlin's lips. The incantations of shamanism are peculiar, resonating with an unsettling quality that sends shivers through one's very being, as if countless icy winds are infiltrating one's pores. Subsequently, Xianlin's body begins to contort in bizarre ways, reminiscent of stretched noodles, as he embarks on an exceedingly strange dance. This is a divinatory ritual intertwined with dance, where the performance itself serves as a spell. Chunji comprehends that Xianlin has transcended his own identity. A colossal entity capable of glimpsing the secrets of the heavens has now taken possession of him. Uncharacteristically, the duration of this dance is notably brief, suggesting that the heavenly secrets are remarkably clear and do not require extensive probing. Xianlin soon comes to a halt, kneeling and fixing his masked face upon Chunji. In that moment, Chunji realizes that the gaze behind the mask is no longer that of Xianlin. Xianlin sits there, cold and unyielding, raising a hand to point directly at Chunji, the elongated armor aimed at his brow. Divine Son, where do you wish to go? There exists no second path in this world. The falling blossoms may enchant the eyes, but the road you perceive is but an illusion, a mere figment of existence. The path your heart yearns to tread is your true destiny. Hurry and report back. Swiftly. There is no other way. The accuracy and unwavering nature of the divination's outcome astonished Chunji. Previous divinations often manifested as prophetic narratives, presenting him with cryptic tales to decipher. However, this time, the urgency of the heavenly secrets implies an impending calamity, leaving little room for delay. How should I proceed on my forthcoming journey? Chunji swiftly inquires, seeking a relevant question. According to the rules of divination, he is permitted to extend the same inquiry to elicit connected questions. The answers could provide him with greater clarity regarding his path. O heavenly secrets, can you offer me some guidance on direction? I seek the Phoenix clan, yet all traces of them have been obliterated. Even though I possess my own methods, I require a general sense of direction to locate them. Can the heavenly secrets assist me in this quest? The Phoenix shall find its own resting place. I cannot see them, the frigid entity behind the silver mask responds. You need only wait. Await the assistance of old friends. In due time, someone will inform you upon uttering this. Xianlin's finger suddenly falls with a sharp sound. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground, marking the conclusion of the third divination. The act of divination is immensely draining. When Xianlin regains his ability to move, he gently removes his mask, revealing his true visage. He appears somewhat fatigued, his voice barely a whisper. Chief, have you received the answers you sought? I have. Chunji nods gently in affirmation. Thank you, this is immensely helpful. Very well, Xianlin replies in a soft voice. There is one more matter I must convey to the chief. Recently, the Changbai Mountain has descended into chaos, teeming with individuals from Xiqi who have encircled the entire range. The wildlife is in a state of terror, and the vegetation is in disarray. They have also brought in a substantial amount of explosives, sufficient to obliterate the entire mountain. Of course, I understand that this is a last resort, and that no creature is immortal. Every blade of grass and every tree has its own fate. However, as the deity of Changbai Mountain, I am deeply concerned for the myriad beings that inhabit this sacred place and wish to prevent its transformation into ashes. I implore the clan leader, please devise a way to save the life of all things in Changbai Mountain. After Xianlin finished speaking, he meticulously adjusted his attire and solemnly knelt. In the ancient Yuzhen custom, he prostrated himself on the ground, humbly and sincerely bowing to Chunji. I will do my utmost. Chunji immediately supported Xuanlin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I promise you, I will strive to protect Changbai Mountain. I understand your sentiments, in your eyes. Every blade of grass and every tree has the right to exist. Rest assured, I will exert every effort. Thank you, clan leader. A flicker of emotion crossed Xuanlin's face as he raised his head. Chunji hesitated momentarily before continuing to inquire. What is the situation down the mountain? Any developments? None. Xianlin gently shook his head. Ever since the last time the clan leader used the resurrection spell to extract her soul, that entity has remained motionless at the foot of the mountain. I dwell atop Changbai Mountain and can sense the movements below, but I can no longer feel any of her power. I suspect she has long succumbed to eternal slumber, perhaps even passed away. She would not perish so easily. Chunji remarked, then nodded at Xianlin. Return now, Xianlin. You have labored well today. Prepared diligently. I anticipate that our battle is imminent. The night remained profoundly deep. After bidding farewell to Xianlin, Chunji returned to his chamber and lay upon his bed. It was already late at night, and Fat Wei and Ding Ning were fast asleep, snoring loudly. During this period of divination, Gui Dao had been listening intently from the adjoining room. Upon hearing Chunji retire, Gui Dao's aura weakened, and he entered a state of rest. Meanwhile, Chunji's mind was in turmoil. Following this divination result, he suddenly felt an overwhelming number of tasks awaiting his attention. He began to prioritize the subsequent steps and actions he needed to undertake. The Feng clan was the first entity he needed to locate, followed by extracting information from them regarding the tyrant King Zhou of Shang. This matter could no longer be delayed. The 3-year deadline was approaching, and Chunji deemed the physical defenses on Changbai Mountain ineffective. The first step now was to seek assistance. As inscribed in the Phoenix secret tome, if there existed a singular force capable of restraining the Feng clan, it could only be that colossal being from Wushan. Since their last encounter, Chunji had not had any further dealings with this entity, and their relationship remained ambiguous. Neither friend nor foe. However, this enormous being had previously stated that, given a sufficient price and compelling reason, it would stand alongside Chunji. What, then, is the cost? Chunji was acutely aware that it was time to confront it. He contemplated silently to himself. There was no need to accompany anyone else. Only Chunji, along with the armored creature, would employ his earth-shifting technique to advance. Naturally, he need not fret that the colossal being would suddenly turn and reveal its fearsome visage to attack him. For this occasion, he bore an exceptional gift, the Water Spirit Stone. Discovered within the Dragon Palace of the Ci. This divine-level Water Spirit Stone, which he had obtained from the hands of Shen Gongbao, possessed the power to seal the sea god.